System, please prevent the male lead from succumbing to darkness, where the world is on the brink of collapse. Jin Shiqi. Understood. I shall embrace the darkness while the male lead shall witness the collapse. Chapter 1 Eden Port. The Governor X, the rebel leader 01. A blood-red warning pulsated before him. Anchor point approaching. 647 meters. Target threat level S. It is advised for the host to evade. Current world collapse value 89. In a concealed corner of a high-rise, Jin Shiqi held his breath, his inky black hair tied back, with a few stray strands cascading beside his chiseled cheeks. His features were strikingly handsome, with brows and eyes resembling a painted masterpiece, yet they bore a hint of sharpness. His gun-holding hand was calloused, fingers slightly bent, perfectly conforming to the weapon's curve. Ignoring the warning from S037, Jin Shiqi adjusted his scope towards the center of the square. Hundreds of meters away, a stifling atmosphere loomed like dark clouds as countless citizens gathered, whispering in hushed tones. The armed, silver-armored guards stood like statues, their indifferent gazes sweeping over the crowd, preventing any potential disturbances. On the execution platform, a man was tightly bound by electronic shackles, his disheveled hair falling over his forehead, his pupils clouded. He seemed to attempt to speak, but the alarm from the chip embedded in his neck drowned out his murmurs. Countdown to execution, 10 seconds. Through the circular lens, the scene of the execution unfolded entirely, his dark pupils narrowing slightly in intense focus. Host, anchor point distance, 451 meters. The system's alert was laced with static. Evade is advised. Jin Shiqi's breath was steady and elongated. In the final 3 seconds of the countdown, he helplessly remarked, 037. You are rather noisy to in the next moment, his fingers tightened without hesitation, the trigger pulled with unwavering steadiness. Bang! The gunshot shattered the oppressive silence of the square, and a silver-armored guard fell in response. The sudden chaos engulfed the square, the citizens stunned for a moment before erupting into terrified screams and fleeing in all directions. Attacker, activate the security team. The silver-armored guards reacted swiftly, drones activated to capture Jin Shiqi's location. Anchor point distance, 235 meters. Jin Shiqi continued to fire, bullets whistling through the gaps in the guards' bulletproof vests, striking vital points. With the final shot, the electronic shackles on the death row inmate shattered, and he raised his murky gaze, bewildered by the turmoil around him, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. Simultaneously, amidst the panicking crowd, a few individuals exchanged knowing glances and proceeded towards their predetermined direction, the frantic masses serving as their perfect cover. ZZZ. Chief, the target has been safely extracted. Chief, retreat quickly. The governor has already. The voice in his earpiece abruptly ceased, and Jin Shiqi swiftly reholstered his weapon with a fluid motion as the sound of drones outside the building mixed with the systems. Alerts exploding in his ears. Anchor point distance, 2 meters. Alert. The world collapse value has reached 89. Nearing the critical point. If it reaches 100, the Eden Port world will begin to pixelate and disintegrate. The anchor point possesses formidable combat strength. It is advised for the host to evade promptly. In the next instant, a shadow tore through the deep blue sky and descended suddenly, an overwhelming pressure creeping up his spine. Jin Shiqi looked up, locking eyes with a pair of violet orbs. With a gentle glance, an endless chill surged forth. Against the sunlight, Ji Mingwen released the dangling rope, his military boots landing on the dust-covered windowsill of the 26th floor, his towering figure instantly occupying Jin Shiqi's entire field of vision. His expression was indifferent, looking down at Jin Shiqi, the crimson sun wheel emblem on his chest gleaming coldly. Those crystal-clear, purple eyes regarded Jin Shiqi with neither joy nor sorrow, merely assessing. The leader of the rebel forces, there were no records of him in the database. This was an unprecedented occurrence, adding to the investigation's value. Good morning, Governor. Jin Shiqi squinted and smiled, not retreating but rather advancing, the corners of his eyes lifting with a hint of subtle cunning. In this light, Ji Mingwen truly embodied the role of the protagonist, his visage a masterpiece of creation. Were it not for the dire circumstances threatening his life, Jin Shiqi might have even complimented him. Who exactly are you? A low voice whispered beside him, as Jin Shiqi dodged the miniature electronic shackles concealed in Ji Mingwen's hand, swiftly creating a safe distance. Capturing him alive would not be so simple. Host, there are 153 silver-armored guards ambushed within this building and 74 combat drones outside. The system provided a micro-electronic map, revealing several red warnings. I had hoped to further discuss with the governor, but it seems time is of the essence. Jin Shiqi remarked, raising his hand to snap his fingers, his smile growing even more radiant. In the next moment, the stalemate shattered with a deafening explosion. Flames erupting and a scorching shockwave sweeping through, bricks and debris swirling as the high-rise collapsed in an instant. Jin Shiqi excelled in strategic foresight. Without absolute certainty, he would never dare to approach. A shadow burst forth from the flames and smoke, wheels spinning wildly, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound. A motorcycle emerged. Boss! Jin Shiqi understood, grasping the person's hand amidst the smoke, landing on the rear seat, and speeding out from the crumbling 26th floor. Wherever the motorcycle passed, the smoke parted swiftly, and the driver twisted the throttle, accelerating at an almost perfect angle towards the still-standing building across. The bike briefly hung in the air before landing solidly on the opposite high-rise with a dull thud. Haha, how about that, boss? I told you my riding skills are the best among us. Boss, the bike you modified is simply amazing. It's exhilarating, oh yeah. The motorcycle driver exclaimed, slightly adjusting his posture, twisting the throttle once more as the bike roared and sped away. Jin Shiqi glanced back, a strong gust of wind billowing his clothes as a helicopter rapidly approached. Ji Mingwen, gripping the soft ladder, was just moments behind them. It seems I need to present a grand gift to ensure the governor remembers me. Enchanted bullets exchanged. Jin Shiqi swiftly retrieved the anti-material sniper rifle from behind, aiming it at Ji Mingwen high in the sky. With minimal recoil but immense power, it was perfectly suited for this purpose. Host, that is the anchor point of this world. Jin Shiqi paid no heed, swiftly loading the enchanted bullet into the chamber. Host, the anchor point cannot perish due to external forces. The world will collapse in an instant. Enchanted bullets are meant for dealing with mechas. Jin Shiqi remained utterly focused, the bullet loaded, Ji Mingwen appearing in the crosshairs. Host, in the next second, the gun fired, blood blossoming from Ji Mingwen's leg, while a silver dart pierced through Jin Shiqi's shoulder, sending him tumbling from the motorcycle. Chapter 2, Eden Port, the governor the rebel leader chief. Oh dear, you are being reckless. That man is the governor, second only to the council, and reputedly possesses extraordinary strength. Why would you injure yourself just to hit him? Inside the underground clinic, the former driver aimed a gun at the doctor, coercing him to staunch Jin Shiqi's bleeding. Indeed, Jin Shiqi had instinctively evaded Ji Mingwen's hidden dart. However, in order to aim for his leg, he had sustained an injury in exchange. Ji Mingwen served as the anchor point of this world, and thus could not simply perish. Yet, it was precisely due to his formidable prowess that Jin Shiqi sought to wound him, to prevent any hindrance to subsequent operations. On the side, Gani incessantly prattled, while Jin Shiqi chose to close his eyes and converse with S-037 in his mind. Host, you appeared far more endearing back in those days. S-037 rarely spoke, typically offering only brief prompts. But as Jin Shiqi's descent into madness escalated, it found itself compelled to monitor him continually to avert further chaos. Yet now, S-037 indeed found itself reminiscing about the earlier days of Jin Shiqi. Initially, when Jin Shiqi was bound to the system as a host, he had no choice but to continuously complete system tasks to prolong his existence. Following the fall of the main deity, the 3,000 worlds lost their source of energy, leading to narrative pollution in each small world, resulting in the phenomenon known as fragmentation manifestation. Jin Shiqi's task was to restore the world to its former state. 3 years had passed, neither long nor short, and Jin Shiqi was nearly on the verge of forgetting how he had once coughed at the slightest breeze. His eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon his eyelids, outlining a perfect profile and languid demeanor, starkly contrasting with the decisiveness he had exhibited when he first fired a gun. Disinterested in S-037's incessant chatter, Jin Shiqi severed the voice system and began to analyze the current situation. Eden Port is a city governed by the Free Council, surrounded on all sides by the sea. With the dawn of the new era, citizens' lives have become highly regulated. Any deviation from the so-called virtuous behavior would incur punishment. Encapsulated in the Universal Welfare Program, there exists no history here, or rather, the history is reinterpreted to align with the ideology of the Free Council, with any contradictory records obliterated. Every newborn has an electronic chip implanted at the nape of their neck, perpetually monitoring their actions. Should their happiness threshold be exceeded, the chip emits a warning, subjecting the citizen to a purification procedure. This so-called purification procedure amounts to brainwashing. In severe cases, execution may even follow. The citizens Jin Shiqi rescued today were on the brink of execution, having arrived here only 5 days prior. Jin Shiqi had ascended to the role of leader of the rebellious faction, yet this power was still feeble, akin to striking a stone with an egg against the silver-armored guards. Had it not been for Jin Shiqi deliberately exposing his position to draw the governor's attention, the faction would have likely faced devastating losses. Having bandaged Jin Shiqi's shoulder wound, the doctor in the underground clinic cast a resigned glance at the gun aimed at his head. "Gani, I am at least one of the fire faction. Is it truly necessary to be so wary of me?" To his surprise, Gani leapt up in anger at these words. And so what? Who knows if this unscrupulous doctor might take advantage of the chaos to harm the chief. Do not assume that I have forgotten your previous transgressions against my credit points. What transpired between us was a mutual agreement. How could it be deemed deceit? Liu Yi skillfully returned the surgical instruments to their rightful place, embodying a nonchalant demeanor that infuriated Gan Yi to the point of exasperation. Gan Yi, once a small-time thug, had wholeheartedly joined the ranks of the Inferno after being unexpectedly rescued by Jin Shiqi. Both of them bore electronic chips at the nape of their necks, albeit modified by Jin Shiqi to evade surveillance. To prevent the possibility of concealed locators within the arrows, Jin Shiqi had forcibly extracted one from his flesh after being struck. After a slight movement of his arm, feeling no significant harm, he proceeded to don his upper garments once more. As for him, he had already been confined and should now be awake. Leading the way, Gani turned a corner and caught sight of the man who had once saved him through the glass of the door. A level 3 purification process, essentially a death sentence, had not been witnessed in Eden Harbor for a considerable time. The man who had been rescued now resided within the room. Jin Shiqi raised his hand. Gani foolishly looked over, only to be pulled aside by Liu. "What are you following for? The leader intends for us to remain outside." The man sat despondently in the corner, and upon hearing the door open, his murky gaze lifted slightly. His long legs, encased in tailor trousers, sprawled at the intersection of shadows as beams of light bisected his silhouette. Jin Shiqi took a few steps forward before finally crouching before the man. "Your life was saved by me. Recount everything you know, word for word." The man stared intently at Jin Shiqi, suddenly breaking into a sardonic smile, tinged with mockery. "What shattered my beliefs was but a single snowflake. Eden Harbor possesses no history, or rather, its history has been obliterated. The city's Museum of History showcases only the remarkable achievements of 5 chairpersons, while the citizens remain oblivious to past events. All of this transpired due to the Great Catastrophe. This place once endured natural disasters, ultimately reduced to ruins, from which the chairpersons established Eden Harbor, a sanctuary for those who survived the calamity, allowing them to live in equality. Zheng Bai once shared such thoughts. Although they sacrificed certain freedoms, their basic needs were met without worry. In this idyllic utopia of Eden Harbor, hunger and homelessness were non-existent. As long as one worked, they could easily fill their stomachs and sustain themselves. However, the area of Eden Harbor is limited, necessitating the expansion into new territories to accommodate the burgeoning population. All housing here is publicly owned, and failure to provide sufficient credit points results in forced relocation to crowded capsule apartments. Zheng Bai, an ordinary worker, once had the opportunity to reside in his ancestral home. But frequent visits to casinos left him financially depleted, compelling him to vacate his parents' house and move into a cramped capsule apartment. During the process of moving, Zhang Bai inadvertently shattered the watch bequeathed by his grandfather, and as the glass shattered, a crumpled piece of paper fell out. It bore only a few words, yet they sent a shiver down Zhang Bai's spine. There is no ocean beyond Eden Harbor. Yet it is well known that Eden Harbor is named as such precisely because it is surrounded by the sea. After the cataclysmic disaster, the land was engulfed by floods, a reality that was glaringly evident, starkly contradicting the contents inscribed on the note. In a state of sheer panic, to evade detection by the electronic chip, Zhang Bai hastily incinerated the note and administered an emotional stabilizer. In Zhang Bai's recollection, his grandfather was a man of utmost seriousness, unlikely to indulge in such childish pranks. After agonizing for several days, Zhang Bai resolved to venture to the border. Each day, Eden Port broadcasted a fixed program, delivering a cheerful live report that narrated the perils and desolation of the boundary while extolling the glory of the committee. Steeling himself against his fear, Zhang Bai approached the border, inhaling the briny scent of the sea and gazing upon the endless expanse of blue. Beyond the ocean lay a shrouded mist, concealing the unknown from all. Just as Zhang Bai presumed it to be a mere jest of his grandfather, a snowflake descended upon his palm. Yet, Eden Port basked under a clear sky. Chapter 3. Eden Port, Governor X-Rebel Leader 03. Beyond Eden Port lies a new world. It is the committee that has deceived us. Zhang Bai's slender hand shielded his face, his voice turning hoarse with despair. Had he remained oblivious to the truth, he might have lived a blissfully mundane existence. In that instant of revelation, Zhang Bai's mind shattered. The electronic chip embedded in his neck emitted an alarm, and he was escorted away by patrolling guards. Jin Shiqi remained silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation, then expressed his gratitude before rising to depart. Zhang Bai did not cast another glance at Jin Shiqi. He had been administered poison before his execution, and there was no doubt he would perish before sunset. In the deserted governing chamber, the chandelier swayed, casting shadows beneath Ji Mingwen's lashes. Despite his pallor, he stood with unwavering poise. The bullet fired by Jin Shiqi lodged itself in Ji Mingwen's left leg. The injury to the governor was an exceedingly rare occurrence, for since Ji Mingwen's ascendance, he had never sustained a wound. However, the populace was even more astounded by the audacity of someone daring to assail the governor. The rebel forces had officially entered the public's consciousness, yet they stirred little commotion, for within the confines of the city-sized Eden Port, silver-armored guards were omnipresent. And apprehending the rebels was merely a matter of time. As his boots echoed against the marble floor, Ji Mingwen unfastened the blood-stained pant leg, revealing a gruesome wound. At that moment, the damp strands of hair upon his forehead clung to his skin, yet his austere countenance retained its impenetrable demeanor. There was another matter he had not disclosed to anyone. He could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the bullet embedded in his leg. If it were not extracted promptly, he risked losing the entire limb, with even regenerative agents proving futile. The public image of the governor could not afford the slightest blemish, as countless eyes scrutinized his position from the shadows. Ji Mingwen harbored no trust in outsiders for his treatment, not even his closest aide. Clenching his teeth, his brow furrowed into a tight line, Ji Mingwen raised his hand, and a holographic screen emerged from his wrist. His fingers danced swiftly across the virtual interface, summoning the operational commands for the medical pod. With a whir of mechanical sounds, a compact medical pod slowly ejected from the wall, and despite the agony, Ji Mingwen steeled himself and stepped into the pod. The hatch slowly closed, and a mechanical scalpel extended forth. Beads of sweat dotted Ji Mingwen's forehead, yet he only let out a muffled grunt, his body stiffening as the veins in his arms bulged. He had long forgotten the last time he was injured. Perhaps it was during his training days. Strainoli, Yimingvenes tots drifted to Jin Shiqi. By the time he realized that Jin Shiqi had deliberately lured him into pursuit, it was already too late. What perplexed him the most was that final shot from Jin Shiqi. Ji Mingwen's wrist arrow was aimed at Jin Shiqi's heart, but merely grazed his shoulder due to a swift evasion. However, Ji Mingwen could sense that Jin Shiqi's shot was truly aimed at his left leg, seemingly intended to wound him rather than take his life. This was indeed peculiar. As the leader of the rebels, Ji Mingwen, as the ruling officer, should have been the greatest obstacle in Jin Shiqi's path, and one would expect that he would wish for his demise. Feeling the bullet extracted from his body, Ji Mingwen exhaled slowly. Even as an adversary, he could not help but admire Jin Shiqi's marksmanship. The green healing serum had already been injected into the wound, and Ji Mingwen tilted his head to observe the bullet handed to him by the mechanical arm. It still bore traces of blood. The bullet was crafted from a silver alloy, its tip not shining with ordinary metallic luster, but cloaked in an elusive black halo, inscribed with a myriad of intricate magical runes. Ji Mingwen had never seen such patterns before, yet he was certain this was no ordinary bullet. Who, after all, was that leader of the infernal flames? As Ji Mingwen leaned in closer to discern the bullet's engravings, the enchanted bullet emitted a sudden crisp sound. His body tensed instinctively as he reached for the weapon at his waist. Moments later, the bullet slowly cracked open, revealing a comical, whimsical doll that sprang forth, its short, stout arms flailing in the air, ribbons drifting from within, even landing in Ji Mingwen's dark hair. His violet pupils constricted slightly, and the silver mechanical arm reflected a rare look of astonishment on Ji Mingwen's face as he stared blankly at the bewildering doll before him. The esteemed Chancellor of Eden Harbor, the leader of the rebels, the committee. At that moment, Ji Mingwen's mind short-circuited, unable to fathom the absurdity of this scene. His brows knitted tightly, his high nose slightly flared, and his thin lips parted ever so slightly, a soft ah escaping from his throat. After a brief pause, Ji Mingwen averted his gaze, his brow furrowed, a flash of offended displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his usual calm demeanor. It seemed the leader of the infernal flames had played an unamusing prank on him. A tiresome trick. Eden Harbor was a highly ordered world, where citizens were required to meticulously manage their emotional states. The electronic chip implanted at the nape of their necks periodically assessed their happiness index, ensuring that their happiness threshold remained within the standard range. To prevent emotional deterioration from causing deviations from the norm, citizens of Eden Harbor attended weekly baptism ceremonies at the Holy See. Trained clergy employed special hymns, holy water, and mysterious prayers to help citizens cleanse their hearts of distractions and excessive emotional fluctuations. As the governor, Ji Mingwen consumed neuropharmaceuticals weekly to inhibit his empathetic abilities. However, after encountering Jin Shiqi, he experienced two brief emotional fluctuations. Suspecting that the enchanted bullet had contaminated his nerves, Ji Mingwen ventured to the silent pontificate. In truth, this was his inaugural visit as the governor. Eden Harbor, devoid of history, was home to deities revered by its people, who believed that the 5 members of the council were apostles sent to rescue humanity. Celebrating the council's monumental achievements and emphasizing the existence of the Savior to every citizen seeking baptism. Ji Mingwen was a skeptic of divinity and harbored a profound aversion to the silent pontificate. Yet he stepped into this sanctum for the first time, wary of whether Jin Shiqi had indeed implanted neural contamination within him. The tolling of the chapel bells resonated abruptly, and rows of stone columns stood solemnly. Clergy members adorned in splendid yet dignified robes orderly lined the corridors, hands clasped before their chests, each bowing their heads with grave expressions. The archbishop, donned in the most ornate priestly vestments, approached Ji Mingwen with haste, pausing a few steps away, placing his right hand upon his chest in a gesture of solemn respect. "Your Excellency, the pontificate is immensely honored by your presence." Ji Mingwen offered no reply, merely nodding slightly. He had donned a long robe with gold trim, concealing his visage. His aide exchanged words with the archbishop, and soon a respectful attendant guided Ji Mingwen into the confessional. Upon entering, the aide and several silver-armored guards remained stationed outside. Ji Mingwen shed his robe and surveyed the interior. The air was infused with a subtle incense, a blend of sandalwood and pine, which he found somewhat overpowering. As the door closed, the black, gauzy curtain of the confessional swayed gently. Ji Mingwen's gaze fell upon a half-visible, candlelit visage, the figure draped in a platinum robe. Legs crossed beneath. The flames on the silver candlestick flickered, crackling softly. "Please immerse your body in the holy water to receive baptism," the priest behind the curtain intoned softly, his voice akin to a cool spring cascading over stone, pure yet distant. At the center of the room was a vast bathing pool, causing Ji Mingwen's brow to furrow once more as he hesitated before advancing. His boots brushed against the gray-veined marble edge, and as his body descended, the surface of the luminous water shattered into glimmering fragments. The stern lines of Ji Mingwen's face appeared even more frigid, his long fingers clenched slightly at his sides. Irritation flickering in his eyes, shadows cast by his brow enveloping his partially closed gaze. "Please expedite this," Ji Mingwen spoke in a low tone. The atmosphere was discomforting, yet as the governor, he refrained from directing his displeasure towards a member of the clergy. Behind the curtain, Jin Shiqi lounged nonchalantly with a gilded edition of the Hebrew Bible, legs crossed in a somewhat irreverent posture, one hand propping his head. Slender fingers curled lightly as he rested his chin. The true priest had been rendered unconscious and stashed away in a cabinet, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. The host. "Time is running short. You must control the illusion within half an hour, or else the anchor point will detect anomalies." S037 sent a warning. Should this endeavor fail, the prospect of finding such a favorable opportunity again would be akin to chasing a mirage. Yet, the greater challenge lay in ensnaring the vigilant Ji Mingwen into a state of illusion, thereby allowing the subsequent actions to unfold. Jin Shiqi needed to attempt to eradicate the brainwashing program lodged within Ji Mingwen's mind before daring to take risks. With little time remaining, Jin Shiqi remained unfazed, casually flipping to a page in the Hebrew Bible and reciting, "My beloved has brought me to the banquet hall, and his banner over me is love. For I am sick with love. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles or the does of the field, that you stir not up nor awaken love until it pleases." The prayer, emanating through the voice modulator hidden in her earring, created a peculiar echo in the confessional room. Ji Mingwen, immersed in the colorless holy water, felt the system's specially provided anesthetic permeating his central nervous system through his pores. As he listened to the increasingly irreverent prayers, Ji Mingwen slowly opened his eyes, fury igniting within his gaze. "I had no idea that baptism required the listening of such nonsense." The voice behind the curtain abruptly ceased, and Ji Mingwen lifted his gaze, the candlelight casting holy shadows that flickered. Indeed, he should not have come here to listen to this charlatan's lascivious words. To liken passionate love to divine affection, drawing from the exquisite beauty of earthly romance, extolling the grace of deities upon their faithful, and illuminating the hearts and reverence of the believers, this was all too commonplace. It was precisely because of the impurities in his heart that he found it unsettling. The priest's voice held neither sorrow nor joy, unaffected by Ji Mingwen's interruption, its tone smooth as if bathed in moonlight, reminiscent of freshly melted snow atop a mountain. "Is it because your heart harbors impurities?" Ji Mingwen exhaled deeply, apologizing for his rudeness, and once more emptied his mind and body. He indeed felt unsettled by that bullet, his thoughts wandering to why Jin Shiqi had deliberately missed the mark. When one becomes overly concerned with a matter or a person, they have already fallen into a trap. Minutes later, the candlelight extinguished, the holy water began to ripple, and the man submerged within suddenly opened his eyes, unconsciously repeating Jin Shiqi's words. This signified that Ji Mingwen had succumbed to Jin Shiqi's illusion, perceiving all that transpired thereafter as entirely normal. Throughout this process, Jin Shiqi had delivered numerous suggestions to Ji Mingwen, ensuring that the baptism proceeded strictly according to the regulations of the silent clergy. Should he feel discomfort, it would merely indicate the presence of impurities within, necessitating further purification through baptism. To put it simply, if you sense a problem, the issue lies with you. Fortunately, Ji Mingwen had never before visited the clergy and remained oblivious to the true process of baptism. Otherwise, Jin Shiqi, the false priest, would surely have revealed his true colors. Host, only 10 minutes remain. Skin contact is essential to break the brainwashing program. 037 reminded at the opportune moment. With a soft hum, Jin Shiqi stepped out from behind the curtain, adorned in a platinum robe that exuded a sacred yet slightly fallen aura. Approaching the holy water pool, he leaned slightly and submerged his hands into the water, his cascading black hair spreading through the liquid. Raising his hand, his icy fingers pressed against the fevered nape of Ji Mingwen, where an electronic chip resided. Should he linger too long, the chip would awaken Ji Mingwen from his reverie. The holy water trickled down Ji Mingwen's pale neck, seeping into his garment, and Jin Shiqi sensed the tautness in Ji Mingwen's muscle from the sudden contact. He paused, gazing into Ji Mingwen's eyes. A momentary lapse could lead to failure. Fortunately, he remained deeply ensnared in the illusion, and Jin Shiqi could distinctly perceive his slightly damp breath. Brainwashing Program Decryption 24. The process of decryption involves systematically dismantling the brainwashing protocol, leading Jin Shiqi to uncover various matters concerning the council. The council served as the leaders of Eden Harbor, and since Ji Mingwen began to remember, the 5 members of the Freedom Council had firmly grasped the political, economic, and military power of Eden Harbor in their hands. They covertly gathered numerous gifted children, training them, with Ji Mingwen being a standout among them. Following the mysterious demise of the previous ruler, he ascended to that position, subsequently serving the Freedom Council. Yet, rather than freedom, it was more akin to dictatorship. Citizens of Eden Harbor were forced to watch happiness broadcasts daily, with scant entertainment options. Though their basic needs were met, their existence resembled that of hamsters in a cage, raised for others' amusement. As time passed, individuals akin to Zheng Bai began to question the legitimacy of Eden Harbor's system, and Ji Mingwen's task was to locate them and enforce the brainwashing program. The individual seated in the ruler's position was merely the most adept subordinate of the council. From Ji Mingwen's fragmented memories, Jin Shiqi gleaned much about the council, yet time was running short. Ji Mingwen let out a muffled groan, his unfocused pupils gradually regaining clarity, and Jin Shiqi felt his heartbeat quickening. Host, anchor point consciousness is highly alert. Anticipated awakening time is advanced. Evasion is advised within 30 seconds. Brainwashing Program Decryption 87. Almost there. Chapter 5, Eden Harbor. Ruler X Rebel Leader 05. A faint buzzing emanated from deep within Ji Mingwen's cochlea as he attempted to move his eyes. But the viscous darkness crept in from the edges of his vision. The electronic chip was urging Ji Mingwen to awaken from the illusion. Where am I? It's time to wake up. In the next moment, Ji Mingwen bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste exploding in his mouth as countless specks of static danced before his eyes. Water splashed from the holy water pool as Ji Mingwen raised his hand. Fingers stained with holy water seizing the throat of the person before him, forcefully pinning him to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the gun was aimed at his heart. Are the clergy truly so overreaching? Ji Mingwen's voice cut through the air like a blade tempered in ice, each word laced with a metallic tang. The heel of his military boot pressed against the plush carpet, and as his damp hair fell, it cast shadows upon the sacred robe. Yet in the next moment, he gazed at the aged priest before him, his actions wavering once more. He had initially believed that he was assaulted by the leader of the infernal flames. Your Excellency, I was merely assisting you with the baptism. Ji Mingwen's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to look. The holy water pool appeared entirely unremarkable. It seemed he had truly just entered and listened to an extensive prayer. His thoughts drifted to Jin Shiqi, the leader of the infernal flames, whose presence eluded even the database. Evidently, the baptism within the holy sea was futile, as the spiritual contamination he bore was more profound than he had imagined. Ji Mingwen rose, casting a glance at the cowering priest, his gaze fixating upon the man's Adam's apple. There was no red mark. I apologize. I shall contribute to the holy sea to atone for my transgressions. Ji Mingwen pressed his fingers to his brow, raising a hand to push his damp hair back, feeling acutely that he had indeed been overexerting himself lately. The priest departed first, and after traversing several secret passages, he finally exited the Holy See. The disguise has become ineffective. Host, you have been exceedingly reckless. Moreover, implanting new directives without authorization could potentially reveal your identity. Jin Shiqi raised his hand to sever the voice system of S-037, massaging his slightly sore neck, the unnoticeable red mark rolling with his Adam's apple. He indeed had acted with a measure of rashness. Just as the illusion threatened to dissipate, the process of breaking the brainwashing was forcibly halted, and Jin Shiqi glimpsed a lock. Someone had confined Ji Mingwen's consciousness, leading to the collapse of this miniature world. Seizing the moment when Ji Mingwen's awareness was at its most fragile, Jin Shiqi left behind a final brainwashing directive. You shall never allow Jin Shiqi to perish. Though this maneuver was perilous, it bore significant promise, while also reserving a trump card for himself. Jin Shiqi's subsequent objective was the Freedom Committee, in whose hands lay the key. The lock that Jin Shiqi discerned deep within Ji Mingwen's consciousness was not a tangible entity. It functioned as a form of confinement, abruptly interrupting Jin Shiqi's progress in dismantling the brainwashing, nearly exposing him in the process. Unlocking it was simple enough. One merely needed to identify the individual who had ensnared Ji Mingwen and then eliminate him. After departing the silent Holy See, Jin Shiqi hastened to the largest underground casino in Eden Harbor. In this seemingly utopian city, there existed a casino of considerable scale, where individuals squandered vast sums in pursuit of ephemeral pleasure. The mind, akin to the body, becomes susceptible to the plague of excessive indulgence. The citizens of Eden Harbor had access to lamentably few recreational activities. Lying too long upon the soft bed of comfort, their souls resembled birds trapped in a cage, yearning for the tempest that raged beyond their confines, even when well-fed and sheltered. Countless individuals lingered here day and night, not merely in hopes of sudden wealth, but to chase the lethal thrill unveiled in the fleeting moments of the game. For that instant, gamblers were willing to stake all their chips. Assuming the false identity of Jin Shiqi crossed past the silver-armored guards and entered the casino known as the Arena of Desire. Within the casino, the myriad displays of gamblers unfolded. It was also a place where the happiness index could easily breach its threshold. Should the electronic chip emit a warning, the silver-armored guards would forcibly escort the target away for purification. In the midst of this intricate game, the denizens believe that the silver-armored guards are safeguarding the citizens of Eden Harbor, maintaining the order of this game of desires. Yet, from an outsider's perspective, those who fervently espouse the ideals of happiness and freedom are relentlessly tormented day after day by dogmas and monotony. After squandering their fortunes in the casino, they are subjected to forced indoctrination, akin to countless toads regurgitating their hard-earned gold coins one by one. Sir, how many chips shall we exchange? Beneath the lace mask of the bunny girl, her crimson lips curled into a crescent moon, Jin Shiqi adjusted his mask with a fingertip and accessed his electronic account. All of it. The bunny girl, unfazed, smiled even more radiantly as she deftly transferred the credits from Jin Shiqi's account and placed a bag of chips into his palm. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. To wager his entire fortune suggests he is indeed a reckless gambler. Ignoring the bunny girl's subtle gesture of touching her earlobe, Jin Shiqi found a discreet corner within the casino to sit. Seizing the opportunity to circumvent Ji Mingwen's indoctrination program, he had successfully pilfered a considerable amount of credits, transforming his fortunes from rags to riches, considered a fee for healing. Inside the casino, the warm orange lights flowed like thick syrup, with dice clattering in their cups. An enormous LCD screens embedded in the walls displayed the odds and latest results of various games in real time, accompanied by the raucous cheers and jeers that surged like waves of excitement. Blackjack, roulette, baccarat, dice games. Pai Gao. Jin Shiqi mentally recited the various games as his gaze shifted to the nearest gaming table. He had been observing for a while when he saw a man who had just wagered all his chips, only to see them vanish in an instant. The man paused momentarily, his eyes vacant as he stared at the green felt surface, as if his soul had momentarily departed. Then, a frenzied laughter erupted from deep within his throat. Ha ha ha, lost it all. Wonderful, losing is splendid. The man's face turned crimson as he raised his chips, his eyes gleaming with a near-maniacal light. Detection. Citizen number 02724's happiness threshold exceeded. Please implement level 2 purification protocol immediately. Detection initiated. The electronic chip nestled at the nape of his neck emitted a warning, yet the surrounding crowd merely cast indifferent glances. The silver-armored guards soon took notice of the commotion and dragged the man away from the casino. Why are you taking me? I haven't finished playing. Don't take me away. I can borrow more. I still have money. The man struggled, shouting wildly as his feet flailed against the ground. Whether winning or losing, the thrill of that moment is intoxicating, sending ripples through one's tranquil emotions. However, this was merely a minor incident within the casino, for such occurrences were commonplace as the silver-armored guards routinely escorted individuals out. Chapter 6, Eden Harbor, Governor Rebel Leader 06 having watched for so long. Why not give it a try? A well-dressed middle-aged man, clad in a suit and also masked, obstructed Jin Shiqi's view as he spoke, revealing only his eyes. Jin Shiqi swirled the last sip of liquid in his crystal glass, the sound of ice clinking distinctly crisp. You have quite an impressive tolerance, the man complimented. It's merely water. Jin Shiqi drained the remaining water in one swift motion, effortlessly deflecting the man's polite banter. The middle-aged gentleman, whose prepared compliments became lodged in his throat, wore a smile that now appeared somewhat strained. Ah, is that so, sir? Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Shiqi rose and placed his cup on the table nearby. What shall we play? Huh? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then realized Jin Shiqi was addressing him. He cleared his throat twice and nodded towards the corner where the dice table stood. You seem like a novice. Perhaps we should start with something simple, like succumbing? Without exposing the amateurish nature of the man's performance, Jin Shiqi made his way to the gambling table. Those who lure players into the casino often serve as hooks, employed by the establishment or sharing in its profits, using sweet words to entice those hesitant to join the fray. Once a player enters the game, regardless of victory or defeat, the casino extracts a percentage from the stakes or winnings, and the recruiters earn a corresponding commission based on the amounts wagered or the casino's returns. Jin Shiqi paid little heed to these machinations. He had been an observer long enough, and it was time to take action. The rules of succumbing were straightforward. A specially designed dice cup contained 3 dice, and the betting areas were clearly delineated, with terms like big and small prominently displayed. The dealer skillfully lifted the dice cup, and with a flick of the wrist, the dice began to bounce wildly within, producing a crisp sound of collision. Jin Shiqi leaned on the gambling table, the delicate texture of the velvet contrasting with his fair skin, the joints of his fingers subtly prominent, resembling meticulously carved jade. Even the calluses on his fingertips did not diminish their elegance. The dice struck the wall 4 times at 3 o'clock and twice at 5 o'clock. Jin Shiqi counted silently, his acute hearing transforming into a stream of data within his mind. As the 3rd die tilted, Jin Shiqi pushed 3 chips over the red line, just as the dealer was about to cover the cup. All in 11. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as the cup was lifted, revealing the 3 dice, each marked with vermilion numbers that aligned perfectly for all to see. 3, 4, 6, that's 13. The dealer offered Jin Shiqi an apologetic smile. The banker wins. Suddenly, Jin Shiqi reached out to press down on his chips, a small knife concealed within his sleeve, deftly piercing the seams of the dice. Ivory shards cascaded down, revealing the glimmer of flowing mercury within. Shall I cut open the remaining dice for verification? The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, the dealer's eyes betraying a fleeting panic as she shot a fierce glare at the middle-aged man, silently blaming him for bringing such a troublemaker. In the shadows, the gaze of silver-armored guards swept across the scene. I would very much like to engage your boss in a larger game. I wonder if he might grant me an opportunity? Jin Shiqi directed his attention towards the 2nd floor of the casino. A brief hush enveloped the establishment. Silence reigning as even the most intoxicated gamblers felt the chill of cold water splashing over their heads upon hearing Jin Shiqi's words. This audacious breach of decorum, now calling for an audience with the casino's owner, resonated throughout the room. The casino generates substantial profits each quarter, accounting for nearly half of Eden Harbor's revenue. Resembling an unyielding cash cow, undoubtedly linked to the committee behind it. Most patrons visit merely to seek some thrill for their numbed senses. After all, even if one wins a fortune, there is nowhere to spend it in Eden Harbor. Hence, any excess money becomes akin to mere scraps of paper, indistinguishable from donations to the church or losses at the casino. Consequently, even if they suspect some underhanded dealings within the casino, they remain largely indifferent. Winning is a gain, and losing does not elicit profound sorrow. Among the crowd, whispers arose as Jin Shiqi leaned casually against the gaming table, arms crossed. After a moment, two burly men approached. "Our boss has agreed to meet with you. Please come with us." The throng parted to make way, and Jin Shiqi ascended to the second floor. Once he departed, the once quiet ground floor of the casino erupted once more into boisterous laughter and revelry, as gamblers lost themselves in fleeting ecstasy, disregarding Jin Shiqi's affairs. Here, the merriment-seeking patrons cared only for themselves. Upon reaching the door at the end of the second floor, the men respectfully knocked before pushing open the heavy door. Inside, a haze of cigar smoke filled the dimly lit room. At the center, a one-eyed woman reclined on a plush sofa, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, exuding an air of authority. Noticing Jin Shiqi's arrival, she gestured for the others to exit. The door closed behind them, and the woman did not look at Jin Shiqi. Instead, focusing intently on the cigar she twirled in her fingers, the flickering flame illuminating her gaunt features. This woman was the true owner of the casino. "Quite intriguing," Yu Henhan remarked, her voice husky, taking a final puff of her cigar before glancing at Jin Shiqi with a hint of wicked amusement. "The leader of the flame of retribution graces my humble abode. How rare." Occupying a high position, she was naturally privy to information beyond the reach of others, including the recently surging rebel faction, the Flame of Retribution. In truth, Jin Shiqi was well aware that the flame was still quite small, but the crux lay in the fact that others remained oblivious. There had been rebels before, albeit lacking in scale. Even a small squad of silver armor guards could quell any uprising without the need for Ji Mingwen's intervention. Yet, shortly after its emergence, tales of the flame had already become legendary, intercepting convicts and wounding a governor. Each of these incidents was sufficient to raise alarms among the prominent factions. Just days ago, a major disturbance had occurred, and now, someone was audaciously seeking a meeting with her. Yu Henhan immediately deduced that the person before her was indeed the leader of the Flame of Retribution. Surprisingly, she did not witness the anticipated panic. Instead, she observed as Jin Shiqi removed his obstructive mask, a gentle laugh escaping his lips. "Leader of the Deep Sea, I have long admired you." Jin Shiqi's eyes narrowed slightly, long lashes casting delicate shadows that obscured his originally bright gaze, transforming it into a mysterious pool, imbued with a hint of cunning. The room fell silent once more. After a moment, Yu Henhan discarded her cigar and shifted her posture. "Boring. I shall no longer indulge." Chapter 7. Port Eden. The Governor, ex-rebel leader 07, it is not particularly difficult for Jin Shiqi to deduce the identity of Yu Henhan, and there is no need to rely on the reminders provided by S-037. The uniformity of thought within Port Eden confines everyone to a world that appears liberating yet is, in truth, a prison. However, beneath this mental enclosure, alternative ideas do take root, among which is the expansive ideology of the deep sea. The more stable the environment, the greater the underlying peril. This sense of crisis can ignite a torrent of inspiration. The concept of the deep sea is intrinsically linked to its name. The citizens of Port Eden are predominantly long-lived, and due to a stable economic structure that ensures no one lives in poverty, the population continues to burgeon. Consequently, the existing capacity of Port Eden proves inadequate to accommodate such a burgeoning populace, necessitating the construction of capsule apartments. The philosophy of the deep sea aims to expand the entirety of Port Eden while simultaneously seeking out other islands. The proponents of the deep sea believe that despite the cataclysmic natural disasters that have submerged much of the land, there must still be land masses akin to Port Eden that have become islands, perhaps even inhabited by surviving humans. If these islands could somehow be interconnected, it might yield positive transformations. Most supporters of this notion are radicals who have grown weary of their current existence. Yet, to evade detection by electronic chips, they are compelled to periodically offer prayers at the Silent Vatican or procure mood-stabilizing injections from the black market. Such individuals are most likely to frequent casinos. Coupling this with the current state of the deep sea, it becomes evident that the leader is none other than the casino owner. The scale of the deep sea far surpasses that of the current inferno, being hundreds or even thousands of times larger. It has become the preeminent organization within Port Eden, comprising a group of extremists whose actions and ideologies are not sanctioned by the dictatorial regime. Yet the deep sea remains resilient. What is the reason for this? Is it the sheer size that incites panic from collective indoctrination? This possibility exists, but Jin Shiqi speculates it is more about power struggles. They are not unwilling to eliminate the deep sea, nor do they lack the desire. Rather, they find it exceedingly difficult to do so. The cost of eradicating the deep sea is far greater than allowing it to persist. Moreover, why not keep these cash-generating toads around? Underestimating you was a mistake. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us dispense with the pretense. What is it you seek in coming to me? Speak swiftly, for I have no desire to be confronted by that unapproachable governor. At the mention of Ji Mingwen, Yu Henhan grimaced, shaking her head rapidly in an attempt to cast aside the haunting visage that plagued her mind. There was a time when her nightmares were filled with Ji Mingwen brandishing a gun at her. No one wishes to behold that face, she vowed. Inferno seeks to collaborate with the deep sea. Jin Shiqi had not finished speaking when Yu Henhan pressed the button in her hand, causing the sofa to swivel a full 180 degrees, presenting her back to Jin Shiqi. No need for farewell. Yu Henhan let out a cold laugh. Very well. Inferno is at odds with the governor, wishing for the deep sea to serve as cannon fodder. How naive. Though Inferno boasts a remarkable record, Yu Henhan does not believe that Jin Shiqi can maintain his prominence for long. After all, Port Eden remains under the dominion of the committee. Just because he managed to injure Ji Mingwen last time does not guarantee success in the next encounter. Since a short life is inevitable, there is no need to heed the forthcoming plans. In an unseen corner, Jin Shiqi raised a hand to touch his bandaged left shoulder, feeling a twinge of pain that was nonetheless bearable. Are you truly willing to relinquish 90% of the profits? His words rendered Yu Henhan silent for a considerable time. With her back turned to him, her pupils quivered at the utterance of this phrase. How could he possibly know? It was indeed true that 90% of the casino's profits had to be surrendered, yet the number of individuals privy to this information was scarcely more than 2. Had she misjudged? Did the Inferno have its own eyes within the higher echelons? Yet, only 5 committee members should have been aware of such matters. A tempest surged within Yu Henhan's heart, but Jin Shiqi's subsequent words left her even more astonished. Do you not aspire to occupy a position on the committee and genuinely propel the ideals of the deep sea? At last, she comprehended the confidence that Jin Shiqi possessed for this encounter. Once her heartbeat steadied, she turned the sofa back to face him, her gaze now imbued with curiosity. Your proposal is indeed enticing. Yet during our initial meeting, I must assess the capabilities of the Inferno's leader before I can be assured of our collaboration. From a nearby cabinet, Yu Henhan retrieved a revolver, casually loading a single bullet into one of the 6 chambers of the cylinder, then swiftly spun it and placed the firearm on the table with a resounding thud. Fortune is a component of strength. I have no desire to partner with a misfortune-riddled individual. She nudged the revolver towards Jin Shiqi, gesturing for him to proceed. According to protocol, the guest goes first. 1 live round, the rest chambers empty. Should fortune abandon him, it would result in a swift demise. The casino was indeed intertwined with the committee, and the enforced surrender of 90% of profits bore a striking resemblance to robbery. Yu Henhan was naturally dissatisfied with such tyrannical behavior. Yet the committee constituted the ruling class of Eden Harbor. Any resistance could easily lead to a change in casino ownership. The revolver on the table had transformed into a ticking time bomb, the moment of explosion uncertain. Jin Shiqi gripped the revolver's handle tightly, unwavering as he aimed it at his own temple. The trigger was pulled, and the gun trembled slightly, emitting only the dry click of an empty chamber, akin to the grinding of metal teeth. "Fortune favors you," Yu Henhan remarked with a note of admiration. Jin Shiqi's actions were resolute, exhibiting no concern for deceit. This audacity elevated her opinion of him. Next, before Yu Henhan could complete her thought, Jin Shiqi pulled the trigger 4 more times against his temple. When the 5th click of the firing pin echoed, Yu Henhan's nails scraped against the tabletop, producing a jarring sound, her smile frozen on her face. Jin Shiqi was formidable, yet he was not foolish. He would not hesitate to leverage the system when advantageous. Handing the heated revolver to Yu Henhan, his smile radiated even more brilliance. "It is your turn." The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, they shared a knowing smile. Yu Henhan took the gun and casually tossed it into the corner of the room, then gritted her teeth and smiled, saying, "Dear partner, let us discuss the next steps of the Deep Sea and Inferno." Chapter 8. Port Eden. Governor ex-rebel leader, all you require is for me to lure that committee member over. Thereafter, everything shall be entrusted to the flames of ambition. Yu Henhan found herself perplexed by Jin Shiqi's scheme. Indeed, whatever transpires will be attributed solely to the flames, leaving the deep sea entirely unaccountable, which will also facilitate your ascension. Upon hearing this, Yu Henhan's pupils flickered with surprise. She had initially thought Jin Shiqi was merely boasting. He truly intended to eliminate a committee member and elevate her to power. The 5 committee members have maintained control over Port Eden until now, and they invariably travel fully armed. Even the use of a sniper rifle cannot guarantee success. It was precisely for this reason that Jin Shiqi had endeavored to form an alliance with Yu Henhan. However, the incident was bound to occur within the casino, making it exceedingly difficult to disentangle it from the deep sea, no matter how one contemplated it. Furrowing her brow, Yu Henhan felt a twinge of temptation. Yet the more she comprehended, the more cautious she became. Indeed, eradicating the deep sea would be a formidable challenge, yet not entirely insurmountable. It would, however, herald a bloody reckoning for Port Eden. There is no need for concern regarding this matter. Jin Shiqi lowered his voice, causing Yu Henhan's expression to shift from furrowed brows to disbelief. "But perhaps I should acclimate myself to your audacious methods?" She mused. "What about the governor? He presents the most significant complication. That committee member is quite protective of his life and always brings the governor along." As she spoke, Yu Henhan absent-mindedly brushed her fingers against her eye. One of her eyes had completely deteriorated, a consequence of Ji Mingwen's actions. Years prior, she had nearly become the rebel leader, only to be thrust into the conservative party by Ji Mingwen's sword. In truth, Yu Henhan harbored a deep-seated fear of the governor. However, due to Jin Shiqi injuring him days earlier, she had developed a favorable impression of Jin Shiqi, which led her to acquiesce to his request for a meeting. Before Jin Shiqi's arrival, Ji Mingwen had been a living weapon, a steadfast wall between order and chaos, never faltering. "Rest assured, I possess a means to ensure he will not obstruct our endeavors. Does that provide you with reassurance?" Jin Shiqi rose and extended his hand towards Yu Henhan, the movement causing his shirt to pull taut and reveal a glimpse of his pale wrist, delicate veins subtly protruding like a coiled serpent. Yu Henhan did not respond immediately. She gazed into his smiling eyes, and after a moment, she rose to firmly grasp his hand. "Then let us embark on this partnership with joy." In the torrential downpour of desire, a twisted web of diplomacy intertwined. Within the casino, countless gamblers relentlessly sought fleeting pleasure, day and night. Yet, each month, the casino would undergo a 3-day closure, ostensibly for maintenance and cleaning. At this moment, as Yu Henhan bent down, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. But upon straightening, her demeanor transformed into one of respect. "Boss Yu, you mentioned last time that there would be new offerings. Do not let me down," declared Jia Fuyong, one of the committee members, a figure of immense power whom Yu Han was preparing to greet. He was corpulent, his belly protruding prominently, and as he spoke, his thick lips revealed a mouthful of gold teeth, while the custom-tailored suit concealed nano-armor that emitted faint rustling sounds with his heavy breaths. "Commissioner Jia, rest assured." Yet Yu Han cast a hesitant glance behind him. The front row of 18 individuals wielded transparent, explosive-proof shields, forming a mobile wall, while 30 silver-armored guards stood in the middle, their weapons charged with pale electric energy, their gaze fixated on everyone present, including Yu Han. The number of attendees this time had swelled to at least 3 times the usual. Ji Mingwen occupied the position closest to Jia Fuyong, his crimson embroidery interwoven with a pitch-black uniform, the firearm at his waist accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, delineating a near-violent aesthetic proportion. Among the 5 commissioners, Jia Fuyong harbored the greatest fear of death, insisting on Ji Mingwen's escort whenever he left the residence. Just days prior, a violent resistance incident had occurred. Although those insects could hardly alter the course of events, I found it difficult to fully trust a flawed individual. Jia Fuyong chuckled, his belly quivering in response. Yet none dared to laugh along, for everyone knew whom he referred to. Yu Mingwen. The citizens of Eden Harbor remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yet Ji Mingwen's injury had ceased to be a secret among the upper echelons. In front of the assembly, Jia Fuyong brazenly humiliated Ji Mingwen. Yet the latter's expression remained unchanged. Jia Fuyong harbored no concerns about Ji Mingwen's reaction. After all, even if he uttered more insults, Ji Mingwen would risk his life to protect him. This was a directive deeply etched into Ji Mingwen's consciousness. To the outside world, the high and mighty governor? Merely a gun in the hands of the committee. A disobedient gun? Then it must be rendered useless. Why so serious, Bossio? Take me to see the new goods. The atmosphere turned tense with Jia Fuyong's jest, his expression darkening as he began to urge Yu Han. It was only then that Yu Han snapped back to reality, his gaze quickly scanning Ji Mingwen before he whispered something to those nearby. Jia Fuyong was led to the 3rd floor, an area typically off-limits to the public, the sole electronic key resting in his hand. For the next 3 days, he would remain here. The silver-armored guards entered first, and after confirming the absolute safety of the 3rd floor, Jia Fuyong stepped into the largest room. The chamber, the size of an auditorium, lacked windows, its walls crafted from special material that no weapon could pierce. Inside, countless men and women knelt in greeting. The silver-armored guards and Ji Mingwen were prohibited from entering the 3rd floor, but were required to stand guard on the 2nd floor stairs, allowing no one to enter. Ji Mingwen felt no anger. Rather, he had no time to ponder such matters. He sensed that since the day he was baptized at the silent clergy, his body had undergone certain changes. In the past, he would unhesitatingly execute the committee's orders, for that was his very purpose. Yet recently, he had detected a flicker of resistance within himself. Although that thought dissipated in an instant, Ji Mingwen remained vigilant, questioning whether he had overlooked something. If it had nothing to do with the silent clergy, then only one possibility remained: the leader of the infernal fire. He had indeed succumbed to mental pollution, impervious even to the baptism of the silent holy sea. The gloves clung tightly to his knuckles, and when he clenched his fist, the leather emitted a muted, raspy sound. In moments of silence, Ji Mingwen resembled a sheathed blade. The wound on his leg had healed, posing no hindrance to his subsequent actions. When next he encountered Jin Shiqi, he would surely pierce that man's skull with his sword. Chapter 9. Port of Eden, Governor ex-rebel leader inside the room. A gruesome feast of carnality was underway. Jia Fuyong's corpulent body lay sprawled upon a grand bed, his golden silk robe partially open as he gazed with interest at the woman before him. He had discarded the multi-layered nano-armor from beneath his garments, indulging in the revelry. This chamber had been specially modified, devoid of windows and impervious to penetration. Even the adept sniper, the leader of the Inferno, would surely retreat in defeat. 3 striking youths knelt on the ground, their arms raised to hold silver platters laden with delicacies above their heads, refusing to tremble despite the strain. Jia Fuyong lifted a piece of fruit to his lips, each finger adorned with a cord from which bells dangled. At the other end of the cords were pink satin ribbons tied around the necks of the stunning individuals, both male and female, whose only commonality was their exceptional beauty. However, these ribbons were specially crafted. With even a slight motion from Jia Fuyong, the bodies of these beauties would convulse like eels out of water. The air was thick with the scent of decaying jasmine as Jia Fuyong rose, his feet resting on the back of a prostrate youth. With each movement, those tethered by the cords were compelled to crawl in a kneeling position, the silver chains tracing serpentine shadows upon the floor. As Jia Fuyong traversed the room, he knocked over a cake. A mere glance was enough to incite a frenzy, as others rushed forth to lick the cream from the carpet, smearing it across their bodies like dogs. Absurd, extravagant, lustful, viscous. The council revered by the citizens of Edenport, the divine emissaries exalted by the silent holy sea. People knelt upon the ground, gazing skyward, yearning to glimpse even a fragment of the celestial realm. Yu Hengan had once told Jin Shiqi that those who dwelled in lofty heights were far more corrupt than one could imagine. They wielded power with abandon, transforming the entirety of Edenport into their brothel. At that moment, Jin Shiqi had already selected his vantage point atop the building across from the casino. Outside Jia Fuyong's chamber, over 100 C4 explosives, modified by Jin Shiqi, were affixed to the wall. When detonated simultaneously within the same vicinity, their power would be sufficient to blast a hole through the wall. What Jin Shiqi needed to do was eliminate the council member before Ji Mingwen arrived. He braced the metal crossbow against the edge of the rooftop, his forearm muscles taut with anticipation. He was waiting. When someone outside the casino wiped the sign for the second time, Jin Shiqi sprang into action. With a clean and decisive whoosh, a tri-bladed arrow sliced through the 23 stories of wind, the tungsten steel line tracing a gleaming arc in the air. The anchor hook at one end secured itself firmly into a preset position on the opposite building's wall with a dull click, holding fast. Jin Shiqi's long boots landed upon the steps of the rooftop's edge, and without hesitation, he leapt into the sky. As the combat boots snagged on the twisted steel cable, a pulley mechanism sprang forth from beneath his feet, and the wind pressure at 100 meters above ground tugged at the hem of his coat. With a press of a button, the bomb affixed to the wall detonated in that very moment, the explosive shockwave unleashing a torrent of heat that sent the steel wire into a tremor. Within his line of sight appeared a perfect landing spot, and Jin Shiqi plunged into the billowing smoke. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, the steel cable sparking against his waist, and propelled himself with inertia through the breach, his dark figure instantly engulfed by the heat wave. If one were to inquire about the most striking impression the leader of the Inferno leaves on the outside world, it would undoubtedly be one of murder and marksmanship. Jin Shiqi's maneuver was a blatant declaration. The Inferno has arrived. As the sound of the explosion reverberated, members of the Inferno stormed into the casino, chaos erupting in an instant. Of course, the extent to which members of the deep sea masqueraded among them is a matter open to interpretation. Inside, the women, startled by the explosion, scuttled to corners, while Jia Fuyong, panic-stricken, tugged at her clothing. Before she could even call out for Ji Mingwen, the sudden onslaught of Jin Shiqi sent her crashing to the ground. Pray to hell. His combat boot pressed upon that grotesque face as Jin Shiqi fired several shots, eliminating one of the powerful committee members. Host, the key is not him, the system chimed in. Jin Shiqi kicked the corpse aside, just as armed silver-armored guards burst into the room. Long time no see, esteemed governor. I trust you enjoyed the last gift I left for you? Before Jin Shiqi could finish his sentence, Ji Mingwen fired, bullets from the silver-armored guards raining down like hail, narrowly missing the edges of his clothing. It seemed the esteemed governor had no time for pleasantries. Thus, farewell. Jin Shiqi swiftly retreated, the bullets grazing his cheek without a hint of hesitation as he plunged into the curtain of rain through the shattered wall. As he descended, the air howled past his ears, the fierce current nearly consuming him, his long black hair trailing behind. Jin Shiqi quickly raised the crossbow concealed within his sleeve, expertly aiming at a sturdy railing on the top floor amidst the rapid descent. The heavy rain somewhat obscured his view, yet it posed no hindrance. With a swift whoosh, the crossbow was released, the rope deftly wrapping around the railing before tightening violently, the immense pull allowing Jin Shiqi to precariously hover in midair. With a flick of his wrist, the rope began to retract rapidly, drawing him up to the rooftop. As he coiled the rope back, he brushed off the grime from his hands, only to suddenly roll across the ground, bullets leaving indentations where he had just stood. The sound of a chambered gun echoed in his ears. Jin Shiqi looked up to see the metal on the uniform glinting ominously, the barrel pressed against his forehead. Ji Mingwen had promised that their next encounter would be one of retribution. Raindrops beaded upon the gun barrel as Ji Mingwen's military boots pressed against the hem of Jin Shiqi's clothing. With a mere squeeze of the trigger, he could leave a gaping hole in the forehead of this inferno leader. Jin Shiqi blinked at Ji Mingwen, a playful smile curling at the corners of his eyes. "It seems I have lost, esteemed governor. I surrender." With a sweeping gesture, he lay flat on the rooftop, allowing the rain to wash over him. His drenched black shirt clinging to his waist. His face bore an expression of innocence, even as he lay in the torrential rain, appearing somewhat disheveled. His exquisite features remained undeniable. Yet, beneath what seemed like submission lay a glimmer of provocation akin to a needle's point in his captivating eyes. How credible could the surrender of the leader of the Inferno be? Ji Mingwen did not respond to his words, but lowered the gun's muzzle slightly, the relentless rain polishing the leather of his black gloves. He was not a man of indecision. Jin Shiqi had killed a council member, and today he must pay the price with his life. The downpour drenched Ji Mingwen's hair as he pressed his finger back against the trigger. Just before he fired, Jin Shiqi's voice emerged from the curtain of rain, laden with a sense of certainty. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Shiqi." The large raindrops pounded down like the rhythm of a heartbeat, causing Ji Mingwen's finger to release as if electrified, the gun's aim straying. The sound of the rain drowned out the surrounding clamor, leaving only the clarity of Ji Mingwen's breathing. Chapter 10. Eden Port. Governor ex-rebel leader. Upon witnessing Ji Mingwen halt, Jin Shiqi understood that the brainwashing program he had implanted deep within his consciousness had taken effect. "Are you not going to arrest me? Or perhaps you are quite fond of the gift I presented to you, which is why you intend to spare my life this time." Jin Shiqi arched an eyebrow at the man before him. Ji Mingwen remained silent, pressing the cold metal against Jin Shiqi's heart, the torrential rain engulfing their figures. Ji Mingwen had come to realize that the leader of the Inferno was a cunning fox. A moment's carelessness could lead to a trap. He could simply kill him. Yet, he hesitated, the subconscious commands of brainwashing clashing with his own will. "Commander, do you truly find it difficult to end my life?" Raindrops hung precariously from his chin as Jin Shiqi's eyes narrowed, his prominent collarbone trembling with quiet laughter. "Then allow me to assist you." His gaze reflected Ji Mingwen's suddenly constricted pupils, and within the rain, Jin Shiqi pressed down on the trigger for him. "You madman!" In an instant, Ji Mingwen's finger flicked away, the bullet slicing through the curtain of rain. Before the splattering mud could settle, Jin Shiqi abruptly kicked his wrist, causing the weapon to slide across the wet ground, leaving a fleeting trace of water before it fell from the height of a building. The piercing cry of the bayonet tearing through the air and the buzzing of the concealed darts shattered the rain. While Jin Shiqi leaned back to evade the chilling light that brushed past him, the bayonet hidden in his combat boots rotating in his palm. The two distanced themselves, gazes locked with a shared intent of lethal intent, albeit with differing meanings. In that split second of gunfire, Ji Mingwen had altered his trajectory, granting Jin Shiqi the opportunity he needed. Deception veiled in smiles, a dance of treachery. 200 points expended. The host's negative state of tinnitus has been cleared. The system prompt resonated, and Jin Shiqi could not help but rub his ears. The sensation of tinnitus had been rather unpleasant. Jin Shiqi intended to say something to ease the tension, but upon seeing Ji Mingwen's grim expression, his words transformed into a mere upward curve of his lips. It seemed he was indeed angered. His military boots slid back a half step over the accumulated water, the accompanying folding blade of the dart glinting menacingly, forcing Jin Shiqi to retreat. Truly, he was the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, His close-quarters fighting was indeed formidable. Amidst the torrential downpour, visibility waned to an almost imperceptible haze. Yet the two continued to strike with lethal intent, embodying an unyielding determination to vanquish one another. The chill glimmer of concealed arrows sliced through the curtain of rain, while Jin Shiqi's boot grazed the precipice of the rooftop, causing fragments of stone to tumble downwards. Warm droplets of blood stained his side, and Ji Mingwen's palm bore the mark of a blade's incision. The two were evenly matched. However, Jin Shiqi found himself in a more precarious position. A single misstep would send him plummeting to certain doom. "Commander, I am here to assist you." Yu Henhan had joined the fray, unleashing a volley of gunfire at Jin Shiqi. With Ji Mingwen's distraction, Yu Henan's marksmanship was impeccable, rendering it impossible for her to miss. A step backward would lead to emptiness, yet Ji Mingwen stood as an obstacle before him, leaving no room for retreat. At such a close range, there was no time to evade. The buzzing in his left ear drowned out the sound of the rain as Jin Shiqi's right knee plunged into the mire, rolling once before the bullets were expended. Yu Henhan gazed at Ji Mingwen with incredulity, her voice laced with inquiry. "What are you doing?" Had Ji Mingwen not pushed Jin Shiqi aside at the last moment, he would have met his demise. Ji Mingwen glanced at his injured hand, his expression one of bewilderment. By the time he looked up again, Jin Shiqi had vanished into the shroud of rain. He had allowed him to escape. The previous actions had been instinctive, yet he had harbored a desire to eliminate Jin Shiqi. Why then had he faltered twice and even assisted him? The electronic chip emitted a warning of excessive emotional fluctuations, prompting Ji Mingwen to take a deep breath and dismiss the matter from his mind. Yu Henhan exhaled quietly as she observed Ji Mingwen's departing figure. This was Jin Shiqi's strategy to sever the ties between the deep sea and the inferno. Who could have anticipated that the two were allies? Conversely, Yu Henhan found herself in a moral high ground to question the motives of the governor. Yet, why had Ji Mingwen aided the leader of Inferno? Did they harbor some clandestine entanglement of love and hate? Yu Henhan could not fathom it. Thus concluded this farce, with one committee member perishing. With the support of various factions, Yu Henhan ascended to the position of new committee member, standing in opposition to the remaining four. However, the governor had committed two significant blunders, a matter that could not be overlooked. Following a convened meeting, the committee unanimously resolved to temporarily suspend Ji Mingwen from his position and detain him. Upon taking office, although Yu Henhan yearned to assert her authority, the other four clearly excluded her, placing her in an awkward position of limbo. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated having Jin Shiqi eliminate them all. Yu Henhan was not an extremist. She merely wished to dismantle the protective barriers of Eden Harbor and witness the world beyond with her own eyes. Having witnessed the conduct of the committee members, she found it increasingly difficult to trust their ideals of freedom and happiness. Yet, at present, her voice held little weight, and her power was insufficient to overturn the decisions of the other four committee members. She could only bide her time, seeking contact with Jin Shiqi through the underground gambling rings. Nevertheless, Jin Shiqi would not fully trust Yu Henan's words, for the philosophies of Inferno and Deep Sea diverged significantly. The so-called Deep Sea radicals are merely in search of the remnants of humanity who survived the Great Cataclysm. Their ideologies are deeply entrenched. Seeking pleasure within the confines of a casino does not signify rebellion, but rather escapism. Even the few remaining members of the organization, known as the Flame of Industry, harbor modest aspirations. They do not truly embody a rebel force, but rather desire the abolition of emotion monitoring electronic chips, yearning to restore freedom to the citizens. Jin Shiqi, however, aspires for something grander. The death of Jia Fuyong at Eden Harbor stirred considerable unrest, inciting a scandal that required no deliberate defamation or propaganda from the committee. The Flame of Industry had already gained infamy. This organization, characterized by assassination and turmoil, periodically indulges in acts of sabotage, presenting a perilous facade. Operating in the shadows, they abduct convicts and eliminate committee members, unambiguously portraying themselves as anything but virtuous. Yet, this perception is limited despite the decline in public sentiment towards the flame, there has been little action taken, illustrating the pitfalls of emotional thresholds. All citizens are coerced into viewing the same programming and receiving identical education, with children's courses and hobbies meticulously arranged from a young age, leaving them indifferent to other matters. To live? That is acceptable. To be? Equally permissible. Indeed, the flame of industry has stirred a ripple in the stagnant waters of Eden Harbor, but that is the extent of their impact. Chapter 11. Eden Harbor. Governor, ex-rebel leader in a certain household within the city of Eden Harbor, the owner, upon hearing a knock, opened the door and was startled to find a figure clad in silver guard uniform. Please do not panic. The Flame organization has been rampant, according to sources. Their leader has been in this vicinity, thus the guards are conducting door-to-door inspections to ensure the safety of every citizen. We kindly ask for your cooperation. After a swift glance at the proof presented, the guard tucked it away, and the man who opened the door, without a hint of suspicion, respectfully invited the silver-clad guard inside to conduct his inspection. Have you seen any suspicious man in the area recently? The guard lowered his cap's brim, casually surveying the layout of the house as he began his inquiries, even taking notes. Are you referring to the leader of the Flame? I haven't noticed anyone. The homeowner replied, clearly feeling uneasy, his fingers incessantly fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. The image of Jin Shiqi circulated only among the silver guards. It was quite normal for an ordinary citizen to be unaware. All right, if you happen to see an unsightly and loathsome individual, be sure to report it to the guard team. Oh, by the way, are you alone in your home? Faced with this sudden twist, the man momentarily faltered, only able to nod in response. Yes, I live here alone. That is splendid, the guard remarked cryptically, retrieving a stun gun from his pocket. The man had no time to flee before collapsing to the ground. Tossing aside his cap onto the table, his long hair cascading down, he unmistakably resembled Jin Shiqi. Time was of the essence. Jin Shiqi promptly summoned the system. Help me locate anything related to Zheng Bo within this house. Affirmative, host. Initiating scan. Indeed, this had once been Zheng Bo's residence. It was precisely due to his impending move that he inadvertently broke his grandfather's watch, revealing a hidden note within. The ideological control in Eden Harbor is exceedingly stringent, compelling Zheng Bo's grandfather to conceal his words in such a covert manner. Yet, did he truly leave behind only a single message? Why is it said that beyond Eden Harbor there is no ocean? Jin Shiqi found a spot to sit, his neck sinking into the texture of the faux suede sofa, while his forefinger pressed into the armrest, creating 4 shallow indentations. The system cannot directly intervene in the operation of the microcosm, hence the existence of the host. However, the world had already collapsed. Jin Shiqi could only immerse himself in it, reversing the decay of the world and purging the pollution. As he pondered the information obtained from Yuhan Han, S-037 issued a notification. Host, I have found it. Rising, Jin Shiqi ascended to the 2nd floor of the house, opened the door before him, and waved his hand to disperse the dust stirred up by the opening. The items in this space were somewhat disorderly, stacked with cardboard boxes one atop another. It appeared to be a storage area. Following the system's guidance, Jin Shiqi crouched in the corner, where his figure would be effectively concealed from outside view. His fingers tapped against the wall until a slightly muffled sound resonated. This brick was hollow. After exerting some effort, he pried the peculiar brick from the flat wall, revealing a narrow cavity containing an old notebook. This was precisely what Zheng Bo's grandfather had yearned to leave behind. Opening the first page, chaotic handwriting came into view, revealing the writer's deep unease. In the 15th year of the new era, it is strange, though the great catastrophe occurred merely 15 years ago. I can no longer recall the original year. Was it 2041 or 2051? I cannot know. I sense that the world has changed, and so have the people. They stand in the square, mindlessly extolling the speeches of the committee and collectively spitting on those who wish to escape Eden Harbor. What pursuit of equality? What search for a new world? Does such a new world truly exist? I seem to somewhat resonate with the thoughts of those people, yet I dare not agree. For there are cameras everywhere. Thought crime is the gravest offense in Eden Harbor, and I have children. I cannot take risks. I recall those who were imprisoned due to the riots. I think I must be going mad, yet I am not worried about losing my sanity. Rather, I fear that everything I believe is erroneous. Recently, the outside world has not been peaceful, although it appears the same as countless days and nights before. I am certain that the Silver Armor Guards are capturing some individuals. Why apprehend these people? What do they intend to do? I cannot know. Flipping further, the diary's entries abruptly ceased. Jin Shiqi gazed with keen interest at the words inscribed in the diary. It seems that the deep sea had existed for decades. Yet all those who once resisted were apprehended by the Silver Armored Guards, never to be heard from again. Dictators can alter and erase history. They can undoubtedly obliterate any trace of these individuals' existence. Since Zheng Bo's grandfather left a note in his watch, it signifies that he did not perish after penning the diary. What transpired during the ensuing absence? Why was he so certain that beyond Eden Harbor there lay no ocean? Or did he indeed venture beyond Eden Harbor? Before Jin Shiqi could fully piece together the clues, a deluge of crimson warnings appeared before him. Warning: anchor point approaching critical instability. World decay rate accelerating. Warning: current world collapse value 91. In approximately 5 hours, pixelated disintegration is anticipated. Ji Mingwen is in trouble. Chapter 12. Eden Port. Governor X rebel leader. After being stripped of his title as governor, Ji Mingwen was isolated in a prison cell, with a new governor ascending to power. Yet, the populace remained indifferent, showing little concern for Ji Mingwen's fate. The new governor? Merely a replacement of the oppressor looming over them. Under the influence of the drug, Ji Mingwen's eyelashes trembled uncontrollably, resembling a soulless corpse. The palm of his hand bore the marks of injuries inflicted by Jin Shiqi, forming grotesque and unsightly scars. Those abandoned by the council certainly lacked the privilege to enjoy the benefits accorded to a governor. It is indeed a pity. Must he truly be destroyed in such a manner? He was once the most distinguished among the candidates. Nearby, a young woman counted Ji Mingwen's heartbeats, gazing at his face with a hint of regret. Do not utter foolish words. Act quickly. If he regains consciousness, even a second would suffice to eliminate us both. An older man, with a stony expression, shook the vial of medication in his hand. The liquid swirled within, emitting a faint hissing sound as it flowed along the inner walls of the container. The two hailed from the Department of Truth, a clandestine sector of Eden Port, where individuals exceeding the 3rd level of purification were sent. They employed special drugs to inflict neural damage, a method far more brutal than mere brainwashing. Those injected with the substance would experience complete neurological death within a day, leading to both mental and physical demise. However, this process was exceedingly tedious for the members of the Department of Truth, as they were tasked with continuous observation for several hours. Body temperature at 35. For C, pupils constricted normally, slight fluctuations in consciousness. Increase the dosage, the man commanded. His gaze fixed intently on the display screen, where lines and numbers fluctuated incessantly. Occasionally, he would jot down notes in his notebook. After a while, he frowned slightly, his voice tinged with impatience. Is it not ready yet? Suddenly, a syringe pierced the man's neck, rendering him voiceless, and he slumped to the ground, lifeless. Discarding the gloves and syringe, Jin Shiqi hurried a few steps to Ji Mingwen's side. The infiltration had taken some time, but fortunately, he was still in time. At this moment, Ji Mingwen's body temperature was alarmingly low, and his consciousness was clouded under the drug's influence. Jin Shiqi removed the intravenous needle and leaned in to listen. Each heartbeat within Ji Mingwen's chest was laborious and slow. Having completed 3 years of missions, Jin Shiqi had never encountered a case of anchor point consciousness death. Ji Mingwen's awareness quickly faded into silence, but if he could be provoked back into consciousness, Jin Shiqi was confident he could rouse him. A small, exquisite capsule appeared in his hand, containing a golden liquid. Jin Shiqi's hand moved to the back of Ji Mingwen's neck, pressing firmly on the area housing the electronic chip, causing a surge of electricity to flow beneath the skin. Seizing the moment as Ji Mingwen involuntarily opened his mouth, Jin Shiqi swiftly inserted the capsule. alleviating any concerns about Ji Mingwen's potential demise. Now, it was merely a matter of stimulating his nerves. Host Ji Mingwen is the anchor of the world, the core. He must not meet an untimely demise, S037 once again weakly reminded. I am aware, perhaps realizing that further speech would result in the silencing of his vocal system. S037 opted for silence. Although Jin Shiqi's temperament could be quite atrocious at times, he had never recorded a failure in his missions. So it was best to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Ji Mingwen and Yu Henhan are, in truth, my accomplices. We have long since conspired together. Having said that, Jin Shiqi turned his gaze to the display screen, his heartbeat quickening slightly. This is indeed effective. Oh, you harbor such animosity towards me. Jin Shiqi raised an eyebrow. Contemplation Yi Mingwen. Provoking the protagonist to awaken is, after all, a form of nerve stimulation, is it not? Governor, I must confess, I find your visage quite charming. Jin Shiqi leaned closer, his knee pressing between Ji Mingwen's legs, warm breath brushing against his ear, his voice gradually lowering to a whisper. Suddenly, the screen emitted a brief hum, and Ji Mingwen's cold arm muscles tightened and then relaxed almost instantly. Each encounter seemed to escalate into a life-and-death struggle. Had Ji Mingwen still been conscious, he would surely view this statement as a provocation. Lowering his body, the tip of his nose brushed against the contour of Ji Mingwen's ear, warm breath entwining around his earlobe. A satisfied smile gradually broadened. Jin Shiqi's tone laced with a hint of malice. The last time you saved me, could it be that you have taken a liking to me? As his lips brushed against the earlobe, Jin Shiqi suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with familiar mockery. What a coincidence! I find myself quite fond of you as well. His teeth lingered deliberately on the sensitive contour for half a second, warm breath trailing along the ear's ridge. At the moment, Ji Mingwen's neck tensed. The intensity of the nibbling increased wickedly. The sound of a heartbeat reverberated, a soft presence breaking free amidst the pain. The instant Jin Shiqi lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with the violet irises. The words he intended to speak froze in the suddenly shortened distance. Their lips brushed against one another, and Jin Shiqi could even see Ji Mingwen's Adam's apple bobbing abruptly. With a cunning glimmer in his fox-like eyes, Jin Shiqi recoiled suddenly, incredulously raising a hand to his lips. Yet, what astonished him even more was the system prompt before him. World collapse value. 52, maintained in good condition. Please continue your efforts, host. The collapse value, which was on the verge of breaching a critical threshold, suddenly plummeted sharply, showing a trend of continuous decline. Why is this? Has Ji Mingwen's brainwashing program shattered, and the storyline returned to its rightful path? Ji Mingwen displayed no expected anger. He, too, stared in astonishment at the person before him, his mind echoing only those words he had heard. I also like you. The leader of the Hellfire likes me. A physiological flush surged from his cheeks to his collarbone, nearly drowning the fragile semblance of reason he had managed to piece together. Certain perplexities that had eluded him suddenly became clear in an instant. The two opportunities he had passed up to strike, even rescuing him, was it born out of affection? If so, it all made sense. The violet pupils trembled, the fragmented consciousness realigning. Ji Mingwen began, his voice hoarse as it emerged, while Jin Shiqi's fingertips had already touched the grip of the dagger. The brainwashing program embedded in Ji Mingwen's mind had been preemptively deciphered, rendering the indoctrination command ineffective. In the next moment, a piercing alarm echoed through the prison, mingled with chaotic footsteps. An intrusion. Alarm. Alarm. Intruders detected. They are here. Glancing towards the door, Ji Mingwen swiftly approached Jin Shiqi, his voice barely audible over the blaring alarm, his throat constricting. We need to leave. We can discuss what happened later. The capsule already administered to Ji Mingwen had taken effect. Although he had not yet regained his peak condition, he was capable of movement. Follow me. I know a way out. The footsteps in the corridor grew closer, and Ji Mingwen managed to procure firearms from the waists of two members of the Truth Department. Just before the guards burst in, he kicked the door open and dashed outside. Although Jin Shiqi was startled by Ji Mingwen's restraint, there was no time for questions. He followed closely behind, seizing a weapon from one of the guards. With a click, the prison's power was abruptly cut off, plunging everyone into darkness, momentarily halting the gunfire. The backup power will take a minute to activate. Come with me. A familiar voice resonated in his ear as Ji Mingwen grasped Jin Shiqi's hand, leading him through the chaos. By the time the lights flickered back to life, the two had vanished without a trace. Chapter 13. Eden Port. Governor ex-rebel leader 13 Jin Shiqi supported Ji Mingwen as they emerged from Hidden Passage, arriving at a secluded corner to ensure their temporary safety. You're injured. Jin Shiqi frowned, noticing the blood seeping from Ji Mingwen's abdomen. The bullet that was meant for Jin Shiqi had been intercepted by Ji Mingwen. We need to stop the bleeding quickly. Ji Mingwen turned his head, stifling a muffled groan. The movement tugged at his wound, and the smoldering ember in his eyes resembled a dying coal stirred by the wind, glowing crimson. What did you mean by that? Ji Mingwen fixed his gaze on Jin Shiqi's eyes, his grip on his wrist tightening, as if demanding an answer. Faced with Jin Shiqi's puzzled expression, he exerted more pressure with his fingertips, his breathing growing labored, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. When will you? But before he could finish, his body, which had been holding on, collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. However, another's arm moved faster. Jin Shiqi's forearm supported him from behind, locking under his chin, forcing Ji Mingwen's head back onto his shoulder. Yi Mingwen? The entirety of Ji Mingwen's weight leaned against Jin Shiqi as he completely lost consciousness. System. Why did Ji Mingwen faint? The electronic chip embedded in him has not been fully deactivated. The collapse is ongoing, suppressing the urge to curse. Jin Shiqi had no choice but to carry the unconscious Ji Mingwen towards a certain location. In the underground clinic, Gan Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes as he opened the door, startled by the sudden figure that rushed in. Boss. Once he recognized the person, Gan Yi nearly cried out in shock. Who could explain why the leader was with the governor? Has the leader arrived? As Liu Yi stepped out, he beheld Jin Shiqi supporting the unconscious Ji Mingwen, a toothbrush cup falling for his hand onto the ground. How could these two almost sworn enemies be entwined like this? Liu Yi, prepare a clean surgical bed and instruments. Gan Yi, fetch a basin of sterilized water, swiftly. Jin Shiqi commanded with an air of urgency, and the other two, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly complied with his orders. Within a minute, Ji Mingwen lay upon the pristine surgical table. But the rudimentary equipment of the underground clinic was far inferior to that of the ruling hall, consisting only of basic instruments. Jin Shiqi donned surgical gloves, pressing his fingertips against Ji Mingwen's abdominal wound with precision akin to disarming a firearm safety. Ji Mingwen let out a muffled groan, suddenly opening his eyes, his unfocused pupils reflecting Jin Shiqi's descending gaze. I'm going to perform surgery to extract the bullet from your abdomen and dismantle the chip, but we lack medical anesthetics. You must remain conscious throughout to avoid triggering the electronic chip's current. Is that acceptable? In Ji Mingwen's recollection, Jin Shiqi had always been frivolous. Yet now he posed an earnest inquiry, revealing a side never witnessed before. All right. Ji Mingwen hesitated momentarily before responding in a subdued voice, his forehead already damp with cold sweat. Even for minor injuries, he would never trust another to treat him. Yet now, faced with the crude environment, outdated instruments, and an enigmatic leader whose allegiance was uncertain, he dared to entrust his life. Why did Jin Shiqi feel compelled to save him? Was it out of affection? Perhaps due to his hazy consciousness, Ji Mingwen's body relaxed, and Jin Shiqi's figure appeared to shimmer in his vision. Jin Shiqi remained oblivious to Ji Mingwen's gaze, wholly focused on the scalpel. In a previous life, he had once played the role of a doctor, and certain knowledge lingered in his mind. Having swiftly addressed the abdominal wound, it was now time to tackle the electronic chip at the nape of Ji Mingwen's neck. The scalpel glinted coldly under the surgical light, poised just above Ji Mingwen's skin. Eden Port strictly prohibited the illegal removal of electronic chips, and no doctor dared to undertake such a task. Jin Shiqi had indeed modified the chips for Liu Yi and Gan Yi before, but this time he was to extract the core of Ji Mingwen's chip, significantly increasing the surgical complexity. Even Lu Yi, accustomed to performing illicit surgeries, couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down. He was to remain here as Jin Shiqi's assistant, ready to handle any sudden emergencies, marking the most formidable surgery of his life. Moreover, the patient lying on the operating table was none other than the governor. "Lie down." Jin Shiqi's voice turned icy as he placed a small wooden block wrapped in gauze between Ji Mingwen's teeth, his wrist steady, wielding the scalpel with alarming precision. The forceps ventured into the incision, dark red droplets of blood trickling down the tips. Jin Shiqi was performing an intricate task with exceedingly rudimentary tools. A slight error could lead to Ji Mingwen suffering nerve damage. "Trust me, Ji Mingwen." Jin Shiqi's voice resonated above, imbued with irrefutable resolve. The moment the forceps grasped the chip's core, Ji Mingwen's body stiffened, the crushed gauze mixing with blood and flooding into his throat. A half-formed sob escaped his throat as Jin Shiqi pressed his palm, clad in alcohol-soaked cotton, against the trembling scapula of Ji Mingwen. The searing pain, akin to a low-temperature burn, miraculously dissipated. It was over. Jin Shiqi removed the blood-stained rubber gloves and exhaled heavily. He did not appear as relaxed as he seemed. Lu Yi let the scalpel slip from his grasp, collapsing onto the floor and gasping for air. Disbelief etched across his face. Had they succeeded? Was this truly a success? With great effort, he turned his head to glance at the electronic clock. 2 hours had already passed. Jin Shiqi tugged at his collar, reclining on the sofa as his consciousness engaged in dialogue with the system. "Host, why did you exchange for the bone enhancement agent BSE-8 at the last moment?" Following the surgery, Jin Shiqi had violated protocols by administering the agent at the wound site to alleviate Ji Mingwen's pain. Though undetected, his actions had not received system approval. 037. You have become increasingly verbose lately. I am well aware of the guidelines in the host manual. Gani could offer no assistance, remaining solely responsible for pouring water for the two men. Jin Shiqi cast a glance at the unconscious Ji Mingwen before accepting the cup. Violations would result in a deduction of points, but with his family's vast resources, even if zeros were added to the deducted points, Jin Shiqi would not bat an eye. "Host, are you concerned that Ji Mingwen might experience excessive pain?" Jin Shiqi paused mid-sip, his gaze drifting to the bloodied bandages, his bright eyes clouded with ambiguity. His earlier actions had been instinctive. Was he worried? Perhaps, after all, the anchor could not perish. It might also stem from reluctance to owe a debt of gratitude. But that contemplation seemed irrelevant now. The system attempted to continue speaking, but Jin Shiqi severed the audio link, relishing the newfound silence. Chapter 14. Eden Port. Governor ex-rebel leader consciousness was shrouded in a fog, heavy and indistinct, with only one phrase echoing in his mind. "Trust me, Ji Mingwen." The burning sensation in his throat intensified, akin to a drowning person struggling to reach the surface, and when he finally grasped the hand of another, his violet eyes flew open, staring into the blinding glare of the incandescent light as if it were another realm. His vision, initially blurred, gradually focused after a moment, revealing layers of white bandages wrapped around his abdomen, stained with remnants of blood. Beside him, on a tray, lay the bloodied electronic chip core, starkly exposed to the air, having already been crushed. The fleeting look of astonishment on Ji Mingwen's face vanished in an instant, returning to its usual cold demeanor. Stepping away from the operating table, Ji Mingwen turned his gaze towards the sofa by the window. Sunlight danced upon a sheer veil draping the edge of the sofa. Where Jin Shiqi curled up among the cushions, a dark blanket slipping down to rest at his waist, his chest rising and falling gently. In slumber, his tranquil visage blurred the aggressive contours he usually bore, his breathing soft and steady. Yimingven, barefoot, moved across the floor with a grace lighter than the curtains swaying in the breeze. It was only when the shadows fully enveloped Jin Shiqi's figure that Ji Mingwen realized his gaze had lingered on his face all along. Subconsciously, her gaze flickered away, yet her body, unbidden, sank to the ground. As her eyes fell upon the delicate lines upon her lips, her cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth. Last night, Jin Shiqi had confessed, "I like you too," their lips barely brushing for a fleeting moment. Ji Mingwen had been groomed from a young age to be a governor, entirely unacquainted with matters of the heart, which explained her current flustered state. Yet, what thoughts occupied Jin Shiqi's mind? Their encounters had been few and far between. Were all these gestures born solely from affection? Ji Mingwen had never contemplated the word love, hence her momentary disarray. Abruptly, the figure on the sofa let out a soft hum, causing the glass of water resting beside his knee to tremble. Instinctively, Ji Mingwen reached out to steady the base of the cup, the now tepid water trickling through her fingers and onto the blanket. With a sigh of relief, she gradually lifted her gaze, only to meet Jin Shiqi's suddenly wide-open eyes. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of herself reflected in his pupils. The crimson hue creeping from her ears had reached her collarbone, and she realized, without knowing when it had happened, that she had lost herself, her eyes unmistakably conveying her stirred emotions. Every page in the dictionary that spoke of spring ignited spontaneously. A strange sensation unfurled silently within her chest. It was he who stood apart, yet it was also he who succumbed first. As her fingers loosened, the cup slipped from her grasp, dampening the carpet below. Jin Shiqi's fingers hovered 3 centimeters above Ji Mingwen's forehead, seemingly intent on tousling her hair. In the next instant, he applied a gentle pressure, tapping her forehead with a crisp sound. "Why is your face so red? Is it a post-operative reaction?" Jin Shiqi frowned, observing Ji Mingwen's flushed visage, the flush seemingly intensifying. "A fever? It doesn't seem like a simple fever. It must be a rejection reaction. Don't sleep. Where are the medications?" Her long hair tousled slightly. Jin Shiqi ran his fingers through it and rose to search for the medicine, leaving Ji Mingwen alone in her spot. A soft sound escaped her throat as she raised her hand to touch her forehead, her violet eyes quivering before swiftly returning to normalcy. In the casino, Yu Henhan glared at Jin Shiqi, a toothy grin betraying his seething anger, while Gan Yi, who had driven over, squatted innocently in the corner of the room. Who could explain why the former governor had suddenly appeared here? How could 2 erstwhile adversaries, who had been at each other's throats just days before, now sit upon the same sofa? Furthermore, were they not a tad too close for comfort? Ji Mingwen sat beside Jin Shiqi with a cold expression. Although the oppressive presence of the governor's uniform was absent, the temperature in the room plummeted all the same. Under the scrutiny of 3 gazes, Jin Shiqi coughed lightly, raising a fist to his mouth. "In any case, my citizen number has been erased. Our identities won't be revealed, so rest assured." Jin Shiqi had anticipated that Ji Mingwen would cause a ruckus upon awakening, yet the reality seemed starkly contrary to his expectations. Perhaps only Jin Shiqi perceived her to have softened somewhat. Could it be that the brainwashing program in her consciousness had, upon complete dissolution, led to the revelation of her true nature? Jin Shiqi, inherently rebellious, thought that if Ji Mingwen continued to oppose him, he could create chaos once more. However, her current demeanor made him reluctant to act. Avoiding the 3 scorching gazes, Jin Shiqi deftly shifted the topic, retrieving the crookedly inscribed notebook and directing his attention towards Ji Mingwen. "What do you know about the events of the 15th year of the new era?" he inquired. "Presently, we find ourselves in the 65th year of the new era. 50 years prior, Ji Mingwen had yet to be born. Yet he had fortuitously encountered this matter during his preparatory training as a prospective governor, to ensure the efficacy of Ji Mingwen's brainwashing program. The Ministry of Truth had previously attempted several consciousness blockades, utilizing significant events from the 15th year of the new era as experimental data. Now, with the brainwashing program dismantled, Ji Mingwen naturally recalled these occurrences. To the astonishment of Jin Shiqi and Yu Henhan, it was revealed that the committee had devised a plan for venturing beyond the seas at that time. The individuals mentioned in the diary as having been apprehended were, in fact, the personnel designated for this maritime expedition. Ji Mingwen distinctly remembered a person with the surname Zheng being included on the list. The reason this stood out in his memory was that Zheng was notably older than the others, being the eldest on the list at over 90 years of age. With a frail constitution, even in Eden Harbor, where the average lifespan exceeds 120 years, Zheng Bai's grandfather could hardly be considered youthful. At that time, merely 15 years had elapsed since the Great Catastrophe, or perhaps a bit longer, as it was exceedingly simple in a historyless Eden Harbor to erase or fabricate events. The committee sought to ascertain the safety beyond Eden Harbor, which led to the apprehension of several restless individuals, forcibly bringing them to the borders. The committee aimed to determine whether life outside Eden Harbor was secure, if the air beyond the protective barrier was breathable, and whether any unknown entities posed a threat to humanity. Prior to the Great Catastrophe, scientists had developed a protective barrier intended to safeguard endangered species. Unexpectedly, it became a Noah's Ark for a segment of humanity. The activation of this barrier required multiple procedures with numerous switches, and could only be opened to a minuscule extent to prevent potential toxic gases from entering. Those deemed expendable had their wives and children imprisoned, with the promise that if they survived and returned, they would be exonerated, thus eliminating concerns of them not coming back. Equipped with specially designed helmets fitted with cameras, the barrier was opened for the first time after the Great Catastrophe, marking the inaugural departure of individuals. The remaining energy of the barrier was insufficient for frivolous use. Each activation consumed a substantial amount of energy, prompting the committee to unanimously decide to reopen the barrier after 1 year. 73 individuals, pushing over 30 small boats, departed Eden Harbor with 73 calendars and ample compressed food supplies. This operation was codenamed the Ark Project. Chapter 15, Eden Harbor, Governor X Rebel Leader 15. At this juncture, Ji Mingwen's voice faltered, his countenance slightly unnerved. And then, is there truly land and a viable environment for human existence beyond? Is the outside world a desolation, or a verdant expanse? Are there survivors? Yuan Han, unable to withstand Ji Mingwen's teasing suspense, hastily urged him on. Her primary concern lay with this very matter. The truth beyond Eden Harbor was on the brink of revelation. The conclusions that might either overturn or affirm her long-held beliefs were imminent. How could she possibly remain calm? Jin Shiqi, too, felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the events that had transpired, unable to resist shifting his gaze. A year later, the protective barrier reopened, and out of 73 individuals, only 4 returned, all emaciated. The sole survivor among them was a man named Zheng Yuan. Ji Mingwen shook his head slightly and continued narrating the history he was privy to. The committee had managed to acquire only 4 recordings. However, Zheng Yuan's tape was nothing but darkness, devoid of any research value, leaving only 3 tapes, thus rendering the living Zheng Yuan extraordinarily precious. His survival raised the question of whether it signified a glimmer of hope beyond. Yet, Zheng Yuan's mental state was severely compromised. Upon awakening, he could only utter one phrase: "There is no ocean beyond Eden Harbor," before the researchers from the Department of Truth could pose any inquiries. Zheng Yuan perished suddenly in his cell the following day. His family, after receiving some possessions, returned to their mundane lives. The Ark Project was deemed a failure. With all 73 dispatched individuals dead, a mortality rate that was nothing short of alarming, researchers were compelled to shift their focus to the recordings. Yet, even more bizarre occurrences unfolded. The 3 usable tapes contained entirely disparate footage. The first tape belonged to a blasphemous nun from a religious order. In this footage, she drifted across an endless sea, ultimately arriving at a small island. Over 3 years, nature had restored the island's ecosystem, with cattle, sheep, fruit trees, and even other survivors. The island's lord welcomed her. Although the living conditions were poor, the return to a primitive lifestyle added a touch of intrigue. Through their conversations, she learned that the cataclysm had not entirely obliterated the world. A portion of humanity had persevered, even as technology and culture vanished, and society regressed to primitive times. Civilization endured. Thus, the nun spent a year on the island, learning to farm, fish, and dive. With only 10 pages left in her calendar, she sailed across the sea and returned to Eden Harbor. Perhaps due to her prolonged odyssey at sea, she fell ill and perished outside the protective barrier. The second tape belonged to a frequent gambler, who was arrested for vociferously accusing the committee of desiring dictatorship at the gaming table. In the recording, he sailed through the fog and was astonished to discover that the so-called ocean barely reached his knees. Beyond the mist lay a desolate world, once a bustling metropolis, now reduced to crumbling ruins, akin to the skeletal remains of a colossal beast. The sky exhibited a bizarre hue, and fierce winds whipped up sand and debris, mercilessly striking the earth. Rivers had run dry, leaving only cracked riverbeds, and forests lay in decay, with vast expanses charred beyond recognition. It was so desolate that even the sound of insects was absent. In the film, the man began cursing the damned committee, asserting that he had no incriminating evidence and would never return to Eden Harbor. He attempted to remove the bothersome helmet from his head. However, it was unfortunate that each helmet was connected to the muscle tissue of its wearer, making it impossible for them to detach it by their own means. Fortunately, the helmet's visor could be opened, allowing him to eat and drink. Thus, the man endeavored to survive in this apocalyptic world. In the beginning, he was able to eat and sleep, while occasionally cursing the committee. However, as time passed, he began to forget, lying each day upon the cracked earth, staring vacantly at the sunless sky. He had long discarded the calendar, for there were no sunrises or sunsets. He could not recall how many days had slipped away. No one was there to converse with him. A profound silence enveloped him. Ultimately, after 158 days, the man succumbed to madness. Laughing maniacally as he retraced his steps back, he sought to return to the Eden Harbor, which he had deemed a prison. Yet, bereft of any sense of time and with scant provisions remaining, he found himself starving to death just outside the protective barrier upon his return to Eden Harbor. The final footage captured a middle-aged woman adrift upon the boundless ocean. The sea, no longer a cradle of life, had transformed into a stinking abyss of despair, presenting a horrifying shade of black. Beneath the deep waters, immense and grotesque shadows roamed like phantoms, their forms indistinct, relentlessly tailing her small boat, poised to engulf her at any moment. The woman lived in terror, gazing out at the infinite expanse of the ocean. The entire world had been submerged, rendering land unreachable. She traveled with a few companions, yet they all met their demise in the jaws of the deep-sea monsters, leaving her, as the sole survivor, adrift for a year. Upon returning to Eden Harbor with the precious footage, she, having distanced herself from the sea, ended her own life with a knife fashioned from the sharp teeth of the monsters. Thus, 73 souls perished without a single survivor. Chapter 16, Eden Harbor. The governor the rebel leader thereafter, the committee urgently halted all research pertaining to the outside world and sealed the art project, forbidding any mention of it. After Ji Ming-Gwen finished speaking, an oppressive silence fell upon the room. Yuhen Han collapsed onto the sofa, her mind nearly shattered by his revelations. She had labored tirelessly to maintain good relations with the committee, all in the hope of one day reopening the protective barrier. But now, she was informed that the world beyond was not as safe as she had envisioned. Why did each person perceive the world so differently? What lay beyond the protective barrier? Ocean or ruin? Regardless of what it was, it clearly indicated that the outside was perilously dangerous. Was this merely a ruse by the committee? Had they concealed hallucinogenic toxins within the helmets and fabricated videos, intending to instill fear in those within the barrier, thus extinguishing any desire to venture out? Yuan Han did not hesitate to speculate the most malevolent motives of the committee members, as long as the populace remained ignorant of the external conditions. Merging personal consciousness into collective awareness, they could continue their despotic rule. Should the protective barrier be opened, they would confront unknown risks and be compelled to divide resources. The committee could erase history or even fabricate false histories. Should they lose their grip on dictatorial power, they might unveil the ARC project, employing fear to strip away freedom. By the end of her thoughts, Yuhen Han found her breath growing unsteady, as if she had grasped an elusive truth, only for it to dissipate swiftly. If that were the case, would it not have been wiser to disclose the ARC project sooner? Why wait until now? Moreover, was it truly necessary to produce 3 distinct videos? If the intention was to prevent the public from venturing outside, wouldn't it suffice to retain merely the footage of the final woman, or perhaps fabricate a more terrifying video. Ahem, of course, this is merely my personal conjecture. In the corner, Gon raised his hand to voice his opinion. Yu Henhan's speculation seemed to hold some merit, yet it was riddled with inconsistencies. Indeed, the energy required to activate the protective barrier is sufficient to sustain it for a decade. The cost is exorbitant. Yimingwen succinctly countered Yu Henhan's hypothesis. Nevertheless, there are indeed points of suspicion. The nun arrived on an island and was the only one among the trio to witness a survivor. However, in the video, none of the islanders expressed any objection to the helmet worn by the nun, as if it were utterly invisible. A video that may be either authentic or fabricated. Ji Mingwen possessed a remarkable memory, adept at pinpointing glaring discrepancies throughout the year-long footage. Consider this. If you were a survivor on that desolate island, would you readily accept a woman drifting in from the sea adorned with a helmet? Furthermore, in the years spent in the nun's company, they never inquired about her origins, which is evidently illogical, absurd, fictitious, genuine, protracted. Could they have transformed into monsters? Or perhaps, following the cataclysm, there were radiations or extraterrestrials that arrived here. Ghani began to entertain wild ideas, attempting to lighten the atmosphere within the room. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, as the expressions of the remaining three grew increasingly frigid. Ghani remarked, "Had I known, I wouldn't have come." At that moment, Ji Mingwen turned to the previously silent Jin Shiqi, who after a brief pause, responded in a tone markedly less indifferent than before. "What are your thoughts?" With long, black silk-like hair cascading over his shoulders, Jin Shiqi crossed his slender legs, sinking deep into the sofa in contemplation, his fingertips resting against the shadow of his thin lips. Suddenly, a taller figure loomed over him. Ji Mingwen was gazing down at him intently. In response to Ji Mingwen's inquiry, Jin Shiqi gave a soft hum, his furrowed brow relaxing almost instantaneously. "What about Zheng Yuan's video? Do you recall anything?" Among the 73 individuals, only Zheng Yuan returned alive. Yet his video was shrouded in darkness. In my consciousness, there exists merely a brief segment concerning him. I have never witnessed that footage with my own eyes. Jin Shiqi could be somewhat irreverent at times, yet once engaged in work, he transformed into an epitome of seriousness, a trait he shared with Ji Mingwen. The two commenced a dialogue, alternating words with such fervor that the others found no opportunity to interject. Yu Henhan stared blankly at the unfolding scene, at a loss for words. The leader of the infernal flames and the former governor indeed formed a rather intriguing pairing. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion, for she could not shake the feeling that Ji Mingwen's gaze towards Jin Shiqi was peculiar, tinged with admiration. Before Yu Henhan could decipher the meaning behind that look, the skyscrapers abruptly illuminated with a blood-red alarm, the holographic projections tearing through the nocturnal gloom, the crackle of electricity reverberating throughout Eden Harbor, compelling the citizens on the streets to instinctively cover their ears. An aged and solemn visage was deconstructed and reassembled upon the city's colossal screens. Yu, one of the commissioners and the de facto ruler of the Ministry of Truth, was the one who initially imposed the mental shackles on Ji Mingwen. Yu, had he not long since dismissed the affairs of the committee? Yu Henhan furrowed her brow. The committee comprised 5 members, most of whom were foolish sycophants similar to Jia Fuyong, reveling in their power and oblivious to their own insignificance. Yu Henhan hardly regarded them. Only Yu remained, the most enigmatic figure within the committee, rarely appearing in public, and even Deep Sea could not gather more information about him. An unsettling feeling surged within her. "Attention, citizens! The protective protocols of Eden Harbor have been elevated to level 5. The presence of the Inferno has evidently spread like a virus throughout the city and must be eradicated immediately." The screen trembled, and images of Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen appeared, emblazoned with golden letters declaring them as targets for elimination. The former governor had betrayed Eden Harbor by sabotaging electronic chips and colluding with the leader of the Inferno to seize data. Once again, citizens are urged to remain calm. The Silver Armor Guards are about to commence a thorough cleansing operation. Electronic screens adorned shops, apartments, and even the skies. Pedestrians halted, their expressions a mixture of numbness and anxiety. In the next instant, a swarm of drones erupted like silver locusts. Countless drones filled the sky, scanning for suspicious targets, while silver armored guards surged from the shadows, apprehending several passersby. According to the electronic chip, you are likely a member of the Inferno. Under Article 5, Clause 3 of the Social Purification Regulations, we have the right to arrest you. Panic-stricken screams and cries echoed through the streets, plunging the entire city into chaos. The committee, under the pretense of capturing the Inferno, was framing unsuspecting pedestrians and forcibly detaining them. What are they trying to achieve? Are they attempting to force you into the open? Yu Henhan cast a hesitant glance at the composed Jin Shiqi, who exhibited no signs of distress. Could this truly compel him to reveal himself? It was then that Yu Henhan realized she knew nothing about Jin Shiqi, not even his name or his past. The only thing she was aware of was his identity as the leader of the Inferno. Chapter 17, Eden Harbor, Governor ex-rebel leader. If we keep this up, our people will surely be discovered. This place is no longer safe. Gone, he said anxiously. I will take you away. Hurry, follow me, Yu Henhan urged. They were currently on the third floor of the casino, where the wall Jin Shiqi had previously blown up had yet to be fully repaired, providing an escape route. Yet, Jin Shiqi stood still, his gaze fixed on U2 on the screen, radiating a sense of eager combativeness. He had found the root cause of the world's collapse. 15 minutes later, the newly appointed commissioner, Yu Henhan, personally apprehended the leader of the Inferno and the traitorous governor. As their transport vehicle navigated the streets illuminated by neon lights and moonlight, the door to the interrogation room slammed shut behind them. Harsh, white light poured down mercilessly, and as Jin Shiqi lifted his blindfold, he instinctively squinted, but the shadow of a large hand shielded him from the blinding glare. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to Ji Mingwen, Jin Shiqi began to scrutinize the interrogation room. Unlike ordinary interrogation chambers, the walls here were almost entirely covered with screens of various sizes, resembling a beehive structure. On the wall directly opposite the entrance, 3 enormous screens were arranged in a triangular formation, the uppermost screen measuring nearly 2 meters square. The screens displayed 3 distinct videos, all concerning Jin Shiqi. He was seen entering an underground clinic, calibrating a sniper rifle within a high-rise, and confronting Ji Mingwen on a rain-soaked rooftop, all of which had been recorded. Jin Shiqi felt a momentary shock, raising an eyebrow slightly, but that was the extent of his reaction. Ji Mingwen, however, furrowed his brow deeply. As the videos faded, a face abruptly appeared on the screen. It was Wu Tuesday. Wu Tu, a scientist devoted to his research, was serious and austere, rarely participating in the committee's decision-making. Yet he served as its spiritual leader, necessitating his approval for all significant decisions. His gaze lingered on Ji Mingwen for a moment before slowly shifting to Jin Shiqi. The leader of the Inferno, it is indeed no easy feat to meet you, Wu Tu remarked, looking down at Jin Shiqi from his elevated position. His hair was a mix of gray and white. His complexion exhibited a sickly pallor, and his face appeared haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes resembling bruises. His gaze a blend of rationality and madness. It is rather astonishing that someone who seemingly materialized out of thin air could evade the scrutiny of the silver-armored guards, and even have the governor I nurtured standing by your side. Ahem, the leader of the Inferno is truly remarkable. Wu Tu slightly adjusted his black-framed glasses, and despite the multitude of wrinkles, his refined demeanor remained unaffected. You have brought me here specifically. It cannot be to dispute the ownership of the former governor, can it? Jin Shiqi leaned back, resting against Ji Mingwen, his hair brushing against Ji Mingwen's Adam's apple, prompting Ji Mingwen to lower his eyelashes. The individual nestled against his chest felt at ease, a faint blush warming his ear from the body heat. Ji Mingwen's throat moved as his gaze shifted from Jin Shiqi's fluttering eyelashes to the upturned corners of his lips, ultimately resting upon Wu Tu on the screen. For 5 consecutive years, he had taken neuropharmaceuticals to inhibit his empathic abilities. Thus, when Wu Tu discarded him as a mere waste, He experienced no semblance of sorrow or grief. At that moment, he regarded Wu Tu as one would an ordinary passerby on the street, devoid of any emotion. Though Wu Tu was his nominal mentor, they shared no intimacy nor animosity, merely a superior subordinate relationship. When Wu Tu spoke again, his words elicited a slight raise of Jin Shiqi's brow. Ownership? No, no, no. Although he is indeed the most outstanding among the reserves, what I desire more is you. Leader of the Inferno, are you not curious about what lies beyond? Perhaps we could collaborate. Wu Tu's proposition was somewhat abrupt. Yet the term beyond could only yield one interpretation. Beyond the protective barrier. I have killed a committee member, and yet another wishes to discuss collaboration with me. Is this not absurd? Jin Shiqi deflected the conversation, but upon hearing his words, Wu Tu erupted into laughter, dismissively waving his hand. Jia Fuyong, that fool? His death changes nothing. It will not impede our cooperation. The condition of Wu Tu's body was evidently poor. He occasionally covered his mouth with his hand, suppressing a few coughs, yet the brilliance in his eyes shone even brighter. I have observed you for a considerable time and can only rely on you as my partner. It seems he understood that further words would be futile, as the screen in the interrogation room flickered simultaneously, displaying numerous secrets even Ji Mingwen was unaware of. After perusing this information, you will naturally arrive at the correct conclusion. Ji Mingwen could no longer absorb Wu Tu's words. Upon seeing the first line on screen, his pupils trembled involuntarily. When the great catastrophe struck, the first to wield the butcher's knife against humanity were their own kin. Prior to the calamity, the technology of the blue planet had reached an exceedingly advanced level. In a state of complacency, the rulers devised protective barriers to avert impending disaster. To protect rare species? Who would believe such rhetoric? In the future, the rarest commodity will be the conscience of mankind. As disaster loomed, the rulers of the blue planet monopolized the protective barriers, allowing only the elite to enter and receive sanctuary, while others attempting to breach it would be ruthlessly gunned down. The protective barrier became the true Ark of Noah. To prevent their resources from being plundered, the rulers forcibly sealed the barriers, witnessing their brethren perish as the ground cracked beneath them. This place is known as Eden Harbor, abundant in resources and fertile land, yet the wealth once held here has turned to mere scraps of paper. The rulers introduced credit points as the new currency. However, as long as there are people, hierarchies will inevitably form. The upper class strives to maintain their status, while the middle class constantly seeks to usurp the positions of the elite, leaving the lower class, ironically, in the most stable situation. They engage in the same labor day after day, requiring little thought. When the upper class is overthrown by the middle class, it incites a rebellion, and the defeated middle class becomes yet another cycle of turmoil. After a century of upheaval, class structures finally solidified, and it was during this period that the committee emerged, erasing all traces of history and initiating true dictatorship. Thus, from a philosophical perspective, thought control is the essential means of sustaining a political entity. The concentration of absolute power serves as the ultimate solution to prevent all wars between individuals. Absolute equality would usher in chaos. My intentions are for the sake of Eden Harbor. Were it not for those fools, how long would they continue to squabble? Wu Tu's voice resounded once more, and Jin Shiqi keenly detected a hint of hatred within it. If not for the reckless extravagance of those fools, why would the art project have been activated so prematurely? The energy sustaining the protective barrier will, cough cough, be depleted within the next 43 years. If a way out is not found, all who inhabit Eden Harbor shall perish. The screen displayed the words Art Project in glaring letters. From those who returned initially, I extracted various biological tissues from the external world and conducted research. It has been 50 years since the Ark Project was declared a failure, and throughout these 5 decades, I have awaited the miracle that never came. Yet the outcome remained bleak. The external creatures are unable to survive within Eden Harbor, despite my exhaustive efforts. Indeed, the offspring of those selfish individuals deserve to perish, much like they treated their former compatriots. He refrains from uttering words of hatred, yet the animosity that stagnates in his throat is nearly congealing into a viscous black scab. He loathes those who, having secured tickets to salvation, engage in a bitter struggle over trivial matters. He despises their repeated assaults on their fellow beings, displaying their ugliness and selfishness with utmost clarity. He harbors resentment towards others, but also towards himself, for being the progeny of the self-serving, and for his inability to lead everyone to the true Eden Harbor. However, circumstances may yet hold a glimmer of hope. I spent a year in the interrogation room, watching Zheng Yuan's recordings from beginning to end. Suddenly, Wu Tu smiled, but this smile was not one of pure joy. It resembled the undercurrents beneath a frozen lake in the depths of winter, where the dark waters grind the shattered ice shards into lethal weapons. I have discovered the path to Eden. No sooner had I spoken than a drawer in the interrogation room sprang open, revealing a worn helmet inscribed with the name Arc Zheng Yuan. This was the very helmet used by Zheng Yuan. The video inside had been edited by me. Once you have viewed it, you will surely comprehend my intentions. You and I are of the same ilk. The rebellion against the flames of karma is merely a pursuit of a better existence. Only I know how to uncover the true Eden. Wu Tu's voice rose with fervor, for all his prior groundwork was leading to this moment. Simply don the helmet, and you will understand why Zheng Yuan succumbed to madness. Jin Shiqi reached out, but was firmly grasped by Ji Mingwen's arm. You cannot go. Ji Mingwen's voice carried a chill, shattering the stubbornness flickering in his gaze. He had witnessed the nature of Wu Tu before. Although rigid and humorless, he was far better than the madness concealed beneath the current calm. Zheng Yuan had lost his mind, and so had he. Under no circumstances should one gaze upon the content recorded within Zheng Yuan's helmet. Yet, the decision made by Jin Shiqi was one even the system could not thwart. He arched an eyebrow, exerting more force, while Ji Mingwen's grip tightened around his arm. However, upon noticing the faint red marks appearing on Jin Shiqi's wrist, Ji Mingwen reluctantly loosened his hold, a flicker of regret in his eyes, yet his voice remained resolute. I will accompany you. Since he could not deter him, he would share the risk. Jin Shiqi scrutinized those eyes, perplexed as to why Ji Mingwen would willingly place himself in danger alongside him. Suddenly, a sly glint danced within those dark pupils, a smile spreading from the corners of his mouth, sending ripples to the edges of his eyes. Leaning forward, Jin Shiqi's fingers grazed the helmet, his waist lightly colliding with Ji Mingwen's chest, whispering close to his ear, "Do you think what you are about to do is easy? You must ensure my safety here. Who knows if that mad old man might take this opportunity to strike?" As Jin Shiqi's warm breath brushed against his ear, Ji Mingwen lowered his gaze, the crimson mark on Jin Shiqi's neck distinctly visible. If both were to don the helmet and enter Zheng Yuan as perspective, there would be no one to confirm their safety. "All right," he replied after a prolonged silence, his expression wooden. Jin Shiqi donned the helmet, immersing himself in an exceptionally realistic first-person perspective. Aboard a small vessel, he drifted slowly from the shores of Eden Harbor, and within half an hour, the boat ran aground on the beach. White mist enveloped his vision, and a chill crept into his ears as if icy water were being poured into his skull. Zheng Yuan found himself amidst the fog, gazing upon a world reduced to ruins. Collapsed skyscrapers, scattered bones, abandoned vehicles, and unknown fungal growths lay strewn about. He continued walking forward, unaware of the distance he had covered. Here, there was no rise or fall of the sun, and Zheng Yuan could only gauge the passage of time by the pangs of hunger in his belly. Perhaps he walked for a day, or two, or even longer, when he seemed to catch sight of a structure, the tallest edifice shrouded in mist. Tilting his neck back nearly to the point of breaking, he beheld a pure white creation standing above the sea of fog, its apex lost within the gray heavens, while the lower half remained engulfed by swirling mists. As he approached, Zheng Yuan encountered the most magnificent being he had ever seen. Its cascading wings obscured half the sky, and countless eyes writhed upon its form, each eyeball the size of a skyscraper, with rotating starry rings embedded in their irises. When it slightly leaned forward, the entire fog sea surged, creating 10-meter-high, pale waves. And Zheng Yuan heard his bones creaking under the immense pressure, a mere consequence of the creature's breath. An angel. After the cataclysm, The angel had descended upon this place. His fingertips tingled, yet his knees ached painfully as Zheng Yuan stumbled through the ruins, the uncontrollable mist invading his nostrils. He felt his ears splitting, blood vessels beneath his skin transforming into countless eyeballs, and his throat involuntarily uttering the syllables of a hymn. The angel slowly bent down, whispering mysterious syllables into Zheng Yuan's ear. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, feeling his collarbone begin to burn, countless protrusions rising beneath his skin. Yet that sound pierced through his eardrum like a fine needle. Uncontrollably raising his hand, Zheng Yuan inscribed the symbols he had seen upon his abdomen. Drawing blood with his nails, his eyes filled with terror. Yet after writing only 2 characters, pure white feathers poured forth from his mouth, nose, and ears. Zheng Yuan fainted, and Jin Shiqi abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by countless fluttering feathers that transformed into Ji Mingwen's violet-hued gaze. Chapter 19. Eden Harbor. The governor, ex-leader of the rebels, are you all right? Ji Mingwen furrowed his brow, having never seen Jin Shiqi in such a state. I am fine. A thin film of sweat crept over his skin, bringing a slight chill and an unsteady heartbeat. He too was affected by Zheng Yuan's consciousness, but he returned to normal within mere seconds. Just before removing the helmet, he seemed to glimpse a dim room, where Wu Tu wore a helmet inscribed with Zheng Yuan's name, having watched an entire year's worth of recordings. Before the angel's appearance, all Wu Tu had seen was darkness. He endured a year of gloom, finally finding a moment of light. If Zheng Yuan's consciousness constituted a form of mental pollution, then Wu Tu had long been teetering on the brink of madness. You saw it too, didn't you? I know you did. The angel left behind mysterious syllables. But Zheng Yuan only recorded 2. As long as we piece the symbols together, we can uncover the true Eden. Cough, cough, cough. The voice of Wu Tu resonated like muffled thunder rolling over withered branches, imbued with a stifled tremor, yet abruptly interrupted by a violent cough. His emaciated fingers clutched the edge of the table tightly, knuckles blanching, the expression of anguish upon his face indicative of a struggle with some searing pain. Years prior, Wu Tu had disregarded the risks and donned Zheng Yuan's helmet, after which he descended into madness, and the world began to unravel. When he finally calmed, wiping the corners of his mouth with a trembling handkerchief, the dark red stain upon the white silk was a shocking sight. He perceived himself as a scion of selfishness, believing he ought not to exist in this world. However, if there were survivors beyond Eden Harbor, it became his obligation to seek out a sanctuary, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. You have seen it too, have you not? Facing Wu Tu's expectant gaze, Jin Shiqi slowly exhaled a breath of despair. He understood that the cause of the world's disintegration lay beyond the protective barrier. The outside world had been tainted. Eden Harbor had become the sole sanctuary. Thus, once all departed, the world they beheld was merely a reflection of their own consciousness. If they perceived the outside as barren, it manifested as ruins. If they envisioned the sea, it transformed into an endless ocean. The images they witnessed were merely what their subconscious desired them to see. After all, one cannot conceive of that which they have never encountered. Yet, an error had occurred with Zheng Yuan. Jin Shiqi lowered his gaze, pondering certain phrases within that notebook. I believe I must be mad, yet I do not fear my own insanity. What troubles me more is the possibility that all I perceive is erroneous. The notebook merely chronicled Zheng Yuan's confusion, without articulating the entirety of his understanding. In an environment where thought crimes were grave offenses, even diary entries lacked genuine expression of one's inner thoughts. What revelations could Zheng Yuan have had that led him to believe himself insane? In any case, we cannot linger here indefinitely. We must discover a path to survival before the protective barrier vanishes. Jin Shiqi remained silent, and Wu Tu took his silence as acquiescence. After witnessing the grandeur of the angels, certain material desires appeared exceedingly ludicrous to him. He firmly believed that what Zheng Yuan beheld was the authentic world. After all, the oppressive sensation of such colossal beings was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. The differing perceptions of each individual merely served to demonstrate the inadequacy of others' consciousness, or rather, their lack of selection. As long as more individuals were sent forth, they could unravel the angel's utterances. Yu became exhilarated, adjusting his glasses and manipulating the controls to display the live footage on the screen. The number of individuals seized by the silver-armored guards was increasing. They were the second cohort of the ARC project. The ARC project had not been abolished, merely suspended for 50 years. Yu was convinced that by hearing more syllables, he could decipher the singular path to escape. To this end, he began to observe those resembling Zheng Yuan, initially focusing on Zheng Bai. As Zheng Yuan's grandson, could Zheng Bai unveil anything? Yet, Yu found himself disappointed. Zheng Bai was all too ordinary, not the person he sought. It was only upon the arrival of Jin Shiqi that Yu became certain he was the one he had been waiting for. Resistance. One must harbor a consciousness of rebellion. If they are ordinary residents, upon departing from Eden Harbor, they would merely behold the vast expanse of the sea. What is required is someone like Zheng Yuan, a person who questions the world, to be considered for the ARC project. The nun blasphemes the divine, yet she only defiles the fabricated deity of the silent church. The gambler vehemently denounces the committee's tyranny, yet he can only numb his senses through extravagant indulgence within a casino. Meanwhile, the woman, trembling in fear, dares not defy the edicts of Eden Harbor day after day. The more they suppress, the more individuals like Zheng Yuan will emerge. Jin Shiqi is the perfect candidate in the heart of Wu. Rather than awaiting death here, it is far better to seek an escape, and I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Wu's words, Jin Shiqi found himself unable to fathom the committee leader any further. If he had previously harbored doubts, they dissipated entirely when Wu expressed his desire to join. 50 years ago, the first batch of 73 from the ARC project met with complete demise. 100% mortality rate. Yet now Wu claims he wishes to partake. What if he were to perish as well? In response to Jin Shiqi's inquiry, Wu gradually shifted his gaze to Ji Mingwen's face. I would indeed perish. Thus, I initially left behind someone capable of integrating the data and finding the true Eden. However, I have now changed my selection. It is you and Yu Henhan who conspired to elevate her to the committee position, is it not? I have observed for quite some time, and she is capable of taking over my responsibilities. The members of the Deep Sea do not meet the requirements of the ARC project. I have prepared 200 individuals for this ARC project. Now, O leader of the Inferno, are you willing to accompany me? Despite his frail physique, Wu stood tall, the veins beneath his pale skin twisting like bamboo leaves, appearing precariously poised, yet resolutely upright. Very well. Jin Shiqi nodded, without a hint of hesitation. Timidity was never his demeanor. Wu was somewhat astonished by Jin Shiqi's decisiveness and then laughed heartily. He knew Jin Shiqi was of the same ilk as him. The visage of Yu Henhan appeared on all electronic screens within Eden Harbor. She concealed certain information that could shatter the beliefs of ordinary citizens, revealing the ARC project from 50 years prior, candidly admitting that the energy within Eden Harbor is insufficient to sustain the protective barrier indefinitely. Should a solution remain undiscovered, a dead end would loom in 40 years. However, opening the barrier even once would consume a decade's worth of energy. If the endeavor fails, only 20 years would remain. This revelation was akin to proclaiming the arrival of the apocalypse. Yet, the long-oppressed populace, upon hearing they might only have 40 or even 20 years to live, accepted this reality with equanimity, with many voluntarily joining the second batch of the ARC project. 5 days hence, as all participants donned Zheng Yuan's helmet, the protective barrier would once again be activated. Chapter 20, Eden Harbor Governor X Rebel Leader. Within the room, only Jin Shiqi and Wu remained. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the second ARC project. The warm sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow within the room, while Wu, clad in an ancient-style Chinese robe, had his white and gray hair meticulously arranged. On the table, the fragrant aroma of tea rises gracefully. The city remains undisturbed, even more tranquil than Jin Shiqi had envisioned. This is precisely the high-pressure domestication outcome that Wu desires, where even the instinct for survival can be successfully suppressed, like a beast long confined forgetting its once sharp fangs. Such a scene evokes a more profound dread than any riot, starkly illustrating the complete colonization of the human spirit. Even in the absence of a committee, alternative forms of dictatorship will emerge. In a few decades, figures akin to Zheng Yuan may become a mere memory, Wu Tu muses. Jin Shiqi does not endorse his theory, but refrains from voicing any objections, his gaze shifting from the two enigmatic symbols on the table to the view beyond the window. It is evident that the path of this world has gone awry. What people are captivated by is not the fissures in the daily order, but rather the intoxicating rush of wind carrying the scent of fresh grass. Tomorrow, Ji Mingwen will accompany him aboard the vessel. As he seeks to personally mend the fractured world, the wind swirls around their feet, carrying ash and scraps of paper, while leaden clouds loom overhead, illuminating the city's electronic screens in an instant. Wu Tu intend to transmit everything they observe outside back to Eden Harbor, above the central square of the city. The largest screen of Eden Harbor looms, drawing countless residents who gather below, gazing upwards at the images displayed, resembling a multitude of sculptures. The selection for this operation has expanded significantly, from 200 participants to 500, with 10 individuals assigned to each ship, evoking a scene reminiscent of a grand expedition. The atmosphere is oppressively heavy. As Yu Henhan methodically initiates the intricate procedures, an unusual ripple cascades across the barrier. Blue light spreads in waves, tearing open a massive aperture several meters in diameter, as the sea breeze rushes in, laden with an air of the unknown, and 50 ships are successively launched. The weather we've chosen is rather unfavorable, Jin Shiqi observes, glancing up at the somber sky, where ominous clouds churn, merging with the distant fog over the sea. Each of the 50 vessels is equipped with cameras. All citizens of Eden Harbor set aside their tasks, their minds occupied with diverse thoughts as they observe the ocean on the screen. Gamblers cease their pursuit of thrill. The silver-armored guards abandon their firearms. While Lu, Yi, and Gan gather in an underground clinic, their expressions grave as they watch the small screen. The waves churn, yet their rhythm grows heavy and slow, mingling with the acrid scent of char and decay, reminiscent of the embers of a burnt earth intertwined with the rot of the ocean's depths. Approximately half an hour later, the fog looms near. Those remaining within Eden Harbor hold their breath, fixated on the screen. What kind of world lies beyond the fog? On the third floor of the casino, Yu Henhan is so tense that he nearly crushes his cup, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Finally, a vessel enters the fog. In the next moment, the visuals on the screen abruptly fall silent, the crackle of electricity reverberating throughout the city. His cup tumbles to the ground, and Yu Henhan covers his ears, only releasing them half a minute later. On the screen, a ship finally emerges from the fog. Yu Henhan feels a surge of joy, yet his expression swiftly shifts to one of gravity as he slams his hand on the table. How is it possible that only 3 ships remain? 50 vessels had initially set sail in a specific direction, yet now merely 3 have emerged. What has become of the others? Have they perished like those involved in the first art project, lost forever in the fog? Soon, the remaining citizens of the city recognized this alarming reality, and the square resonated with voices of shock and confusion, enveloped in a profound unease. Meanwhile, Jin Shiqi clutched Ji Mingwen's hand tightly, fearing his companion might inexplicably vanish into the mist. This was the only means Jin Shiqi could employ. However, upon glancing upwards with Ji Mingwen, he realized something was amiss with a number of ships in sight. As the leader of the second art project, Wu Tu should rightfully be aboard the vessel numbered 1, while Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen were on the 50th ship. Logically, there should have been the last to navigate through the fog. Yet now, only 3 vessels remained visible, including the 50th, specifically Vessel 1750. The rest had mysteriously disappeared into the mist, a fact that even Jin Shiqi had failed to notice. Moreover, several members aboard had vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. Wu Tu, too, recognized this troubling development. He grasped his communicator and called out for the numbers of the other ships, but received no reply. Within merely an hour of the plan's commencement, 500 individuals had dwindled to 13, a clear indication that some had begun to waver in their resolve. Let us continue forward. Wu Tu, seemingly having anticipated such a scenario, maintained a composed demeanor. Of the original 73, only Zheng Yuan had glimpsed the angel. Now, from the 500, it was within expectation that merely 13 would traverse the fog. The art project was inherently a gamble with human lives, wagering on an uncertain probability. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the vessels advanced for another half hour before finally sighting land. Wu Tu's hands gripped the ship's railing firmly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, and his pupils dilated sharply, as if striving to absorb the entirety of the scene before him. It was land, just as Zheng Yuan had witnessed. They were nearing the angel. Wu Tu's body trembled slightly from excitement, yet he stubbornly leaned forward. His conjecture had proven correct. This was indeed the ruins Zheng Yuan had once observed. With only 13 individuals remaining, they could bring back the angel's symbol. "Be cautious," Ji Mingwen advised softly, to which Jin Shiqi responded with a low acknowledgement, instinctively loosening his grip and stepping off the ship. Ji Mingwen cast a glance at his scarred palm, maintaining an expression of calm as he followed suit. The ruins loomed high, still shrouded in a faint mist. Those present had once witnessed the desolate land through Zheng Yuan's perspective and were thus intimately familiar with this place. Here, Zheng Yuan had originally headed towards this. Cough, cough. Wu Tu instinctively crushed a clump of earth in his palm, the particles disintegrating into dust and cascading downwards, only to be seized by a sudden fit of intense coughing. He attempted to raise his hand to cover his mouth, only to forget that his fingers were still smeared with the crushed earth. Vivid crimson blood erupted from between his fingers, mingling with the soil, leaving the high-ranking elder in a rather disheveled state. Cough, cough, cough. Given Wu Tu's current physical condition, sending him to sea was indeed a questionable decision. A clean handkerchief appeared at his side. Turning to look, Wu Tu saw it was Ji Mingwen. Taking the cloth, Ji Mingwen turned and returned to the shelter of Jin Shiqi, wiping away the traces of blood and dirt from his mouth, casting a significant glance at the abandoned governor. Chapter 21. Eden Port. Governor X rebel leader within the screens of Eden Port. Only 3 cameras remained operational, the others shrouded in darkness, devoid of any transmission. The remaining 13 individuals continued their advance amidst the remnants of shattered walls. Is this truly the world after the great catastrophe? Silence enveloped the group. Save for the mutterings of Wu Tu, the atmosphere oppressive and foreboding. He had watched that video countless times, all for this moment, enabling him to recognize the path to the angel at a glance. The journey was tedious, yet Wu Tu had memorized the route, avoiding aimless wandering like a headless fly. After 15 hours of travel, hunger compelled them to consume the compressed biscuits they carried. At long last, Wu Tu beheld the familiar scenes from the recording. "I found it. I found it." He suddenly halted, murmuring with fervor, causing the citizens, tormented within Eden Port, to lift their gazes toward the screen. Beneath the dome, a thick fog flowed, and the liquid gray emitted a faint rustling sound as it churned beneath their feet. Wu Tu raised his eyes, beholding the being he had whispered about countless times, the angel. He sank to his knees, the light cast by the angel's wings imprinting upon his back, each spot birthing feather-like bone spurs. He had discovered the means to lead everyone to the true Eden. In a daze, Wu Tu glimpsed countless suns suspended above. The immense wings of the angel stirred the fog, as if a voice from another dimension pierced through the eardrums. Yet within the screen, onlookers could only witness Wu Tu suddenly collapsing to the ground, murmuring incoherently. Panic erupted in the square, voices laced with unease. "What has happened to Commissioner Wu Tu? We cannot go outside. The outside world is toxic. To venture out is to perish." Yet, why was it only Commissioner Wu Tu who faltered when everyone else appeared fine? Look at the others. On the ground, Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen watched as Wu Tu's body fell gracefully like a withered leaf. "Angel." Wu Tu's voice barely rose above a whisper, his eyes wide, pupils constricted as if gazing upon something only he could perceive. That gaze transcended the air and reality, fixating on some void beyond. Angel, angel. Wutu's demeanor was undeniably amiss. Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen rushed forward, yet behind them, the sound of bodies collapsing resonated. Turning back, both were taken aback. Time seemed to compress into mere seconds as the others aged at an astonishing rate, their forms rapidly withering and shriveling. No, no, I want to return to Edenport. I must go back. The man raised his hand, clumps of hair falling away, cracks spreading across his skin until his entire body was etched with deep grooves. Stop, please. Stop. They frantically retraced their steps, yet their bones began to protrude from their shrunken skin. In the blink of an eye, flesh turned to dust, and bones shattered into ash. The bodies of 10 individuals were completely reduced to cinders, scattering in the wind. How could this be? Were those lost souls in the mist destined to meet such a fate? Within Eden Harbor, the echoes of despair have begun to resound. The outside world is fraught with peril. They have squandered a decade in vain. Heavy breaths resonated ominously, prompting Jin Shiqi to swiftly turn and kneel before Wudo. The angel, Wudo, appeared exceedingly frail. He raised his hand to bite into his fingertip, summoning the strength to inscribe symbols upon Jin Shiqi's palm. Blood droplets spread across his skin, and the symbols gradually took shape. Wudo's fingers trembled, yet he strived for clarity in each stroke. His breaths grew increasingly faint, beads of cold sweat trickling down his furrowed brow, while his eyes sparkled with an inner light. The final stroke was drawn with great deliberation, as if he were pouring forth all his life essence into it. As his gaze began to cloud, Wudo slowly succumbed, breathless. This transpired too swiftly. Jin Shiqi stood transfixed, staring at the incomplete symbol in his palm. With merely this, how could one locate the true Eden? Why was it that only Wuto and Zheng Yuan could perceive the angel, while he and Ji Mingwen remained unharmed? After a prolonged silence, Jin Shiqi realized that Ji Mingwen had not uttered a sound for quite some time. He turned to look, only to find the space behind him utterly deserted. The city lay desolate, its streets void of life. Beyond the urban confines, an expanse of blankness stretched forth, akin to untainted rice paper, sharply delineated with edges so pristine they were nearly razor-like. Ji Mingwen felt an involuntary urge to quicken his pace. As his boot met the ground, a sharp click resonated, followed by the dull thud of his heel's descent. Upon entering, Ji Mingwen locked eyes with a figure inside the room. The man lay somewhat unceremoniously upon the bed, his inky hair cascading over the pale pillow like a tide of night. He held a book, his porcelain-like fingers poised delicately upon a page, while his shirt hung loosely at his waist, revealing the contours of his waistline and butterfly bones. You have returned. Jin Shiqi adjusted his long hair, casting his gaze toward the food in Ji Mingwen's hands. I am hungry. Ji Mingwen responded with a soft hum, intending to turn away. But his gaze involuntarily lingered on the partially open expanse of the man's chest, his brow furrowing in concern. Logically, he should have reminded the man to dress appropriately. However, Ji Mingwen paused at the edge of the bed, his fingers, emerging from the black uniform sleeves, tugging gently at the blanket's edge. It will get cold. After a brief hesitation, he pondered whether his tone might seem too brusque, and added, You will feel unwell if you catch a chill. Jin Shiqi's hair, splayed across the pillow, brushed against Ji Mingwen's knuckles, but Jin Shiqi merely hummed twice, continuing to immerse himself in the book's contents. Ji Mingwen furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he meticulously pressed the blanket along the curve of Jin Shiqi's spine, his Adam's apple subtly shifting with each swallow. It was unclear when the city had been left to Ji Mingwen alone. He had forgotten the reason for his presence there and was uncertain how long he had lingered. Thus, he resolved to recalibrate his sense of time. On the 13th day of the sun, a stranger, a comatose man, appeared before his door. The man claimed his name was Jin Shiqi, yet regrettably, he too could recall nothing else. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ji Mingwen vaguely recalled that he seemed to recognize this person. In the recesses of his hazy memory, a familiar voice echoed, I, too, hold affection for you. Consequently, Ji Mingwen speculated that they might have been lovers, or perhaps partners. After hearing his analysis, Jin Shiqi hesitated before agreeing with this notion. It indeed seemed that he had uttered such words, and the visage before him certainly resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. If they were not lovers, what could prompt such a declaration of fondness? Even among friends, such sentiments are rarely expressed, let alone from adversaries. In any case, as the only two individuals in the entire city, they had moved in together. Chapter 22. Eden Port. Governor ex-rebel leader, what manner of interaction should exist between lovers? Ji Mingwen was uncertain. Although they had once been lovers, both had now lost their memories and could only navigate their relationship step by step. By the 10th day of cohabitation, Ji Mingwen had nearly grasped Jin Shiqi's temperament, feeling less awkward than at the outset. In his inaugural experience as someone's partner, Ji Mingwen, after a brief period of clumsiness, swiftly embraced this reality and excelled. While cooking, he could sense a searing gaze fixed upon him from behind, causing his breath to quicken slightly, yet he maintained a facade of calm. At the moment he ladled soup, his sleeve slipped half an inch, revealing a healed scar above his wrist. Jin Shiqi's eyelashes fluttered, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the scar on Ji Mingwen's left palm. Captivated by the sight, he remained lost in thought until the aroma of the meal wafted into his nostrils, jolting him back to the present. When his fingers unexpectedly brushed against Ji Mingwen's wrist, Ji Mingwen's fingers recoiled faster than a startled sparrow. He felt his heart race, yet realized belatedly that his reaction was overly awkward. He steeled himself and extended his hand. Jin Shiqi's breath grazed the shallow scar. "I too bear a scar on my waist," he remarked, gently caressing Ji Mingwen's palm, as if it had been marred by some sharp instrument. "Do you not recall who inflicted it?" Feeling the warmth of Jin Shiqi's palm, Ji Mingwen shook his head, using his other hand to nudge the mushroom soup toward Jin Shiqi. The mist rising from the porcelain bowl brushed against his cheek, failing to obscure the sudden blush that bloomed at the tips of his ears. Ji Mingwen had never been this close to anyone before, yet he found solace in Jin Shiqi's touch. In fact, his previously anxious heart found tranquility in Jin Shiqi's presence. In the time that followed, Ji Mingwen endeavored to document his experiences in a journal. Day 52 of the sun. Remaining indoors is detrimental to one's health, so I have left some of my old clothes for him to wear. Thankfully, our physiques are quite similar, and the black trench coat fits him perfectly. I began to wander aimlessly, eventually arriving at a concert hall. He sat upon a rusted piano bench, playing melodies I had never before heard. His expression one of intense focus and detachment. I settled in a seat near the stage, listening to him play from dawn until dusk, the sole audience to his performance. Day 130 of the sun. He has a great fondness for reading, having returned from a library with 30 tomes thicker than my fist. While I marveled at his astonishing strength, I endeavored to create a serene atmosphere for him. He remarked that sometimes he was not genuinely reading, but merely using the book as a facade to allow his thoughts to wander. His hair was long, a state he had grown accustomed to, yet he seemed somewhat inept at drying it, often appearing rather clumsy in the process, a task I took upon myself. Standing behind him, I gently dried his hair with a towel. He mentioned he vaguely remembered a time when his hair would dry instantly without any effort. A twinge of concern arose within me as I touched his forehead. Thankfully, he was not feverish, merely prone to whimsical musings. I was unsure how other lovers coexisted, but I felt an obligation to bring him joy. Thus, I began experimenting with dessert making, despite my frequent blunders. When I returned home, he was already asleep in my study, curled up with a book, a dried rose petal nestled between its pages. I softly draped a blanket over his legs, and in his drowsy state, he nuzzled my wrist, reminiscent of a cat. If I dared to draw closer, perhaps I could kiss the tips of his hair. Upon awakening, I found him beside me, resting his head on my pillow, his fingers delicately tracing the contour of my brow. His breath was so soft that I had not noticed when he had arrived. He confessed to having trouble sleeping and had come to my room, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with sleepiness. He complimented the beauty of my eyes and, notably, praised my dessert-making skills that day. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, marking the season's first snowfall. He nestled lazily in my embrace as I quietly listened to him read. Perhaps all mortals are castaways, for the act of birth itself seems like a divine abandonment into this world. He read softly, flecks of snow settling on his eyelashes as they drifted inside. His hair brushed against my collarbone for the third time, and only when I met his smiling gaze did I realize he was holding the book upside down. Suddenly, he lifted his head and pressed a gentle kiss to my cheek, the book slipping from his grasp and gliding down the blanket covering his knees. Though I made no effort to retrieve it. Recently, he had spoken little and refrained from reading, often lost in thought within the study. He posed a question. Do you believe the world is an illusion? I sensed a shadow of discontent within him, and I kept him company in the study throughout the night. In recent days, his mood had soured. He often contemplated in solitude, tugging at my sleeve to insist. You should leave this place. Leave this place? To where? He confessed he did not know, merely reiterating the urgency of my departure. I rarely witnessed him in such a serious demeanor, and I suggested we could relocate. Yet he shook his head, stating that leaving meant departing from this world altogether. I felt a deep concern for him, yet I bore him no ill will, for I sensed his worry was for me. Perhaps it was merely an anxious worry. My dear, since then, I have kept a constant vigil on him, ensuring that his figure does not slip from my sight. In the stillness of the night, Ji Mingwen gently cradled Jin Shiqi, as if he were trying to grasp a melting snowman. The room, though undeniably warm, was filled with the chill of his breath, which emitted a frosty mist. Ever since Jin Shiqi began to entertain wild thoughts, he has rapidly lost weight. His slender form, outlined in the interplay of light and shadow, exuded a unique beauty, his features delicate to the point of fragility. The bedside lamp cast shadows of his eyelashes upon his lower eyelids, those minute shades quivering with each breath. While Jin Shiqi had succumbed to slumber, Ji Mingwen found himself unable to drift into sleep, fixating on the undulating lines and counting them, a means to confirm that he still lived. Having known each other for nearly 2 years, the two seldom shared the same bed. Ji Mingwen's gaze quietly settled upon Jin Shiqi's shoulder, his hair, and the gently rising chest, careful not to disturb him. In recent days, Jin Shiqi's words had grown increasingly peculiar. He often murmured strange phrases in his dreams. You must leave here quickly, or the you in reality will perish. The symbols, I have deciphered them all. Ji Mingwen was perplexed, swallowing the metallic taste of rust in his throat, pressing his face against Jin Shiqi's icy back, feeling the heartbeat resonate through layers of skin. Tick-tock, tick-tock, please do not leave. The following day, Jin Shiqi had vanished. Chapter 23. Eden Port. Governor ex-rebel leader Ji Mingwen could scarcely recall how many suns had set since Jin Shiqi's disappearance, which had now extended for 2 months. After scouring the entire city, Ji Mingwen resumed his life as usual, though he no longer dared to touch that diary. When the doorbell rang, Ji Mingwen paused in his task of organizing books, rubbing his weary eyes, and he refrained from glancing at the display screen as he made his way directly to the front door. Just as his hand approached the doorknob, the door was flung open with force, revealing a figure so radiant that it was almost blinding. Jin Shiqi stood there, as if sculpted by the sun itself. Even the golden threads of the setting sun seemed to favor him more. His inherent elegance was unparalleled, and his smile was all the more exuberant. Finding this place again wasn't easy. Well then, esteemed governor, I have come to rescue you. Come back with me. With his fingers playfully clutching a set of keys, a dazzling smile emerged from beneath his dark hair as he tossed the keys aside and extended his hand toward Ji Mingwen, who did not take it. With strands of hair falling over his forehead, Ji Mingwen stepped forward, wordlessly embracing Jin Shiqi's waist. He held on tightly, burying his head in the crook of Jin Shiqi's neck, fearing that he might dissipate like a wisp of mist, relieved as if rediscovering something lost. Jin Shiqi did not shy away. His Adam's apple bobbed as his initially stiff hand hesitated before gently patting Ji Mingwen's back. System, why did you not stop me when I lost my memory? You told me to wait for you outside for a year. That may be true, but is it truly acceptable to be in a romance with the protagonist? The personal consciousness of the anchor point is not controlled by the system. It is free, Thus it is permissible. In that moment, Jin Shiqi donned the helmet, experiencing the world beyond a protective barrier through Zheng Yuan's first-person perspective. Thus, he, accompanied by 12 others, arrived at the place once trodden by Zheng Yuan. Subsequently, all these individuals, including Wu Tu, perished, leaving behind only a string of symbols. Jin Shiqi was not considered a native of this realm. Hence, only Ji Mingwen remained, and the world began to revolve according to his thoughts. The world accelerated its collapse. At the same time, Jin Shiqi pieced together the symbols written by Wu Tu and Zheng Yuan. The title was Awakening. Upon realizing certain truths, Jin Shiqi looked up and beheld the angel. The so-called Eden Harbor was merely a fleeting dream for the dying. On a certain year and month, a large cruise ship met with disaster. The vessel, under the influence of extreme weather, tilted severely, flooding its compartments, resulting in the demise of over 6,000 passengers on board. Following the incident, the relevant authorities promptly initiated emergency rescue protocols, commencing search and aid operations. Strangely, all the rescued individuals remained in a state of unconsciousness, despite comprehensive examinations conducted by medical teams, which revealed their bodily functions to be intact and vital signs stable. The dying wove a perfect utopian world through their thoughts. The cataclysm, the maritime disaster that led to their deaths, instilled a terror of waiting to die aboard the cruise, constructing an absolutely secure Eden Harbor. Surrounded by the sea, Eden Harbor gradually formed a genuine society, even crafting its own distinctive urban style and history, including remarkably realistic political evolution. However, the world they constructed was excessively perfect and stable. The passengers, enraptured within it, were reluctant to depart and ultimately found themselves unable to escape. Only by voluntarily leaving Eden Harbor could one awaken to the real world. Yet, once one departed from Eden Harbor, drifting upon the sea, consciousness ventured outside the safe zone, becoming susceptible to obliteration at any moment. They feared the ocean, yet only by crossing it could they reach the shore. This world was, in essence, a revelry of the subconscious of those who perished in the disaster. The realm beyond Eden Harbor existed solely in imagination. Consequently, the nun, the gambler, and the woman perceived different worlds. Simultaneously, once an arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Should one harbor thoughts of retreat, consciousness would be annihilated, followed by the corporeal death in the real world. Among the 73 individuals in the first Ark project, 69 succumbed to their fear of the ocean, their consciousness collapsing amidst the fog. Similarly, in the second Ark project, of the 50 vessels that set sail, only 3 emerged beyond the mist. Upon witnessing Wu Tu's collapse, the remaining few, gripped by terror and fear, swiftly faded into oblivion, turning to ashes. In reality, they faced corporeal demise. Yet, amidst this, there were 2 exceptions, Zheng Yuan and Wu Tu's day. Jin Shiqi pondered why the 2 could perceive the angel. What was their commonality? Ultimately, a singular answer emerged, a profound disdain for this world. The dying feared not even death, so why would they dread the ocean? I believe I must be losing my mind, yet I do not fear madness. Rather, I am more concerned that everything I perceive is erroneous. In an era where the sin of thought was a grave offense, Zheng Yuan began to question the authenticity of this world. Even if the committee could erase history, why could he not recall events from before the cataclysm? As the first to harbor doubts about the world in Eden Port, he realized he was on the brink of death upon seeing the angel. There is no night here, for the ever-burning light suspended above casts an unyielding glow. The pure white angel they beheld was none other than the doctors coming and going from the hospital. Awaken. It is time to awaken. Zheng Yuan did not comprehend these words, yet he desperately etched the symbols he heard into his abdomen with his nails, intending to bring them back to Eden Port to urge others to awaken swiftly. Ultimately, he succumbed, both mind and body perishing. Zheng Yuan relinquished his chance to awaken. The second individual was Wu Tuesday. In the moment he glimpsed the angel, he finally grasped Zheng Yuan's words, though he failed to discern the scene behind the angel. He had never considered the world to be illusory, having personally witnessed the transfer of power and stood at the pinnacle of Eden Port, with a desire for redemption. He endeavored to lead everyone to the true Eden. Thus, with the last of his strength, he inscribed the symbols onto Jin Shiqi's palm. Both individuals, whether enlightened or lost, remained a flicker of flame. If they could not dissolve the Iron Curtain, at least they could burn a hole through it, allowing light to penetrate. The third person was Jin Shiqi. In the instant he deciphered the symbols, he became aware of the world's falsity. The energy of the protective barrier was sustained only by the duration that these shipwrecked souls could endure. 43 years equated to a mere 43 minutes. Excluding the 10 years consumed by opening the barrier, only 33 minutes remained for the shipwrecked individuals lying in the emergency room. The countdowns signified an impending brain death. The world was collapsing at an accelerated pace, and Ji Mingwen had constructed a profound realm of consciousness within this false world, reminiscent of the Eden port he knew best. Jin Shiqi intruded upon his crumbling awareness. Ji Mingwen was the anchor of this world. Should he succumb, the world would inevitably collapse. The flow of time in the deep realm of consciousness mirrored that of Eden port, yet there was a disparity. To safeguard against mishaps occurring within Ji Mingwen's consciousness, Jin Shiqi left the S-037 system outside the world. Should he not return within a year, he would resort to a forceful reminder. 1 minute in reality equated to a year in Eden port. A year in Eden port corresponded to 5 years in the deep realm of consciousness. Jin Shiqi successfully extricated himself, not succumbing to assimilation. Now, he had come to retrieve Ji Mingwen. It is time to awaken, Jin Shiqi softly urged. It is time to return to the real world. Many are waiting for you. Behind him, a door resembling a torn protective barrier stood ajar. Jin Shiqi gently persuaded, anticipating Ji Mingwen's reluctance to depart from this place. Cough, the events that transpired earlier, I will explain to you once you awaken, all right? Ji Mingwen's fingertips delicately cradled his chin, leaning slightly down, warm breath cascading along his neck as they shared a kiss. If one disregarded the accidental meeting of lips from before, this was their first true kiss. The warmth of their lips brought a familiar essence that enveloped Jin Shiqi. This kiss was brief. Before Jin Shiqi could fully respond, Ji Mingwen had already released him, and the gloom that had gathered between his brows seemed to dissipate somewhat. He took Jin Shiqi's hand, lifting his gaze to reveal a distinct smile in his eyes, akin to the gentle reflection of moonlight, though his voice trembled with emotion. Very well, let us depart. The sun began to rise, heralding the arrival of yet another spring. The world has ceased to collapse. Mission accomplished. Chapter 24, Eden Port, Governor X Rebel Leader 24, during the live broadcast of the Second Art Project, as Jin Shiqi resolved to delve into Ji Mingwen's deeper consciousness. Every screen in Eden Port went completely dark. The implications were unmistakable. The fog was perilous, and the outside world equally so. Even the leader of Eden Port could not escape death. Before departing, Wu Tu entrusted the reins of Eden Port to Yuhen Han, who bore the heavy responsibility of the entire city. As the screens across the city fell into darkness, a profound desolation enveloped Eden Port. The long-suppressed emotions of the populace left them akin to walking corpses, and the flickering hope they had kindled was extinguished in an instant. Factories ceased operations. Casinos closed their doors, and even the silent church found itself neglected. The committee was not divine. They could not rescue the doomed Eden Port. The Second Art Project had failed. Although the subsequent fate of Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen remained unseen, it was likely to mirror the preceding events. Only 33 years of life remained. During this time, the citizens of Eden Port split into two factions. One believed that after a year, the protective barrier should be lifted as promised, convinced that not all would perish and that miracles could occur. Conversely, the other faction adamantly asserted that the barrier must remain closed, refusing to gamble their lives for a mere sliver of probability. This contentious topic led to incessant disputes, with no resolution after a year. Simultaneously, the suicide rate surged alarmingly. A citizen could be laughing with you one moment, only to plunge a fruit knife into their own artery the next. The city had grown even grimmer than during the committee's rule, devoid of the church's purification. As they continued their lives as usual, albeit in an eerily quiet manner. However, The authority to decide whether to lift the protective barrier lay in Yu Henhan's hands. Without the password left by Wu Tu, no one could manipulate the switch. In the interrogation room, Yu Henhan sat in a chair, clutching a helmet inscribed with Zheng Yuan's name. Perhaps due to the harsh white light directly overhead, her countenance appeared somewhat pallid. She had never worn this helmet nor seen the so-called angels, for once one glimpsed the images within, they would become a part of the Ark project. Yu Henhan remained seated in the room for a full day and night, contemplating Wu Tu's words before departing. Entrusting this position to Yu Henhan did not signify that she was Wu Tu's ideal successor, but rather that she was deemed unworthy of selection. Jin Shiqi was the one chosen by Wu Tuesday, were he and Ji Mingwen still alive? If they had failed, she would resolutely initiate the third Ark project. After a lengthy silence, Yu Henhan slowly donned the helmet. In that instant, she seemed to hear a ringing in her ears, the sound of her own heartbeat. An egg broken from the outside is food, broken from the inside is life. A full year had elapsed since the initiation of the second Ark project. On the appointed day to lift the protective barrier, Yu Henhan arrived at the border accompanied by over 100 silver armored guards. In the present Eden Harbor, a significant number of individuals preferred not to dismantle the barrier, opting instead for a life of hedonism in the remaining decades. It was Yu Henhan who, against the tide of public sentiment, insisted on opening the barrier. The presence of these silver armored guards was not to welcome potential returnees, but rather to safeguard her own life, as there was a palpable risk of being attacked by fervent citizens. At this juncture, Yu Henhan comprehended the implications of the dictatorial regime imposed by the Wu Tu. To successfully accomplish a task, one must first eliminate the obstacles, albeit through somewhat extreme measures. Countless eyes were fixated on Yu Henhan and the barrier as it gradually opened. She held her breath, pondering the fates of Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen. Would they return alive, or had they perished? A chill lingered in the air. Yet beads of sweat poured forth, and the ringing in her ears drowned out the surrounding sounds. If Wu Tu were present, he would undoubtedly exude a more commanding presence than she did at that moment. As the gap in the barrier widened, Yu Henhan clenched her fingers tightly, her nerves taut. Finally, the barrier was opened wide enough to reveal an empty expanse beyond, devoid of any figures. Those who stood there were citizens who believed they could bring back a path to survival. Initially, some merely trembled, their lips quivering, tears welling in their eyes, struggling to keep them from falling. As the details from outside came into sharper focus, soft sobs began to emerge, shoulders trembling, and a suppressed wailing spread through the crowd. Upon the grim confirmation that the second group of participants had all perished, some collapsed to the ground, cradling their heads in their hands, emitting heart-wrenching cries. A few even caused a ruckus, only to be subdued by the silver armored guards. The crying grew louder, the atmosphere thick with despair, suffocating. "Commissioner, it's cold here. Let us return." The aide draped a coat over Yu Henhan's shoulders, hesitating to offer comfort. Opening the protective barrier was indeed a gamble, and losing was not unexpected. "No," Yu Henhan replied, her voice firm. Upon meeting her aide's confused gaze, her eyes suddenly brightened as she dashed toward the opening of the barrier. "Commissioner!" The coat fell to the ground as Yu Henhan broke free from restraint, sprinting desperately outward, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. "No, something is out there." For the first time in her life, Yu Henhan burst through the protective barrier, racing towards the sea, her feet imprinting the sand with deep and shallow marks. Even as the sea water lapped at her ankles, inducing a sense of suffocating terror, she gritted her teeth and pressed on, gradually slowing her pace. Yu Henhan crouched down to catch a small paper boat that had been washed ashore by the waves. This palm-sized vessel was able to float steadily across the vast ocean towards Eden Harbor. Unfolding the note from within, the striking words revealed themselves. "Awaken." "Awaken?" Yu Henhan murmured, her brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her body jolted and tears flowed unbidden. Slowly, she lifted her gaze toward the sky. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Following the maritime disaster, all rescued individuals were plunged into unconsciousness. Medical experts from both domestic and international spheres convened an emergency consultation group. dedicating themselves to the formulation of treatment plans. However, a portion of the injured were deemed brain dead despite their efforts. In a moment of despair, the renowned philanthropist Mr. G was the first to regain consciousness. Mr. G, a steadfast advocate for charitable causes, has made significant contributions in the realm of medical assistance and possesses extensive social resources and connections. Upon awakening, disregarding his own frailty, he swiftly mobilized advanced medical equipment, heralding a turning point in subsequent rescue operations. Through the relentless efforts of various medical teams, other injured individuals gradually regained consciousness and began to recover their awareness. We will continue to monitor and report on the developments of this unfolding situation. Outside Eden Port, a small paper boat was crafted by Jin Shiqi. At the appointed time, he arrived as promised. Chapter 25, Eden Port. Governor, ex-rebel leader in the tangible world, Jin Shiqi, clad in a black trench coat, stood at the threshold of the hospital room, sunlight streaming through the glass and casting a warm glow upon him. Leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze was obscured, surveying the interior of the room. He stood there silently, immobile, as people passed by him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Inside the room lay Ji Mingwen, who had been transferred for solitary recovery. This decision was not born from a desire for privilege, but rather a response to the overwhelming number of daily visitors, which would disturb the recuperating patients in other wards. Mr. G, having survived this calamity, what was your first feeling upon awakening? Will this experience alter the course of your future charitable endeavors? Do you recall the detailed circumstances of the disaster, including the reasons behind the collective unconsciousness of all victims? Upon regaining consciousness, your immediate thought was to contact medical experts and arrange for equipment. What was going through your mind at that moment? A throng of journalists crowded the room, their inquiries incessant. In the fortnight following Ji Mingwen's awakening, he was able to partake in interviews, albeit confined to his hospital room, and photography was strictly prohibited to safeguard his physical and psychological well-being. Responding to the multitude of questions, Ji Mingwen addressed each one with poise. As a distinguished philanthropist, he had been invited to a soiree aboard a cruise ship, only to find himself ensnared in a maritime disaster. Ji Mingwen suffered grievous injuries during the incident, including a severe head trauma with lacerations requiring surgical intervention. Additionally, he endured chest compression, multiple fractured ribs, and contusions to his lung tissue, with infections manifesting due to prolonged exposure to seawater. Most critically, a puncture wound from a shipboard plank penetrated several centimeters deep into his thoracic cavity, resulting in severe lung ruptures and posing an imminent risk of cardiac arrest. Remarkably, despite being among the most severely injured, he was the first to awaken and, after a month of recuperation, was barely able to engage in interviews. This could be hailed as a medical miracle. If not for his current desire to avoid visitors, international medical experts would undoubtedly be eager to observe him daily. This interview was a hard-won opportunity for the reporters, who had negotiated for a mere half-hour of his time. Confronted with a barrage of inquiries, Ji Mingwen maintained a polite smile, responding earnestly, exuding a maturity that belied his years. Mr. G, after your awakening, the other victims have also begun to regain consciousness. What are your thoughts on this medically inexplicable phenomenon? A voice recorder protruded from the throng of people, and Ji Mingwen, maintaining his composure, merely glanced at the time. His assistant, understanding the cue, began to usher the crowd away. The interview had concluded, the patients required rest, and they were kindly asked to leave. As the assistant spoke, the bodyguards outside started to escort the journalists out. Although reluctant, the reporters dared not offend the renowned philanthropist and thus complied. Just before departing, one journalist hastily inquired, "Mr. G, what were you thinking during the few minutes of the maritime disaster? Were you conscious in your state of unconsciousness?" Unfortunately, Ji Mingwen offered no reply. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the room, and Ji Mingwen exhaled deeply. Eden Port was born from the confluence of the consciousness of all the victims in their dying moments. After awakening, they had forgotten their past experiences at Eden Port, as if emerging from an exceedingly long dream, returning to the normal trajectory of life. After a few days of rest, Yu Henhan hurriedly discharged himself from the hospital, returning to the law firm, while Lu resumed work at the hospital, and Gon, Yu returned to campus. The decades of consciousness lingering in Eden Port resembled waves crashing upon the shore, leaving no trace after receding. The assistant closed the door behind Ji Mingwen, leaving him alone in the room. In this maritime disaster, a significant number of individuals had succumbed despite rescue efforts or had sunk with the cruise ship to the ocean floor. A spontaneous memorial service was held for those who perished in the disaster, lasting nearly 3 hours, with a steady stream of mourners arriving to pay their respects, including friends and relatives of the victims, as well as unfamiliar citizens. Ji Mingwen attended and personally provided consolation funds for the bereaved families. He stood before the graves for a considerable time, leaving only when the pain from his injuries began to return. Outside the ward, Jin Shiqi tilted his head slightly, confirming Ji Mingwen was indeed unharmed before turning to leave. The sunlight cascaded from the collar of his trench coat, cascading into the hollow of his collarbone. The sea erases all, much like coral devouring the rust of sunken ships. Inside the ward, Ji Mingwen seemed to suddenly sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze toward the door. Simultaneously, the scar on his palm began to throb with a peculiar resonance. Unbeknownst to him, his fingertips had sunk into his palm. "Host, welcome back to the critical space." Silver data wove into a ring in the void, as Jin Shiqi leaned against a floating chair and a deep blue light screen unfurled in the emptiness. Emitting a mechanical voice, settlement procedure initiated. World number 3726. Executing host Jin Shiqi. Mainline completion 100 S-grade evaluation. Points 10,000. Host bodily injuries detected. Healing in progress. Memory preservation procedure initiated, extracting all memories of the host from this world. A sphere of light generated from within Jin Shiqi, slowly drifting toward the system space. As a certain point of light extinguished, akin to a firefly plunging into the depths of the sea. This signified that a task world had been restored, rejoining the myriad worlds in their eternal flow. In this silvery expanse, countless luminous orbs hovered. Jin Shiqi rubbed his brow. After each mission, his emotions, along with his memories, were stripped away, becoming mere fragments of the original world, preventing the host from forming attachments to certain characters within a microcosm, thus averting potential conflicts. Now, Jin Shiqi had entirely forgotten his memories of Edenport. With a mere thought, the multitude of glowing points around him vanished, and the space began to contort and reshape. In the blink of an eye, the void swiftly transformed into a training ground. Jin Shiqi raised his hand to massage his neck, instinctively tilting his head, as a series of subtle sounds emanated from his cervical spine, accompanied by a twinge of soreness and fatigue. 037. Have I been lax in the previous world for too long? Why does my body feel somewhat stiff? Host, I cannot disclose details regarding the previous world. Never mind. Jin Shiqi stepped into the training arena. This was his private training ground, where he could learn any skill, from the delicate art of sewing to the comprehensive operation manual of a galactic battle suit, equipping himself to thrive in any realm. Arriving at the cold weapons section, Jin Shiqi's fingers glided over the weapons, each bearing evident signs of use. From initial contact to mastery, he had dedicated 3 years to this endeavor. Not yet proficient with the spear, he decided to use it for warm-up exercises. His attire seamlessly morphed into combat gear as he grasped the spear, his figure melding into the shadows. Most worlds concluded with a happy ending, so fret not, dear ones. Chapter 26. The Guardian of Calamity. Rebirth of the melancholic Green TX, superlative contract demon on a rainy night. A youth breathed heavily, his slender hands gripping the wheelchair with all his might. The wooden axle of the wheelchair creaked painfully as it rolled over the threshold. The boy, clad in a thin garment, shuddered violently, his bony fingers clinging desperately to the armrests. A loud crash echoed as the wooden wheel rolled over the wild grass protruding from the doorway, sending the boy tumbling into the mud. The downpour instantly soaking his raven black hair that cascaded down to his waist. Turning back, he noticed the gap in the wheelchairs were caught on the threshold, and he attempted to dislodge it with his arms, but to no avail. I must seek the coachman for medicine, or I shall surely perish this night. His frail body trembled in the rain, fingers caked in mud, digging deeply into the earth. His legs had been brutally severed the moment he stepped through the gates of the Ji family. As the illegitimate child of the heir to the guardian family and a courtesan, Ji Mingwen lacked even the right to be recorded in the family tree. He was merely a pawn in the hands of outsiders, and the Ji family, reluctant to reclaim him, had relegated him to the dilapidated woodshed, treated worse than the stable hands. Without the pure bloodline of the guardian, Ji Mingwen was destined never to awaken his contract demon, leading to his current plight. Yet, he possessed a pair of beguiling violet eyes, the very emblem of the Ji family. However, the young Ji Mingwen could not comprehend why his mother had been driven to death, why his father refused to meet him, or why life here had rendered even a sip of clean water a luxury. In the rain-soaked night, mud trickled down the creases of his clothing, as Ji Mingwen's weakened knees bent within the damp fabric, dragging his body through the mire and etching deep marks in the ground. He clung to life, desperately seeking a path to survival. However, the stable where the horseman resided was still several dozen meters away, and the only way to reach it was to crawl like an insect. After laboriously advancing 2 more meters, the high fever, compounded by hunger, rendered Ji Mingwen motionless in the rain-drenched night. The illustrious Zhenyi family of Snowstorm Continent had allowed a bastard son to succumb to illness amidst the tempest. After a moment, his gaunt fingers trembled slightly as Ji Mingwen gradually opened his eyes. When his water-soaked lashes lifted, a tempest of malevolence surged within his deep violet pupils, contrasting starkly with his youthful visage. Though his face bore the contours of a child, it was etched with a hardened ferocity honed over the years. To hell, he coughed, instinctively curling his fingers, intending to manipulate his puppet contract demon with a thread of consciousness, only to find the scene before him startlingly unfamiliar. How could this be? I should have been besieged by dozens of Zhenyi officials in the Demon Ceiling Valley. Where am I? Feeling an unusual heat coursing through his body, Ji Mingwen glanced down, his raven-black hair cascading over fingertips marred by countless small wounds. This is wrong. This is not the Demon Ceiling Valley. This is the Ji family compound? Ji Mingwen swiftly tore apart his flimsy garment, revealing a frail chest devoid of old scars. He had long employed dark arts to refine impurities for his own use. The scars on his chest should writhe like a multitude of centipedes beneath his pale flesh, rather than appearing so unblemished. He had been reborn, momentarily lost in thought. Ji Mingwen suddenly opened his mouth, his canine teeth piercing his lip. Drawing strength from the pain, he struggled forward, the soaked cuffs of his sleeves brushing against the moss-laden wall as he managed to find a spot to shelter from the rain. He recalled that this very night was the eve of his near-fatal illness. His wheelchair had been stuck inside the door, and he had painfully crawled to the horseman's abode, begging for medicine. The horseman's boots, muddied and soaked, trod upon his head as he tossed a few dark pills into the muck. In order to survive, Ji Mingwen had to grope through the darkness of the rainy night, swallowing the mud-caked pills. Once a noble of golden lineage, he was unable to become a Zhenyi official due to his impure blood, living a life lesser than that of the horseman. However, the horseman's offerings were not medicine, but rather cheap candy meant to appease children. That stormy night had nearly claimed Ji Mingwen's life, yet fate had spared him. But it was this deluge and fever that had left his body exceedingly frail. Whenever rain fell, he would suffer excruciating pain. Remembering the past, Ji Mingwen suddenly chuckled softly. He had always been one to repay grievances tenfold, and now that he had the chance to be reborn, he would not allow these people a path to life. Disasters in this world were merely a matter of fate, and now he sought to defy his own destiny. During his flight for survival in his past life, Ji Mingwen had learned many underhanded tactics looked down upon by noble families. Yet now these very strategies had become his lifeline. He needed to preserve his life before contemplating revenge. Though this method might render him mute forever, it was preferable to enduring the agony of being gnawed upon by insects. A flicker of malice glimmered in his violet eyes as slender fingers reached toward his neck, but a sudden voice echoed in his mind, halting his movements abruptly. "It appears we've crossed paths, young protagonist." The voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, resonated as Ji Mingwen's eyelashes trembled, his body curled against the wall, becoming imperceptibly rigid. This particular moment was absent from his memories. Could it be that someone was testing him with a contract demon? "Who are you? Stay away." A quivering whimper mingled with the sound of rain, as Ji Mingwen hastily grabbed his drenched hair to shield half of his face. Yet, those deep-set eyes peered through the wet strands, coldly surveying the surroundings. Lacking the prowess he had in his past life, he could only feign madness. However, he could not recall any member of the Ji family possessing a contract demon capable of transmitting messages. The voice in his mind paused briefly before resuming with an eerie tone. "I'm your contract demon. At the hour of Qin tomorrow, you must come to the boundless monument. I wish to form a pact with you." Concealed beneath his dark hair, Ji Mingwen secretly scoffed. Such a tiresome trick would have convinced him had he not been reborn. It was likely yet another jest from those in the Ji family who delighted in tormenting him. He had impure bloodlines and, therefore, lacked a contract demon of his own. The boundless monument remained utterly unresponsive. Noticing Ji Mingwen's prolonged silence, the peculiar voice reappeared. "What is the matter?" "Oh, right, the old trope of the golden finger is out of fashion, so let me adjust my tone for our conversation." Ding. Task issued. Task name: Contract Demon Pact. Task description: Your contract demon sends an urgent call. At the hour of Chun tomorrow, hasten to the boundless monument. They have awaited your arrival for quite some time and wish to form a pact with you. Do not be tardy. Task reward: Successful contract formation with the contract demon. Acquiring a powerful exclusive demon to clear all obstacles for you. A new wheelchair included. Task failure penalty: Failure is not permitted. Task deadline: Tomorrow at the hour of Chun. Gazing at the chaotic text that appeared before him, even the well-versed Ji Mingwen could not help but be taken aback. What was all of this? Chapter 27, Jin Guan, Rebirth of the Melancholic Green Tea X Super Strong Contract Demon 02. Steadying his mind, Ji Mingwen gradually lowered his hand that had concealed his face, revealing a bewildered childlike expression. The moonlight illuminated half of his visage, while raindrops streamed down from the muddy corners of his eyes. His back, curled against the wall, was taut, fingers digging into the scar on his palm, the pain keeping him vigilant even in his feverish state. Regardless of whether someone was deliberately toying with him, he could not afford to reveal any vulnerabilities. "Are you truly my contract demon?" A timid voice emerged, and Ji Mingwen seemed to hear an unpleasant, light laugh resonating in his mind, its tone akin to a jade comb gliding over eye strings. "Absolutely, but the most pressing matter now is to preserve your little life. If you return to the woodshed, I will reveal the method to you. How does that sound?" Ji Mingwen's gaze fixed upon the reflection in the puddle, a glimmer of cold light flashing deep within his pupils, only to be swiftly engulfed by the swirling mist. Was someone attempting to deceive him, relishing in his disheveled state? No, that felt incorrect. Those individuals would be far more malevolent and would not use such a tone to address him. Although the mysterious man's tone irked him somewhat, Ji Mingwen was never one to place his pride above all else. As long as he could attain what he desired and ensure his survival, he did not mind having his dignity trampled upon. In his quest for medicine, he had even knelt before the coachman. Thus, the mysterious man's seemingly simple request was hardly a burden. As thunder rumbled across the eaves, illuminating Ji Mingwen's pallid face, he moved toward the woodshed as if awakening from a dream, dragging through the mud that clung to his wounds like straw. With great effort, he pushed open the wheelchair that was caught in the door, securing the latch into its groove, his heavy breaths penetrating the curtain of rain. What he was enduring now was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the myriad of past sufferings he had experienced. What was there that he could not bear? Ji Mingwen steadied his breath, focusing intently, yet he maintained an appearance of pitiable fragility. "Next, I will instruct you, and you shall follow my lead." The mysterious man casually listed several acupoints, indicating their precise locations. Ji Mingwen was skeptical, but it was not the time to express doubt. With a steely gaze, he complied. His pale fingertips pressed against 3 inches beneath his ribs, and when they brushed against the exposed wound, he stifled a groan. Yet his movements remained resolute. As his back spasmed, he turned his head and coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, the curled fingers inching upward along the red meridian. With each acupoint pressed, his atrophied legs convulsed, leaving chaotic traces in the straw. When his fingers finally pointed to the last acupoint, Ji Mingwen arched like a fish out of water, collapsing onto the ground, his pupils dilated. The acupoints he had just pressed began to ooze dark purple blood, trailing along the scars of old whips. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he allowed his breathing to become long and steady. As the torrential rain lessened, he curled into a ball beneath a musty blanket, a few damp strands of hair clinging to his bluish eyelids, resembling a child who had cried themselves to sleep. When lightning flashed, the shadow of the youth on the wall grew fangs. As the morning mist, infused with the scent of manure, flooded in, Ji Mingwen had already been awake for half an hour, laboriously using the last piece of a wooden wedge to hammer into the broken axle of his wheelchair. At the moment the whip cracked through the air, he deliberately slowed his turn, allowing the lash to strike precisely against the still-healing whip scars. "Playing dead, are you? Didn't you hear me calling outside? Thought you had kicked the bucket yesterday. What bad luck." The coachman's boot crushed against Ji Mingwen's atrophied knee, the unhealed whip wounds bursting forth with pus and blood. Today was a grand occasion for the young masters and misses. How dare he crawl to the boundary stone and ruin their mood? The coachman bent down, tugging at Ji Mingwen's long hair, eliciting a whimper akin to that of a young beast from his throat. "You, a cripple, dare to use a wheelchair?" The coachman's boot trampled over Ji Mingwen's legs, which had already lost sensation, and he swung the long whip toward the crude wooden wheelchair. In the next moment, the whip cracked through the air, tearing Ji Mingwen's thin garment apart. Yet he lunged forward to protect the wheelchair with all his might. "Qingshu, I was wrong," Ji Mingwen pleaded, his voice trembling. But the gaze he cast over his shoulder was as cold as poison, regardless of whether the mysterious man's words from the previous night held any truth. He was determined to return to the boundary stone. "You little beast, still daring to obstruct me? Have you lost your mind?" The groom remained oblivious to Ji Mingwen's slight peculiarity today, yanking his hair and tossing him aside, then kicking over the wooden wheelchair that was being mended. "Let me tell you, a noble guest will arrive today, and you are to stay here, lest you tarnish their sight." The groom feigned locking the door to the woodshed, prompting Ji Mingwen to leap forward despite the pain, only to be seized by the collar and hurled against the wall. The crumbling plaster fell into his open neckline, aggravating the newly inflicted wounds with a maddening itch. Today marked a significant occasion for the Ji family. Even a glimpse of the noble guest's fingers would suffice to enrich him. Yet, how could he discern who the true nobility was? The guards who led the horses for the imperial family seemed to him to be beyond reproach. "You little brat, like a stubborn plaster, get away from me." As the groom turned, cursing, a sharp-edged stone struck his ankle without warning. He stumbled into the pile of firewood, clutching his suddenly twisted leg, while Ji Mingwen silently grinned at the sight of the groom's convulsing ankle. "You little rascal, did you just ambush me?" The groom spat, saliva flying. "Uncle Chung, I didn't. Let me help you up," Ji Mingwen replied, a look of feigned terror crossing his face as he hastily propped himself up. Approaching the groom, he suddenly withdrew a sickle hidden beneath the blanket. The event transpired too swiftly. The groom was still wearing an expression of indignation when the sickle descended with lethal intent towards his neck. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a dull thud, as the sharp sickle embedded itself into the groom's throat, nearly decapitating him. Before he could utter a sound, the groom fell straight to the ground, blood swiftly staining the earth around him. Ji Mingwen's demeanor returned to normal. He cast not a single glance at this longtime tormentor before turning away and slowly crawling towards the wheelchair. He could still distinguish between what was trivial and what was significant. The techniques taught by the mysterious figure had proven effective. Upon waking this morning, Ji Mingwen felt his strength returning, which fueled his murderous intent towards the groom. Today held great significance. No one would notice the absence of a mere groom. If the mysterious figure had not deceived him, He would possess his own contractual demon, rather than being controlled by puppetry through dark arts, as in his past life. When the Ji family fell, the other two great clans would also perish. Ji Mingwen used the sickle to smooth down the last protruding splinter of wood, his broken nails scraping against the armrest, drawing fine droplets of blood. He adeptly hoisted himself back into the wheelchair. As he passed the groom, now throat-slit, the wheelchair rolled over the mingled blood and mud, picking up a few scattered straws along the way. Chapter 28, Jin Shiqi Official, Rebirth of the Melancholic Green TX, Powerful Contractual Demon. The storyteller narrates, on the snowy lawn continent, there exists a demon known as the Filthy Malice, fierce in nature and often disturbing the mortal realm. Humans, wishing to subdue it, resist fiercely, engaging in life and death struggles. At this time, courageous and wise individuals capture portions of the Filthy Malice and forge contracts with it. The Malice bestowed its heart upon the three great leaders, while its essence was sealed within a stone tablet. From henceforth, the descendants of the three great leaders, with the aid of their contractual demons, grew in power and influence, known as the Jin Shiqi officials. The steel is named Boundless, established to ward off malevolent forces. It is divided into three parts, entrusted to three prominent families for safekeeping. These three families, the Succumbing Sea's Xie clan, the Qian Valley's Lu clan, and the Qinyuan's Ji clan, have risen to prominence, gradually partitioning the snow mist continent, each holding dominion over their respective territories, creating a tripartite balance of power. The sound of wooden wheels grinding against stone bricks is harsh and fragmented, prompting Ji Mingwen to reminisce about his previous life. Even now, the snow mist continent is plagued by numerous malevolent entities, and only the scions of noble families can awaken at the boundless steel, a legacy inherited from a millennium ago. The three great families have monopolized power over the continent, and only those scions who possess their own contracted demons may be recognized as demon wardens. In order to combat the potential resurgence of the Ashen Demon Lord, these noble heirs have engaged in strategic intermarriages to strengthen their bloodlines, awakening even more formidable contracted demons. Ji Mingwen, born of a courtesan, bears impure blood and is regarded as a disgrace by the Ji family. The Xie clan, seeking to humiliate the Ji family publicly, deliberately sought him out and returned him, forcing him to live a life worse than that of a servant. Throughout the year, there are 3 critical days for the 3 families, during which the fragments of the boundless steel will reassemble into their original form. On these days, scions aged 8 and above are summoned to undergo a blood test, awakening their innate bloodlines and manifesting their compatible contracted demons. According to the drawing of lots, today is the 3rd day, and it is the turn of the Qinyuan Ji clan, in addition to representatives from the 3 great families. Notable figures from the Snow Mist continent will also attend, speculating whether a powerful contracted demon will emerge this year. The 3 great families are already fraught with discord, and the illegitimate child previously sought by the Xie clan has long been forgotten. It is still early, with half an hour remaining before the appointed time mentioned by the mysterious figure. The early autumn morning is still quite chilly and lacking sufficient clothing. Ji Mingwen ventures to the groom's quarters to procure a clean garment. He swiftly shortens it with scissors and stuffs the tattered cotton from the groom's quilt inside, ensuring he does not freeze. Before the mysterious figure's arrival, Ji Mingwen initially planned to escape through the back door amidst the chaos, to avoid repeating his past mistakes. On this very day, in his previous life, he had been swayed by others' provocations and chose to forcefully participate in the blood test ceremony, hoping to prove his legitimacy as a Ji family member. Even if he could not summon a contracted demon, he at least wanted the family head to see him, rather than succumb to illness in the woodshed, in front of the representatives from the other 2 great families. The Ji family head reluctantly allowed him to touch the boundless steel. The outcome was evident. His bloodline was tainted, rendering him incapable of possessing a contracted demon. Subsequently, that individual incited further malice, claiming he had embarrassed the Ji family before other influential figures and convinced Ji Mingwen that he would not be spared. Instead of waiting for death, he should flee the Ji family. Listening to these words, Ji Mingwen expressed his gratitude repeatedly before escaping into the night, only to encounter mountain bandits and fall off a cliff, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, he was rescued by a wandering cultivator, who brought him into the organization of the Hidden Guests. However, the Hidden Guests harbor a deep-seated animosity towards noble heirs, believing that only their bloodlines should awaken contracted demons. And upon witnessing Ji Mingwen's violet eyes, they grew distant from him. In the end, Ji Mingwen violated the rules of the Hidden Guests, recklessly practiced dark sorcery, and seized the tainted 34 hearts, creating his own contract demon with the puppet thread, only to be expelled from the organization and branded as an irredeemable villain. Ultimately, the Ji family's dozens of exorcists surrounded him, leading to his demise. All of this transpired due to his impure bloodline, rendering him incapable of forming a contract demon and unwelcomed by the Hidden Guests. How dare a crippled dog appear here? A mocking voice rang out as a few figures abruptly emerged from around the corner of the corridor. The youth adorned with a jade crown blocked Ji Mingwen's path. His arms crossed, the pearl-studded tips of his boots grinding against Ji Mingwen's knees. Ji Mingwen feigned fear, shrinking back, his disheveled black hair concealing his cold expression. The tips still dusted with straw from the woodshed. "Return to your doghouse. Who allowed you to dirty my sister's eyes by showing up here?" Ji Shiqi frowned in displeasure, pressing down harder with his foot. "You mongrel! Have you forgotten how I once commanded you to kneel and lick my shoes? How dare you show your face here?" At merely 10 years of age, he already possessed his own contract demon, his strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Thus, even as Ji Mingwen's legs had long lost sensation, his body retreated alongside the wheelchair. Ji Shiqi, the eldest grandson of the second house, was notorious for his mischief during childhood. His disdain for Ji Mingwen, a bastard child brought home on his birthday, was particularly intense. Before Ji Shiqi turned 8, whenever he encountered displeasure, he would rush to the woodshed, sitting in a chair brought by the servants, devising various ways to humiliate Ji Mingwen. The injuries to Ji Mingwen's legs were a direct result of his cruelty, and the scar on his thigh, burned by a fire tongue, was also due to him. It was only when Ji Shiqi had to attend school that Ji Mingwen was afforded a moment of respite. Ji Mingwen's suffering was undeniably intertwined with Ji Shiqi, as many servants, eager to curry favor with Ji Shiqi, would deliberately make things difficult for him. In the esteemed Ji family, where strength reigned supreme, Ji Shiqi was already favored. Upon awakening his offensive contract demon, the thousand silk ghost spider, his status soared even higher, rapidly advancing from a novice exorcist to an elite exorcist within just 2 years. "Brother, today is my blood test day. Why bother with this cripple? It would be ill-fated to shed blood. Let's hurry. Father is waiting over there." Suddenly, a girl in a pale yellow dress, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, clung to Ji Shiqi's arm, her golden jade bracelet clinking melodically. "Today is my grand day, brother. I can hardly wait to discover what type of contract demon I will have. If it's an offensive type, I can join you in vanquishing the tainted." However, as she approached Ji Mingwen, Ji Dongning abruptly pinched her sleeve and brought it to her nose. "Ugh, how foul. Brother, he reeks. Oh no. My clothes have been soiled by him. This was my new outfit chosen specifically for the blood test." Ji Dongning hurriedly took a few steps back, raising her sleeve to her nostrils again, her nose suddenly stinging, prompting her to burst into tears. The pearl earrings swayed with her sobs, tears mingling with her rouge as they fell. "I can't go on living. If I return to bathe and change, I will miss the blood test. Let me just plunge into the lotus pond." As Ji Dongning cried, the nearby servants rushed forward to console her, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Who among us is unaware of this young lady's fierce temperament? I implore you, kind lady, to show mercy. Ji Mingwen abruptly tilted his head, revealing a portion of his face that bore an expression of trepidation. Residing in the firewood shed near the stables, he possessed but a single change of clothing, which naturally carried an unpleasant odor. Furthermore, to ward off the chill, he had donned garments tailored for a stable hand, and even in the most pristine attire, a faint scent of manure lingered. Yet, Ji Dongning stood a full meter away, enveloped in a thick cloud of perfume. How could the situation be so dire? However, Ji Qingxi was unconcerned with such trivialities. In his eyes, Ji Mingwen had caused his precious sister distress. The wretch dared to bring tears to my sister's eyes. At that moment, a shadow of a purple spider emerged behind Ji Qingxi, and his hand swiftly sprouted fur, violently seizing Ji Mingwen by the throat. The pain triggered beads of cold sweat that trickled down Ji Mingwen's spine, yet he dared not raise a hand to grasp the offending wrist, remaining frozen in midair. Just then, the mocking voice of the mysterious figure echoed once more in his mind. When endurance reaches its limit, there is no need for further patience. What are you waiting for? Challenge him to a life-and-death duel. I shall assist you in eliminating him. Chapter 29. The Enforcer, Rebirth of the Melancholic Green, TX Supreme, Contract Beast 0. 4 breathing became increasingly arduous as the words of the mysterious entity resonated in his mind. Suddenly, Ji Mingwen found himself uncontrollably uttering, I, Ji Mingwen of the esteemed Ji family, the renowned enforcer, hereby challenge you to battle. The declaration hung in the air like a pin drop. Even Ji Dongning ceased her weeping, staring incredulously at Ji Mingwen. This was the formal invocation exchanged between enforcers during a challenge, signifying that the ensuing conflict bore no relation to friendship or familial ties. The victor could dispose of the vanquished at will, even to the extent of crippling their contract beast. Should the opponent decline, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Xiulan continent. Yet therein lay the irony. Ji Mingwen possessed no contract beast and had even been rendered legless. How could he dare challenge Ji Qingxi? Ji Qingxi, equally stunned for a moment, soon responded with a low chuckle that caused the servants in the courtyard to tremble and kneel in unison. Well, Ji Qingxi's cold laughter rose sharply. I was unaware you had secretly learned such things. Releasing his grip on Ji Mingwen's throat, he clapped his hands in mockery, his brow furrowed with malice. All signs of noble families were mandated to attend the academy before the age of 8 to gain insight into the role of enforcers. Yet how could Ji Mingwen, a mere illegitimate child living in a firewood shed, have knowledge of such matters? Was he still clinging to his naive dreams? A person of his lowly status dared to aspire to be an enforcer. It appears you are indeed tired of living. You have sought your own demise and can hardly blame others for it. Guide the light as a blessing. Allow me to return, entering the path. Where myriad demons are forbidden to tread, summon the thousand threads ghost spider. The spectral form of the ghost spider flickered behind Ji Qingxi. 8 elongated legs extended, their eerie green compound eyes glimmering with a menacing light as beneath the dense fur, its mandibles opened and closed, revealing glistening fangs. Ji Qingxi's body unnaturally merged with 1,000 threads ghost spider, his eyes transforming to a vivid green. The skin on his back split open, and 8 glimmering spider spears emerged, lifting him into the air. An enforcer of the highest order could now wield the powers of a contract beast to kill without a trace. A formidable power surged forth. Konziki Dongning to tremble involuntarily. The esteemed Ji family S-Town guardian, Ji Qingxi, accepted the challenge. Today, I shall make you aware of the chasm that exists between the talented and the worthless. Yet you are currently devoid of a contract with a demon. Should I take your life, it would merely be an act of a town guardian bullying the weak. Today, I grant you the opportunity for a blood test. Once you comprehend that having an impure bloodline renders you a worthless being, I shall return to claim your life. Dongning, let us depart. I shall avenge you shortly. With a disdainful snort, Ji Qingxi turned and left. Since Ji Mingwen had issued a challenge in the capacity of a town guardian, he intended to demonstrate to Ji Mingwen the true meaning of the distinction between genius and mere insect. Within the Ji family S-Hall, an assembly of influential figures capable of shaking the Snowlon continent with a mere stamp of their feet had gathered. Congratulations, Brother Xia, exclaimed Lu Wuxuan, the head of the Lu family, as he clapped his hands in laughter. I have heard that the genius Yejingyu awakened the crimson-scaled fierce flood dragon yesterday, and in the second secret realm, he single-handedly vanquished 15 vile creatures overnight. Truly, a hero emerges from the youth. Xia Luyan, the the patriarch of the Xie family, lightly tapped the rim of his cup, skillfully deflecting the gazes directed at him from all sides. My grandson is foolish, certainly not on par with your precious granddaughter. The emergence of the gluttonous cat demon has evoked envy among the world's talents, and she is likely the most outstanding town guardian this year. When Shui, that girl, is overly reckless and lacks diligence, often tinkering with bizarre contraptions. It is a stroke of luck that she could awaken a cat demon. Lu Wushuang commented with a hearty laugh, shaking his head as he suppressed a smile. Wen Shui is rather mischievous, spoiled by her family. With her thoughts far from becoming a town guardian, compared to Jingyu, she certainly gives us more cause for concern, but upon closer inspection, that child is indeed quite like me. Lu Wushuang, in his usual boisterous manner, had intended to feign modesty but found it impossible to restrain his laughter, his lips twitching as he attempted to stifle it behind his teacup, the reflection revealing the muscles in his jaw twitching. My child is truly gifted. Follow me. It is merely a trivial trick played by a mischievous child, hardly worthy of attention. Moreover, the Ji family's blood test has yet to commence, and all remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyan nodded with a soft chuckle, a serpentine shadow flickering briefly in his deep-set eyes. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable, truly. New talents from every clan emerge like bamboo shoots in spring. After he spoke, the other prominent figures in the hall joined the conversation, their words filled with praise for the three great families. Before the blood test commenced, none could predict which junior would emerge victorious, for it was not solely a matter of talent. Suddenly, Ji Qianxiao struck the table with his fingers, the sharp sound from the jade cup silencing all discussions. His deep violet eyes gazed intently. Esteemed guests, perhaps it would be prudent to first observe the awakening of the children's blood tests. Ji Qianxiao smoothed the folds of his sleeves and waved his hand, summoning the spirit observation mirror, which revealed the conditions at the boundless monument. Still as serious as ever. How dull, Lu Wushuang murmured, yet he reined in his boastful thoughts and turned his attention to the spirit observation mirror. Would this year's Ji family witness the emergence of an unexpected genius? Before the patterned shadow wall, the eligible youths from both the main and collateral branches of the Ji family gathered, while the steward in charge of the blood test cast an unhappy glance at Ji Mingwen. This is not a place for you. Begone, the steward reprimanded sharply. Yet Ji Mingwen met his gaze with resolve. I possess violet eyes as well, and my surname is Ji. Why am I barred from entry? Were you to deserve such access? The steward, intent on summoning aid to forcibly remove Ji Mingwen, was interrupted by Ji Qingshi's hand raised in protest. He allowed a cold chuckle. This cripple had already sworn to a life-and-death pact with me. If he does not heed the warning, let him enter the blood test and witness his fate. Once he emerges, I shall execute him under the pretense of my position as the genie officer, teaching him the true meaning of disparity. The onlookers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Traditionally, only the pure bloodlines of the three prominent families could awaken a contract spirit. But what if? Clear the way, what are you staring at? I intend to slay this servant who dared to soil my garments within the secret realm. Ji Dongning, her face still streaked with tears, yearned for vengeance at that very moment. The splendid attire she had meticulously prepared for today would be utterly ruined if tainted by the foul odor of that jinx. Among the eligible children of the Ji family participating in the blood test this year, Ji Dongning was the center of attention, especially since her brother, born of the same mother, had been a standout 2 years prior. Open the patterned shadow wall. I shall enter at once. Yidongning Hufet. The time for the blood test had arrived, and the steward, wary of delaying proceedings over Ji Mingwen's issue, hastily opened the patterned shadow wall, revealing a long corridor. The boundless monument lay at the far end. Including Ji Mingwen, 6 scions of the Ji family ventured inside. But as Ji Dongning was the favored daughter of the second branch, supported by her esteemed brother, the others dared not oppose her. Suddenly, Ji Mingwen's wheelchair was overturned by an unseen contract spirit, causing his frail back to collide with a pillar, eliciting a burst of laughter from the crowd. Look at him sprawled on the ground, akin to a dog. Who knows, perhaps he might awaken a contract spirit, a 3-legged hound, no less. At this, Several young gentlemen and ladies joined in the laughter. Ji Mingwen found himself face down in a puddle formed by last night's torrential rain. A violent cough sent tremors through him, scattering the decayed cotton hidden within his garments. Ji Mingwen surveyed the crowd, committing each face to memory. His knuckles, pressing against the ground, turned pale while the damp strands of hair obscured the curve of his lips, which suddenly twisted into a half-smirk, quickly swallowed by shuddering breaths. "I shall ensure your demise," he vowed silently. Ji Dongning, turning around, caught sight of Ji Mingwen groping for his overturned wheelchair. "What disgrace to our Ji family! How revolting!" She grimaced in disdain before striding away. Chapter 30. Zhenyi Officer, Rebirth of the Gloomy Green TX, Superlative Contract Spirit, as Ji Mingwen pushed his wheelchair to the boundless monument. The other 5 had already received their results. The standout among them was undoubtedly Ji Dongning. Ji Mingwen lifted his gaze to the swarm of frost butterflies suspended in midair, each wing's reflection piercing his eyes. The frost butterfly spirit, while not an all-out offensive type, ranked high on the roster of the boundless monument. "Please expedite the process," urged the stewards guarding the monument. The stone tablet, crafted from a deep, obsidian-like rock, bore evident cracks that divided it into 3 segments. From this moment forth, merely placing a hand upon it will reveal whether the enigmatic figure from last night was indeed a prankster. The frost butterfly, delicately poised at Ji Dongning's fingertips, unfurled its crystalline wings as Ji Mingwen maneuvered the wooden wheel toward the stone monument. Suddenly, a mocking laughter echoed from behind. "A cripple, even with a contracted demon's aid. He remains a cripple." Yet, Ji Mingwen, intent on validating the truth of the mysterious man's words, paid no heed to Ji Dongning. Ji Dongning's expression darkened with ire, for her disdain for Ji Mingwen was fueled by her brother's influence. With a flick of her fingers, the swarm of frost butterflies transformed into a tempest of snow. At the moment the wheelchair's armrest crystallized with ice, Ji Mingwen's palm made contact with the surface of the stone monument, a droplet of blood escaping from his fingertip. A blinding white light erupted from his fingers, and the swarm of frost butterflies hurled themselves against the luminous barrier like moths drawn to a flame. Ji Mingwen felt a soft, furry tail entwining around his waist, as the swirling smoke gently propped up his nearly faltering knees. A dense aura of demonic energy surged forth, and a porcelain-like hand grasped his chin, forcing him to gaze upward at a visage as radiant as jade. Strands of hair, unconfined by the jade crown, cascaded with a shimmering glow, while a 9-tailed phantom unfurled behind him, enveloped in crimson mist, with demonic patterns trailing from the corners of its eyes. Spreading with a playful smirk, the youth, embodying the form of a 9-tailed fox, leaned closer, his sharp canine teeth lightly grazing Ji Mingwen's neck, sending a jolt of pain through him as a drop of blood fell onto the stone monument. In that moment of fusion, Ji Mingwen felt a tremor within his heart, their heartbeats gradually synchronizing. From that instant onward, their fates intertwined, bound in life and death. Unless Ji Mingwen were to perish, this contracted demon would remain free of the constraints of the boundless monument. Ji Mingwen stared blankly at that face, for the first time experiencing the awakening of a contracted demon. Yet, this sensation bore little resemblance to a bloodline awakening. Rather, it felt as though the formidable contracted demon before him was insistent upon forging a pact. What manner of contracted demon was this? One that could assume human form. Even with countless past experiences, he had never encountered a contracted demon of such caliber. Moreover, this demon could even transcend the limitations of the boundless monument to communicate with him from afar. It must be a great demon from a millennium past. Fearing that the contracted demon before him might discern his trepidation, Ji Mingwen hastily adopted the astonished countenance befitting a child of his age. How timely it was! As the frost butterflies dissipated into snowflakes, the shadow of the contracted demon abruptly collided with Ji Mingwen's embrace. In the next moment, the storm surrounding him vanished, and Ji Mingwen reappeared before the onlookers. He possessed a contracted demon. Gasps of astonishment erupted, both the stewards responsible for guarding the boundless monument and Ji Dongning, who had awakened alongside him, fixed their gazes intently upon Ji Mingwen. A fleeting glimpse of the demonic patterns at the corners of Ji Mingwen's eyes passed by, and although the onlookers could not discern the nature of his contracted demon, the reaction of the boundless monument confirmed its existence. Could it be that Ji Mingwen's mother hailed from one of the three great families? Please reveal your contracted demon for our records, urged a steward. The blizzard stirred up by the frost butterflies had obscured their vision, leaving the three stewards only with a glimpse of a foxtail, but uncertain of its precise species. Ji Mingwen hesitated. Drawing upon his past experiences, he sensed the formidable power of his contracted demon. If he were to reveal it now, he might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, potentially leading to his demise. Would he be forced to tread the same path as before, betraying the Ji family? As uncertainty clouded his mind, the mysterious man's voice echoed once more in his thoughts. Do not fear. Simply present yourself. Ji Mingwen had to concede that although the enigmatic figure spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, he had yet to bring harm upon him. Cultivating a good rapport with him was not necessarily a disadvantage. With a guiding light as a blessing, may I return home, immersing myself in the path, while all demons remain at bay. At Ji Mingwen's command, the silhouette of a fox, approximately half a person tall, emerged behind him. This appearance was entirely unlike what Ji Mingwen had previously witnessed. It turned out to be a spiritual fox. The three attendants exchanged glances, yet could only record the outcome as it was. The spiritual fox may not rank among the foremost in the list of the boundless monument, and though it could not rival the prodigies of noble families, it was indeed a formidable contract demon. While lacking in aggression, it excelled in agility. However, pairing a limping individual with an agile demon? No matter, he thought, for he might not even survive this ordeal. Well, you all have passed the first trial. The next phase of your training requires you to remain within the secret realm for a full day and night before you can truly bear the title of Guardian of Tranquility. The great door behind the boundless monument was heavily bound by specially crafted chains, and within it lay the malevolent entities captured by the Ji family over the years. Not only did they need to endure a day and night inside, but they also had to extract the heart of the malevolence to pass the second trial. The night hunt. A child barely 8 years old was to hunt the malevolence alone. As the door swung open, Ji Dongning shot Ji Mingwen a fierce glare before hastily stepping inside. Even if Ji Mingwen were to serendipitously awaken his contract demon, Ji Dongning would ensure he did not leave the secret realm alive. The malevolence is the most perilous existence in the snowstorm continent, preying upon humans with brutal methods. Over 1,000 years ago, 3 leaders of humanity established a pact with certain malevolences willing to coexist. Thus, the malevolence entered the boundless monument to become contract demons, thereafter surviving by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, no longer consuming human flesh. Humanity, having learned to wield external forces from bloody battles, thus gave rise to the Guardians of Tranquility. As Ji Mingwen maneuvered his wheelchair through the dense forest, a pure white fox perched upon his shoulder, further deepening his sense of the enigmatic figure's inscrutability. Contract demons possess only a soul. Unless the human they inhabit becomes exceedingly powerful, they cannot materialize. Yet now, this contract demon moved freely without relying on Ji Mingwen's strength. I have been enlightened. How should I address you? Even though a blood pact had been signed and the contract demon could not harm its master, Ji Mingwen dared not act recklessly, for these demons, though not man-eaters, were inherently cunning and cruel. Before the enigmatic figure, he had to maintain the innocent demeanor of a child, though he was fortunate to possess a wealth of experience from his past life. As for your address, I indeed overlooked that matter. However, since I am over 1,000 years your senior, you may refer to me as your elder. Elder, I look forward to your guidance. But I have another question. Why did you choose me? Ji Mingwen finally voiced his most perplexing inquiry. No matter how one looked at it, selecting a crippled individual seemed an unwise choice, and he could not fathom any potential utility. As for that question, in a space unseen by Ji Mingwen, Jin Shiqi leaned against the swaying chair, his elongated fox eyes curving into crescent moons. "It is simply that heaven sent me to protect you." Jin Shiqi savored the apricot candy, a sweet mixture rolling down his throat. Upon hearing his response, Ji Mingwen momentarily froze, inwardly scoffing at the childish remarks, yet outwardly maintaining the guise of an innocent 8-year-old. "Thank you, senior." Suddenly, the rattan chair leaned forward slightly as Jin Shiqi tilted his head back, laughing, the red agate pendant chiming melodiously, while his sheer garment fluttered like peach blossoms in a spring breeze. "Host, your task is to eliminate the male lead's darkening value." "Yes, I am aware. I am merely teasing him. Do you not find it amusing how this villain has reincarnated, pretending to be a child with such earnestness? Do you truly not find it funny?" Chapter 31. Jin E Official. Reborn Gloomy Green TX Extremely Powerful Contract Demon. The decaying leaves beneath the wheelchair oozed dark green juice as Ji Mingwen maneuvered the wooden wheel to avoid the rotting log in his path. Although his youthful spirit had long been dulled, Ji Mingwen's acting skills were impeccable, appearing no different from an ordinary child, albeit with a touch of timidity. At this moment, he was humbly seeking guidance from his senior. The Jin E Official has 5 levels, each granting access to different capabilities of contract demons. The perception level allows one to gain partial awareness of contract demons. With harmonious integration, one may also acquire some power, much like the frost butterfly swarm employed by that earlier young girl. The manipulation level enables the fusion of body and contract demon, significantly enhancing strength. The ceiling level indicates that the Jin E Official can proficiently wield the power of contract demons, even temporarily bestowing them with physical form to fight on their behalf. The annihilation level renders one nearly impervious to corruption. At this stage, every movement and word can effortlessly vanquish malevolence without reliance on contract demon strength. The Tianxian level is the pinnacle, with only the heads of the 3 major families on Shuolan continent achieving the status. Capable of harnessing the energy of the boundless monument to unleash the might of thousands of contract demons. In a space unseen by Ji Mingwen, Jin Shiqi reclined on a rattan chair, holding a tome titled Shuolan Continent, The Unspoken Truths of Jin E Officials and Malevolence. However, his consciousness had transformed into a small fox resting upon Ji Mingwen's shoulder. Listening to Ji Mingwen, the reincarnated soul, call him senior in an unchanged youthful voice. Jin Shiqi's smile grew even brighter. Suddenly, a chilling presence surged behind Ji Mingwen, the fur brushing against the still healing scar on the nape of his neck. Before Jin Shiqi could issue a warning, Ji Mingwen sensed the movement behind him, exerting force to tilt his wheelchair just enough to evade the skeletal claws that emerged from the ground. It was malevolence. The corpse puppet, surrounded by a stench of decay, was something neither human nor beast, with putrid flesh hanging from its joints, dripping with dark, viscous fluid. Ji Mingwen furrowed his brow. The corpse puppet was one of the most formidable forms of malevolence, and a Jin E official who had yet to form a bond with a contract demon would likely meet a grim fate upon encountering it. Why did I have to stumble upon the most challenging malevolence in this secret realm? Ji Mingwen did not place all his hope in Jin Shiqi. After all, he could only trust himself. Unable to flee conveniently from his wheelchair, he would have to devise a way to lure the corpse puppet away. As thoughts of escape swirled in his mind, a sound of breaking branches echoed behind him. Ji Mingwen turned, his pupils dilating in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, he was now encircled by dozens of corpse puppets. Had he inadvertently trespassed into their territory? No, that could not be. Corpse puppets were not social creatures and possessed a strong territorial instinct, unwilling to share their food. Unless, Ji Mingwen suddenly realized, glancing down at the edge of his wheelchair, where his fingers brushed against a mark that revealed a silvery trace. It was Ji Dongning. Was it possible that she had used the storm of frost butterflies to stick to the wheelchair back then? The circumstances within the secret realm were known only to those within, but regardless of the method employed, slaying a single vile creature by one's own hand was considered a triumph. For this reason, Many elders would discreetly provide their juniors with certain advantageous tools, such as wearing special sachets that deterred common vile creatures from approaching easily. The powder on Ji Mingwen's wheelchair was the soul-eating dust, which attracted the corpse puppets. Yi Dongyink, uncertain of whether he could awaken his contracted demon, intended to take his life. At that time, Ji Mingwen had his focus entirely on Jin Shiqi, which explained why he failed to notice these subtle tricks. Cursing himself for his carelessness, Ji Mingwen placed his hand on the wooden wheel only to discover that, at some point, his wheelchair had become ensnared in vines, rendering it difficult to extricate. The vile creatures possessed a semblance of intelligence. Upon confirming that Ji Mingwen had not laid a trap, dozens of corpse puppets lunged toward him simultaneously. Ji Mingwen clenched his hidden hand, knowing that while this action might expose him before Jin Shiqi, his life was far more precious. In that instant, the entire miasmic forest fell into a profound silence, as Jin Shiqi's flowing dark hair brushed against the back of Ji Mingwen's hand. He stood barefoot in the void, his crimson tail piercing the night, surrounded by azure foxfire. When the fangs of the corpse puppets were but half a foot away from the wheelchair, Jin Shiqi raised his hand, pointing his index finger toward the void. This simple gesture unleashed a torrent of air that froze all vile creatures within a 10-jong radius, the sound of peeling bark resembling the mournful cries of shattered bones. As Ji Mingwen looked up, Jin Shiqi's fingertip descended. There were no dazzling flames, no thunderous roars, only a network of cracks that spread from the forehead of the corpse puppets. Wherever the fissures passed, decayed flesh turned to ash, demon bones crumbled to dust. And even the resentment that had settled in the swamp for a century was transformed into azure smoke. A 10-jong-wide vacuum zone cleaved through the entire decaying forest. Ancient trees, frozen mid-gesture as if swept into the air, their leaves suspended, holding onto the lingering souls that had not yet dissipated. In the next moment, a colossal tree crashed to the ground, the tremendous noise reverberating through the secret realm and paling the faces of the attendants outside. However, according to regulations, regardless of what transpired within, the doors could not be opened until dawn the following morning. Inside the secret realm, Jin Shiqi's azure-white fingertips hung down, and Ji Mingwen stared in astonishment at the scene, realizing that Jin Shiqi had just obliterated half of the secret realm. He was even more formidable than he had imagined. Despite such a commotion, Jin Shiqi's flowing dark hair remained undisturbed. Oops, I accidentally exerted too much force and forgot to leave you one to handle the tasks. No worries, I shall catch another for you shortly, Jin Shiqi remarked nonchalantly, as if all of this were not his doing. The gust of wind nearly caused Ji Mingwen to stumble, prompting Jin Shiqi to wrap a tail around the wheelchair, suspending it in midair. Predecessor, who on earth are you? Ji Mingwen's atoms apple bobbed in disbelief as he watched the dust before him being swept away by Jin Shiqi's hand, his purple irises quivering. Why had he never heard of such a formidable contract demon in his past life? Perhaps it was comparable to the celestial level. However, before Jin Shiqi could respond, the ground of the entire secret realm began to tremble. Was Jin Shiqi's power so overwhelming that the remaining malevolent spirits within the realm were struck with fear, losing their sanity and rampaging uncontrollably? Chapter 32, Guardian of Sealing. Reborn Gloomy Green TX, immensely powerful contract demon. 3 minutes prior, in a certain part of the secret realm, Ji Dongning had successfully established rapport with her contract demon, having just slain a malevolent spirit. The corpse of the spirit emitted a black-gray aura, gradually coalescing into an irregular crystal shape, the heart of the malevolent spirit. This heart could heal the wounds inflicted by malevolence. Listening to her entourage's flattery, Ji Dongning displayed an air of arrogance. I shall gift you this spirit's corpse. I am on a quest for stronger malevolence. Frost butterflies floated at her fingertips, forming a hexagonal ice formation beside her. Slaying mere, ordinary malevolence could hardly prove her strength. To avoid shame upon her family and brother, she sought to vanquish even more formidable spirits, carrying their hearts as trophies. At the very least, she aimed for spirits of the corpse puppet caliber. Speaking of corpse puppets, Ji Dongning scoffed again. Surely, that little cripple was dead by now. Even with a contract demon, Ji Mingwen lacked the understanding to sense its abilities, and he would eventually face doom. If her brother were to defeat him, it would still be an undignified victory. It would be better to eliminate him beforehand. Suddenly, a crack appeared in her jade bracelet, and 12 frost butterflies hastily burst forth from her spiritual aperture, darkening the sky above. It was still not night. How could this be? Ji Dongning looked up, witnessing the chaotic malevolence blotting out the sun. Run! By the time she felt the tremors of the ground, it was too late. The last sound she heard was the crushing of her wrist bones, akin to the splintering of a wheelchair axle. The anomalies within the secret realm demanded attention. Yet even the spirit mirror polished from fragments of the boundless monument revealed nothing of the interior. It was not until the following day, when the gates reopened, that everyone discovered the place had turned to ruins, with the malevolence sustaining heavy casualties. Jin Shiqi, worried for his sister, disregarded the rules and rushed inside to search. In the vast expanse of the secret realm, numerous members of the Ji family entered, ultimately finding only the hairpin from Ji Dongning's head. Meanwhile, the contract demon frost butterfly envoy had returned to the boundless monument, a clear indication of the situation's gravity. The only survivor from this night hunt was Ji Mingwen, who lay unconscious beneath a toppled dead tree, his wheelchair reduced to splinters. When they found him, he still clutched a heart of malevolence in his palm. This incident could not be taken lightly. Even the news of Ji Mingwen awakening his contract demon was suppressed. Ultimately, this was deemed a malevolence uprising, and the newly awakened guardian of sealing was certainly no match for it. Ji Mingwen's survival was merely a stroke of luck. During the night hunt, it was not unheard of for the town suppression officer to perish. Yet the casualties this time were unprecedentedly grave. On that fateful day, Jin Shiqi, in a frenzy, charged towards the unconscious Ji Mingwen, only to be intercepted by others. Ji Mingwen was but a mere step away from questioning his own heart, poised to become a true town suppression officer. Prior to this moment, he had risen from a lowly servant on the verge of death in a humble shed to a place within the ancestral lineage, complete with a new wheelchair and a residence befitting a master. The discourse surrounding the awakening of a contract spirit in one of impure bloodlines was rife with speculation. The most credible theory suggested that Ji Mingwen's father's potent genes overshadowed any imperfections. Despite the curiosity surrounding how a cripple might wield a contract spirit, the timing was far from opportune. Jin Shiqi lingered outside the ancestral hall, the contract spirit manifesting ominously, his expression shrouded in gloom. The moment Ji Mingwen emerged from the hall, he was determined to fulfill his promise to slay him, and none could intervene. Though the likelihood of an evil surge was minuscule and seemingly unrelated to Ji Mingwen, the question lingered. Why had his sister perished while he remained alive? Why had this cripple not taken his sister's place in death? A person of such lowly status, was he truly worthy of the ancestral lineage? Inside the hall, Ji Mingwen appeared oblivious to the glaring intent to kill. The flickering candlelight cast his frail shadow into 3 segments upon the offering table. With his legs completely paralyzed, the hall steward permitted him to sit in his new wheelchair rather than kneel. The fragrant smoke of sandalwood incense ascended slowly in the stagnant air of the hall, and within the ebony tray held by the steward, the sheath of the town suppression sword bled crimson from the 81 entwined golden patterns under the candlelight. Raising his hand, the steward's aged voice resonated as Ji Mingwen lowered his gaze, placing his right hand upon the cold sword hilt, his eyes fixed on the characters spelling town suppression. The wheelchair's bearings emitted a faint sound, and the dancing candlelight transformed into shards of ice within Ji Mingwen's violet irises as he recited his oath. I vow to fear no evil. Upon completing the ritual, the steward looked at Ji Mingwen with a hint of compassion. With an irresponsible father, Ji Mingwen had defied fate and awakened his contract spirit, only to encounter an evil surge. His impetuousness led him to forge a life-and-death pact under the guise of the town suppression officer's authority, which was truly lamentable. The steward shook his head as he watched Ji Mingwen's figure depart the ancestral hall. Thus, he officially became the town suppression officer, no longer a puppet controlled by strings, but a true wielder of a contract spirit. Though the true intentions of Jin Shiqi remained a mystery, his immense strength could be advantageous if properly harnessed, benefiting the steward's plans immensely. Outside the hall, Ji Chengshi cast a sword at Ji Mingwen's feet, his violet eyes swirling with murderous intent. The town suppression family's esteemed Ji Chengshi, a formidable town suppression officer, accepted the challenge. A phantom of 1,000-threaded, ghostly spider emerged behind him. 8 spider spears tearing through the air, causing the wheelchair to slide backward half a meter. Ji Mingwen steadied himself by driving his long sword into the ground, preventing his wheelchair from toppling over. In 3 moves, I shall send you back to your doghouse. As he spoke, laughter erupted from the onlookers. The Ji family harbored a deeper desire for Ji Mingwen's demise after his awakening of the contract spirit, for the town suppression officers placed great emphasis on bloodlines, and this impure bloodline had become akin to their own. The ghostly spider's multifaceted eyes glimmered with bloodlust, as fragments of stone erupted like rain amidst the screech of the spider's spear scraping against them. Ji Chengshi leaped into the air, delicately balancing on the spider's silk, while behind him, the ethereal form of the myriad-threaded ghost spider emitted a wailing sound reminiscent of an infant's cries. When a spider spear pierced the backrest of the wheelchair, decayed with splinters scattered onto Ji Mingwen's back, where wounds had yet to heal. He narrowly twisted his body to evade a fatal strike, his sword clumsily intercepting a second spear, until the blade erupted in a shower of sparks, the wheelchair creaking under the strain of the gusts. One strike. Worthless are the worthless, yet it is precisely those who tarnish their family's name that survive. You ought to die in place of Dongning. The spectral form of the myriad-threaded ghost spider surged behind Ji Chengshi, 6 pairs of crimson eyes locking onto the trembling tip of his sword. What is this? Have you, a person of inherently lowly birth, never learned to summon a contract demon? Or do you believe that even if summoned, it would lead to your demise? A limping dog might evade capture. Let us see how long you can continue to dodge. As the 3rd spear hurtled toward his heart, Ji Mingwen abruptly released the wheelchair's brake, allowing it to slide down the sloped bluestone, the spear embedding itself in a pillar and sending debris flying. 2 strikes. Ji Mingwen nearly fell along with the chair, but he managed to thrust his sword into the ground, cushioning his descent. Yet, this duel was undeniably a one-sided slaughter. It was evident to all that Ji Chengshi had not exerted his full strength in the first 2 strikes, merely toying with Ji Mingwen. The 3rd strike would be the lethal one. Humans can harness the power of contract demons to vanquish abominations 100 or 1,000 times stronger than themselves. What hope, then, does a boy who has spent years confined to a wheelchair possess? Prepare to meet your end. The myriad-threaded ghost spider unleashed a torrent of webs, sealing off the space entirely, rendering the events within invisible to outsiders, leaving Ji Mingwen with no escape. 8 spider spears descended like a torrential rain, the mist of blood that erupted from Ji Mingwen's throat staining the web barrier crimson. The wheelchair shattered with a thunderous crash, and at the moment his back collided with the stone steps, a faint sound of breaking bones echoed, with no path for retreat. A glint of triumph flickered in Ji Mingwen's eyes. What expression would Ji Chengshi wear if he knew that his fate was to perish at the hands of a foul being? Meanwhile, in Ji Chengshi's incredulous gaze, one of the spider spears fell to the ground, and the blade that hung limply from Ji Mingwen's hand had taken on an eerie azure hue, while the spectral form of the myriad-threaded ghost spider revealed an expression of anguish. Ji Mingwen wielded his sword with remarkable skill, yet he was supposed to be a worthless individual who had never even touched a sword. His legs could not even stand upright. Chapter 33, Demon Suppressor. Rebirth of the Melancholic Green TX, Overpowered Contract, Demon 08, Ji Chengshi. You label me as worthless. How does it feel to be wounded by the worthless? Ji Mingwen lay on the ground, his pale chest heaving violently, blood trickling down the ravines of his old wounds. He raised his hand, driving the sword's blade into the earth, the reflection revealing the twisted delight in his eyes. Do you know that I have slain the coachman? This revelation successfully tugged at Ji Chengshi's nerves. He had initially sought vengeance for his sister, wishing for Ji Mingwen to suffer a fate worse than death. Yet now, no matter the cost, Ji Mingwen must die. An ominous premonition stirred within him. If he did not eliminate Ji Mingwen now, it would surely lead to a great calamity. I still ponder the audacity with which you dare to provoke me. That worthless coachman, his demise means little. You are but a servant today, and shall remain one for eternity. Amidst the piercing shriek of the spider spear slicing through the air, Ji Shiqi swiftly approached, only to have his long sword reduced to mere fragments under its overwhelming force. The corners of Ji Mingwen's eyes glimmered with demon patterns traced in crimson. Light the lantern as a blessing, permit my return. I shall enter the path, where myriad demons are forbidden to tread. Summon the shadow, fire into the sky. A colossal shadow formed behind Ji Mingwen, obscuring the sun. Several spider spears, upon touching the fox fur, transformed into quicksand, and the ethereal light within the web barrier twisted into silver threads. The shadow cast by his lowered lashes conveniently concealed the delight swirling within the distorted irises of Ji Mingwen, as a sound, caught between a sigh and a sneer, escaped his throat. I forgot to mention, your sister also met her end by my hand. Ji Shiqi's pupils widened in shock, yet before he could react, the shards of the sword had already lodged themselves into his heart. The knowledge of such tidings, in his final moments, pierced deeper than any blade, did it not? Ji Shiqi fell back into the shadow where the foxtail coiled, and at that instant, the barrier dissipated, leaving the onlookers in a state of uproar. The apparition behind Ji Shiqi shattered entirely as he collapsed on the ground, incredulously pointing at Ji Mingwen. Yet, before he could utter a word, breath left him, his eyes wide open, fixed upon the heavens. It was Ji Mingwen who emerged victorious. No one anticipated this outcome. After all, even if Ji Mingwen were not a cripple, the disparity in strength between a perception level and a control level town restraining officer was astronomical. How could Ji Shiqi possibly lose? However, the web barrier had entirely isolated the events within, leaving the spectators in ignorance. Ji Mingwen released the fragments of the sword from his grasp, blood dripping from his palm onto the ground. Thank you, esteemed senior, he murmured in gratitude. Despite being a reincarnated soul, Ji Mingwen bore no arrogance. He understood that Jin Shiqi could easily bring about his demise. Until he possessed sufficient strength to resist, he could not afford to offend Jin Shiqi. The death of Ji Shiqi was no trivial matter, and soon spread throughout the Ji family. Within 2 years, ascending from a perception level to a control level town restraining officer, Ji Shiqi was held in high regard. Yet he had established a life and death pact before his demise, stipulating that neither party's acquaintances could interfere, as per the rules of the town restraining officers. Yet, the higher echelons would pay little heed to such matters. They were solely concerned with outcomes. From a different perspective, a mere old town restraining officer, who even in a state of disability could vanquish Ji Shiqi, would surely be deemed more worthy of cultivation. Consequently, the resources that would have been allocated to Ji Shiqi flowed instead into Ji Mingwen's possession, and he was even assigned dedicated servants. In such circumstances, Ji Mingwen's identity became inconsequential. It sufficed to fabricate a new persona and seal away the truth. Who would know that he was merely the child residing in the woodshed? It was as if the original Ji Mingwen had perished, only for a splendid scion of the Ji family to emerge anew. In the mist-laden jade pool, Ji Mingwen curled up within a recess crafted from warm gold and jade, his remaining leg soaking in the medicinal spring, radiating a rosy hue. In his previous life, he had attempted to use medicinal baths to heal his old wounds. But the exorbitant costs and the materials being monopolized by the 3 prominent families left him with no choice but to endure the pain, using the meager funds from his commissions to acquire puppet silk. Yet now, merely by becoming the town exorcist, his circumstances had drastically transformed, endowing him with a fabricated identity. His mother was looked down upon, and he too faced scorn, but Ji Mingwen was resolute in seizing every resource at his disposal, ascending step by step, like a vengeful spirit dragging down those who had once towered above him. These crippled legs had traversed the centuries of the Ji family's legacy. He would resort to any means necessary, even if it meant enduring 100-fold humiliation, as long as he could survive. As he basked in warmth, Ji Mingwen's consciousness began to blur. His mother, once the most celebrated beauty of the famed flower house, had a visage that resembled a lotus blossom, her brows meticulously drawn with a subtle elegance. In her youth, she was extraordinarily beautiful and renowned for her graceful dances, earning the moniker Chu Jianyang due to her supple waist. Many flocked to witness this talented beauty, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Countless patrons squandered fortunes in a single night, yet none could ever touch her hand, leading to her meteoric rise to fame. However, as fate would have it, this Chu Jianyang began to show signs of pregnancy, eventually giving birth to a child with violet eyes. In the snowy lawn continent, such eyes were emblematic of the Ji family, and Ji Mingwen was the name bestowed upon this child by Chu Jianyang. After his birth, she retreated from public view. Admiration turned to contempt as people accused her of seducing a distinguished member of the Ji family, deriding her as a mere hen attempting to elevate herself through her offspring. Ji Mingwen's clearest childhood memory was being forced to recite the classic of filial piety, facing punishment for any mistakes. The penalties for transgressions were numerous, yet the greatest sin was that of unfilial behavior. After 2 days of memorization, he still faltered. The copper mirror was overturned as Chu Jianyang struck his delicate hand with a wooden board. "My son, you will enter the Ji family and become a distinguished town exorcist. If you cannot achieve this, you will never rise in the Ji family." The 4-year-old boy curled up beside the mandarin duck pillow, choking back tears as he recited once more. His pupils reflected 2 flickering flames of deep violet, a color so profound that it ensnared women effortlessly, just as it had ensnared her years ago. As long as you become the town exorcist, all that your mother has done will be worthwhile. This was a refrain Ji Mingwen had heard countless times, day after day, echoing in his ears. Whenever outsiders claimed the Ji family would not acknowledge this illegitimate child, Chu Jianyang would angrily chastise them, only to become even more demanding of Ji Mingwen. "Venia, you will understand your mother's intentions. When you step through the gates of the Ji family, you will undoubtedly become the most esteemed town exorcist on the continent. Your eyes are identical to your father's." Yet, that winter when he was 4, Ji Mingwen did not meet the father his mother spoke of, nor the Ji family. Instead, it was the town exorcist of the Xie family, marked by the emblem of the Azure Sea, who arrived, presenting Chu Jianyang with a length of white silk and taking Ji Mingwen away. Ji Mingwen cried out as he was hoisted onto someone's shoulder. Experiencing his first departure from the brothel, struggling to look back, he caught a glimpse of his dangling shoe tips. Chapter 34. The Zhenyi official, rebirth of the melancholic Green TX, overpowered contract spirit. An 8-year-old child, with a frail spine pressed against the pool wall, felt the mist imbued with the fragrance of herbs envelop him, seemingly alleviating the pain of old wounds. Ji Mingwen slowly opened his eyes and was startled to see the reflection on the water morph into snowy fox ears. The vermilion tip-tail had already wrapped around his ankle, clearing the chaos in his mind instantly. Lingering too long in the bath could be detrimental to one's health. Jin Shiqi, barefoot, crushed the starlight scattered across the pool, his snow-like wide sleeves draping over the jade surface, startling the floating petals of medicinal flowers into a whirl. "Let me examine your injuries. They will not heal anytime soon, especially your legs." The ribs of the folding fan slid along his skin, sending a chill through Ji Mingwen's upper body. Perhaps it was the herbal scent that had muddled his head. It took him a moment to realize that he was completely unclothed, exposed for all to see, while other contracts required the Zhenyi official to summon them. Who on earth was he? In the water's reflection, perhaps due to soaking for too long, Ji Mingwen's entire body took on a faint rosy hue, and shocked, he clung to the edge of the pool, attempting to flee, only to be pulled back into Jin Shiqi's embrace by the foxtail. "What are you hiding from? I won't bite," Jin Shiqi teased, the fan's ribs playfully tapping Ji Mingwen's backside, startling him into a flurry like a frightened fish. "You, senior, what do you intend to do?" "Fortunately, Yimingwen, possessing a resilient spirit, did not forget that this individual before him possessed strength comparable to the celestial level, and could only tremble as he grit his teeth to utter these words. In his previous life, spanning a century, he had never endured such humiliation. Had he not needed to maintain the appearance of a child, his expression would have twisted in fury, thoughts of murder brewing within him. It's merely a child's body. What's there to hide? Besides, I'm here to assist you with your medication. And how can I do that if you remain clothed? Jin Shiqi stated, deliberately pressing his warm palm against Ji Mingwen's trembling back, delighting in a half-whimper that escaped Ji Mingwen's throat. How peculiar! He derived great pleasure from teasing Ji Mingwen, and the sensation of holding him was remarkably pleasant, albeit the child was rather too slender. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I kindly request that you at least allow me to wear a garment. Ji Mingwen swallowed back 3 muffled sounds, the splashes of water dampening his eyelashes and obscuring the mortification dancing within his pupils. Compared to his nakedness, the thought of exposing his legs felt far more vulnerable. His legs had begun to atrophy from the thighs down, pale skin marred by a network of bluish veins, and his toenails bore the pale hue of long-neglected light. Ji Mingwen had never dared to confront the sight of his own legs, let alone allow another to see them. When others fixated on his legs, he would feel a fleeting sensation of suffocation, as if they intended to peel away his flesh. I beg you, Senior, it's cold outside. Ji Mingwen lifted his head, forcing a practiced smile, his body shivering, reminiscent of how he had once endeared himself to the Ji family. Yet, the more he ingratiated himself, the harsher their treatment became. At this moment, he lay cradled in Jin Shiqi's embrace, resembling a crane with broken wings, the whip scars traversing his shoulders, trembling under the caress of soft fox fur. Jin Shiqi suddenly paused, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes, instinctively wrapping the delicate fabric around the boy's form. His jaw taut yet softened like willow branches brushing against water. Good. The word escaped with difficulty. Jin Shiqi himself was uncertain of his thoughts as he carried Ji Mingwen into the room and changed into a clean set of clothes. Ji Mingwen marveled at how easily this formidable contract demon seemed to appease him. After hastily placing a box of ointment in his arms, Jin Shiqi bid farewell. This was an apology. Ji Mingwen watched Jin Shiqi leave in a flurry, still draped in the ethereal garment he had left behind. To his surprise, this powerful contract demon appeared to be quite amicable. Yet Ji Mingwen was not easily swayed by trust, his demeanor reverting to cool indifference. His damp black hair cascaded over his shoulders, droplets still clinging to the ends, and as he lifted the pristine ointment, a flush crept to his ears. Perhaps this enigmatic contract demon was, in fact, particularly innocent, unable to bear the sight of a child in distress. No, it seemed more than mere vulnerability. Could it be that he could not bear to witness my suffering? The first time Jin Shiqi appeared was during a stormy night when he was on the brink of illness. The second time, he had been seized by Jin Shiqi at the throat. Gazing into the copper mirror, after a cleansing bath, the ashen pallor had vanished from his face, and his cold expression now radiated an air of aloofness. Possessing the bloodline of the Ji family, his appearance could not be lacking. Moreover, his birth mother had once been a renowned beauty. This visage was indeed striking, yet due to his frail and pallid nature, it easily evoked pity and a protective instinct in others. After his defection, Ji Mingwen had attempted poisoning, framing, slandering, spreading rumors, and sowing discord. Yet, the concern of others? Such a thing felt like poison cloaked in honey. After all, how could anyone truly care for him? To validate his suspicions, Ji Mingwen cleared his throat and tentatively called out into the air, "Senior?" Immediately, a familiar voice responded, However, compared to its usual playful tone, it now bore a colder edge, prompting Ji Mingwen to doubt his assumptions and worry whether he had offended him with his recent actions. "Senior, I would like to borrow some yuan crystals." Yuan crystals served as the universal currency of the Shuolan continent. But before he could finish, a silvery cascade filled his vision. Countless yuan crystals materialized out of thin air, forming a small mountain before him, towering even above a wheelchair. Such wealth was something Ji Mingwen had never encountered. Even in his past life, Jin Shiqi coldly remarked that there was no need for repayment before vanishing once more. Ji Mingwen stared in astonishment at the scene. This contract demon seemed exceptionally generous towards him. Was it merely an illusion? He recalled how, when he had asked Jin Shiqi why such a powerful contract demon would choose him, Jin Shiqi had half-jokingly, half-seriously replied that he had come to protect him. Fixating on the mountain of yuan crystals before him and the ointment in his hand, Ji Mingwen tightened his grip, his gaze returning to its frigid state. Trusting one's kin is already a precarious endeavor. How then could one possibly surrender oneself entirely to a contract demon, a being capable of extinguishing one's life at any moment? Yet, this is not entirely detrimental. It merely necessitates greater caution in future endeavors, ensuring that this well-meaning predecessor remains oblivious to any anomalies. Let him perpetuate the belief in my virtue, while I remain vigilant to prevent unexpected encounters. Chapter 35. The Guardian of Stability, Rebirth of a Melancholic Green Tea X Supremely Powerful Contract Demon Host. Your mission is to diminish the malevolent tendencies of the male protagonist in this world and avert its collapse, rather than merely raising a child, the system lamented. However, Jin Shiqi remained lost in thought, staring silently at his palm. Host, that child is exploiting you. You ought to enlighten him. Steering him away from thoughts of annihilating the three prominent families, and ensure he does not bring calamity upon the snowy mountain continent. Also, why did you assist him in eliminating that pair of siblings? The system earnestly counseled, unable to fathom how Jin Shiqi had compelled such a reticent system into a loquacious discourse. Upon hearing about the Ji siblings, Jin Shiqi snapped back to reality, shaking his head in disagreement, and popped a piece of apricot candy into his mouth, his tone returning to its usual playful demeanor. I merely aim to prevent the male protagonist's descent into darkness, not his capacity for violence. Why should that pair of siblings not meet their demise? You must enlighten him. Convincing the male protagonist to relinquish his murderous intentions. Perpetuating such violence only deepens the bloodlust. I beg to differ. Harboring hatred without release would surely lead to psychological turmoil. Would it not? Moreover, are you suggesting that Jin Shiqi, having broken the male protagonist's leg, should be met with benevolence and allowed to grow up in a state of perpetual subjugation? Jin Shiqi's reasoning left the system at a loss for words, prompting it to deactivate the vocal system and cease its counsel. Despite knowing that Jin Shiqi's record of task completion was impeccable, it could not refrain from its incessant chatter. Indeed, Jin Shiqi was already aware that Ji Mingwen was a reincarnate. According to the distorted narrative, Ji Mingwen would leverage his past experiences to infiltrate the remnant candle society, transforming himself into a being that was neither fully human nor ghostly, ultimately resurrecting the evil Lord of Ashes and obliterating the entire snowy mountain continent, leading to his own demise. Such a plot had strayed significantly from the original storyline. Jin Shiqi must guide Ji Mingwen from a fragile flower into a formidable leader of the esteemed family, ultimately vanquishing the nefarious remnant candle society. Yet, Jin Shiqi possessed his own theories. Transforming a tormented archvillain into a paragon of righteousness was no simple feat after the system departed. Jin Shiqi once again gazed at his palm. For reasons unknown, when he held Ji Mingwen earlier, he experienced an inexplicable stirring within, an ineffable sensation. Jin Shiqi frowned. Ji Mingwen's childhood visage was indeed charming, yet he harbored no peculiar affection for children. In his view, those with such inclinations deserved to face the firing squad. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Best not to dwell further. The ointment left by Jin Shiqi was met with skepticism by Ji Mingwen, who applied a small amount. Upon awakening the next day, his skin was as smooth as jade, devoid of any scars. As he marveled at the efficacy of the ointment, which surpassed the traditional medicinal baths of the aristocracy, a voice from outside announced the arrival of a visitor. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Ji Mingwen's expression turned cold. He hastily concealed the ointment and donned his garments before wheeling himself into the hall. Upon seeing Ji Mingwen, Ji Qinyan's face brightened, and he rose abruptly. Congratulations on your new residence. I never anticipated you would truly succeed. From now on, we are colleagues, and perhaps we might even venture out together to vanquish malevolence. Ji Qinyan's chestnut hair fell in gentle curls, and when he smiled, he appeared disarmingly innocent, possessing a beauty that surpassed that of his peers. He was merely a year older than Ji Mingwen and had only awakened his contract with a demon last year. But I am genuinely curious. What method did you employ to eliminate Ji Shiqi? Ji Qinyan leaned closer to Ji Mingwen, his lips curling into a smile that revealed soft dimples. Yet, in Ji Mingwen's eyes, Ji Qinyan's scheming was evident, creeping from the corners of his eyes to his brow, tearing away the facade of innocence. In a past life, Ji Qinyan was the only member of the Ji family who understood Ji Mingwen, often sneaking him food and ointments in the dead of night. The naive Ji Mingwen was immensely grateful, viewing Ji Qinyan as a benefactor without the slightest suspicion. Although Ji Qinyan was a town exorcist, his lineage was deemed rather ordinary compared to Ji Shiqi's awakened demon contract, and his bloodline was considered a regression, coupled with fierce competition within his branch of the family. Ji Qinyan often found himself overlooked and forgotten. The two kindred spirits had once consoled each other in a woodshed. However, the current Ji Mingwen would not be deceived by Ji Qinyan's seemingly benevolent demeanor. He maneuvered his wheelchair to evade the slanting rays of sunlight, deliberately avoiding Ji Qinyan's gaze. Ji Shiqi's lapse into madness was merely a consequence of his sister's death. It was sheer coincidence that I managed to wound him with a shard of my blade. Ji Mingwen's response mirrored the external rumors. For who could believe that he, relying solely on an ordinary demon contract, could defeat a trained town exorcist? It must have been luck and coincidence. Yet, Ji Qinyan held a different perspective. In his recollection, Ji Mingwen had never dared to confront Ji Shiqi directly, let alone utter his name. During Ji Qinyan's absence while he dealt with malevolence, something unknown must have transpired. Had someone whispered to him in secret? As Ji Qinyan pondered this, Ji Mingwen turned his wheelchair back towards him, donning a look of confusion intertwined with a hint of sorrow. Brother Nian, do you not share my joy? It was your encouragement that led me to the Wujia Monument, enabling my success. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Ji Qinyan's fingers clenched tightly within his sleeve, and he forced a smile as he replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, within Ji Mingwen's spiritual realm, Jin Shiqi observed the scene with casual interest. Ji Mingwen had presumed that Jin Shiqi could only communicate through thought and, even after becoming a demon contract, was unable to view the outside world at all times. However, this was far from the truth. Jin Shiqi was acutely aware of everything Ji Mingwen was engaged in, including his plotting to kill the horseman and the murderous intent he harbored towards the Ji siblings, even during his bath in the medicinal pool. The facade meticulously maintained by Ji Mingwen was, in Jin Shiqi's eyes, virtually non-existent. Presently, he was savoring the unique delicacies of the Shuolan continent while observing the discourse between two masters of performance. Ji Qinyan, as recorded in the data provided by S037, appeared more as a clandestine instigator than as a direct bully compared to Ji Shiqi. In the world of the Zhenyi family, strength was revered, and weaker officials were often neglected by their masters who deemed them unworthy of investment. They had to fight and seize for themselves. Ji Qinyan was one such individual. Over time, his psyche became warped until a more wretched figure emerged, Ji Mingwen. He began to spread rumors among the servants, inciting Ji Shiqi, the dim-witted young master, to further target Ji Mingwen, all while feigning goodwill to draw him into certain actions. Ji Qinyan asserted that Ji Mingwen's father had not forgotten him. Rather, he was confined for violating family regulations. If Ji Mingwen were to plead on his behalf, perhaps they could be reunited. Ji Mingwen, believing these words, deliberately sought out the location when the crowd was at its peak, only to be beaten mercilessly by the household servants, crawling back to the woodshed battered and bruised. Subsequently, Ji Qinyan claimed his approach was flawed, advising Ji Mingwen to first curry favor with Ji Shiqi, who was merely upset because Ji Mingwen had disrupted his birthday. A gift from Ji Mingwen would surely placate him. Before arriving at the Ji family, Ji Mingwen had never set foot outside a brothel. He crafted a red string, which also adorned the ankle of the alluring Chu Jianyang, believed to ward off evil and bring blessings. However, upon seeing the distinct red string typically worn by courtesans, Ji Qingxi brutally kicked Ji Mingwen to the ground in humiliation. The more Ji Mingwen suffered, the more jubilant Ji Qinian felt, relishing the sight of Ji Mingwen's torment from the shadows. Prior to the blood test, Ji Qinian incited Ji Mingwen to approach the Wu Jie monument, anticipating another public disgrace. To his astonishment, Ji Mingwen not only awakened his contract with a demon, but also vanquished Ji Qingxi, who was stronger than he. This far exceeded Ji Qinian's expectations. The once wretched, illegitimate son now loomed over him. After smashing a plethora of items in his chamber to vent his frustrations, Ji Qinian sought Ji Mingwen again. You may have ascended to heights, but I can just as easily drag you down. Chapter 36, Jun Yi Official, Rebirth of a Melancholic Green Tea X, Exceptionally Powerful Contracted Demon. Your current status is different, yet the forces aligned with Ji Qingxi harbor considerable discontent towards you. I fear they may take action against you soon. Ji Qinian adeptly wielded his advantages, possessing a delicately pitiable appearance. As he leaned closer to Ji Mingwen, his lashes formed a gentle arc, each movement impeccably timed. His gaze shimmering with concern. He always spoke in half-truths, leaving the rest for Ji Mingwen to decipher. When Ji Mingwen found himself in a predicament, Ji Qinian would don the guise of a benevolent figure, subtly guiding him, creating the illusion that he alone cared for Ji Mingwen in this world. According to the established rules, the life and death of the town's overseer is of no concern to family ties or friendships. Even in the event of a loss, the deceased relatives are forbidden from seeking revenge. Should Ji Mingwen meet an untimely demise during this period, speculation would inevitably arise regarding deliberate retribution. The community of overseers exhibits an almost pathological adherence to these regulations, harboring disdain for Ji Mingwen due to his noble lineage tainted by impure blood. After all, the overseers are the beneficiaries of these very rules, which effectively segregate the aristocracy from the common folk based solely on lineage. Consequently, Ji Mingwen is unlikely to encounter any trouble during this time. However, should he choose to provoke others, the implications would be entirely different. Yi Gvinian, convinced of Ji Mingwen's ignorance regarding the overseer's customs, seems to be inciting him to act preemptively, inadvertently establishing a formidable adversary while simultaneously pressuring Ji Mingwen to make a choice amidst emotional turmoil. In the aftermath, he could easily excuse his actions by claiming, "I merely wish to bring this to your attention. Why would you overthink it?" After all, a bastard like Ji Mingwen, born from a brothel, is prone to overthinking. Is he not? As sunlight streamed into the room, Ji Qinian gracefully offered Ji Mingwen a cup of freshly brewed tea, deliberately turning the handle towards him in a fluid motion. Ji Mingwen accepted the warm tea, regarding him with a knowing smile. Indeed, what should I do? Faced with Ji Mingwen's unusual demeanor, Ji Qinian attributed it to his awakening as a contract demon, making him more inclined to value his life and reluctant to take risks. Ji Qinian, of course, was willing to face death, but Ji Mingwen was determined not to let him meet his ends so easily. Moreover, with Jin Shiqi's unpredictable appearances, caution was imperative. Having spent decades as a cunning fox in his previous life, Ji Mingwen was keenly aware of Ji Qinian's intentions. Ji Qinian's tactics were hardly sophisticated. It was merely Ji Mingwen's initial fear upon arriving that made him trust this one individual who showed him kindness. Now, as Ji Qinian returned to probe Ji Mingwen's affairs under the guise of concern, he remarked, "Mingwen, there are many eyes on your position and your identity." Unwilling to retreat so easily, Ji Qinian resorted to his old tricks of incitement. However, to his surprise, Ji Mingwen furrowed his brow, seemingly listening to something, and rose to escort him out. "Wait, Mingwen, I haven't finished speaking. You there, do not obstruct me." Mingwen. Thus, Ji Qinian was expelled, left in disarray in the wind. still holding the unfinished cup of tea. Moments later, as he grasped the reality of what had transpired, his cherubic face contorted in anger. The cup in his hand crushed to pieces, and his mouth twitched in fury. "So, Ji Mingwen, now that you've found success, you dare to cast me out." Inside, Ji Mingwen adopted a different demeanor, tentatively calling out to the heir, "Senior." In the next instant, Jin Shiqi appeared. It was precisely because of Jin Shiqi's words that Ji Mingwen had hastily sent Ji Qinian away. "Are you planning to leave for a while? Did I earn some way?" He tilted his head back, the sunlight illuminating his gaunt features, accentuating the sharp angles of his face. Now, his attire is ready-made clothing sent by the Ji family, and his physique is rather frail. Viewed from above, the outline of his scapula subtly emerges beneath the fabric, while his dark hair accentuates his already pallid complexion, rendering it nearly translucent. Although the current Ji Mingwen looks down upon Ji Qinian's petty tactics, he has mastered them to perfection, even surpassing his predecessor. Upon realizing the efficacy of this stratagem, Ji Mingwen has employed it with great success. "I have merely stepped away temporarily. Perhaps I shall return in 3 days, or if fortune favors, in 2. It is possible that Jin Shiqi himself has yet to recognize the effectiveness of Ji Mingwen's ploy upon him. "You have used the ointment I sent you, haven't you?" Ji Mingwen's arm rests upon the armrest of the wheelchair as Jin Shiqi crouches down, gently lifting the sleeve of his arm. "It looks much better than yesterday. You must continue using it." As Jin Shiqi's fingers brush against his skin, Ji Mingwen instinctively recoils, only to be delicately ensnared by the foxtail around his wrist. "Do not move." A warm current seeps through Jin Shiqi's fingertips into the wound, dispelling the encroaching darkness. Perhaps it is merely Ji Mingwen's illusion, but he feels as though his legs, long devoid of sensation, tremble ever so slightly. "Senior, what is this?" Aware that he cannot struggle or resist, Ji Mingwen resigns himself to the moment. "I do not wish to return to the boundless monument upon my return. I have already imparted a fragment of my strength to you. For the next few days, you will still be able to summon the contracted demon and draw upon my power." Jin Shiqi did not lie, yet he concealed certain truths. This power allows him to instantly ascertain Ji Mingwen's whereabouts and actions with utmost clarity. During his absence, should anyone attempt to lead the principal character astray, his mission would be rendered futile. This measure serves not only to protect Ji Mingwen, but also to prevent undesirable individuals from approaching him. After ensuring everything is in order and observing Ji Mingwen's obedient nod, Jin Shiqi departs with satisfaction. Although he and S-037 may diverge in philosophy, he cannot help but concur with one aspect. Blindly indulging Ji Mingwen in violence will not cultivate him into a paragon of virtue. According to the script, Ji Mingwen will eventually encounter the Remnant Candle Society. Within the Snowstorm continent, the 3 great families possess bloodlines left by their ancestors a millennium ago, and they rely on contracted demons to serve as the main force in eradicating filth. In contrast, the scattered individuals from the Hidden Guest organization are akin to civilian groups. Devoid of bloodlines and lacking ties to contracted demons, they forge special weapons from corrupt hearts or bones, thus gaining a fighting chance against the filth. This has now evolved into a vast collective. Additionally, there remains the notorious Remnant Candle Society, whose strength may not rival that of the 3 great families. Yet they are exceedingly cunning and difficult to deal with, having even mastered a form of dark sorcery that manipulates filth. In a past life, Ji Mingwen learned from a member of the Remnant Candle Society how to craft his own contracted demon using puppet threads. The Remnant Candle Society gathers many traitors expelled from the 3 great families, as well as individuals seeking power who join their ranks. Their mission is founded on the belief that the 3 great families unjustly divide the world, and they aim to resurrect the Lord of Ashes and reshape the world new. In simpler terms, it refers to a group of extremists who harbor a deep-seated disdain for the aristocracy, constantly plotting ways to oppose them. The motive behind Jin Shiqi's confrontation is straightforward. By tarnishing Ji Mingwen's reputation in advance, the Remnant Candle Society will be deterred from collaborating with him, thereby indirectly severing the male protagonist's path to darkness. Chapter 37. Jin Shiqi official. Rebirth of the melancholic green TX, superlative contract demon, given the varied tasks across different worlds. The script Jin Shiqi receives naturally diverges significantly. Utilizing this script, he effortlessly uncovers the concealed location of the Remnant Candle Society's headquarters. As he crushes the final stone step, Jin Shiqi sweeps his folding fan, unleashing flames that erupt through the door's crevice, filling the air with a haze of azure mist. A sound of dislocated bones crackles from behind the door, and a dark, malevolent demon emerges from the fog, its joints bound with chains inscribed with incantations. Jin Shiqi's gaze shifts to those inscriptions, and he swiftly evades, curiosity and appreciation for talent gleaming in his eyes. The individual capable of establishing the Remnant Candle Society is indeed a remarkable talent. Regrettably, such a person would ultimately lead the protagonist astray and must be dealt with preemptively. With a flick of his fan, the dark demon is instantly reduced to ashes. His strength rivals that of the Tianxian level, allowing him to traverse this domain with ease. When faced with an impassable door, he simply obliterates it, navigating the lair of a deranged organization that instills fear in the three great clans as if it were an unoccupied realm. Yet, the further he ventures, the more he admires the leader of the Remnant Candle Society, recognizing them as a genius. After all, the society has assimilated the strengths of the three great clans, even drawing upon the experiences of the Hidden Guest organization. Although they borrowed extensively, they did so with an impressive level of integration. However, considering the unconventional nature of the society's members, the situation becomes clearer. Within the underground palace, countless candles, as thick as an infant's arm, burn with crimson wax, their tears coalescing into rivers of blood along iron chains. 5 remnant candle envoys appear before Jin Shiqi, surrounded by several formidable and corrupted ghostly firewolves. Yet, the once savage entities now behave like docile creatures, allowing the envoys to caress them. The Remnant Candle Society has managed to endure under the pressure from the three great clans, undoubtedly showcasing their prowess. Simultaneously, the 5 envoys remain vigilant, fixating their attention on Jin Shiqi. Who is this Tianxian-level lunatic that has intruded upon their domain? Has someone from the Shuolan continent ascended to such power? Despite their trepidation, they muster their resolve, initially intending to gauge the newcomer's strength. But unexpectedly, Jin Shiqi nearly dismantles the underground palace. Who are you? And why do you oppose the Remnant Candle Society? Jin Shiqi's visage is obscured by a mask, and his techniques do not align with the current top-tier powers of the Shuolan continent. The ribs of his fan glimmer coldly under the blood-red illumination as Jin Shiqi snaps the fan open. Engaging in battle requires no superfluous dialogue. With a disdainful snort, he deftly rotates his wrist, causing the fan's handle to spin with agility. An imperceptible force emanates from him, rippling outward like waves on a water surface, stirring the stagnant air in the chamber. Humph, obstinate and unyielding, guiding the light as a blessing, grant me my return, entering the path with my own body. All demons forbidden to traverse. Summon the demon Thunder, Law Manifestation. The leader takes the initiative, and an overwhelming black mist surges around him. Beneath this veil, his form expands dramatically, bones cracking explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he transforms into a towering giant. The giant wielded a colossal battle axe, its blade gleaming with a chilling light that emanated an aura of deathly intent. A tempest arose, swirling the river of blood and cornering Jin Shiqi in an instant. Among the remaining 4, 3 summoned their own contracted demons, while 1 brandished a weapon forged from filth. Jin Shiqi nimbly evaded the onslaught of the hurricane, all the while scrutinizing the giant. This contracted demon appeared peculiar, as if forcibly fused from 2 distinct entities, resulting in a bizarre form that exuded immense strength. Towering in stature, it bore the hide of a tiger and leopard, yet possessed the head of a python. Where is Zhulong? I demand to see him. You dare seek an audience with Lord Zhulong? The first to charge was the Wraith Firewolf, its fangs mere inches from Jin Shiqi's throat when he swiftly closed his folding fan. In the blink of an eye, the wolf's skull shattered as if sculpted from ice. Its putrid blood mist, not yet dispersing before the fan's gale swept through, pulverizing remnants and bones into dust. Jin Shiqi twirled to evade the venom of the shadow snake, his knuckles striking the mechanism of the fan's handle, causing 12 ribs to sprout backward, pinning the serpent against the beam. Rubble exploded as the colossal giant, engulfed in miasma of blood, crashed through the ice wall. Jin Shiqi squinted, the fans opening and closing, conjuring ephemeral clouds. Within a minute and a half, the underground palace had transformed into a frozen cavern, and Jin Shiqi landed gracefully, brushing the frost from his robe before departing. Behind him lay the 5 remnants of the Candle Society, encased in ice. Jin Shiqi had no intention of delivering a fatal blow, hence he took his time to freeze them. He had come to instigate discord, not to act as a righteous avenger against the Candle Society, which, as the most formidable adversary at present, would prove useful in the future. The heavy door creaked open, and Jin Shiqi finally encountered the leader of the Candle Society. Zhu Long furrowed his brow, unable to discern Jin Shiqi's intentions. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw Jin Shiqi retract his fan and begin to massage his wrist. What is the meaning of this? Jin Shiqi offered no benevolent response to the leader's confusion. Instead, he rotated his arm and, in an instant, appeared before Zhu Long, frost erupting from his knuckles. Half an hour later, Jin Shiqi exhaled lightly, and the infamous leader of the Candle Society lay battered and bruised. For one of his high stature, such treatment was a profound humiliation, possessing the power to kill him. Jin Shiqi had chosen to humiliate him for a full 30 minutes instead. Who are you truly? Jin Shiqi stepped on Zhu Long, quietly massaging his sore fingers, leaving behind a parting remark. Should my descendants come seeking you, keep your eyes wide open before striding away. Yet Zhu Long, catching a glimpse of the purple hue in Jin Shiqi's pupils, realized with dread, it's the Ji family. Cursed be it. A blend of fear and rage surged within Zhu Long. Even the heads of the 3 great families could not intimidate him. Yet this individual was overwhelmingly powerful. How could the Ji family have located the Candle Society's underground palace? Had there been a traitor within the organization? In the next moment, a series of explosions echoed through the underground palace. The years of toil invested by the Candle Society reduced to ashes, accompanied by Zhu Long's fervent curses. Ji family, I swear we shall be irreconcilable. At long last, Ji Mingwen has been ensnared. Rather, the male protagonist has successfully eradicated a lurking threat. Jin Shiqi feels a sense of relief. In Chapter 38, The Town's Guardian, the reborn, brooding green TX, the immensely powerful contract demon, is 037 delicately broaches host. Isn't this method a tad too harsh? Upon exiting the subterranean palace, Jin Shiqi remains unperturbed, merely extracting a small booklet and crossing out the words Remnant Candle Society at the top. Harsh. Yet the objective has been achieved, has it not? At the very least, the male protagonist shall never again collaborate with the Remnant Candle Society. You previously instructed me to prevent the male lead from further darkening. I'm currently doing so, yet you obstruct me. Jin Shiqi asserts with utmost seriousness, momentarily rendering S-037 speechless. While the rationale is sound, an inexplicable discomfort lingers. I meant for you to offer warmth to the male protagonist, allowing him to feel that there are still those who care for him, thus dissuading him from the path of darkness, not to eliminate the very foundation that would support his descent into darkness. As Jin Shiqi busily scribbles within the booklet, the system's attention shifts, revealing that he has inscribed the individuals or events that drastically altered Ji Mingwen's life trajectory, with the Remnant Candle Society at the forefront. A sudden, unsettling thought crosses S-037's mind. Host, regarding those individuals in the manual. To avoid further admonitions from the system, Jin Shiqi adeptly silences the voice prompt. S-037 grows increasingly noisy. Naturally, he intends to deal with each individual listed in the manual. The Remnant Candle Society was the first target, as it would later bolster Ji Mingwen's dark transformation, severing its influence is essential. The remaining individuals are those who gradually precipitate Ji Mingwen's complete descent into darkness. According to the original narrative, following the blood test, Ji Mingwen did not awaken his contract demon. Subsequently, Ji Qinian arrived, declaring that Ji Mingwen had outlived his usefulness to the Ji family, who might soon turn against him. In a state of panic, Ji Mingwen, clutching some crystal shards bestowed by Ji Qinian, fled the Ji family under the cover of night. For Ji Qinian, retaining Ji Mingwen within the family would render him impervious to further manipulation, as he wouldn't possess the audacity to act. Thus, it was preferable to drive Ji Mingwen outside, where he could find amusement. To this end, Ji Qinian disguised himself and a few subordinates as mountain bandits, watching as the terrified Ji Mingwen stumbled and fell from the cliff. With one source of entertainment extinguished, Ji Qinian would seek another. However, at that time, Ji Mingwen lacked the courage to harbor resentment towards the Ji family. The true catalyst for his twisted character would emerge later. Although Ji Mingwen has already succumbed to darkness, the elimination of these individuals appears trivial. Nevertheless, the remnant Candle Society has been thoroughly disrupted, and the other three prominent families can hardly remain idle. The following evening, though it was deep into the night, the largest auction house in the Shuolan continent remained ablaze with light. Jin Shiqi sat poised in the eastern wing's draped pavilion, adorned in a dark brocade robe embroidered with intricate cloud crane motifs, only discernible under sunlight or the flickering of lamps. His slender fingers delicately grasped a celadon teacup, and Jin Shiqi's gaze traversed the intricately carved wooden windows of the pavilion, scanning the crowd below with an air of detachment. At long last, his eyes fixated upon a particular individual. He had found what he was seeking. The forces behind this auction house are the hidden guests. The three prominent families disdain to associate with them, yet they do not harbor animosity either. The usual auction items are exquisite artworks crafted from unique and vile bones, breathtakingly beautiful and of immense artistic value, enticing wealthy merchants to compete fervently for the chance to acquire them as collectibles. As for these matters, Jin Shiqi harbors no objections. After all, the vile devours humans, inherently opposing the human race. Yet such treasures are not accessible to everyone. Although the three great families are arrogant, the Zhenyi officials enforce strict regulations, ensuring no ties with such entities. Should they be discovered, they risk losing their status as Zhenyi officials. Thus, while the signs of these families are curious, they dare not engage, save for a select few. Young master, should our presence here be discovered by the family head or your father, it would surely cause a commotion. A young man frowned and admonished, prompting the attendants beside him to fall silent. I have already cautioned you to be discreet and conceal my identity. As long as you do not inform my father, then heaven and earth, you and I, all shall know. Yet who else would be aware of my visit here? My father and the others have been preoccupied with matters in the northern frontier these days. In any case, you must keep your mouths tightly sealed. Otherwise, I shall silence you myself. If anyone inquires, simply state that I went to slay the vile creatures. Can you not be clever about this? After Xie Songnan's intimidating words, the accompanying attendants readily complied. He was indeed the target of Jin Shiqi's current endeavors. Xie Songnan, who became a Zhenyi official 8 years ago, awakened the contract demon, the Crimson Scale Devil, and ranks among the foremost of the new generation of Zhenyi officials. Though he is a dandy with little interest in academia, Xie Songnan possesses exceptional talent, effortlessly defeating opponents of equal rank due to his formidable contract demon, with his bloodline potential manifesting vividly within the three great families. For over a millennium, each generation of the Xie family has produced the most distinguished Zhenyi officials, who are expected to manage their personal affairs judiciously and marry individuals arranged by the family, ensuring that their offspring inherit a more noble bloodline. Not for love, but for procreation. The offspring of two exceptional individuals are destined to become even more remarkable Zhenyi officials. This tradition, passed down through generations, enables descendants to awaken increasingly powerful contract demons. Should anyone tarnish the bloodline, the Xie family would unceremoniously cast them aside. Under such a stringent bloodline inheritance system, the Xie family's power has indeed grown stronger, albeit with a dwindling population. Thus, Xie Tsangnan was born with a silver spoon, and before any blood tests were conducted, it was already apparent that he would be extraordinary, almost a foregone conclusion as the next family heir. Yet it is precisely because of this stifling familial environment that Xie Tsangnan gradually became a dandy. His greatest secret pleasure lies in observing the vile creatures as they slowly consume their victims, only to leisurely intervene and effortlessly slay the vile, earning the admiration of others. In the eyes of the public, the young master of the Xie family is indeed a competent Jin Shiqi official. What of it? Even if the family head were to discover this, he is the prodigy of the younger generation of the Xie family, destined to be the future heir and even the head of the family, the most exceptional successor. Could the family patriarch truly bear to end his life? Xie Tsangnan, unable to resist the family's will regarding marriage, resorted to this utterly absurd means of venting his frustrations. Recently, however, he harbored the desire to raise a malevolent creature, which starkly contradicted the vow he had made when he assumed the role of the guardian of the town's peace. Should this be discovered by the other noble families, the Xie family would instantaneously become the target of public scorn. Today, an auction will feature a malevolent creature. These creatures are inherently savage, feasting on human flesh. Yet among them are a few exceptionally beautiful specimens. If confined within an uninhabited estate, their existence would remain concealed. Thus, as a young master of the Xie family, Xie Tsangnan disguised his identity to blend into the crowd. Little did he know, his self-proclaimed perfect disguise had already been seen through by Jin Shiqi. Xie Tsangnan. Jin Shiqi murmured softly, her fingertips lightly tracing the rim of her cup, as the name on the booklet had been obscured by a dark crimson mark at an unknown moment. Chapter 39. Guardian of the Town's Peace. Rebirth of the melancholic Green Tea X Supreme contracted demon in his previous life, Ji Mingwen, upon joining the hidden guests, did not succumb to darkness despite the disdainful glances and covert ostracism from others. His impure bloodline permitted him to wield weapons crafted from malevolent creatures by the hidden guests. After laboring for a year within the organization, Ji Mingwen finally amassed enough energy crystals to exchange for the most basic of weapons. In truth, a common individual would not require such an extended period to achieve this. Yet, due to his violet eyes, Ji Mingwen undertook far more work than others, receiving fewer energy crystals in return, all while struggling to sustain himself with a frail body. Nevertheless, that period became the most cherished time for Ji Mingwen, as he had a roof over his head, free from the fear of bullying, and engaged in work that was considerably cleaner than mere horse feeding or shoe shining. Completing his tasks granted him a meager portion of crystal fragments, which left him deeply content. The first weapon he acquired was a longbow crafted from the bones of a phosphorescent serpent. Although Ji Mingwen's bloodline was not pure, he still bore the legacy of the Ji family and possessed innate talent. Shortly after first handling the longbow, he was able to single-handedly slay low-level malevolent creatures and collect their hearts to return to the hidden guests. However, this skill drew the ire of Xie Tsangnan. Xie Tsangnan took pleasure in witnessing malevolent creatures torment ordinary people, relishing the brutality of the spectacle, often imprisoning the creatures he captured alongside civilians. The malevolent beings would open their gaping maws, their fangs as sharp as steel nails, first nibbling a piece of flesh, savoring it as blood trickled down the corners of their mouths. Following this, they would viciously tear into a shoulder, flesh splattering, before devouring the chest and abdomen, relishing the gruesome feast. Observing these beasts, resembling livestock, mercilessly slaughter their kin brought him an inexplicable thrill, until Ji Mingwen disrupted his plans. On one occasion, while inadvertently wandering into a farmstead, he vanquished a suddenly appearing malevolent creature. Throughout his life, no one had dared to defy Xie Tsongnan's wishes. He had been prepared to revel in the demise of those he deemed unworthy, only for Ji Mingwen to ruin his scheme. Initially intending to kill Ji Mingwen in a fit of rage, Siet Songnan's resolve shifted upon seeing his violet eyes and wheelchair. The Siet Ji families have been at odds for over a century. Despite Ji Mingwen's pleas, Siet Songnan imprisoned him on his estate, capturing a vile creature each night, only to save Ji Mingwen when his life hung by a thread. This cycle continued until one of Ji Mingwen's legs was brutally torn away by the creature. After 7 months of confinement, and with Siet Songnan absent due to the rituals of becoming the young master, Ji Mingwen finally devised a means to escape before starvation claimed him. Subsequently, his disdain for the Zhenyi official grew tremendously, irrevocably altering his character. Within the auction house, the bidding surged, and Jin Shiqi finally regained his focus, casting his gaze upon the gathering. Esteemed guests, the main event of the evening has arrived. The auctioneer clapped thrice, the emblem of copper coins gleaming coldly from his sleeve. The previously auctioned artifacts crafted from the vile creature had all been sold, and after an hour, they arrived at the item of utmost importance to Siet Songnan. Open the cage. With the auctioneer's powerful declaration, Jin Shiqi drained his cup of tea, the fragrance wafting through the elegant chamber, causing the corner bells to chime without a breeze. A chilling roar from the creature made the attendant hesitate. Yet the pressure compelled him to step forward, yanking away the crimson velvet cloth that covered the iron cage. At the sight of the creature, Siet Songnan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He knew that this visit would yield rewards, and he was determined to claim this creature. Inside the cage stood a creature of adult size, elegant in form, resembling a large, graceful fox. Its fur was jet black, its eyes like amber, with long ears fringed with fine silver fur. Compared to most grotesque and fearsome creatures, this one, presented as an auction item, resembled a goddess of beauty. If not for its fierce demeanor, it could easily be mistaken for a charming pet. The auction house fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a cacophony of shouts and excited screams. Such a beautiful creature! This being had been painstakingly confined within the cage, with its limbs broken and fangs removed. It posed no threat to ordinary people. Thus, the starting bid for this Moonshadow Fox Demon was set at 3,000 crystal coins. With the auctioneer's command, the atmosphere ignited, plunging the entire venue into a frenzy. Countless hands raised bidding paddles, akin to beasts of the jungle pouncing upon their prey, voices clamoring with renewed vigor, each participant exuding a confidence of certain victory. Within the iron cage, the Moonshadow Fox Demon was restrained by heavy, specially designed chains, its black fur bristling with rage, its tail thrashing against the iron bars, each impact resonating with a dull thud. Its amber eyes narrowed into slits, fixating on the crowd outside, emitting a low, menacing growl. "Young master, shall we not make a move?" The bids climbed higher and higher, and the number of daring bidders dwindled, yet Siet Songnan remained silent. Siet Songnan clicked his tongue in annoyance and shot a glare at the servant who had spoken. "Are you foolish? If I bid in front of so many eyes, and my identity is revealed, my father would surely flay me alive." Siet Songnan was acutely aware of his noble lineage, yet he also understood the myriad of rules that bound him as a scion of a prominent family and as a Zhenyi official, rendering him incapable of acting recklessly. If someone were to capture the Moonshadow Fox Demon, he could devise a means to intercept the vile creature. If he failed to safeguard the treasure, who could he blame? Ultimately, he wished to remain entirely aloof from this affair. After all, the Siet family held decorum in the highest regard, and should they incur the wrath of the world, the head of the Siet family might well resort to taking his own life in shame. As Siet Songnan gazed upon the demon confined within the cage, a faint smile began to grace his lips, for it was indeed a sight of exquisite beauty. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the east wing on the second floor, where his eyes fell upon a figure clad in dark robes, causing his heart to race with alarm. Something was amiss. A profound sense of unease surged within him, leaving no room to ponder the potential repercussions of revealing his identity in such a place. Without hesitation, he summoned his contracted demon. Chaos erupted in the vicinity. The auctioneer's countenance paled upon witnessing Xie Songnan's distinctly recognizable contracted demon. Madman, do you wish to bring ruin upon us all? If Xie Songnan were to create a disturbance here, the auction house might very well be reduced to rubble. He dashed toward the exit, mercilessly eliminating anyone who dared to obstruct his path. The exit was tantalizingly close. He could sense the oppressive aura of a celestial-level individual, one he had previously encountered in the head of the Xie family. There was no mistaking it. A celestial-level being bore murderous intent towards him. Yet, there were only 3 such individuals in the Snow Lantern continent. Could it be? In his frantic state, Xie Songnan's thoughts scattered like willow fluff. Just as he was about to break free, his form suddenly froze, and the scales that had formed from his bond with the demon began to fall away. Wait, when had he been poisoned? His body crumpled to the ground, and he looked in terror towards a certain direction, where Jin Shiqi, leisurely observing him from the 2nd floor, wore a knowing smile. It was he who had administered the poison. The toxin rapidly spread throughout his body. Xie Songnan struggled to consume an antidote, but before he could place it in his mouth, his hands fell limply to the ground, succumbing to the poison's lethal grasp. Had he not been so hasty in summoning his demon, perhaps he could have prolonged his life a while longer. Young master, the servants of the Xie family rushed forward, their lips trembling in fear. With Xie Songnan's demise, their fates were sealed as well. Do not move. Anyone who dares to act will find themselves at odds with the Xie family. The power of the cleansing extinction level was unleashed, and the jade pendant marked with the Xie family crest trembled, instantly silencing the chaotic auction house. Meanwhile, others had already begun to seal the venue. No one would escape. If they could identify the perpetrator, perhaps there was a chance for survival. Among Xie Songnan's attendants was a master who had been assigned to protect him since birth, selected personally by the head of the Xie family to safeguard their few remaining heirs from the other 2 prominent families. This master was undoubtedly formidable. Following the direction of Xie Songnan's final gaze, he turned towards the 2nd floor, where Jin Shiqi was just turning to depart. In that fleeting moment, he had already determined that this individual was the murderer. Seize him. Otherwise, all present shall meet their demise. Jin Shiqi moved with remarkable speed. By the time the teacher from the Xie family summoned the contracted demon to ascend to the 2nd floor, he had already vanished without a trace. However, the wide-open door betrayed his whereabouts. Pursue him. The teacher dared not contemplate the dire consequences of this situation and could only strive to capture that individual, aiming to minimize the repercussions of Xie Songnan's death upon himself. The entire auction hall was instantly enveloped by the oppressive aura of a purging official, causing the predominantly ordinary crowd to cower on the ground, trembling in fear. Simultaneously, outside the auction hall, Lu Wenxue devised various means to stealthily infiltrate the premises, her cherubic face smeared with soot and ash. Lu Wenxue, the cherished granddaughter of the head of the Lu family, one of the 3 great clans, and the most outstanding novice purging official of the year, had awakened a long-dormant Taotai cat demon. Holding the script of a grand heroine, she nonetheless pursued her unique aspirations, harboring a profound passion for chivalry and justice. Self-identifying as a person of strong character, she was incensed to learn that this auction house had deemed filth as a commodity. Thus, she clandestinely ventured out under the cover of night, even preparing a set of dark clothing for her mission. The entrance to the pipe was approximately 6 feet above the ground, a challenging height for an 8-year-old girl, yet her Taotai cat demon aided her. With a fire starter clenched in her mouth and her arms braced against the pipe's walls, she slowly advanced. Hearing the distant sounds of jubilation, Lu Wenxue felt a surge of disdain. Today, she would enact justice and teach those people a lesson. She quickened her pace, and at last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, a passage leading into the auction hall. She had found it. Her fingertips sharpened like claws, Lu Wenxue grasped the railing, effortlessly prying apart the iron bars. Was this truly the security of the largest auction house on the continent? Hardly impressive. The odor within the pipe was far from pleasant. Yet, Lu Wenxue smiled with satisfaction, hurriedly emerging from the pipe and landing gracefully on the ground, as agile as a cat. The first step of her infiltration plan was a success. As she brushed the dust from her clothes, Lu Wenxue suddenly paused. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet here. Had the auction concluded already? Surely not so soon. Doubts crept in as she slowly turned around, locking eyes with the menacing members of the CF family. A sense of foreboding washed over her, though she could not pinpoint the reason. In the next moment, Lu Wenxue turned on her heels and fled. Why are you pursuing me? I haven't done anything yet. The distinct insignia of the CF family loomed before her. Were they deliberately lying in wait for her? How did they know of her movements? Were there spies among them? Overwhelming the few with their numbers, bullying the weak with their might. This was hardly honorable. Who had ordered this pursuit? What was all this talk of young masters? How was she to know? Days later, chaos erupted between the Xie and Lu families, with the Ji family unable to remain on the sidelines, as several purging official strongholds under their name were inexplicably attacked by filth. The entire snowy lawn continent was thrown into disarray. Chapter 41. Purging Official, Rebirth of the Gloomy Green TX Ultra-Powerful Contracted Demon 16 within the tea house. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air. The storyteller stood upon the stage, striking the wooden block with a sudden clap. In a world beset by corruption, there emerged a figure of unparalleled virtue, the esteemed young Master Ji. Despite his legs being ravaged by malevolence, confining him to a wheelchair, he wielded remarkable skill with his concealed weapons, effortlessly vanquishing the forces of darkness. Recently, during a tumultuous upheaval in the Demon Ceiling Valley, when the three great families and their guardians stood united, it was only young Master Ji who dared to venture deep into peril, rescuing over 100 herbalists trapped within the mountains. Though he sustained injuries in the process, he remained composed, battling valiantly against overwhelming odds. The storyteller, with his gnarled fingers stroking his beard, vividly recounted the harrowing scene of that day. His animated narration, accompanied by the rhythmic opening and closing of his folding fan, suggested he had witnessed the events firsthand, detailing even the attire and words of young Master Ji with unwavering certainty. The audience, enthralled by the tale, found themselves captivated. Yet some could not resist voicing their dissent. From a shadowy corner, a young man interjected, "Old man, your account is flawed. In just 12 short years, young Master Ji has achieved the prowess of a purification master, an unparalleled genius, destined for greatness. How could he possibly suffer injury from a mere 100 malevolent beings?" Surely, he did not even flinch. At this assertion, the patrons leaned forward, eager to see how the storyteller would respond. Unperturbed, the storyteller raised a finger in gentle admonition. Indeed, young Master Ji is formidable, but given his physical limitations and the need to protect so many, sustaining injuries was inevitable. Moreover, even if not in the innermost depths of the valley, the influence of the demon's power would be diminished on the outskirts. Thus, it is no disgrace for a hero to be wounded in such circumstances. A middle-aged man in sturdy attire interjected, "By your logic, considering the depths of the Demon Ceiling Valley, where even the heads of the three great families dare not tread lightly, how could a cripple single-handedly rescue over 100 souls? It is mere exaggeration." This remark ignited the ire of the other patrons, prompting one to scoff and retort. "It is individuals like you, bitter and unaccomplished, who envy young Master Ji's early fame. I witnessed it myself. While others hesitated, he charged forth to rescue those trapped within. Young Master Ji is truly a paragon of virtue." The crowd erupted into a fervent debate, voices raised, tables thumping, as they argued passionately. Amidst their escalating quarrel, two figures quietly slipped away from the tea house, unnoticed by the raucous assembly. Outside, the street was devoid of life, scarcely populated, and the two walked boldly along the path. "Listen, the revered young Master Ji," one remarked with a teasing tone, deliberately elongating the words. "He disregards his own safety to save others. And now I must worry for him." His pristine white robe revealed a hint of alabaster collarbone, accentuating a striking red mole, while a jade hairpin secured his cascading locks. Although his attire was not ostentatious, it exuded an air of nobility. "Why not linger a while longer and listen before dragging me away?" I am eager to continue listening to the storyteller recount the next chapter. This morning, the storyteller mentioned that the renowned Prince Ji Gongzi of the Snow Mist Continent has captured the hearts of numerous women. It remains uncertain to whom he will ultimately belong. The last four words were articulated with precision by Jin Shiqi. While a sigh escaped the lips of the man in the wheelchair, laced with a hint of amusement, reminiscent of a gentle spring stream, smiling even before he spoke. Senior, please do not mock me. In my current state, how could I ever be worthy of a beautiful woman's admiration? Ji Mingwen gazed up at Jin Shiqi from his wheelchair. A hint of helplessness in his expression, the smile gracing his lips more soothing than the tea he had just sipped. Who would not declare him as unparalleled? 12 years have passed, and few recall Ji Mingwen's status as a bastard. With the resources of the Ji family and the foresight cultivated in his rebirth, he has become a renowned exterminator, reverenced by many. Indeed, numerous women admire him. Yet, setting aside the fact that Ji Mingwen has yet to avenge his grievances, his nature forbids him from allowing anyone to draw near. Throughout these 12 years, the sole companion by his side has been Jin Shiqi. How could you be unworthy? Jin Shiqi disagreed with Ji Mingwen's sentiment, suddenly leaning down before the wheelchair, his fingertips brushing against Ji Mingwen's cool cheek, his laughter whispering softly in his ear. Clad in a moon-white robe that enveloped his lean form, with ink-black hair tied high, his features were as picturesque as a painting, exuding the grace of a noble scion in every gesture, akin to a piece of flawless jade. Unable to resist, Jin Shiqi gently pinched Ji Mingwen's cheek. Such beauty! Ji Gongzi deserves the finest in the world. Ji Mingwen's pupils widened, his lips parting as even his breath momentarily faltered, before he abruptly leaned back, the wheelchair emitting a faint sound. The look of astonishment vanished almost instantly. He slightly turned his head, pressing his suddenly warm cheek back against Jin Shiqi's palm. A subtle smile gracing his lips. I wish only to remain by your side, senior. As he uttered this, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his gaze was as clear as a mountain spring. Over the past 12 years, their bond had indeed grown intimate. It was the first time Jin Shiqi had cradled his face since Ji Mingwen came of age. Therefore, he was merely taken aback, offering no resistance. And after a moment's reflection, he understood how to proceed. In every regard, this acclaimed Ji Gongzi bore little resemblance to the boy he had been at 8. Over the years, Ji Mingwen had meticulously crafted an image of benevolence, persuading all to believe this was his true self, harmless yet laced with venom. His acting skills had indeed improved since then. Jin Shiqi mused inwardly, withdrawing his hand as the fragrant breeze swept past. Very well, I shall refrain from teasing you. Let us return to the southern frontier. The ominous blackening value marked as 97 was glaringly evident. Yet, despite Jin Shiqi's near-constant presence beside Ji Mingwen, he managed to maintain an impeccable facade. At times, even Ji Mingwen began to wonder whether he was merely deceiving Jin Shiqi or if he had grown accustomed to this guise. A pitiable soul who had endured great suffering, finally bestowed with a chance for rebirth, yet compelled to forgive those who orchestrated his torment. How could that ever be possible? Why is it that all the fortunate events seem to befall those individuals? Ji Mingwen's initial darkening value was a staggering 99, and yet, after 12 arduous years of effort, Jin Shiqi managed to reduce it by merely 2 points. However, there exists a divergence of opinions regarding whether Jin Shiqi truly exerted himself. Host, there are at most 10 years left before the blighted demon Lord resurrects. You must reform the male lead before that time, the system's voice echoed. In order to avoid arousing Ji Mingwen's suspicions, he deliberately positioned himself at the front, his lips moving soundlessly. Have I not treated the male lead well over these years? I have sought out evil for him, healed his wounds, and even assisted in vanquishing his enemies. I have given him everything he desired, save for aiding him in his bathing and changing. Jin Shiqi speaks a truth. Throughout these 12 years, aside from occasional absences, he's been by Ji Mingwen's side, fulfilling his every request. If that has not led to reformation, how can he be blamed? The system fell silent for a moment before speaking again. What I mean is reformation. You must influence the male lead on a psychological level, persuading him to abandon the notion of destroying the three great families and obliterating the snowstorm continent. Do not be deceived by his current facade of compliance. His darkening value is nearing its peak. Even S037 could not restrain himself from becoming agitated by Jin Shiqi's remarks. Are you implying that Ji Mingwen, compelled to survive for a century only to be slaughtered by his own kin, must, upon rebirth, forgive his enemies? S037 retorted. While your point may be valid, your delivery is rather crude. Could you not be a tad more tactful? Nonetheless, S037 did not believe that Jin Shiqi was truly out of options. After all, his calm demeanor suggested he had a plan in reserve. Chapter 42. Demon Suppressor, Rebirth of a Melancholic Green TX. A powerful contracted demon, the Tea House, was situated not far from the Demon Suppressor's stronghold in the Demon Sealing Valley, in a town where few souls tread. With a keen eye, one might even notice the remnants of blood that had not been adequately cleaned from the corners. The malevolent entities had once surged forth from the Demon Sealing Valley, ravaging the town and leaving scarcely any survivors. Even with countless demon suppressors guarding the perimeter, they could not prevent the townsfolk from fleeing in terror. The patrons of the tea house were predominantly members of the Hidden Guest Organization. Though their strength paled in comparison to that of the demon suppressors, they sought to elevate their standing within the organization by slaying the malevolent beings. As the leaves fell along the roadside, Jin Shiqi was engrossed in a fervent debate with the system, oblivious to the gradual chill in Ji Mingwen's gaze behind him. After 12 years, he remained unaware of Jin Shiqi's true identity. Yet with his arrival, it seemed as though events from the past had begun to shift. Siet Sanan had perished, the Siet family had become adversaries with the Liu family, and the Ji family had been attacked multiple times by malevolent forces, events that had never transpired in his previous life. Ji Mingwen did not solely rely on his prior life's experiences. Seizing the chaos among the three great families, he diligently practiced the art of demon suppression, reviving skills that had grown rusty over time. Regrettably, with Jin Shiqi present, he could not engage in excessively audacious actions, and could only take care of bothersome nuisances when Jin Shiqi was momentarily absent. Now, at a tender age, Ji Mingwen had attained the level of purification, a feat that owed no small measure to Jin Shiqi's influence. As a mentor and a friend, Ji Mingwen maintained a cautious demeanor, yet he found himself sufficiently reliant on Jin Shiqi. However, this did not deter his resolute desire for vengeance against the three prominent families. Pausing his thoughts, wary that Jin Shiqi might discern any signs of his intentions, Ji Mingwen propelled the wheelchair forward. 3 years prior, an upheaval occurred at the Demon Suppression Valley in the southern region, unleashing a torrent of malevolence that wreaked havoc upon countless lives. The three great families immediately summoned the demon suppression officials to guard against this threat, and Ji Mingwen was among them. By that time, he had fully shed the identity of a bastard child, and outsiders were oblivious to that past. Furthermore, the injury to his leg was attributed to the malevolence. Those who were aware of the incident either held lowly status or had long since forgotten. The three families, in conjunction with the Hidden Guest Organization, positioned themselves at the valley's entrance, bracing against the imminent resurgence of malevolence, while internally, they were rife with anxiety over whether this disturbance heralded the return of the Demon Lord. Although this event occurred a century earlier than Ji Mingwen's recollections, he remained convinced that something sinister was afoot. The hearts of these malevolent beings could be devoured, thereby significantly augmenting the power of the demon suppression officials. Initially hesitant, Ji Mingwen ultimately took a bold step and consumed a heart of malevolence. Though the process nearly resulted in his demise, he swiftly mastered the technique, enhancing his understanding of the demon suppression arts. The essence of demon contracting was inherently malevolent, and by comprehending the nature of this malevolence, one could better harness the powers of the demon suppression official. Yet, such an anomaly should not have arisen at this juncture. In his previous life, Ji Mingwen had surpassed a century, and in a world where humans coexisted with malevolence. Possessing the bloodline of the three great families allowed him to live well over 100 years, roughly equivalent to 40 years for an ordinary human. During that era, the remnant candle would conduct sacrifices within the demon suppression valley, giving birth to countless malevolences that swiftly overturned the dominance of the families on the continent. These newly emerged malevolences were immensely powerful. Even the most skilled demon suppression officials would fall victim to them. Only those of the highest tier stood a slim chance of confronting them. Ji Mingwen could still vividly recall the gruesome scenes from that time, where the once mighty demon suppression officials were torn asunder by the malevolence. After a millennium of development, the demon suppression officials were still no match for these malevolent forces. No one knew what the remnant candle had done within the valley to bolster the strength of the malevolence, as it devoured half of the snowstorm continent, leaving all trapped souls ensnared within its dark belly. Amidst the chaos, Lu Wenxue, the young master of the Lu family, unexpectedly discovered that these hearts of malevolence could be consumed, enhancing one's own power. She disseminated this information, and the previously leaderless demon suppression officials rallied, growing ever more resolute. When you wish to compel someone to undertake certain actions, it is best to ensure that these actions are beneficial to them. The act of consuming a heart of malevolence requires meticulous steps, despite Lu Wenshue's numerous attempts and her detailed exposition of the method. A few demon suppression officials still lost their lives. Nevertheless, the advantage lay in the rapid enhancement of the official strength, granting them a fighting chance against the malevolence. Initially, Ji Mingwen and the Remnant Candle Society maintained a relationship of mutual exploitation. Ji Mingwen acquired methods to manipulate the corrupt through puppet threads from the villainous organization, while Zhu Long sought intelligence from Ji Mingwen. However, prior to the outbreak of the corruption at the Demon Ceiling Valley, the Remnant Candle Society cast Ji Mingwen aside, disregarding him entirely. At that juncture, Ji Mingwen had already acquired the means to protect himself, and if faced with a ceiling-level official, he could catch them off guard and eliminate them. Nevertheless, he still desired to venture into the Demon Ceiling Valley, hoping that the heart could mend his leg, which ultimately led to his recognition by the Ji family and their collaborative attempt to eliminate him. In summary, due to the intervention of Jin Shiqi, the main narrative advanced by centuries, and the corruption at the Demon Ceiling Valley was not as formidable as in his previous life. The once privy individual to this secret, Lu Wenxue, now aged similarly to Ji Mingwen, had only recently been confined due to an explosion incident at the Lu family. Just as Ji Mingwen contemplated the possibility that Jin Shiqi's rebirth had instigated this variance, a sweet voice reached his ears. "Senior Jin, you've been gone for quite a while. The sky is darkening. By the way, Senior Jin, you are rather partial. You should accompany us out occasionally." Ji Qinian tugged at Jin Shiqi's sleeve, and despite the passage of over a decade, that endearing visage remained unchanged. However, when he glanced at Ji Mingwen, a nearly provocative smile graced his lips. Alarm bells rang in Ji Mingwen's mind, for he was acutely aware that Jin Shiqi could not tolerate any show of weakness from others. Suddenly, a wheelchair appeared between the two, creating a barrier. Ji Mingwen positioned himself protectively behind Jin Shiqi, directing a smile at Ji Qinian. "Brother Qinian, I just remembered I have some matters to discuss with Senior Jin, so I shan't disturb you." The smile on his face remained undiminished, yet a chill began to settle in his eyes, his demeanor still as gentle as a spring breeze. Because of Jin Shiqi, Ji Mingwen had yet to find an opportunity to eliminate him, and Ji Qinian, having been reassigned to his vicinity 3 days prior, had been persistently seeking ways to cling to Jin Shiqi. Ji Mingwen had never entertained the thought that Jin Shiqi would abandon him, nor had he ever considered relinquishing him willingly. One harbors greater possessiveness over that which one has never truly possessed. "Senior, you want to leave me, will you?" Chapter 43, Sealing Official, Rebirth of the Melancholic Green TX, Exceptionally Strong, Contracted Demon Ji Mingwen. Senior Jin belongs to everyone. How can you monopolize him? Moreover, hasn't T Senior already accompanied you for quite some time today? Ji Qinian hastily stepped forward to interject, refusing to concede. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Currently, Jin Shiqi's consciousness resided within Ji Mingwen's spirit as a contracted demon to facilitate the male protagonist's endeavors 3 years prior. Jin Shiqi's true form had manifested as a recluse. Without the bloodlines of the three great families, one could not awaken a contracted demon. Yet this suddenly appeared senior Jin was akin to an encyclopedia of corruption, able to swiftly articulate the weaknesses and attack strategies of any malevolence that emerged. Consequently, Jin Shiqi's presence did not incite hostility from the sealing officials. Rather, he was exceedingly well received. Furthermore, Jin Shiqi could discern the weaknesses of the sealing officials' attacks at a glance, and countless individuals vied for his guidance. Yet, this senior Jin had a peculiar inclination to orbit around Ji Mingwen, only occasionally allowing others the chance to divert him for discussions on different matters. Why must one constantly revolve around Ji Mingwen? Ji Qinian may be the sole beneficiary beneath the butterfly effect. He originally possessed little talent. Yet now he stands as a formidable figure within the ranks of the purgers of corruption. Though not as renowned as Ji Mingwen, his reputation is still commendable. Ever since Ji Mingwen expelled Ji Qinian from the residence, any semblance of their previous facade has been torn asunder. There are no stipulations that Elder Jin must remain by your side. I too wish to engage with the Elder regarding the matter of ridding the world of corruption. Ji Qinian feigned an intent to obstruct Jin Shiqi once more. According to the persona of the gentle and refined young master, it is evident that Ji Mingwen ought not to monopolize Jin Shiqi, nor should he obstruct Ji Qinian at this juncture. Yet, regardless of whether Ji Qinian is truly testing him to reveal his true nature, Ji Mingwen has no intention of yielding. In his heart, he has long claimed Jin Shiqi as part of his domain. Before he could express his anger, Ji Qinian shrugged in advance, shifting his gaze toward Jin Shiqi with a pitiful demeanor. To be so possessive seems rather selfish. Elder, the decision rests with you. What would you like to do today? Ji Qinian smiled brightly at the protagonist of the conversation. Jin Shiqi did not respond immediately. Yet Ji Mingwen abruptly altered his tone, his expression returning to normal. Indeed, whatever the elder wishes to pursue is entirely at his discretion. I shall take my leave. With that, Ji Mingwen pushed his wheelchair away. He realized that Jin Shiqi was not solely his, and he hardly knew the true nature of Jin Shiqi. This thought unsettled Ji Mingwen, prompting him to abandon the two and return to his quarters. To preempt any sudden emergence of corruption, all dispatched officials must remain stationed outside the Demon Sealing Valley for an extended period. This small town possesses an abundance of vacant homes where the officials may temporarily reside. After parting ways with Jin Shiqi, Ji Mingwen returned alone to his dwelling. Along the way, officials or members of the hidden guest organization addressed him as Young Master Ji. Yet he merely forced a stiff smile, lacking enthusiasm. His departure was motivated not only by the desire to avoid Jin Shiqi's response, but also by a deeper fear that his carefully crafted facade, maintained for years, might crumble before Jin Shiqi. He could not ascertain whether Jin Shiqi would choose to leave. Contemplating this, Ji Mingwen furrowed his brow, suppressing his inner discontent. The once gentle and refined expression now bore the strain of concealed anger. Had he known that eliminating Ji Qinian first would have prevented such disturbances, he would have acted accordingly. Within the room, the celebrated and reclusive young master wore a cold expression, his fingers lightly grazing the concealed weapon hidden beneath his sleeve. These hidden weapons, crafted from the heart of corruption, are items that will only emerge after a century, rendering them invaluable to the current hidden guest organization. While pondering how to eliminate Ji Qinian, a faint fluttering sound suddenly pierced the silence from outside the window. Before anyone could raise their gaze, a shadow of a bird flitted through the window, landing gracefully upon the table. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the cold gleam of metal in its eyes, with intricate gears faintly visible in motion. The movements were agile, yet imbued with a hint of mechanical stiffness. The beak opened, releasing a bound piece of parchment. As Ji Mingwen adjusted his crumpled sleeve and approached in his wheelchair, the note spoke of the recent happenings of the waning candle. The world had irrevocably changed. and Ji Mingwen could no longer rely on the memories of his past life. Thus, he discreetly exchanged yuan crystals with intelligence organizations for information or provided trivial intelligence as barter. The wooden mechanical bird remained still, its metallic eyes fixed intently on Ji Mingwen, tilting its head slightly. You seem rather upset? To be honest, your usual cold demeanor is much more fitting. Your smile is rather unsettling. It remarked in a stiff mechanical voice. Ji Mingwen extended the paper toward the candle, ensuring it was entirely extinguished before turning to regard the bird with a hint of exasperation. Since you can speak, why resort to notes, increasing the risk of exposure? Doesn't that reflect poorly on my intelligence organization? Besides, this is my first successful modification of a crane capable of real-time communication. What do you think? The speaker referred to the plump bird as a crane. A mere trifle, Ji Mingwen succinctly critiqued, not granting the bird another glance. The mastermind behind the intelligence organization, Lu Wenxue, had also experienced a shift in her life trajectory after an indirect entanglement with Jin Shiqi. Lu Wenxue, who preferred tinkering with small devices over violence, had thus given rise to the crane, utilizing it to convey messages. Their paths had remained entirely separate until they crossed during an assassination attempt on the Xie family 5 years ago, and their interaction had since been limited to exchanging intelligence. What are you getting all worked up about? Did someone jilt you? Have you forgotten to put on a facade in front of the girl? The mechanical bird's speech was slow, and its final laughter was almost syllabic, dripping with sarcasm. Observing the rising tension around Ji Mingwen, Lu Wenxue decided to act wisely and take her leave. However, as it flew to the window, Ji Mingwen swiftly struck it down onto the table. You owe me 5,000 yuan crystals if you ruin my crane, Lu Wenxue declared, her demand bold. Uninterested in her exorbitant request, Ji Mingwen remained silent for a moment, his throat moving slightly. I have a question for you. Is there a way to forge an unbreakable bond between two individuals, one that cannot be usurped by others? His voice remained cool, yet it bore a subtle hint of hesitation. He was not one to engage in internal strife, especially regarding a matter of such significance. Jin Shiqi was not merely his contracted demon. He was also a mentor and a friend, although he had to feign benevolence in his presence. Ji Mingwen found it sweetly palatable. Upon hearing the question, Lu Wenxue paused, her metallic eyes staring blankly at Ji Mingwen. What you describe can likely only apply to a contracted demon. What is yours remains yours. Unless you perish, your contracted demon will not return to the boundless monument. Although Lu Wenxue had previously teased him, she was not prepared for the seriousness of this inquiry regarding matters of the heart. Can the master of acting, Ji Mingwen, truly have someone he admires but cannot possess? Absurd. Absolutely impossible. Surely, you do not wish to usurp another's contract demon, do you? I am aware that there exists a method by which two contract demons can merge, yet this would undoubtedly increase the burden on the exorcist, reducing one's lifespan by at least half. You would be wise to abandon such thoughts. The inquiry that prompts Ji Mingwen to speak must pertain to matters of no ordinary nature. If only Ji Mingwen's contract demon were to possess greater strength, his achievements would far surpass their current state. No, I seek an alternative method beyond this. Ji Mingwen's fingers unconsciously caressed the armrest of his wheelchair, applying a slight pressure. Jin Shiqi is indeed his contract demon, yet he is unlike any other. An alternative method? Allow me to ponder. Your question bears an air of the uncanny. Should one wish to cultivate an intimacy with the other, there remains but one recourse. You ought to bind yourselves as soulmates. In light of Lu Wenxue's malicious slander, Ji Mingwen finds himself devoid of time to engage, merely loosening his grip, causing the mechanical bird to soar forth. A soulmate signifies a vow exchange between two exorcists, their souls intertwined, sharing both life and death. It is evident that Lu Wenxue is merely trifling with him. Such a response is devoid of value. To bind as soulmates is to place one's very life in another's hands. Ji Mingwen has never contemplated seeking a soulmate, for he harbors many secrets. Casting aside his inner turmoil, Ji Mingwen awaited the arrival of night within the confines of his chamber, Yet Jin Shiqi remained absent. Resisting the urge to end Ji Qinian's life, Ji Mingwen snorted coldly before proceeding to bathe and change. Ji Mingwen's nightly slumber is scant. The moment he closes his eyes, memories of his past life flood his mind, resulting in less than 2 hours of rest each night. Perhaps today was different. As he dreamt of Jin Shiqi, I wish to assist you, remembering your youthful suffering. Is this how you repay me? Ji Mingwen found himself amidst a pool of blood. His white garments stained crimson, his slender fingers drenched in gore. Confronted by Jin Shiqi's rebuke, Ji Mingwen lowered his gaze to his palm, his voice tinged with confusion. Senior, it is these individuals who deserve death. Before he could finish, Ji Mingwen was abruptly interrupted by Jin Shiqi. Silence. As an exorcist, to slaughter your own kind. I should never have aided you. Jin Shiqi regarded him from above, as if appraising a filthy object. His brow was furrowed in disgust as he swept away. You vowed never to leave me. Have you not always acquiesced to my requests? With trembling hands concealed within his sleeves, Ji Mingwen attempted to pursue him, only to tumble from his wheelchair. A flash of brown hair caught his eye, and Ji Mingwen looked up in disbelief. Ji Qinian had appeared seemingly from nowhere. He raised his leg and struck Ji Mingwen fiercely in the chest, feigning a gasp of surprise as he recoiled. Upon witnessing this scene, Jin Shiqi's expression darkened further with impatience. It seems, then, that the senior favors me more. After all, who would prefer a cripple who conceals everything? Yikvinian mokt. Seeking death, Ji Mingwen seethed, driven by a fierce desire to rush forward and eliminate Ji Qinian, only for the scene to suddenly shift. The surroundings appeared shrouded in a thin mist, hazy and ethereal. Crimson silk hung high, flickering candlelight danced, and amidst the interplay of light and shadow, Ji Mingwen lowered his gaze, only to behold a resplendent scarlet wedding garment. Instinctively furrowing his brow, he was unable to ponder the whereabouts of Ji Qinian before a ceremonial attendant presented him with the red silk, placing it in his palm. The auspicious hour had arrived. He must hasten to join his betrothed. As the attendant concluded, he withdrew, his figure vanishing, while Ji Mingwen's gaze followed the silk to the other end. The so-called betrothed, shrouded beneath a red veil, obscured in appearance, wore a wedding garment that clung to the contours of their shoulders, cinched tightly at the waist, accentuating a slender silhouette. Yet, this figure appeared more robust than the typical bride. The crimson silk wound twice around the betrothed's hand, their elongated fingers gently grasping it, the veil swaying softly against their chin. The betrothed remained silent, seemingly bashful, before turning forward, prompting Ji Mingwen to instinctively propel his wheelchair in pursuit. The silk swayed gently in rhythm with the betrothed's steps, the decorative flowers dancing at their side. Occasionally, the betrothed would slow their pace, ensuring Ji Mingwen could keep up, the hem of the veil rising slightly with each movement. Ji Mingwen endeavored to match their pace, yet no matter how hard he tried, a certain distance remained between them. From his vantage point, the betrothed's broad shoulders and narrow waist held the wedding garment erect, entirely devoid of the grace typically associated with a woman's attire. Even beneath the veil, it was evident that this bride stood a considerable height above the average. What could this signify? In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the wedding hall, where the crimson candles flickered, yet the grand chair before them remained unoccupied. The room was evidently empty, yet a resounding voice echoed from an unknown source. First bow to heaven and earth. The betrothed turned to face the hall's entrance, bowing deeply. And Ji Mingwen seized the moment to catch a glimpse of the face beneath the veil, but he barely missed it, only catching sight of a familiar red mole at the neck. The mole seemed all too recognizable. Before he could dwell on it further, the second proclamation rang out, second bow to the high hall. As the betrothed turned, the sleeve brushed against Ji Mingwen's hand, a warm breath wafting through the silk, compelling him to bow deeply to the vacant grand chair. Husband and wife bow to each other. The silk tugged gently, prompting Ji Mingwen to lean slightly, the veil swaying with the betrothed's movements, their foreheads nearly touching. The ceremony is complete. A sudden gust seemed to sweep through the hall, rousing Ji Mingwen from his reverie. He raised his head, the silk in his hands having transformed into a red thread, entwining their fingertips. Uncontrollably, Ji Mingwen spoke, echoing the vow with his betrothed. With heaven and earth as witnesses, and the sun and moon as witnesses, today you and I become partners in destiny, united in this life and the next, sharing life and death together. Should there be a next life, may we continue this bond, eternally united as partners in fate. Ji Mingwen had no time to contemplate his utterance. What preoccupied him more was the voice of the betrothed, unmistakably that of a man. As the veil was lifted, the betrothed's visage became clear beneath the candlelight, the flames dancing in their pupils, illuminating eyes that resembled warm jade submerged in a tranquil pool. The betrothed leaned down, their lips brushing softly against Ji Mingwen's, warm and tender, carrying a lingering fragrance. This kiss was gentle, akin to a butterfly resting on a petal, fleeting yet profound. Ji Mingwen, in a daze, lifted his gaze, only to meet a pair of affectionate eyes. Bound as partners in fate, you and I shall never part, nor betray each other. The scene before him shattered abruptly, the red candlelight dissipating as Ji Mingwen suddenly sat up from his couch, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his heart pounding like a drum. Outside the window, the moon cast a chilling glow. After a moment, Ji Mingwen finally realized the nature of his dream. Raising a hand weakly to shield his face, he remained in quiet contemplation for a long while, until the trembling of his fingertips gradually subsided. Cursed that Lu Wenxue for leading him to contemplate such chaotic thoughts. Chapter 45, Zhenyi Official, Rebirth of the Melancholic Green TX Powerful Contracted Demon. Throughout the night, Jin Shiqi did not return, and Ji Mingwen, exercising patience, refrained from seeking him out. The following day, Jin Shiqi was still absent. Ji Mingwen spent the day indoors, avoiding the task of hunting the corrupted, engrossed in a book he read repeatedly. On the third day, still no change. Ji Mingwen faced the rampant corruption as usual, albeit with a more ruthless approach, causing many Zhenyi officials to retreat in fear. Under ordinary circumstances, Ji Mingwen would take advantage of the unmonitored moments to attend to various matters, for Jin Shiqi often vanished inexplicably for a period of time, sometimes a day or two, at most 10 days to half a month. However, after that absurd dream, Ji Mingwen found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, even during moments of introspection. Becoming life partners and pledging an oath before the boundless monument was indeed a commendable means to keep Jin Shiqi by his side. Yet it implied a complete and unwavering trust in one another, a trust Ji Mingwen himself struggled to muster. Moreover, with his legs incapacitated, how could such a celestial being willingly remain by his side? Despite appearing to move ahead of his adversaries in this rebirth, Ji Mingwen's inner shadows and insecurities persisted unabated. The more radiant Jin Shiqi became, the more unsettled Ji Mingwen felt, compelling him to exert himself doubly to bridge that chasm. The ground was adorned with red silk as his beloved wheeled him through layers of gauze. The bridal chamber was spacious, yet Ji Mingwen could still hear the candles crackling, as if their sounds could mask the rapid beating of his heart. Today, the esteemed Zhenyi official looked particularly handsome. As the candlelight flickered, his beloved's slender fingers brushed against Ji Mingwen's waist, and the sudden motion of leaning down caused the crimson wedding robe's collar to part slightly, revealing alabaster-like collarbones. Ji Mingwen instinctively leaned back, the wheelchair's backrest pressed against the wall, leaving him with no retreat. "What are you hiding from, my lord?" His beloved had no intention of letting him off easily. Instead, a soft laugh escaped his lips, fingertips grazing Ji Mingwen's side. The waist sash fell to the ground with a dull thud, followed by the outer robe of the wedding attire sliding down. "Do you intend to make me take the lead, always?" The words of his beloved caused Ji Mingwen's gaze to dart away quickly, yet he hesitated to look back. Raising his hand to untie the ceremonial headpiece, his fingers brushing against the inky strands of hair that cascaded down his wrist, igniting a burning blush in that area. The wheelchair was pushed to the edge of the bed, and his beloved's strength was surprisingly great as he effortlessly lifted Ji Mingwen, his arms devoid of any tremor. The suppressed gasps echoed in Ji Mingwen's ears, his disabled legs rigidly straining against the fabric, feeling the cold palm resting on his legs through the material. He had always restrained himself from looking at his own legs while bathing. How could he bear the touch of another? Though the impulse to rage surged within him, Ji Mingwen found himself restrained by the gentleness of his beloved's touch, as if he were a fragile porcelain figurine. The ire that had been simmering on the tip of his tongue was forcefully swallowed, leaving his body taut with an indecipherable blend of anger and anxiety. As his wedding attire was meticulously peeled away, only a layer of pristine undergarment remained, prompting Ji Mingwen to hastily intervene. "Enough," he murmured, his voice low and tinged with a mix of embarrassment and vexation. Yet he dared not push his spouse away, instead allowing his fingers to clutch the embroidered bedding tightly. On this wedding night, was there ever a precedent for halting at such a juncture? His beloved paid no heed to Ji Mingwen's discomposure, leaning in closer, deliberately pressing a knee against his thigh while slowly withdrawing a loose garment tie with his lips. At the moment the undergarment fell open, his lover's fingers danced down Ji Mingwen's chest, their movements swirling like a gentle breeze, the final notes of his breath ghosting against Ji Mingwen's ear. "What is there to be anxious about? Have I not seen you in your entirety since childhood? What could possibly escape my gaze?" With a gentle push from his beloved's fingertips, Ji Mingwen found himself reclining against the soft pillow, his spine rigid, dark hair splayed across the bed like spilled ink, while his ears burned crimson, almost as if they might bleed. His beloved's garments had long since come undone, the hue of his eyes blooming into a shade of tantalizing allure, as his jade-like fingers, unbeknownst to Ji Mingwen, deftly untied the straps of his own inner garment, resembling peony petals shedding their layers. The flickering candlelight traced the contours of his collarbone, blurring the lines between the crimson canopy and the vibrant blush of his skin. Ji Mingwen dared not raise his gaze, yet his peripheral vision betrayed him, catching sight of a waist slimmer than he had anticipated. "Fear not, dear one, for it matters not. Allow me to guide you." Their fingers intertwined. The sudden contact of skin elicited a low, melodious laugh from his beloved. With a playful bite at Ji Mingwen's Adam's apple, the soft pillow tumbled to the floor, their legs entwined around each other's waists. As the red candles burned to their end, the bedchamber was filled solely with the mingling of breaths and the scattered crimson silks at the edge of the wheelchair. Awakening anew, Ji Mingwen found the night giving way to dawn outside his window. Once again, he dreamt of peculiar visions, yet this time, unlike the abrupt endings of prior dreams, this one unfolded with clarity, allowing him to recall each detail vividly. The copper mirror reflected Ji Mingwen in disarray, his undergarment slightly askew, an unnatural flush gracing his neck. Absurdity coursed through him as he muttered under his breath, surrendering once more to the soft embrace of his pillow. He cursed his own folly, regretting his curiosity in prying into the chaotic matters concerning Lu Wenxue, in both his past life and this. Ji Mingwen had never contemplated matters of the heart. In his previous existence, he had been too preoccupied with his own tribulations, and in this life, he bore the weight of deep-seated enmities. No matter how one looked at it, the burden was far too heavy to be easily cast aside. Perhaps it was the corrupting thoughts that had taken root within him, leading to such fanciful musings. With a heavy sigh of relief, Ji Mingwen donned his clothing and returned to his wheelchair, only to feel a sudden tremor in his fingertips, as if attuned to an unseen force. He abruptly glanced toward the direction of the Fengyao Valley. Moments ago, he believed he had sensed the fleeting power of Jin Shiqi, only for it to vanish almost instantaneously. How could Jin Shiqi be within the Fengyao Valley? The boundless monument states, the corrupt have a master, known as the corrupted demon lord, who cannot be truly vanquished and shall resurrect every few centuries to wreak havoc upon the world. The place of its confinement is referred to as the Fengyao Valley. The Valley of Demon Ceiling is the most chaotic region of the snow mist continent, where peaks intertwine like canine teeth. The paths within the valley, if one can even call them roads, are merely meandering traces forced through the crevices of massive stones and the undulating hills. A mere step could lead to a drop of several hundred feet, and a moment of carelessness could result in a fall into the abyss. The demon-suppressing official certainly wished to occupy the Valley of Demon Sealing directly, to eradicate the blight demon lord in its cradle, but the inherent dangers were immense. Should one venture deeper, the official would be unable to summon their contracted demons, rendering them powerless against the malevolent forces with their mortal form. Moreover, the frigid temperatures within were unbearable for ordinary beings. After numerous attempts over a millennium, the three great families ultimately abandoned this notion. Now, as Jin Shiqi's foxtail entwined around Ji Qinyan's neck, the chilling winds of the deep valley abruptly ceased. The facade on Ji Qinyan's face was torn away, revealing an expression filled with hatred and resentment as he gazed at Jin Shiqi. "Who are you? Why must you assist that cripple?" Ji Qinyan's hands clutched desperately at the foxtail constricting his neck, yet he found himself powerless to move, his fragmented words laced with frustration. "Why must all good fortune fall to that cripple?" Jin Shiqi furrowed her brows, her other foxtail effortlessly suppressing Ji Qinyan's contracted demon. Unlike Ji Mingwen, who had been reborn with extraordinary advantages, Ji Qinyan's contracted demon was not formidable. It should not have reached the ceiling level at such a young age. The ceiling level is a threshold where countless demon-suppressing officials find themselves ensnared. However, upon observing the peculiar appearance of Ji Qinyan's contracted demon, Jin Shiqi quickly realized the truth. Ji Qinyan was secretly involved with the Remnant Candle Society, employing some means to strengthen his contracted demon system. Ji Qinyan can't possibly be a reincarnator, can he? Negative. There are currently no other instances of collapse in this world. S037 provided a definitive answer. Jin Shiqi nodded in understanding. Recently, Ji Qinyan had been transferred to the same team as Ji Mingwen, and Jin Shiqi had sensed something amiss. Yet she had not rejected Ji Qinyan's overtures. Subsequently, Ji Qinyan had lured him into the Valley of Demon Sealing and revealed the identity of his contracted demon. A hermit dwelling in the mountains, devoid of the bloodlines of the three great families, yet able to discern the weaknesses of malevolence at a glance. How could that be possible? It is said that those who understand their kind best are indeed of the same kind. Hence, Ji Qinyan had gone to great lengths to deceive Jin Shiqi into the valley, not merely to snatch him from Ji Mingwen's side, but to merge Jin Shiqi as his own contracted demon. Although the current Remnant Candle Society had no means to fuse a third contracted demon, Ji Qinyan was willing to take the gamble. Chapter 46. Demon-suppressing official, reborn melancholic green TX, supremely strong, contracted demon, 21 indeed. I was not mistaken. Cough, cough. I knew that useless one could never succeed. It's all because you are aiding him. Even as the foxtail tightened around his neck, lifting him slowly, Ji Qinyan did not beg for mercy. In his eyes, which bore an 8-part resemblance to Ji Mingwen's, there was a glint of indignation. As his breath became labored, the pressure on his neck caused his vision to blur. Ji Qinyan had anticipated that Jin Shiqi might be powerful, but he had not expected her to possess the strength of the celestial order. If only someone of such caliber were willing to assist him instead of that cripple, he too could have reached the purification level and would not have to endure the excruciating torment brought about by the fusion of his contracted demon. Why must everyone assist that impure wretch? It seems that Ji Mingwen has transformed. He is no longer that simpleton easily swayed by mere words. Everything that has transpired since has only served to his advantage. Ji Qinyan struggled to raise his gaze towards Jin Shiqi, the nine-tailed fox clad in white. Standing elegantly in the valley, a vision of beauty beyond mortal realms. Do you think I feel pity for my brother, and thus wish to aid him? You are gravely mistaken. His facade of virtue has deceived others, but he is far from innocent, having personally slain Ji Qingxi, along with his father and the Ji family members in this very valley. Cough, cough. Such a person bears no innocence. Yikvinian suddenly chuckled softly. Yet, I truly pity my brother for being ensnared by a contract demon like you. You could never genuinely assist him. Ha ha, I knew it. When S037 issued the alert, It was already too late. The contract demon behind Jin Shiqi flickered into visibility before exploding violently. The valley trembled violently, the ground appearing as if torn by an invisible giant's hand, fissures rapidly spreading. Jin Shiqi realized his impending doom, but sought to inflict harm upon Jin Shiqi with his self-detonation. The still cold wind surged anew. The snow on the mountaintop shifting as if the heavens were fracturing, snow waves crashing forth. No, even if Jin Shiqi self-destructed, such overwhelming force would be impossible. The true energy surge emanated from the valley's depths. It was the Lord of Ashen Demons. Just as Jin Shiqi attempted to depart, he discovered that all his energy had been sealed, rendering him no different from an ordinary human. This is troublesome. In the next moment, the snowstorm engulfed him. The commotion within the demon-sealing valley was clearly visible to the three major families stationed outside, as the blizzard consumed the entire valley, leaving the events within shrouded in mystery. Could it be that Remnant Candle has devised a new trick? Ji Mingwen wheeled himself to the edge of the demon-sealing valley, beyond which lay perilous territory, and others had already come to persuade him to retreat. Young Master Ji, it is cold here. You should return. Yimingwen feignet ignorance. Frowning intently at the valley. The bond between contract demons and the demon suppressor was profound. He trusted that his earlier intuition was not unfounded. Jin Shiqi was indeed within. Young Master Ji, young Master Ji? The voices of those nearby jolted Ji Mingwen back to reality. He momentarily froze. A faint smile barely gracing his lips as he sought to mask his fleeting distraction. What is it? The heads of the three families have summoned all the purification-level demon suppressors for discussion. I am here to guide you. Ji Mingwen responded vaguely before turning his wheelchair around. Jin Shiqi was stronger than he had anticipated. How could he possibly encounter misfortune? The more time they spent together, the less Ji Mingwen could fathom his true strength. Moreover, he was unaware of the purpose behind Jin Shiqi's frequent disappearances. If he were to seek him out recklessly, he might not only receive no gratitude, but also create rifts. Ji Mingwen pushed his wheelchair back along the path he had taken, instinctively grasping the fur collar of his mink coat. Having been punished in the freezing cold as a child for 2 whole days, he harbored a profound fear of the cold, bundled in his heavy mink coat. Young Master Ji, the demon-sealing valley is fraught with danger. For your safety, please do not venture so close. Caution the nearby demon suppressor with great care. In the present day, Ji Mingwen enjoys a stellar reputation within the realm of the Genie officials, earning the respectful title of Young Master Ji from all who encounter him. However, upon hearing this, Ji Mingwen suddenly paused. What if calamity were to strike? What if the coincidental avalanche was no mere accident? The Genie official beside him appeared to be a fervent admirer, incessantly chattering upon his arrival. Yet, unexpectedly, Ji Mingwen pivoted, employing the power of the contracted demon to ensnare the man in place, while he himself ventured into the heart of the sealed demon valley. The biting winds howled mercilessly as his wheelchair struggled through the snow, with Ji Mingwen's coughs drowned out by the tempest's roar. Frost clung to his brow. Despite being wrapped in a heavy sable cloak, his complexion turned ashen from the cold. At this moment, he had delved deep into the sealed demon valley and was fortunate not to encounter any malevolent entities. Otherwise, with his current inability to summon the demon's power, his fate would be sealed. The contracted demon was not merely imprisoned. Ji Mingwen could feel his own strength being gradually siphoned away as he ventured further into the valley. Devoid of the nurturing power of the contracted demon, his already frail body struggled against the icy grip of winter. His coughs came sporadically, his lips tinged with blue. With each fit, his back arched slightly, fingers gripping the wheelchair's armrests tightly. Breathing out, a cloud of mist formed, and all around him was an expanse of white, rendering the whereabouts of Jin Shiqi utterly elusive. Ji Mingwen had searched for 2 hours, and for his body. Prolonging the search could lead to his demise in this frozen wasteland. He chose vengeance over Jin Shiqi. As the system had indicated, Ji Mingwen harbored a profound thirst for revenge, yet he had never harmed an innocent. Jin Shiqi had assisted him for decades. He could not gamble on even the slightest chance. Old injuries throbbed painfully in the biting cold, but last he caught sight of a corner of a robe, still partially uncovered by the snow, hinting at a human form beneath. His pupils constricted, and his heart raced as he struggled to push his wheelchair closer. The snow was deep, making every movement laborious. Finally, he halted before the corner of the robe, bending down to carefully clear the snow, revealing a familiar face. Chapter 47, Jin Official. Rebirth of the melancholic green tea X. Overwhelming, contracted demon, Jin Shiqi, lay unconscious in the snow, his breath faint to the point of extinction, his frail form nearly blending into the white expanse. In an instant, a flicker of fear, unrecognized by Ji Mingwen, coursed through him, mingled with a touch of relief. Struggling to adjust his position, Ji Mingwen propped Jin Shiqi up and abruptly stripped off his sable cloak, wrapping it tightly around him to prevent further loss of body heat. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his spine as the blizzard raged on, enveloping the world in a shroud of white. They could not remain here any longer, or they would both succumb to the frost. Looking back, Ji Mingwen realized the traces of his arrival had long been obscured by the falling snow. Without hesitation, he unfastened the jade belt from his waist. Due to the cold, his movements were somewhat stiff as he lifted Jin Shiqi, binding him to his side with the belt. Their bodies pressed closely together, allowing Ji Mingwen to feel the faint rhythm of Jin Shiqi's heartbeat. Surveying his surroundings, Ji Mingwen resolved to head in a specific direction. Since Jin Shiqi had saved him once at the age of 8, he was determined to ensure his safety out of the sealed Demon Valley this time. In his previous life, Ji Mingwen endured far greater suffering than he currently faces. Even with his fingers frozen and turning purple, he managed to retain his lucidity. It was still daytime, but the night would bring even greater peril. Uncertain of how long he had been traversing this wintry expanse, the wheelchair became increasingly difficult to maneuver through the accumulating snow. The landscape ahead shrouded in obscurity, and any trace of his past vanished behind him. Suddenly, the wheels traversed a patch of soft, yielding snow, and the ground beneath gave way abruptly. Ji Mingwen's pupils dilated in alarm as he gripped the armrests with all his strength, yet the wheelchair continued to tilt uncontrollably to one side. The unconscious Jin Shiqi toppled forward, causing the entire wheelchair to lurch ahead. Ji Mingwen exerted every ounce of his strength to pull the wheelchair back. But the speed of the snow's collapse was relentless, and without any leverage, the wheelchair continued to slide downward. If the ground below was not solid earth but a deep ravine, both of them could easily succumb beneath the snowdrifts, a situation fraught with danger. Ji Mingwen bit his tongue, the pain jolting him into clarity, and with a sudden resolve, he released the armrest and grasped Jin Shiqi's clothing, using the force of the collapsing snow to roll sideways. Snow erupted around him, the cold seeping through his garments as Ji Mingwen's back collided with a frozen stone. A searing pain rendering him momentarily blind, yet his grip remained steadfast. After a brief eternity, the snow ceased its descent, and fortuitously, they had not plummeted to the valley's depths. He unfastened the jade belt to reposition Jin Shiqi. Then, leaning on his arms, he maneuvered back to his original position. To extricate the wheelchair, he could only remove the snow from the deep pit bit by bit. Without the power of the contract spirit, Ji Mingwen would not have single-handedly penetrated the demon-sealing valley to rescue the tea picker, Ji Gongzi, but rather remained a cripple with impure blood. Yet this very cripple had lived to 100 in his past life, facing ambushes and exchanging his life for the lives of 3 officials of the demon suppression. Even without the contract spirit, he was far from useless. The protagonist is the protagonist precisely because only he can embrace that role. The snow bit into him, and each time he plunged his hands into the depths of the snow, he felt a sharp sting, but Ji Mingwen's expression remained unchanged, even as his fingertips grew numb. After what felt like half an hour, he finally unearthed the wheelchair and returned to Jin Shiqi's side. His fingers, now thoroughly frostbitten, were still stubbornly rubbing together. Attempting to warm his palms before placing them against Jin Shiqi's face, hoping to restore some warmth, his breath creating a warm mist against Jin Shiqi's ear. It had always been the officials who wielded the power of the contract spirits. When had an official ever reversed the roles to save a contract spirit? Contemplating this, even amidst the bitter cold and desolation, Ji Mingwen could not help but smile genuinely. He brushed the snow off his fur coat, then secured Jin Shiqi back in the wheelchair with the jade belt. Finding a branch swept in by the blizzard in the recent pit, Ji Mingwen used it to probe the path ahead, wary of becoming ensnared in another soft snowbank. After enduring several hours in the snow, he finally discovered a rudimentary shelter. The sky already darkening significantly. The snow had blocked the wooden door, but before complete darkness enveloped the land, Ji Mingwen managed to pry it open. The interior was stark and simple. Fortunately, the dilapidated eaves offered a meager shield against the raging storm outside. The night is perilous, compelling them to remain here until dawn. Within the confines of the room, there is nothing to ignite a fire, and Ji Mingwen dares not risk attracting malevolent spirits by striking a flame. Instead, he unravels the luxurious mink coat enveloping Jin Shiqi, and they both huddle together on the wheelchair. Ji Mingwen takes hold of Jin Shiqi's wrist, gently adjusting his head to rest against his chest, attempting to stave off the encroaching chill. In the past, due to Jin Shiqi's formidable strength, Ji Mingwen never uttered a word of dissent. Even when he occasionally felt like a pet being teased, he harbored no resentment. The kindness of such a powerful individual is a rarity in this world. Ji Mingwen suddenly contemplates whether Jin Shiqi is aware of his true nature. If so, would he still choose him? In a moment of clarity, Ji Mingwen loosens his grip on Jin Shiqi's hands. Could it truly be that his 12 years of masquerade have been flawless? His gaze traverses the sharp contours of Jin Shiqi's brow and nose. Even in his current state of unconsciousness, he exudes an alluring, cold beauty. Memories of a solemn vow from a dream flood back. With heaven as witness and the sun and moon as witnesses, today we bind our fates as partners. In this life and the next, through life and death. As warmth begins to seep back into his body, Ji Mingwen's consciousness gradually relaxes, and drowsiness envelopes him. He tilts his head slightly, resting his chin amidst Jin Shiqi's hair, and his enchanting violet eyes gently close. In a past life of wandering for a century, he had never been embraced by another. How he wished he had encountered a predecessor in that lifetime. In his drowsy state, Ji Mingwen seems to murmur in his dreams, his breath lengthening. If he were to perish this night, perhaps it would not be so bad. The wind and snow continue to howl, their heartbeats gradually synchronizing. In the early hours, Jin Shiqi is roused from sleep by the sound of Ji Mingwen's cough. Wrapped in the mink coat, his body has regained warmth. Although the room remains somewhat cold, it is a far cry from the icy tempest outside. Enveloped in warmth, Jin Shiqi lifts his head slightly, while Ji Mingwen emits a soft hum, remaining asleep, his brow still etched with faint weariness. A person as cautious as he should have awakened at the slightest disturbance, which only attests to his genuine fatigue. Ji Mingwen's head droops slightly, his eyes firmly shut, presenting a posture as though cradled by two hands. Perhaps due to Jin Shiqi's restless movements in the night, most of the mink coat is draped over him, leaving a portion of Ji Mingwen's body exposed. But where is this? How did Ji Mingwen end up here? Jin Shiqi recalls only the catastrophic explosion caused by Ji Qinian, which triggered an avalanche, awakening a trace of the malevolent magic's power, burying the demon-sealing valley in a blizzard. Yet now, he finds himself powerless, his limbs heavy and weak. So he instinctively snuggles closer to Ji Mingwen. Children ought to be embraced in such a manner. As his fingertips stir, they brush against Ji Mingwen's icy palm. And a surge of complex emotions floods Jin Shiqi's heart, his eyes swirling with feelings as his brow furrows in confusion. This scene feels achingly familiar, as if someone once held him in such a way, softly offering solace. System, assess my current state. Concerned about waking Ji Mingwen, Jin Shiqi calls out to S037 through his consciousness, yet receives no response. His brow furrows even deeper. It appears that the increase in the world's collapse value is attributed to the cyclical nature of time, leading to the system's rejection of the broken world, which has resulted in errors. In simpler terms, it is akin to a game encountering a bug that necessitates maintenance. Jin Shiqi is not unfamiliar with such circumstances. As a competent host, he remains unperturbed. However, the absence of S-037, coupled with an inexplicable ceiling of his powers, and the inability to recover even his injuries through points, has rendered him somewhat disoriented. Yet, the more pressing concern is the uncertainty surrounding S-037's return. According to the temporal dynamics of the critical space and the differing flow of time on either side, what might take S-037 merely a minute to rectify could leave Jin Shiqi waiting for 10 days, half a month, or even several years. Quite troublesome indeed. Chapter 48, Jin Shiqi. Rebirth of the melancholic green TX, supremely powerful contracted demon Jin Shiqi attempted to rise, only to realize that the jade belt around his waist tethered him to another person. Any abrupt movement might awaken Ji Mingwen. Consequently, he delicately pinched the edge of the mink coat, repositioning it over Ji Mingwen's shoulder. His touch was light, yet inadvertently brushed against Ji Mingwen's neck. The sensation was cool and exquisite, akin to a piece of polished jade. Ji Mingwen, as if awakened from a nightmare, fluttered his eyelashes before slowly opening his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion from his slumber. His gaze fell upon Jin Shiqi's face, momentarily stunned, before regaining his composure and swiftly donning his habitual smile. "Senior, you are awake." Ji Mingwen's voice, still tinged with sleep, was low and hoarse, carrying a trace of lingering languor. He released his embrace of Jin Shiqi, instinctively rubbing his numbed arms. "Senior, I sincerely apologize for last night's circumstances. It was truly unavoidable." A familiar smile graced Ji Mingwen's face as he deftly untied the jade belt binding them, creating some distance between them, while the mink coat remained draped over Jin Shiqi. It felt somewhat peculiar for two grown men to share a wheelchair. Jin Shiqi attempted to rise, but as soon as he exerted pressure on his legs, a wave of numbness coursed through him, causing his body to lurch forward uncontrollably, just as he was about to tumble to the ground. A pair of hands securely caught his shoulders. "Senior, are you all right?" The concern in Ji Mingwen's eyes seemed genuine, yet there was also a sense of astonishment. In his recollection, Jin Shiqi had always embodied strength. He had never witnessed him in such a frail state. Like exquisite porcelain, delicate and vulnerable, he had lost his once blazing brilliance. Yet, inexplicably, Ji Mingwen felt his heart flutter, warmth radiating from the hand that gripped Jin Shiqi's shoulder. It was as if he beheld a luminous moon descending from the heavens, gently landing in the mortal realm, into his embrace, merging with the figure of his dreams. "I'm fine. It's just my legs going numb." Jin Shiqi, oblivious to Ji Mingwen's gaze, supported his head with his fingertips, slightly moving his body to ease his discomfort. Ji Mingwen silently withdrew his hand, gently rubbing his fingers within the confines of his sleeve. "We are deep within the demon ceiling valley, and the raging snow outside may cease at any moment. For now, we cannot leave this place." The snow from yesterday had not yet accumulated to such thickness, allowing Ji Mingwen to spot Jin Shiqi amidst the snowdrifts. After a night had passed, the wooden door was once again barricaded by a heavy layer of snow. The two were oblivious to their surroundings. Should they recklessly venture out and abandon this humble refuge, they would likely find themselves stranded, perhaps even ensnared in the snow. However, I had signaled last night, and the people from the crane would come in search of us. Thus there was no need for my senior to worry, though it may require some time for their arrival. Jin Shiqi, with his back turned to Ji Mingwen, observed the snow's intensity from the window, unaware of the expression on Ji Mingwen's face as he uttered those words. "All right," he responded casually, yet Ji Mingwen's demeanor remained unchanged, though his fingertips within his sleeves tightened gradually. He had reached out to the crane several times, always during Jin Shiqi's absence. Logically, his senior should not have been aware of his connection to the crane. This left only one possibility. His senior, at some point, had already discerned his true nature. Everything Ji Mingwen had done in secret might have been known to Jin Shiqi. Reflecting on certain inexplicable changes since his rebirth, Ji Mingwen felt his breath quicken. Had Xie Tsangnan, the Candlelight Society, and even some of his enemies from his past life all been orchestrated by Jin Shiqi? In another couple of hours, the snow would cease. Jin Shiqi stuffed hay into the drafty spot by the window, brushing off the dust from his hands, oblivious to the probing nature of Ji Mingwen's words. When the time comes, if reinforcements have not arrived, we shall devise another plan. Jin Shiqi turned, intending to say something further when he heard Ji Mingwen's violent coughing, as though he might expel his very lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Mingwen leaned against his wheelchair, his body trembling uncontrollably, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his breathing labored and rapid. His frail constitution, naturally, could not compare to that of Jin Shiqi, who, aside from a slight numbness in his legs, appeared vigorous and showed no sign of discomfort. Jin Shiqi furrowed his brow slightly upon approaching. He reached out to feel Ji Mingwen's forehead, pausing slightly when his fingertips made contact with the feverishly warm skin. A fever? The dim light within the room initially concealed Ji Mingwen's unusual condition, but seeing him in this state, it was likely he had been burning up since midnight. Draping the fur coat over Ji Mingwen once more, Jin Shiqi quickly pressed several acupressure points with practiced ease. The heat radiating from Ji Mingwen's cheeks reached through Jin Shiqi's palm as he gazed at the familiar face he had known since childhood, murmuring to himself, "This is not good. The temperature is too high. We must cool him down." "Senior, I am fine." Ji Mingwen's voice was hoarse and faint, and he struggled to open his eyes. His gaze landing on Jin Shiqi's face, his eyes clouded. What he truly wished to inquire was when Jin Shiqi had come to this realization, yet the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. Jin Shiqi offered no reply. Instead, he swiftly turned and approached the wooden bucket in the corner of the room, filled with icy snowmelt. He squatted down, tearing a piece of clean fabric from his luxurious robe and submerging it into the frigid water. His fingertips turned slightly red from the cold as he diligently wrung out the wet cloth. "Do not move," Jin Shiqi instructed softly, his voice cool and calm, as he gently placed the damp cloth upon Ji Mingwen's forehead. A chilling sensation enveloped him in an instant, causing Ji Mingwen's body to momentarily stiffen before gradually relaxing. He gently tilted his head towards the direction of Jin Shiqi's outstretched hand, swallowing the unspoken words that lingered on his lips. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated that if it were not for the deep-seated grievances of his past life, maintaining a simple existence alongside Jin Shiqi might not be so bad after all. Chapter 49, The Guardian of Calamity, Rebirth of a Melancholic Green TX, a Potent Contracted Demon. Ji Mingwen was burning with fever, perhaps due to the intense anxiety he had experienced the night before, and he remained oblivious until his awareness returned, revealing a frightening heat coursing through his body. He observed as this ethereal figure, akin to a moonlit spirit, repeatedly pressed a cloth soaked in icy water against his forehead. His life resembled a frigid river, in which Ji Mingwen had traversed for a century, never once anticipating or experiencing warmth. Perhaps it was the disarray brought on by his fever in the icy wilderness, or perhaps other factors at play, but he felt his heart racing, a burgeoning desire for possession taking root within him. Yes, he wished to keep Jin Shiqi by his side forever. He yearned for Jin Shiqi to show kindness solely to him. Yet, what if he were compelled to exact retribution from the three prominent families? "Senior, the first time I met you was on a feverish, rainy night, when you saved me once more." Ji Mingwen's throat was parched from the fever, necessitating proximity to discern his halting words. "Did you help me out of pity? If I were a villain, would you still choose to be my contracted demon?" His body temperature began to rise, and he felt dizzy as if the entire world were spinning, with only the young man before him steadfastly gazing back. This visage was so exquisitely beautiful that it seemed almost unreal, as if he had stepped out of a painting. The celestial being remained silent, merely extending a hand to gently brush across Ji Mingwen's forehead, the coolness of his fingertips soothing the internal heat and pain. "I promise you, regardless of life or death, regardless of reincarnation, we shall never part." As those words fell, the figure of the celestial being grew indistinct once more, and the surroundings began to dissolve. Ji Mingwen reached out, yearning to grasp his hand, but only caught the ephemeral tendrils of azure mist. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find himself in the same dilapidated room, the tempest outside having ceased at some unknown moment. He had broken his fever. Ji Mingwen stared blankly at the figure beside him. Jin Shiqi was asleep, leaning against the armrest of his wheelchair. The gentle sound of his breathing intertwined with the occasional gust of wind from outside. His wrist bones were pale, the prominent curve evoking memories of his beloved lifting him from the wheelchair, the warmth of his palm searing into his waist. It was but a dream, even in dreams. I'm locked away, Ji Mingwen murmured softly, attempting to brush aside the stray locks from Jin Shiqi's forehead, but recoiled the moment his fingers touched skin. He cast his gaze downward at his own legs. The perfect form above starkly contrasted with his feeble limbs. After a while, amidst the howling wind and snow, his hoarse voice emerged. So be it, this is acceptable. The following day, no messenger from the crane arrived, but fortunately, Jin Shiqi had brought along some apricot candies and dried fruits. Though they were merely sweet treats, they were better than nothing. That night, the two leaned against one another, sharing casual conversation about events that had almost never occurred. Certainly, even in the absence of S-037, Jin Shiqi cannot indiscriminately divulge matters concerning the critical space and the host. Thus, the only topic of conversation between them revolves around Ji Mingwen's childhood. Jin Shiqi has watched Ji Mingwen grow up, and although he is not the protagonist, it is impossible for him to be devoid of feelings. Despite Ji Mingwen's soul being centuries old, the cumulative time Jin Shiqi has spent in each realm amounts to at least a millennium. Therefore, even the reborn Ji Mingwen can only be regarded as a younger generation. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, the 3 outfits I selected for you, particularly the one in lotus pink, was indeed the most exquisite. It is a pity you did not choose it. And I must thank you for taking the blame when I clandestinely indulged in the ceremonial 8 treasures cake. The young lady named Wen Shui from the Liu family sought you out for a duel 2 years ago. You two fought to a standstill. I heard she was dissatisfied and went to challenge the Xie family, resulting in yet another draw. Does she possess a peculiar buff that ensures her challenges always end in a tie? Jin Shiqi spoke casually about Ji Mingwen's past. He was not reluctant to share these memories, knowing that once they returned to the critical space, this fragment of recollection would be sealed within this world. He remembered everything concerning Ji Mingwen, a realization that Ji Mingwen had not anticipated. Perhaps, due to his recent recovery from a severe illness, he felt an impulse to ask, "Would you be willing to become my fated partner?" However, before he could articulate the question, both their gazes shifted towards the door, and Jin Shiqi's body tensed abruptly. Something was amiss. There was someone outside. It might not even be human. It could be a vile entity. Encountering such entities within the vast confines of the Demon Ceiling Valley was not uncommon. The heart of the valley could suppress the powers of the genie official, yet bore no effect on the vile creatures. Was it truly a person outside, or a vile entity? Had the Crane's people found them? The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Jin Shiqi gestured for Ji Mingwen to remain where he was as he stealthily approached the window, retrieving the folding fan from his waist. Outside the window lurked a vile creature. It resembled a giant scorpion covered in black scales, with 8 tentacles that slithered like serpents and a tail armed with a venomous stinger, an exceedingly troublesome 8-tentacled scorpion demon, which could pose a significant threat even to a genie official of ceiling level. Under normal circumstances, they would not need to worry, but now Ji Mingwen was frail, and Jin Shiqi's powers were sealed. How could they contend with the monstrosities of this world? After the heavy snowfall had sealed the mountains, it was the first time Jin Shiqi witnessed the vile entities roaming within the Demon Ceiling Valley. The remnant Candle Society had taken control of the vast valley, and this vile creature might have been enhanced, making it not only more formidable, but also likely to attract the attention of the Society's members. How unfortunate. If the vile entity had not detected their presence and departed, it would have been ideal. Jin Shiqi held his breath, striving to remain silent. Should the 8-tentacled scorpion demon show any inclination to invade their room, he would act. There were numerous ways to draw the attention of vile entities, perhaps through flames or sound. The interior was dim, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone outside to discern that they were still present. What could attract the 8-tentacled scorpion demon was the scent of blood. Jin Shiqi glanced back at Ji Mingwen, whose chest was stained crimson from coughing violently. In the fleeting moment of the vile act, Jin Shiqi, without a trace of hesitation, unfurled his folding fan, the cold silver ribs spinning gracefully in his palm. 3 zhang away, the scaly abomination coiled its back, and its 8 tendrils lashed through the air, shattering the wooden window that shielded him from the biting wind. Jin Shiqi stepped back with his left foot, deftly angling the fan to deflect the splintering wood, while with a twist of his right wrist, a bony spike shot forth from the fan's axis, piercing directly into the eye of the 8-tentacled scorpion demon. Even though his powers were restrained, Jin Shiqi possessed his own means to prevent the ensuing battle from affecting the ailing Ji Mingwen. He propped himself against the windowsill and leaped outside. The 8-tentacled scorpion demon towered 3 meters high, its claws sweeping through the air with a foul wind. Jin Shiqi sidestepped just in time, the claws barely grazing his nose, while the hem of his robe was torn, revealing a slender calf. The snow underfoot somewhat hindered his movements. When S-037 returned, he should remind it to enhance his training in extreme environments. Suddenly deprived of his strength, though somewhat disoriented, Jin Shiqi was not one to rely solely on the powers granted by the system. The fan swiftly closed, and with a flick of his wrist, 11 bony spikes embedded themselves into the scorpion demon's armored hide, yet he was sent flying by a sweeping tail. The fan bones sprang back, and 11 silver threads glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Taking advantage of the force of being thrown, Jin Shiqi twisted his wrist, and the silver threads instantaneously sliced through the carapace. In that moment of exposing a weakness, a flurry of arrows suddenly shot from within the window, erupting in a spray of blood from the demon's abdomen as it recoiled with a roar. As shattered scales rained down, Jin Shiqi had already landed gracefully, his folding fan now compact in his hand. The droplets of blood he casually discarded, starkly contrasting against the snow. Ji Mingwen clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his fingertips unknowingly embedded deeply into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Hidden within the inner side of his arms were countless concealed weapons, some modified by Lu Wenxue. At such a close range, even the abomination would have to exercise caution. However, the calmness that once graced his eyes was now replaced with turmoil and anxiety, a profound fear lurking within, as if the slightest misstep could lead to the loss of something irreplaceable. At the moment Jin Shiqi was flung away by the demon's tail, his heart nearly ceased its beat. The significance of the Xie and Ji families faded into irrelevance. All he desired was for Jin Shiqi to remain unscathed. The enraged 8-tentacled scorpion demon let out a deep growl, which swiftly escalated into a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the valley. This was dire. The abomination was calling for its kin. Even if Jin Shiqi possessed the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, escape would be arduous. Jin Shiqi quickly scanned the surroundings for a potential escape route. He needed to ensure the male protagonist's survival. Otherwise, the world would unravel in far more complex ways. Now, to divert the 8-tentacled scorpion demon. Chapter 50, Guardian of Calamity, Reborn Melancholic Green TX, Super Strong, Contract Demon, before Jin Shiqi could make a move. A series of gunshots rang out by his ear. The demon's critical points were struck, flames igniting, rapidly diminishing into a cloud of black ash. A heart materializing upon its corpse. Ji Mingwen, wait, you are not Ji Mingwen. You must be the legendary Senior Jin. Suddenly, a playful female voice echoed from above, and Jin Shiqi looked up to see a massive wooden mechanical bird soaring towards him. The woman speaking was seated upon the back of a wooden bird. In an instant, he deduced her identity. With such an array of eccentric hobbies, she must undoubtedly be the indolent genius of the Lu family. The bird's body was crafted from exquisitely carved wood, with gears embedded at the joints, emitting a rhythmic clicking sound as its wings flapped. Upon the bird's back, Lu Wenxue was striving to maintain her balance, gripping a self-made firearm, her features radiating both courage and flamboyance. In any case, I have come to rescue you both. I hope my arrival is timely enough. I have searched for you for ages, nearly blinding my eyes in the process. The corners of Lu Wenxue's lips curled into a playful smile. After hours of silence, she was finally able to express herself. Just a moment. I shall descend to retrieve you. Clearly pleased with her entrance, Lu Wenxue grasped the reins, intending to descend slowly. But the wooden bird did not comply as she had imagined. Suddenly, its wings faltered, the gears screeching in protest, and the entire bird lurched violently, plummeting towards the snowy ground. In the next moment, both rider and bird crashed into the thick snow, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Jin Shiqi thought, no wonder Lu Wenxue remained the Lu family's heir even after reaching 100 years. It is truly remarkable that the head of the Lu family could entrust her with such a position. Moments later, a rustling sound emerged from the snowdrift as Lu Wenxue poked her head out, her hair disheveled and her cheeks dusted with snowflakes. Yet she appeared anything but disheveled. It seems I still need to practice my descent. Alas, had it not been for the need to rescue you, I wouldn't have brought along a half-finished contraption. Lu Wenxue muttered softly, seemingly trying to salvage her dignity, as she stood up from the snowdrift, brushing off the snowflakes from her attire. This place is not suitable for lingering. Come with me quickly. Struggling to extricate the wooden bird from the snow, Lu Wenxue urged them onward, lifting her gaze to meet two skeptical expressions. I already explained, that was merely a miscalculation. Now that I have saved you, we are even. The wooden bird was quite large, but accommodating two adult men alongside her proved a tight fit. Ji Mingwen had no choice but to relinquish his wheelchair, gripping the protruding back of the bird tightly to prevent himself from falling. Fortunately, they returned to the camp without further incident. The officials tasked with sealing malevolent forces were sworn enemies of the corrupt, with no possibility for peaceful coexistence. The corrupt consumed both humans and officials alike. Regardless of any noble lineage, all were mere fodder in the eyes of the corrupt. On the third day following the blizzard, yet another uprising of the corrupt occurred. The three major families organized the ceiling-level officials to form a defensive wall against the corrupt, resulting in heavy casualties. On the 52nd day, a single corrupt entity breached their defenses, devouring a purging-level official. On the 158th day, 5 remnants of the candle emerged, breaking through the defenses of the three families. The head of the Lu family personally intervened, vanquishing 2 remnants, but fell victim to a treacherous scheme and sustained injuries. On the 323rd day, unusual activity was detected in the Demon Ceiling Valley. A black beam shot skyward, spreading the aura of the Ashen Demon Lord from the valley's depths. On the 560th day, Lu Wenxue formulated a specific pill upon ingestion. It allowed passage into and out of the Demon Ceiling Valley for 3 days without triggering the sealing contract. The sealing officials seized this opportunity to charge in and engage in fierce combat with the remnants of the candle. However, the leader of the Remnant Candle Society seems to be haunted by an unseen dread, lingering in the shadows and hesitating to reveal himself. During the initial confrontation, the town's purging officer from the Ji family unwittingly fell into an ambush, suffering grave losses. Fortunately, the timely assistance from the Xie and Lu families prevented total annihilation. Yet, the number of casualties among the purging officers is truly alarming. The corruptive force continues to surge forth from the depths of the valley, and it remains uncertain when the Ashen Demon Lord shall be reborn. At present, the purging officers are merely managing to hold their ground. Should the Ashen Demon Lord come into existence, it would spell certain doom. The very purpose of the purging officer's existence is to eradicate the Ashen Demon Lord, a fate etched into their bloodline, with no family escaping this destiny. On the 797th day, Ji Mingwen single-handedly dispatched the leader of the Remnant Candle Society, Zhu Long, thereby acquiring the extraordinary power to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heads of the 3 prominent families. On the 830th day, Ji Mingwen accurately identified the misdirection of the assault encircling several remaining candle envoys, leading to the dissolution of the remnant candle society and invigorating the morale of the purging officers. For over 2 years, S037 has yet to return. After departing from the Demon's Sealing Valley, Jin Shiqi's powers have not been restored. Nevertheless, Jin Shiqi bears no resentment towards the system, feeling an inkling of guilt. His initial intent in venturing to the Demon Sealing Valley was to ascertain the strength of the Ashen Demon Lord and eliminate it preemptively to ensure the task's success. After all, Jin Shiqi's primary mission is to prevent the destruction of the Snowstorm Continent by the Ashen Demon Lord, while his secondary task involves dissipating Ji Mingwen's darkening influence. As the host, directly eliminating the antagonist is certainly inadvisable. However, given that Jin Shiqi is now effectively the protagonist's contracted demon, one might argue that if Ji Mingwen were to slay the antagonist, it would not be a transgression. Perhaps this notion was overheard by the world's anchor point, resulting in the sealing of his powers. The protagonist of a world is not necessarily its anchor. The anchor of the Snowstorm Continent resides within the Demon's Sealing Valley, with a narrative revolving around corruption. Reluctantly, Jin Shiqi finds himself confined within Ji Mingwen's spiritual realm. Each world does not extend too long, roughly spanning 20-30 chapters. If you have worlds you wish to see, including main plot lines, feel free to submit ideas in the book circle. Chapter 51, Purging Officer, Rebirth of the Gloomy Green TX Overpowered Contracted Demon. Ji Mingwen sat before the temporary council chamber's sand table, tracing the terrain map of the Demon's Sealing Valley with his fingertips, his brow furrowed deeply. Last night's battle cost us 3 purging officers of the purge level. The voice of Ji Qianxiao, the head of the Ji family, resonated from behind him. However, we managed to force that formidable corruption deep into the chasm and eliminate it. He is a rather stern individual, often serious and unsmiling. Some purging officers, emboldened in private, dare to call him a wooden figure. Ji Mingwen bears no animosity towards Ji Qianxiao. In his previous life, Ji Qianxiao seldom concerned himself with the Ji family's affairs, spending years stationed in the southern frontier. Trading life for life does not benefit us. Perhaps we should concentrate our efforts to locate the Ashen Demon Lord and eliminate it once more before it can resurrect. Lu Wenxue responded. The head of the Lu family is currently recuperating from serious injuries, while the young master is engaged in slaying the corruption within the Demon's Sealing Valley. Although Lu Wenxue is young, her cleverness matches her participation in decision-making alongside Ji Mingwen. She cradled a book in her palm, chronicling the fierce battles waged against the Blight Demon Lord a millennium ago. Yet, it offered but scant details on the Demon Lord's origins. The world was thrown into chaos. Valleys crumbled. The populace wept blood, a sight marred by scars. Ji Mingwen did not raise his gaze. His attention was fixated on the red markers on the sand table, which represented the ongoing conflicts. These markers were arranged chronologically, with a new one appearing every few months since 3 years prior. Initially, he had paid them little heed, but at this moment, those crimson dots suddenly coalesced into a discernible trajectory in his eyes. What should be our next course of action? The voice of Xia Liyuan, the head of the Xia family, resounded from the right. Instantly, the eyes of those present converged upon Ji Mingwen. The assembly had already deliberated extensively. Yet Ji Mingwen remained silent. Although he was youthful and still somewhat unsteady in his movements, his previous insights had proven remarkably prescient, sparing the Zhenyi official from numerous detours. Ji Mingwen continued to be taciturn, his fingers unconsciously caressing the folding fan at his waist. The locations of these battlefields. Ji Mingwen's voice emerged, somewhat strained. Almost every battle had claimed the lives of the young prodigies. Xia Liyuan fell silent for a moment, his expression unchanged. In the war against evil, sacrifices are inevitable. But it seems we have overlooked something crucial. Lu Wenxue, hand it over. You have the records, do you not? Ji Mingwen's voice suddenly quickened, and the others recognized that he had unearthed something significant, refraining from interrupting him further. Lu Wenxue, momentarily taken aback, muttered, "How did you know?" before adopting a look of incredulity and retrieving a notebook. As the behind-the-scenes manager of He, Lu Wenxue meticulously documented all those who had perished. Ji Mingwen began to swiftly peruse these records. Ji Zhushan perished in the southeastern region of Fengyao Valley, specifically at a bearing of 135 degrees, 78 miles from the central chasm. Xie's disciple fell in the due east of Fengyao Valley at a bearing of 90 degrees, 103 miles from the central chasm. Ye Mingwen, with his cinnabar brush, connected the dots between the 2 points. Such bygone events need not be revisited. Mention of Xie's disciple darkened Xie Liu Yuan's countenance. Fissures appearing in the tabletop beneath his palm. That was the Xie heir he had held in the highest regard. Had it not been for his demise in Fengyao Valley, he would now be of an age with Lu Wenxue and Ji Mingwen. Calm yourself. Ji Qianxiao raised a hand, halting the enraged Xie Liu Yuan, observing as Ji Mingwen's cinnabar brush continued to join the reported locations. Lu family's third son perished in the northwest, specifically at a bearing of 315 degrees, 87 miles from the chasm. As the third red dot was marked, Ji Mingwen's brush paused momentarily. Ji family's young master, 3 months ago, fell due south of the chasm, at a bearing of 180 degrees, merely 20 miles from the chasm's center. With each point connected by the cinnabar, the flickering candlelight in the conference hall danced erratically. With the 5th and 6th entries recorded, Ji Mingwen articulated 7 points in total. The red markers gradually formed an asymmetrical pattern. Recalling what Jin Shiqi had uttered in the spiritual realm, Ji Mingwen began to echo those words. It is the 7 stars and 8 trigrams. The positions of these prodigies correspond with the Big Dipper's 8 trigrams. Tianshu aligns with the Qian trigram, Tianquan with the Sun trigram, while the center is the profound valley of the Demon's Sealing Gorge. Your implication is that Ji Qianxiao's fingers unconsciously tapped against the armrest of his chair, producing a subtle sound. The malevolent impurities possess either consciousness or are manipulated and guided. They intentionally lure the Zhan Yi officials toward a specific location. Indeed, this may be the very matter that the Remnant Candle Society has been investigating for years. Once successful, the Lord of Ashes will be resurrected. And now only a single point is missing. Ji Mingwen's voice carried a sense of urgency, as the conclusions he deduced caused him to grip his folding fan tightly. The timing of these prodigies' deaths coincides precisely with the shifting of the 7 stars, and the sight of their demise. His cinnabar brush, pointed emphatically at the center of the Demon's Sealing Gorge, perfectly forms the eye of a resurrection formation. Thus, we are not suppressing the Demon Lord. Rather, we are nurturing it, feeding it with the fresh blood of prodigies and powerful contracts. Xie Liu Yuan bowed his head, obscuring his expression. The council chamber fell into an immediate silence. So, everything they had done was in vain? Those fearless Zhan Yi officials were merely like burning lamp oil? No. Lu Wenxue suddenly leapt to her feet, sending her chair crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Her voice trembled. My father is at the final position tonight. Half an hour ago, the young master of the Lu family ventured deep into the Demon's Sealing Gorge, coinciding with the last point. He too shall perish. Without time to contemplate, Lu Wenxue disregarded the attempts to restrain her, bursting forth with a whistle, summoning a gigantic cat demon that flicked her onto its back. Heading straight for the Demon Sealing Gorge. We cannot allow the final point to manifest. Ji Mingwen appeared to be speaking to himself, then pushed his wheelchair outside, not following Lu Wenxue, but heading towards the towering boundary monument. Do not mind him. Only someone of Tianxian level can touch the boundary monument. What are we doing going to support him now? Xie Liu Yuan's feigned calm voice was abruptly cut off, for Ji Mingwen had lifted the boundary monument single-handedly. When did he attain Tianxian level strength? Well done. Within the spirit realm, Jin Shiqi commended. Presently, Ji Mingwen had no inclination to heed Jin Shiqi's ability to observe him at any moment. He was consumed by a singular thought. He must not allow the Lord of Ashes to be resurrected. Is Ji Mingwen an evil person? Jin Shiqi's answer is no. Although his corruption level remains high, it merely indicates his profound hatred and does not prove that he is now a thoroughly wicked individual. When imprisoned by Xie Sangnan in a remote village, Ji Mingwen never regretted saving that mother and child, which had brought about his misfortune. 1,000 years ago, the three great leaders turned the tide using the power of the Boundary Monument. Now, Ji Mingwen and Jin Shiqi wish to attempt the same. Chapter 52, Jin E Official, Rebirth of the Melancholic Green TX, Super Strong Contract, Demon 27, within the Demon Sealing Gorge. Lu Wenchue's father had already sustained injuries, and the Jin E officials beside him fought desperately against the deadly, malevolent forces. He had never encountered such a troublesome predicament. Young master, a startled gasp pulled him back to reality. Lowering his gaze, Lu's father discovered an unfamiliar wound on his abdomen, blood gushing forth. This night, he had let his guard down, never anticipating the sudden emergence of such malevolence. The dimming sky, compounded by his injuries, obscured his awareness that these malevolent forces seemed to be herding them towards a specific direction. Meanwhile, Jin Shiqi appeared, swiftly pushing Ji Mingwen's wheelchair towards the center. For years, he had harbored doubts about the sudden disappearance of his powers. Now, he glimpsed the truth. When he had slain Ji Qinian, he stood at the very heart of the 7 stars, 8 trigrams formation. Ji Qinian had also succumbed to the machinations of the Remnant Candle Society, willing to sacrifice his life to ensnare Jin Shiqi, thereby executing the most crucial step. This would allow the corrupted Ash Demon Lord to absorb Jin Shiqi's energy, triggering an avalanche that would enable the Demon Lord to conceal himself in the valley's depths and digest that power without arousing suspicion. Jin Shiqi had overlooked a detail. Yet, it was not too late. The boundless monument bore 2 fissures, dividing it into 3 parts. When united, it revealed cracks resembling the trajectory of the sealing Demon Valley's formation. Perhaps this could lead them to the resurrection point of the corrupted Ash Demon Lord, allowing them to preemptively extinguish it. The moment they stepped into the sealing Demon Valley, a chorus of roars echoed from afar, and countless pairs of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness. Ji Mingwen sensed that the entire valley's malevolence had been stirred by the boundless monument in his arms. The 2 family heads and Lu Wenxue rushed to the final point to prevent the formation of the 7 stars 8 trigrams. Yet, regardless of which of them perished, they would all become the ultimate sustenance. Jin Shiqi understood that Ji Mingwen must carry the boundless monument to the valley's depths. Countless malevolent beings emerged, obstructing their path. As Jin Shiqi snatched the fan from Ji Mingwen's waist, fighting and retreating, the closer they approached the resurrection of the corrupted Ash Demon Lord, the stronger these malevolent forces became. Ahead lay a precipice, yet their steps could not falter. Their boots were caked with dark brown blood, slipping on the slick rocks. Behind them, the roars of malevolence were alarmingly close. Hundreds of these entities began to encircle them. "Senior," Ji Mingwen remarked. Jin Shiqi responded with a word, his body suddenly plunging backward. The howling wind rushed past his ears, and thick malevolence loomed above. The sensation of weightlessness nearly made his heart leap from his chest. Ji Mingwen abandoned the wheelchair and followed suit, and in the dizzying descent, Jin Shiqi's arms tightened around Ji Mingwen's waist, drawing him closer. Jin Shiqi's voice, nearly shattered by the raging wind, remained steady and clear. "Don't move, trust me." Ji Mingwen instinctively wrapped his arms around him, as if to etch his warmth into his very bones. All right. No one knew how deep this chasm truly was. But with Jin Shiqi by his side, he felt no fear. Suddenly, a crisp mechanical sound echoed as a wooden bird emerged from the darkness, accurately catching the 2. A masterpiece from Lu Wenxue. Their descent slowed, and they landed safely. The wheelchair had shattered into pieces, yet Ji Mingwen could still summon a contract spirit, a 9-tailed fox. Its tails dragged his body forward, suspended in midair. The valley floor is shrouded in mist, with remnants of unmelting snow, making the quest for a center here quite arduous. "Follow me." Jin Shiqi lowered his gaze, sensing the power that had been taken from him, and proceeded toward a certain direction. The fog at the valley's bottom was so thick that it felt impenetrable, rendering even breathing a challenge. Coupled with the dimming light, he could only feel his boots sinking into the muck, each step producing an unsettling, squelching sound. Suddenly, his foot struck something solid. Crouching down to investigate, he discovered a corpse, its features rendered indistinct. The two exchanged no words and continued onward. More and more bodies emerged from the mist, aligned in an eerie straight line. A low heartbeat echoed through the fog, initially faint but growing clearer as they drew near. Jin Shiqi finally halted, furrowing his brow as he looked up into the air. There, suspended in midair, was a colossal heart, its surface adorned with intricate veins. These veins were not ordinary blood vessels. Rather, they were composed of countless tiny rings, pulsating amidst dark crimson flesh. Above the heart, numerous red threads descended from the sky, suspending countless remains. The heartbeat resonated throughout the space, and Ji Mingwen felt his own heartbeat begin to synchronize with it. This was the heart of the Demon Lord, the very heart of the entire Demon Sealing Valley. For centuries, the three great clans had persevered against the Blight Demon Lord, nurturing increasingly powerful sealing officials. Yet all their efforts had merely served others. Drawing upon the blood of the extraordinary, and using the battlefield as a focal point, they had laid the groundwork for a resurrection plan spanning millennia. Was it merely a heart? Jin Shiqi furrowed his brows. In the book that Lu Wenxue had once read, the Blight Demon Lord was described as immensely powerful, requiring the full might of humanity to seal it away. Now, with just one step remaining for its revival, did it lack a corporeal form? No. This was the body that the Blight Demon Lord had yet to select to host its heart. Jin Shiqi attempted to pull Ji Mingwen back, but before he could act, the dark crimson flesh wall suddenly parted, and the descending red threads instantly ensnared Ji Mingwen, drawing him into the heart. Due to Jin Shiqi's intervention, the time for the Blight Demon Lord's revival had been shortened, leading to unforeseen changes. As the Demon Lord absorbed the power of the extraordinary, it was simultaneously seeking a vessel to contain its heart, drawing upon Jin Shiqi's strength, an overwhelming force that would not harm Ji Mingwen. And Ji Mingwen, having consumed countless corrupted hearts and bearing the taint of corruption, was the perfect candidate for the Demon Lord's new body. The two had unwittingly walked into the jaws of a tiger. Ji Mingwen felt himself plummeting into a viscous space, surrounded by writhing flesh walls, their surfaces teeming with pulsating blood vessels. The air was thick with a metallic scent, and each breath seared his lungs. He attempted to struggle, only to find his limbs tightly ensnared by the flesh walls. The blood vessels coiled around him like serpents, their tips piercing his skin. Meanwhile, the heavens were draped in blood, and countless humans simultaneously experienced a wave of heartache. Lu Wenxue and Ji Qianshao stared in astonishment as the frenzied attacks of the corrupted suddenly ceased, all turning in unison toward the same direction, their eyes devoid of ferocity, now filled with reverence. In the blink of an eye, the malevolence enveloping the entire demon suppression valley lay prostrate, bowing towards the depths of the gorge. A new demon lord had been born. Chapter 53. The Rebirth of the Demon Suppressor. A gloomy green TX, an extraordinarily powerful contract demon. We have undeniably succeeded. No one should have perished at this location. Lu Wenxue's voice began to tremble, her gaze flitting rapidly over the crowd. No, we have overlooked one person. Xie Yuan's expression grew grave. It was here that the former Zhu Long had met his demise. He had once been a traitor among the three great clans. At this point, however, it was too late for words. The Demon Lord had awakened. At the valley's bottom, the heart visibly withered, ultimately seeping into Ji Mingwen's body. After a moment, the crimson viscous fluid enveloping Ji Mingwen was entirely absorbed, and he slowly emerged from the shadows. His form was now even more elongated and upright, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, every inch of muscle brimming with explosive power. Even his weakened legs appeared as if they had been remade, enabling him to walk steadily upon the ground, his entire stature suddenly elevated. Senior, Ji Mingwen approached the light, a smile gracing his lips. Yet his gaze remained devoid of warmth. The fiery patterns emerged along his brow, spreading to his cheekbones, resembling burning thorns that traced an eerie design upon his pale skin. His once normal ears had transformed into elongated points, palm-sized and cloaked in fine black fur, while 9 pitch-black fox tails unfurled behind him. Under the influence of the heart of the demon lord, Ji Mingwen had fused with the contract demon, now capable of wielding immense power. His visage, still astonishingly handsome, bore no trace of his former self, appearing particularly fearsome beneath the blood-red sky. His violet eyes lifted, devoid of reason, replaced only by the purest intent to kill. At this moment, Ji Mingwen had absorbed the powers of Jin Shiqi. Even should the heads of the three major clans unite, they would stand no chance against him. No, he could no longer be regarded as Ji Mingwen. He had become the new Ashen Demon Lord. Only one final step remained. The contract demon fused with Ji Mingwen was merely an empty shell left by Jin Shiqi. To truly complete the resurrection, he must consume Jin Shiqi himself. Senior, did you not once say that you came to protect me? It is time to fulfill that promise. Stand still and await your consumption. The voice, still familiar, had turned chillingly cold. Jin Shiqi flicked open his fan, directing it at the slowly approaching Ji Mingwen. He would not remain passive. Yi Mingwen howled. Although aware that the figure before him was not the true Ji Mingwen, Jin Shiqi still uttered the familiar name, his voice as cold as shattered jade. Ji Mingwen did not cease his advance. Unbeknownst to him, snow had begun to fall once more. Beneath the blood-red sky, two figures confronted one another, fierce winds stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. In his silence, Jin Shiqi appeared strikingly composed and frigid, his raven-black hair tied back by a jade ring. The rest cascading in the wind and snow. He had never anticipated that Ji Mingwen would be the chosen vessel of the Ashen Demon Lord. Yet, it was not without recourse. He was, after all, Ji Mingwen's contract demon. Should he command the nine-tailed fox to self-destruct, it would indeed fulfill the main objective with ease. However, Ji Mingwen would perish as well. How could it be that the words spoken by the senior before were merely hypocritical falsehoods? Do you assist me out of pity? Then why do you not offer your final aid? Ji Mingwen pressed forward relentlessly, the dark foxtail sweeping through the flames that scorched half the sky. Jin Shiqi's fan remained suspended, yet to descend. Convention dictates that a protagonist sacrifices themselves to save the world, a narrative as cliched as it is predictable. The fan should have fallen, allowing the contract demon to self-destruct, restoring the power seized by the corrupted demon lord back to Jin Shiqi, thus resolving the aftermath without difficulty. He could sense the surging demonic energy surrounding Ji Mingwen, yet he was acutely aware of the pallor of his lips and the cold sweat beading on his forehead. An ordinary person, having lost their contract demon, would be utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the demon lord's consciousness. At that moment, S-037 was absent, rendering the stored system items unusable. The flames upon the foxtail grew ever more intense, the snowflakes in the air melting away. Just 2 steps away from Jin Shiqi, Ji Mingwen suddenly faltered and collapsed forward. Without hesitation, Jin Shiqi opened his arms, catching him as he fell heavily into his embrace. Ji Mingwen's back was already drenched in cold sweat, and blood was seeping from the corner of his lips, staining his white garments with splotches of red. How could his palm encounter such warmth? Jin Shiqi looked down to discover a gaping, grotesque wound had opened on Ji Mingwen's chest, dark red blood gushing forth. For a fleeting moment, Jin Shiqi was taken aback, as if feeling a profound connection, tightening his grip on Ji Mingwen's arm. Did you force the contract demon to self-destruct? I apologize for injuring you. Before he could finish his sentence, another mouthful of blood erupted from Ji Mingwen, and it dawned on him that the surging demonic energy was not meant to harm him, but rather to suppress the backlash within. You are out of your mind. Jin Shiqi furrowed his brow, reaching for Ji Mingwen's pulse, his mind racing for a remedy. Surely there must be a way to survive. He just had yet to conceive it. There will be a way. In the next moment, his thoughts coalesced into a white thread. The metallic taste of rust lingering between their breaths, a kiss upon their lips burning with an intensity in the snow, as if to reduce the unspoken affections of a lifetime to ashes. A bloodied thumb caressed Jin Shiqi's cheek, the blood mingling on their lips, while the power he had lost returned to him. Exchanging my life for yours, how fair this is. A torrent of formidable energy erupted from Ji Mingwen. akin to a colossal wave sweeping across the entire valley. Yimingwen, you, Jin Shiqi's voice faltered. He witnessed the surrounding scenery warp, rocks crumbling, vegetation turning to ash. Even the air igniting. Wherever the force passed, the boundless monument was reduced to dust. Yet, astonishingly, Jin Shiqi remained unscathed. Ji Mingwen's embrace became the sole sanctuary amidst this cataclysmic storm. His foxtail shielded Jin Shiqi thoroughly, preventing even a spark from entering. Jin Shiqi felt Ji Mingwen's heartbeat, growing heavier and slower with each pulse. In the stillness of annihilation, he saw Ji Mingwen's lips move, struggling to utter a few words. Heaven and earth bear witness. Sun and moon serve as witness. Today, we unite as fated partners, in this life and beyond, bound in life and death. Should there be a next life, may we continue this bond, for countless lifetimes, eternally as companions. In the next moment, the demon-sealing valley fell into disarray. The war between humanity and the corrupt had reached its conclusion. The boundless monument lay in ruins, and all contracted demons and filth were reduced to dust. Henceforth, the scourge of the Blight Demon Lord would no longer plague the realm, and the three great clans would stand equal alongside the common folk, free from the shackles of bloodline distinctions. Luo Wenxue had once traversed the dilapidated chasms of the valley, seeking to find Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen. Yet after 2 months of fruitless searching, he was compelled to abandon his quest. No one knew whether the two had perished or where they might have gone. Ultimately, all that transpired at the valley's depths remained an enigma. In the bamboo grove behind the demon-sealing valley, a dwelling had inexplicably appeared. Here, snow fell perpetually, yet within, warmth enveloped the space, offering a stark contrast to the cold outside. The bamboo stove bubbled with snow melt, while Ji Mingwen, with unwavering focus, stirred the milky white fish soup in a clay pot with a silver spoon. Unhindered by the wheelchair that had once impeded him, Ji Mingwen stood tall on his unscathed legs. Outside, snowflakes drifted softly, and the aroma from the bamboo stove filled the entire room. He had carefully selected the tender belly meat of the mandarin fish, which he had soaked in a light brine after removing the bones. Now, the soup simmered to a color reminiscent of milk, adorned with a few vibrant goji berries. "Senior, the soup is ready." He emerged from behind the screen, holding a celadone bowl, and found Jin Shiqi absorbed in the delicate folding fan. Its silver handle catching the light and illuminating his profile, the young master as radiant as jade, dressed in a deep crimson robe woven with gold threads. His raven hair was loosely gathered by a silver serpent hairpin. The crisp sound of the spoon meeting the bowl drew Jin Shiqi's attention. "You should be resting to recover from your injury, senior. Allow me to assist you." The room, spacious as it was, found Ji Mingwen insisting on sitting beside Jin Shiqi on the soft white cushion. The warm fish soup was brought close to Jin Shiqi's lips, and he took a cautious sip, his throat bobbing as he found it too hot. He turned away, avoiding the heat. Since that day, Jin Shiqi had indeed sustained an injury, one he incurred from suddenly harnessing his own power. Moreover, with S037 yet to arrive, he remained by Ji Mingwen's side, intending to undertake a side quest. Throughout this past month, Ji Mingwen had refrained from voicing his hatred for the past, likely causing his darkening value to diminish. "I've blown on it for a quarter of an hour. How can it still be hot?" Ji Mingwen frowned, lightly touching the bottom of the bowl with his fingertips. Jin Shiqi remained adamant that the soup was too hot and refused to drink further. What kind-hearted soul would add medicinal paste to fish soup? "I have prepared desserts. Once you finish the soup, I shall present them to you." The warmth of the steam caressed his ear, and Ji Mingwen's nose nearly brushed against the delicate blue veins at Jin Shiqi's neck, daringly inching closer toward his earlobe. In the next moment, the folding fan interposed itself between them, and Ji Mingwen glanced at the bone tip pressing against his chest, a blush creeping into his eyes as he spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Senior, we are bound as fated partners. Must we truly remain so distant?" On that day, when the contracted demon had self-destructed, Ji Mingwen had confessed his feelings to Jin Shiqi with a heart resigned to death, effectively vowing before the boundless monument. Thus, they had unwittingly become fated partners. To preserve Ji Mingwen's life, Jin Shiqi had, at a critical moment, transferred his own power to him. Now, Ji Mingwen was the Blight Demon Lord. In a certain sense, he was immortal, and as long as he lived, no new Blight Demon Lord would arise. In the present moment, Ji Mingwen appears pitiful, reminiscent of Jin Shiqi's cold-heartedness. Yet, who was it that, in a moment of affection this morning, pressed too forcefully against him, prompting the swift kick that ensued? Even in the realm of soulmates, moderation must be observed. Jin Shiqi paused momentarily, his fan in hand, before downing the fish soup in one go. He was acutely aware that Ji Mingwen's forlorn demeanor was merely an act put on for his benefit. TSK. His mouth tasted a hint of bitterness. Where on earth is the useless S-037? In the brief interlude, when Jin Shiqi was about to speak, Ji Mingwen approached. A honeyed plum delicately held between his lips. The sweet aroma mingled with the scent of medicine, enveloping Jin Shiqi, who instinctively leaned back, only to be caught by Ji Mingwen's warm palm at the nape of his neck. The folding fan clattered to the ground as Ji Mingwen's breath brushed against Jin Shiqi's lips. It was a mere taste before he reluctantly withdrew, offering the plum instead to Jin Shiqi's mouth. Wait a moment, Jin Shiqi gasped, only to be swept up by Ji Mingwen, who securely cradled his waist and gently laid him on the soft bed. I can walk just fine. There's no need to carry me. Jin Shiqi frowned in confusion. But just as he thought Ji Mingwen would set him down, those large hands playfully smacked his backside, neither too hard nor too soft. Jin Shiqi's body stiffened slightly. His ears flushed with a delicate crimson, and even his neck bore a faint pink hue, while the usually smiling glimmer in his eyes ignited with fire. Perhaps it was the rage that brought forth a smile. Jin Shiqi's lips curled into a smirk, his voice rising in indignation as he gritted his teeth. Ji Mingwen, you're courting death. Just as he prepared to strike back, the sight of Ji Mingwen's pitiful expression caused him to halt. Senior, I merely brushed against you by accident. It was not intentional, Ji Mingwen said earnestly, worry flickering in his eyes. Jin Shiqi, albeit skeptical, lowered his hand, oblivious to when Ji Mingwen had shed his boots and joined him on the bed. After a moment, he mused, indeed, I am much older than you. This is merely the affection and admiration of an elder for a younger one. Perhaps I offered you hope during your darkest times. But that does not mean you should misconstrue your feelings. It's a phenomenon known as the bridge effect. You are simply relying on me. Wait. Don't pull down my pants just yet. It's still daytime. Let's at least wait until nightfall. No, wait, hold on. Am I underneath? Am I too heavy? Should you be on top instead? No, your hands should stop. That's not what I meant by on top. Wait, where did you learn all this? Senior taught me in my dreams. His long fingers wove through Jin Shiqi's hair, the lingering fragrance enveloping the two as they lay entwined on the bed, igniting a tingling sensation. Now that Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen were bound as soulmates, he found himself tethered to this world. Leaving in any unconventional manner was simply out of the question. Thus, only one course remained, an ordinary life, replete with the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and eventual death. Jin Shiqi quickly reassured himself, treating this as a paid vacation while also completing a side quest. Yet, even as soulmates, Ji Mingwen exhibited remarkable restraint, constantly seeking Jin Shiqi's consent. After all, an absence of restraint would lead to the consequence of 3 days without a bed. In moments of leisure, he would accompany Jin Shiqi on leisurely strolls, and to this day, no one remembers that the Ji family once had a cripple. Seasons changed, years passed. In the blink of an eye, a decade had slipped by. With the untimely demise of Jin Shiqi, Ji Mingwen, as the Lord of Ashes, sealed himself away. S-037. Your arrival is rather tardy. Host, I have done my utmost. It has only been 2 minutes. Within the liminal space, Jin Shiqi reclined on a floating chair, one arm resting on the armrest, chin cradled in his palm, while the other hand held a vial of nutrient solution. In countless worlds, injuries were a commonplace occurrence. Settlement procedure initiated. World number D6392. Executing host, Jin Shiqi. Mainline completion rate 100 S-rank evaluation. Points earned, 8,000. Host primary injuries detected. Healing in progress. Memory preservation protocol initiated. Extracting all memories of the host from this world. A luminous orb formed within him once more. Jin Shiqi cast a final glance at the orb. And in the instant that his emotions and memories were simultaneously severed, he silently closed his eyes, missing the system's concluding statement. Host side mission status. Failure. Reason for failure. Male leads corruption value. 100. I have received abundant encouragement from many righteous and kind readers in the review section. Thank you immensely. Chapter 55. Ascension verse Sharp-tongued detective ex-cunning mystic on a rainy night. Li Shuigan's leather shoes and pant legs were still smeared with mud, leaving a trail of muddy footprints on the carpet, yet he paid it no heed. Removing his glasses, he hastily wiped them against his still dry shirt, and only then did he begin to scrutinize the jade jar in his hands, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The jade jar, meticulously carved from rare icy jade, was as clear as a pool of azure water, its body as delicate as a cicada's wing. Even someone like him, lacking expertise, could discern that it was no ordinary item. Damn it, I've struck gold. Li Shuigan held the jade jar closely, his eyes widening behind his glasses, reflecting an eerie light. He was merely an ordinary worker, alone and destitute, with little savings left after paying rent and expenses each month. Recently laid off, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol and, on his way home through a traffic jam caused by the heavy rain, in a fit of rage, he took a shortcut and accidentally struck a person on a dimly lit path. Panicking, he exited the vehicle only to discover that the woman was still alive. Panic surging within him. After ensuring there were no cameras in the vicinity, he drove over her repeatedly until she ceased to breathe, then dragged her laboriously into the fields, which accounted for the mud on his shoes. What could she expect, emerging from the fields like that? It was merely bad luck on her part. Upon leaving, Li Shuigan stumbled upon the jade jar, within which lay countless pearls. A treasure indeed. Elated, he picked up one of the pearls, smooth as melted fat, warm to the touch. His breath quickened, heavy with excitement that he could scarcely contain. If he could sell it for a good price, he would never have to worry for the rest of his life. As he felt the chilling aura emanating from the jade jar, he wished to examine it further, when a melodious voice seemed to rise from the patter of rain outside. Li Shuigan perked up his ears, but instead of the melodious tones he anticipated, he was met only with the relentless sound of rain battering against the window. What a wretched weather, he thought, cursing under his breath. Rising, he slammed the window shut and drew the curtain, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction as he turned around. However, the jade jar he had placed on the table suddenly began to tremble. What on earth is happening? In a panic, Li Shuigan rushed towards it, only to discover that the precious gems within were melting. Cursing vehemently, he plunged his hand into the jar in a desperate attempt to salvage the remaining jewels. Yet, instead of gems, what poured forth was not merely water, but liquid mercury. The viscous metal coiled around his wrist like a living creature, its coldness seeping into his very marrow, causing him to thrash his arms wildly, trying to shake off the mercury. Unbeknownst to him, the mercury had already risen past his ankles, each step feeling as if he were trudging through a quagmire. In his struggle, he knocked over the table, shards of porcelain slicing into his palm. Resolutely, Li Shuigan embraced the jade jar and charged towards the door. His bloodied hand twisted the doorknob frantically, but the door remained stubbornly locked from the outside. The mercury slithered up his pant legs like countless icy serpents, and in a desperate bid, he lunged for the window. His distorted face reflected in the glass. Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me? Yet, the window frame seemed as if it had been welded shut, impervious to his frantic pounding. The moment the jade jar shattered on the floor, mercury gushed forth like a fountain. The first drop that landed in his mouth tasted of rust. Then came the second, the third, flooding his nasal passages and ears. He attempted to cough, but more mercury choked his throat, his vision suffused with a crimson hue. The entire room transformed into a vast fish tank, and Li Shuigan's limbs convulsed as he helplessly slumped against the window. Just before his demise, he finally discerned the peculiar chant, repairing the east wall while depleting the west. extracting the heart and lungs to stitch the intestines. Greed serves as fuel for sinful retribution, where heavenly justice is absent and impermanence reigns. The sound of a siren pierced the morning silence as Ji Mingwen pushed open the slightly ajar security door, the heavy metallic scent assailing his senses. He wore a mask, eschewing his police uniform, his leather jacket hanging loosely around his neck, revealing a silver chain that swayed between his collarbones, with a loosely fitted belt resting on his waist. The deceased had already been sent to the coroner's office. "Yi Mingwen, why are you dressed like that?" someone inside the room asked, glancing up at the commotion outside and instinctively frowning at his appearance. "Captain He, I was sleeping when your call summoned me. Let us not dwell on my attire for now," Ji Mingwen replied, crossing the police tape and donning shoe covers. His boots clacked crisply against the tiles as he entered, immediately shedding his relaxed demeanor and instinctively surveying the scene. Currently on temporary suspension, the fact that Captain He personally called him for this case hinted at its unusual nature. "Captain, where's the body found?" Ji Yongnan pointed towards the window and whispered something to the nearby intern officer before leading Ji Mingwen over. The deceased, Li Shuizhen, was from Funing Village in Maoxian County, 35 years old, lived alone, and had a very simple social circle. He had just lost his job last night after working away from home and had no friends in the new city. The report came from a neighboring resident who reported a metallic odor. As he spoke, He Yongnan presented a photograph before Ji Mingwen. The skin appeared silver gray, with hemorrhagic points on the conjunctiva. Ji Mingwen leaned in closer to examine. The nails exhibited cyanosis, a classic symptom of asphyxiation. Yet why was there a metallic taste? The preliminary judgment suggested drowning. He Yongnan opened his notebook, jotting down notes. However, it was not water that drowned Li Shuizhen, but mercury. The coroner indicated that the deceased's body was filled with mercury, at least 50 kilograms. There wasn't even a bathtub in this room. So where did all that mercury come from? This was indeed the most peculiar aspect of the case. Otherwise, why would I have summoned you here? He Yongnan cast a disdainful glance at Ji Mingwen, his eyes brimming with frustration at the latter's ineptitude. Surveillance had confirmed that Li Shuizhen drove into the community at 10:37 p.m. and entered the elevator at 10:51 p.m., after which he never emerged. This was the scene of the crime. The estimated time of death fell between 11:30 p.m. on the 21st and 1 o'clock a.m. Yet, we inspected all the pipes and found no traces of mercury. The forensic department scoured every corner with fluorescent reagents, discovering not a single drop of mercury. He Yongnan's words were succinct. In the entire house, only Li Shuizhen's body contained mercury. If it were suicide, there were no containers to store 50 kilograms of mercury, nor any signs of transportation. Moreover, given mercury's toxicity, it would be improbable for an ordinary person to acquire such a quantity for self-harm. If it were indeed a suicide, there would be no need for such torment. Merely 10 grams of inhaled mercury would suffice to cause acute poisoning, sending a robust adult male to his demise. Was it murder? Yet there were no other footprints or fingerprints in the room. If mercury had been forcibly administered, there should have been signs of struggle. Yi Mingwen muttered, illuminating the floor with his flashlight. But there wasn't even a trace of friction. Indeed, utterly baffling, which is precisely why I called you here. He Yongnan closed his notebook, pinching the bridge of his nose in distress. How peculiar, truly peculiar. Having spent a lifetime as a police officer, he had never encountered such an enigmatic situation. Excluding homicide and ruling out suicide, what could it possibly be? Could it be a haunting? The criminal investigation team spent several hours at Li Shuizhen's residence, returning empty-handed. Chapter 56, The Ascension Mantra. The sharp-tongued Detective X, the cunning occultist, the autopsy report from the coroner has been released, revealing silver mercury particles clinging to the corpse, with a significant accumulation of mercury in the respiratory tract. Simultaneously, the liver and kidneys exhibited varying degrees of congestion and swelling, consistent with the organ pathologies induced by mercury poisoning. Hey, did you even pay attention? He Yongnan raised his hand and lightly struck Ji Mingwen on the back, nearly dislodging the lollipop from his mouth. You cannot afford to be so negligent just because you've been suspended. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Ji Mingwen coughed a few times, helplessly calling out Captain before being reprimanded again by He Yongnan. Do not call me by my title during off hours. All right, master. Do you know what time it is? Ji Mingwen retrieved his phone from his trench coat pocket, the screen glaringly displaying 11:26 p.m. He yawned and averted his gaze, feeling somewhat sheepish, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Regardless, you young man should be more serious and courteous later, and put away that nonchalant demeanor of yours. Do not let the master find it amusing. Master, you know I detest the tales of spirits and deities. It is one thing for others to believe, but for you to do so as well. Ah, master, please do not strike me. I will go, all right? He Yongnan followed the address on the note, meandering through the narrow alley several times before discovering a house nestled in the corner. Faded banners embroidered with incomprehensible symbols hung on either side of the door, while two lanterns adorned with floral designs dangled overhead, casting a warm golden glow. Ji Mingwen seemed somewhat reluctant, pausing in his steps, yet still obediently approached and pushed the door open, the brass bell above ringing with a clear chime. Beside the entrance stood a deep brown shoe cabinet, and the interior was dimly lit, filled with the aroma of sandalwood. The walls were adorned with an array of metaphysical artifacts, alongside copper bells strung together with red thread. Behind the counter was a wall of drawers, each labeled with yellow paper tags. The room was not large, mostly occupied by peculiar items, and He Yongnan glanced around, failing to locate the person he sought. Old Wang had mentioned that the individual should be present at this hour. It was quite strange. Was there truly no one here? He Yongnan glanced uncertainly at the note in his hand. Although as a police officer, he should not put faith in such supernatural beliefs. The circumstances surrounding Li Shuigan's death were indeed suspicious, leaving the entire criminal investigation team at a loss. There was a master of metaphysics within their circle, reputed to have solved numerous bizarre cases, a truly capable individual, which prompted He Yongnan to seize the opportunity to visit after work. Opening at such a late hour, it felt as if they were indulging in sorcery. Ji Mingwen scrutinized the decor within, his brow furrowing deeper. In the next moment, a languid voice emerged from behind the counter. I truly apologize for your late-night visit to my abode of mystique. Suddenly, a black and red cloud-patterned sleeve emerged from behind the counter, as the figure leaned on their chin and materialized from the shadows. Their raven black hair cascaded like the unkempt night, with blood-amber beads dangling at the tips, resting delicately at the hollow of their collarbone, casting an otherworldly red hue upon their pale skin. I haven't yet chastised you for disturbing my dreams. Jin Shiqi's voice carried a hint of sleepiness. As they propped themselves up on the counter, seemingly unbothered by the two visitors, yawning as if still caught in slumber. Are you Master Jin? He Yongnan inquired hesitantly. Although his old friend had mentioned the master was young yet skilled, he had not expected them to be this youthful, appearing even younger than his most esteemed apprentice. Ji Mingwen's frown deepened further as he observed Jin Shiqi, whose black and red attire elegantly accentuated their waist, exuding an alluring aura. There is no need for the title of master. It only serves to age me unnecessarily. Let us dispense with pleasantries and address the matter at hand, so that I, the one who dabbles in mystique, may take a look. Jin Shiqi, evidently holding a grudge, retorted with a jab at Ji Mingwen as they rubbed their sleepy eyes. One half of their gaze obscured, before gesturing towards the redwood chair beside the 8 immortals table. Due to his transgressions in the previous world, where he attempted to eliminate the villainous overlord directly, nearly leading to the collapse of the realm, the new world is perpetually afflicted with negative debuffs, hypersomnia, and frailty. Jin Shiqi, however, remains indifferent to these two debuffs. Yet, the hypersomnia confines him to a mere few hours of lucidity each night, leaving him in a daze throughout the day. Appearing perpetually groggy, Jin Shiqi seems rather unreliable. Nonetheless, driven by trust in an old friend, He Yongnan lights a cigarette, hoping to cultivate a rapport with him. I'm sorry, but I don't smoke. With that, Jin Shiqi consumes the now-cold milk from the counter before accepting the photograph that He Yongnan offers. After only a brief glance, he places the photo on the table, his slender fingers tapping upon it. Mercury murder? He Yongnan marvels at Jin Shiqi's keen observational skills. instantly realizing that this visit will not be in vain. And he nods in agreement with Jin Shiqi's words. According to the record of Huang Shang ascending to immortality, Mercury serves as a vessel across the river of oblivion. Cinnabar serves as a guide to the netherworld. This pertains to the crafting of human spirits. Human spirits? Yongnan finds himself perplexed. He had assumed it was akin to curses or malevolent spirits, yet now an unfamiliar term emerges. Indeed, there are those who aspire to learn from Huang Shang to conjure spirits and attain immortality. This deceased individual is merely the first, and another victim may soon follow. Jin Shiqi articulates his insights with certainty, having discerned Li Shuigan's condition from just a fleeting glance at the photograph, yet the obscurity of his remarks leaves both men bewildered. So it's murder? Yongnan, a seasoned detective, detects the subtext in Jin Shiqi's words. Sort of, but it is a self-inflicted predicament. Only the most heinous of individuals become human spirits. And the murderer? I do not know. Jin Shiqi's swift denial takes Yongnan aback, while Ji Mingwen's expression grows more perplexed, scrutinizing the exquisite visage before him. Are you truly unaware? Ye Mingwen retorts. Jin Shiqi's demeanor hardly suggests ignorance. Is it that he genuinely knows nothing, or is it that he simply refuses to divulge? Jin Shiqi lazily reclines against the back of his chair, tilting his head to gaze at the illuminated Ji Mingwen, and suddenly finds himself entranced. System, does this face align with my aesthetic? Is there truly no protagonist in this world? No, the host need only advance the main storyline. Jin Shiqi nods, extending his hand toward Ji Mingwen, a red pearl from his hair slipping into the depths of his attire as he leans. Surely, you don't think this is a charitable endeavor? Both men pause, exchanging a glance. It seems they had not considered the matter of remuneration. If they are unprepared with funds, then there is little more to discuss, for I, the one who dabbles in the arcane, must return to my slumber. Jin Shiqi languidly gestures for them to leave, casting a challenging glance at Ji Mingwen. Ji Mingwen reflects. This mystic harbors more grudges than anticipated. They have encountered a shrewd merchant. This world is rife with a comedic adversarial dynamic. The young couple must engage in mutual betrayal. Let the skirmishes commence. Chapter 57, Ascension versus Sharp-Tongued Detective X Cunning Mystic. As for the matter of compensation, it is easily arranged. Should you assist in solving the case, I can apply for an advisory position on your behalf. Yongnan discerned the discord between the two individuals and promptly interjected to ease the tension. Lacking substantial funds himself, he had no choice but to linger, particularly as he was uncertain of the true expertise possessed by the seemingly youthful master before him. While it was indeed within the purview of forensic experts to assess the state of a corpse, he pondered the matter further. Upon hearing this, Jin Shiqi adjusted his posture slightly. Consultant, is it? Quite commendable. Then, might I request you to escort me to the crime scene? As he spoke, Jin Shiqi's gaze bore into the two men with intensity. Yongnan and Ji Mingwen exchanged a brief, silent acknowledgement before glancing at the time. Midnight had already arrived. Now, Jin Shiqi continued, I have only just regained my clarity. Surely you wish to witness my true capabilities? He stretched languidly, reclining against the chair's backrest. Ye Mingwen, during this period, you shall be responsible for ensuring the master's safety. Master, I recall being suspended from duty, Ji Mingwen replied with a forced smile, directing a look of refusal at Yongnan, his frustration regarding the suspension evident. I command you, in your capacity as my disciple, to protect the master. Cough, cough. Rest assured, master, this lad may appear unreliable. Yet he was the champion in the National Police System's martial arts competition and also excelled in the National Shooting Championship during his time at the police academy. Yongnan fervently advocated for Ji Mingwen, anxious that Jin Shiqi might dismiss him due to his youth and perceive a lack of diligence from the police. After all, Ji Mingwen was suspended. Idleness would only waste resources. Better to provide some cost efficiency for the police department. This young man graduated at the top of his class, certainly superior to an average bodyguard. Yongnan asserted confidently. Yet Jin Shiqi's skeptical gaze scrutinized Ji Mingwen from head to toe. Indeed, his physique was impeccably proportioned. a testament to years of training, though his expression bore an air of disdain. Protect me? Him? Jin Shiqi leaned back in his chair, his fingertips lightly brushing against the buckle of Ji Mingwen's belt, while the wide cuffs of his sleeves slid down, revealing a pale wrist. Ji Mingwen took a step back, the soft clink of his service weapon in its holster breaking the silence. Typically, suspended officers would have their firearms, equipment, and credentials confiscated, but Ji Mingwen's situation was unique. Do not touch. His expression turned icy, laden with a warning. Jin Shiqi, using the momentum, spun from the chair, his garments of black and red swirling dramatically, carving a sharp arc through the air. Ji Mingwen sidestepped to evade him, yet Jin Shiqi deftly seized his wrist, his fingertips grazing the cold surface of the watch. Let me test the skills of this exemplary graduate. Before he could finish, Ji Mingwen reversed the hold on his arm, the force compelling Jin Shiqi to furrow his brow. Using the opportunity, he pivoted, his long hair tracing a dark arc through the air, the red jade beads at the tips just brushing Ji Mingwen's chin. Attempting to guard his service weapon, Ji Mingwen found Jin Shiqi's knee pressing against his elbow. Impressive skills, Ji Mingwen conceded, a competitive glint igniting in his eyes. In the confined space, their exchanges became a flurry of movement, each strike precise yet tempered, the empty milk cup on the octagonal table trembling slightly but remaining upright. Despite the negative buff of weakness, it merely serves to diminish and does not imply that Jin Shiqi has transformed into a frail beauty who coughs with every step. The sudden confrontation caught He Yongnan momentarily off guard, yet he refrained from intervening. His youngest disciple, whom he favored most, though still unrefined in temperament, possessed undeniable skill. However, Master Jin, appearing somewhat ailing, executed his moves with effortless grace, opting not to engage Ji Mingwen in a battle of brute strength. Is it now such a lofty threshold to be a master of metaphysics? It seems I have truly aged. On the other side, as Jin Shiqi advanced once more, Ji Mingwen unexpectedly clasped his waist, pinning him against the wall. Jin Shiqi tilted his head slightly to gaze up at him, the red jade beads swaying gently at his collarbone. You have lost, Ji Mingwen declared, lowering his gaze, his breath tantalizingly close. With a smile that bore the satisfaction of a victor, he acknowledged that Jin Shiqi possessed some talent, but nothing more. Yet, there was no sign of anger or humiliation on Jin Shiqi's face. Instead, he offered a subtle smile. A flicker of surprise coursed through Ji Mingwen's heart, and in the next moment, he felt a cold sensation press against his waist. Had he taken my gun? When did this occur? Who exactly is this person? Despite his reluctance to concede, Ji Mingwen gradually released his grip on the waist, replaying in his mind when he had lost his firearm. Well, your skills are commendable, albeit a tad foolish. You need not be my bodyguard. Simply be my assistant, Jin Shiqi remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Ji Mingwen was momentarily taken aback, only to look down and discover that Jin Shiqi was holding a slender metal canister. His backup gun was snugly nestled within its holster. In this match, Jin Shiqi emerged victorious. Who would have thought that a master of metaphysics would resort to such trickery? I had underestimated your methods. I shall certainly aim to reclaim my honor next time. Ji Mingwen exhaled deeply, adjusting his sleeves, and though his words were sharp, his expression bore no trace of anger. Deception is an essential strategy in warfare, and this was a tactic he had not anticipated. He would not be deceived again. You flatter me. These little tricks of mine are mere trifles before you. I would indeed relish the opportunity to compete in marksmanship again, Jin Shiqi replied with a smile, casually toying with the candy he had stealthily acquired from Ji Mingwen's pocket, unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth. Ji Mingwen had no time to ponder when the candy had slipped away. His entire focus was on Jin Shiqi's final words. Compete in marksmanship? Could it be that this master of metaphysics harbors exceptional confidence in his shooting skills? But how did he come to wield a gun? Before Ji Mingwen could voice his inquiry, Jin Shiqi waved a set of keys he had found by the counter in front of him, his tone lilting with a playful drawl. All right, little assistant, lead me to the scene of the incident. An hour later, Jin Mingwen stood in silence, scanning the payment with his phone as he emerged with a bag of fairy bean cakes, while Jin Shiqi had already amassed a pile of treats in his arms. 50 minutes prior, Jin Shiqi had ordered a bowl of changsha rice noodles. 45 minutes earlier, he had instructed Jin Mingwen to purchase 2 golden silk beef pies. 38 minutes ago, passing by candied chestnuts and spicy crayfish, Jin Mingwen had been compelled to play the role of servant. 35 minutes ago, Jin Shiqi, feeling parched, specifically requested a certain type of iced coffee. 25 minutes ago, he indulged in takoyaki. Just 10 minutes prior, unable to resist the enthusiastic invitation from the owner of the fooding sliced pork, he ventured inside once more. Jin Mingwen observed Jin Shiqi, a person with a well-proportioned physique, consuming an astonishing amount of food, seemingly equivalent to that of several grown men, yet showing no signs of being full. He found himself seriously questioning Jin Shiqi's true identity. Rather than a metaphysician, he resembled a gluttonous swindler. This thought caused him to involuntarily twitch his lips. Why must I pay for you? Aren't you my assistant? Of course, you should cover the bill. But the most crucial reason is that I lack a smartphone and funds. Jin Shiqi shrugged, stating this as a matter of course, and casually retrieved a piece of fairy bean cake from his bag. For reasons unknown since his arrival in this world, he had been plagued by a persistent, bitter taste in his mouth, unaware of the hardships he had endured. Even so, Jin Mingwen suddenly intercepted Jin Shiqi's path, a smile that was somewhat forced gracing his lips. Aren't we supposed to be heading to the crime scene? Why are we at the night market at this moment? I kindly request Master Jin to elucidate. He emphasized the title master with a hint of sarcasm. What do you mean by that? We metaphysicians are also human and require sustenance. Is that so? It seems your appetite has become rather inhuman. Thank you for the compliment. Would Officer G care to sample some? Jin Shiqi offered a piece of fairy bean cake, cradling it in his palm. Jin Mingwen turned his head slightly, his brow furrowed. Although he had a penchant for sweets, Jin Mingwen maintained a disciplined approach to his diet. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. I fear you might have maliciously added something else to it. After all, I've heard that metaphysicians can be rather petty. Oh, did you discern that? What a pity. You were so close to being sent to the hospital. How unfortunate. Jin Shiqi chuckled as he popped a piece of fairy bean cake into his mouth, and both men exchanged amused glances. Mommy, those 2 big brothers look scary. I want to go home. A little boy, 5 meters away, was crying inconsolably, prompting his mother to cast a wary glance at the 2 men before swiftly departing with her child. Yimingen okfitseri. Could it be that your aura is too intimidating, frightening the child? Perhaps you should reflect on your attire. The child might have mistaken you for a soul collector. Touché. Mutual understanding. Chapter 58. The Immortals vs. Sharp-Tongued Detective X, Cunning Metaphysician 04 at 2 in the morning. The 2 finally arrived at the apartment complex where the incident had occurred. Yongnan, having toiled throughout the day, was persuaded by Jin Mingwen to return home and rest, promising to organize the clues before handing them over. Along the way, perhaps due to a pang of conscience after indulging in a free meal, Jin Shiqi elaborated on the metaphysics underlying the Mercury murder case. To attain immortality, one must reach the profound state of a true person. According to the records in Zhuangzi, a true person is one who remains unaffected by external circumstances, is not swayed by the joys and sorrows of life and death, and does not lament the changing of the seasons. Are there really any immortals? Jin Mingwen could not help but interject. Having received a modern education, he has always been resistant to matters concerning the supernatural. Yet, confronted by Jin Shiqi's gaze, he remained silent for a moment before offering an apology, silently urging Jin Shiqi to continue. Naturally, the pathways to immortality vary, resulting in different ranks, with the lowest being that of the ghost immortal. Attaining the status of a ghost immortal signifies discovering a shortcut to transcendence. However, lacking an understanding of the profound truths leads one to become as lifeless as a withered tree and as desolate as gray ash, ultimately transforming into a ghost immortal, also referred to as a human demon. The victims of the Mercury case were allegedly refined into human demons by some means simplified. They are entities that embody a grotesque amalgamation of sin, neither fully human nor ghostly. The murderer desires to ascend to immortality. Why then aid Li Shuijin in his quest for transcendence? Ji Mingwen remained perplexed. Out of consideration for his prior payment, Jin Shiqi refrained from mocking him. It is said that during the Song dynasty, there was a master named Huang Chong who possessed dual pupils, capable of observing the world for 1,000 miles by day and peering into the realm of spirits by night, vanquishing human demons and ascending to immortality. What significance does it hold to become an entity that is neither human nor ghost? The mastermind or organization behind this scheme seeks to emulate Huang Chong, transforming those with exceedingly ancient destinies into human demons in hopes of achieving immortality. Sipping his coffee, Jin Shiqi's spirits lifted, and, after finishing, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Ji Mingwen. As Ji Mingwen contemplated the implications of Jin Shiqi's words, he nearly collided with him while distractedly walking with his head down. Next time you buy coffee, do remember to add a bit more ice. Disposing of the empty cup into the trash, Jin Shiqi continued to walk ahead. He carried a long, narrow black box on his back, and although Ji Mingwen was curious about its contents, he chose to remain silent, considering Jin Shiqi's irritable nature. In any case, he thought it prudent to verify whether this so-called master was indeed mistaken, enduring his presence a little longer. Recently, a death had occurred in this building, and many residents on the same floor believed it to be ominous, opting to temporarily vacate their homes to avoid the ill fortune. Furthermore, it was the early hours of the morning, rendering the corridor exceptionally quiet. Using the key provided by Hyongnan, the two entered the apartment. Following evidence collection, the metallic scent had dissipated from the air. A cursory glance revealed an ordinary setting, devoid of any esoteric artifacts. Leaning against the doorframe, the shoulder line of Ji Mingwen's trench coat slipped slightly, revealing a dark collar of his shirt. He pondered what abilities this so-called master of the occult possessed. Did he possess a third eye, capable of perceiving spirits or even conversing with them? Or perhaps something even more outrageous, such as clairvoyance? But does the realm of spirits truly exist? Ji Mingwen felt a strong aversion to these notions. Hence he remained unusually reticent. Has the time of death already passed several days? Jin Shiqi abruptly inquired. 4 days. No, today marks the 5th day. Have you reviewed the surveillance footage? Was there anything unusual when the deceased returned? Upon this question, Ji Mingwen hesitated for a moment. Yes, he seemed rather joyful that day, walking home with a quicker pace than usual, but the surveillance in this complex is too blurred. Even after restoration, more details remain unclear. Jin Shiqi nodded, muttering, "I see," before striding toward the curtains, only to be seized by Ji Mingwen's arm. Turning back, Ji Mingwen signaled for silence and pointed towards a blind spot in their line of sight. Jin Shiqi shifted his perspective slightly and perceived a shadow lurking behind the curtains. Although the two were hardly on amicable terms, an unspoken understanding arose at that moment, prompting Jin Shiqi to quietly retreat. Ji Mingwen's hand had already positioned itself on his waist, where his firearm was holstered. Just as he was about to touch the curtains, a shadow suddenly erupted forth, wielding a copper staff that sliced through the air with a fierce wind, aiming directly for his temple. Ji Mingwen instinctively leaned back, the staff narrowly missing his nose and stirring a few strands of hair. With a resounding crash, the staff struck the wall, creating a visible dent. How immense must this person's strength be? Jin Shiqi, step aside, Ji Mingwen called out. As he rolled away, he realized that Jin Shiqi had already vanished without a trace before he could even warn him. Ji Mingwen thought to himself that now was certainly not the time for sarcasm. The windbreaker scraped against the rough ground as he sprang to his feet, his right hand hovering over his firearm, but his opponent was swifter. A whistling sound sliced through the air, and the coffee table's glass shattered upon impact. Seizing the opportunity to close the distance, Ji Mingwen was forced to retreat by a retaliatory strike. The iron staff weighed no less than several dozen pounds. Being struck by it would inflict more than mere bruises. Spotting an opening, Ji Mingwen lunged forward, the staff grazing his shoulder, but he managed to grip the opponent's wrist. The two crashed heavily to the ground, Ji Mingwen's elbow pressing against the adversary's arm, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed at the assailant's head. Yet the figure before him appeared almost deranged. Even in the face of the firearm, he showed no fear, employing a clever maneuver to break free, sweeping the staff and forcing Ji Mingwen to retreat. The two finally created some distance between them. "Who are you?" Ji Mingwen demanded in a low voice. The man before him not only exhibited training, but also possessed formidable martial arts skills, each move executed with deadly precision. Was he somehow connected to the creature known as Xiao that Jin Shiqi had mentioned? The figure in black remained silent, aware he was no match for Ji Mingwen. With a sweeping motion of his iron staff, he shattered the nearby glass, and then leaped downwards. This was the 4th floor. Ji Mingwen rushed to the window and peered down. The dimly lit path of the community below revealed a fleeting glimpse of black and red. This was troubling. This mysterious figure truly knew how to choose his escape routes. Ji Mingwen dashed through the corridors, breathless, and emerged beside Jin Shiqi 20 seconds later. The black and red tang suit swayed gently in the night breeze, while a pristine white handkerchief delicately wiped the slender blade. At Jin Shiqi's feet lay an open wooden box and a severed arm. The enigmatic assailant had vanished into thin air. He had escaped, but was not without gain. Jin Shiqi pointed to the severed arm on the ground, which bore a vivid red symbol at the wrist. "Did you sever his arm?" Ji Mingwen asked, fully aware of the prowess of the man's staff technique, which explained his astonishment. He had not anticipated that this mysterious figure could wield a sword as well. However, Jin Shiqi seemed not to grasp Ji Mingwen's implication. After a moment of contemplation regarding the severed limb, he slowly replied, "Then let us report this to the authorities." Ji Ming approached a few steps, utilizing the dim glow of the streetlight to scrutinize the severed arm. The muscular forearm, taut as if forged from iron, bore layers of calluses in the palm, unmistakable evidence of years of rigorous training. Such a sight suggested that Jin Shiqi's ability to sever the arm in a mere 30 seconds was no ordinary feat. What manner of mystic was this? Capable of both combat and marksmanship? Although Jin Shiqi's aura was incongruous with his own, Ji Ming could not help but commend him internally. In the next moment, Jin Shiqi's voice floated over. "Officer Ji, are your eyes not functioning? You've been staring at that arm for quite a while." Ji Ming swiftly retracted his earlier praise. His mind had yet to catch up as his mouth instinctively retorted. Indeed, age had its toll, and he could not compare to another's swiftness in retreat. Just moments ago, they had encountered an assault, and now they found the leisure to engage in banter. Ji Ming's gaze shifted to the severed wrist, where a peculiar tattoo adorned the skin, a swastika. Perhaps this individual was connected to the organization responsible for the murder of Li Shuai-Jian, lurking within the confines of the building, cautioning them against meddling. What kind of trained individual could this be? As he pondered, Ji Ming looked up to see Jin Shiqi gesturing him to draw nearer. Had he discovered a crucial clue? During investigations, Ji Ming refrained from allowing personal emotions to interfere, and he had no time to dwell on Jin Shiqi's dismissive gesture as he approached. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Jin Shiqi stumbled toward him, crashing into Ji Ming's embrace, causing his pupils to quiver in shock as he instinctively steadied him. "Hey, Jin Shiqi, are you injured? Wake up. I'll take you to the hospital. Hold on." A wave of panic and guilt washed over Ji Ming. One arm supported Jin Shiqi from falling, while the other fumbled to locate his phone to call for an ambulance. Before he could find his phone, Ji Ming heard the sound of steady breathing, feeling the rhythmic rise and fall of Jin Shiqi's chest through the fabric. Ji Ming thought, "Sometimes I truly wish I could call the police. Who could just fall asleep while standing? Am I merely a prop for his slumber?" Although he longed to step away and let Jin Shiqi collapse, he realized he would need his assistance later, so he adjusted his stance to lift him up. He was heavier than anticipated. An hour later, Ji Ming had managed to lay Jin Shiqi on his bed, finding it hard to believe that someone could sleep so soundly. Having reached this point, he had done all he could. Without Jin Shiqi's identification, he could not book a hotel room and had no choice but to bring him home. After awkwardly covering him with a blanket, Ji Ming retreated to his study and began searching for the meaning of that symbol on his computer. Unfortunately, the information was a muddled mix, and finding useful clues was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The cable beneath his feet trembled slightly, akin to a restless serpent, as the wind surged from all directions, leaving him uncertain of how to stabilize his swaying form. The sky presented a morbid shade of crimson, with the clouds frozen in place, resembling a poorly executed oil painting. Two towering edifices pierced the heavens, connected by a mere steel cable as thin as a finger. Zhou Exan stood precariously on the wire, gripping a balance pole, his palms slick with cold sweat. The pole felt astonishingly light, as if crafted from paper. With each tentative step, his polished shoes emitted faint groans against the swaying cable. His shadow cast upon the glass of the building to his right took on a grotesque shape, riddled with imperfections. The remnants of a fierce wind swept through the buildings. Yet Zhou Exan dared not look down, for he knew that beneath him lay a multitude of vertically protruding steel rebars, their tips sharp as daggers, akin to a swarm of ravenous fish. Zhou Exan's suit was drenched in perspiration, his tie askew around his neck, and his meticulously styled hair had become a disheveled mess, strands clinging to his forehead. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind struck, causing his footing to falter, and he began to tilt dangerously to the right. The cable quaked violently. Instinctively, his left hand relinquished its grip on the pole, flailing aimlessly through the air. "No, please. I do not wish to perish," Zhou Exan screamed, his right hand gripping the cable with desperate tenacity. The wire bit into his palm, warm blood trickling down along his lifelines. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he painstakingly crawled back onto the cable, his hands a bloody mess, and the knees of his trousers worn through. The end was tantalizingly close. Zhou Exan felt a laugh bubbling within him as he inched forward. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. As he turned to look, his grip slackened, and he plummeted from the heights. In his descent, he glimpsed the figure of a person, a body riddled with wounds. Warm blood spread, as countless iron rods pierced through flesh. Ji Mingwen was roused from his slumber by a call from Yongnan, still slumped over his computer desk, bleary-eyed. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Ji Mingwen shook off his drowsiness, murmuring a few responses before hastily hanging up. "Jin Shiqi, another death has occurred, and this one bears an enigmatic nature." Ji Mingwen himself had been suspended from duty. That phone call was intended for Jin Shiqi. "Understood," he replied. Jin Shiqi, still somewhat groggy, managed to blink awake and found himself in the passenger seat, a cup of iced coffee thrust into his hand. "Sit tight and don't spill it on my car," Ji Mingwen cautioned as he reminded the still drowsy Jin Shiqi to fasten his seatbelt before accelerating towards their destination. The latest victim was a prominent businessman, and the police had cordoned off the floor, yet a throng of onlookers clamored outside, eager for a glimpse of the unfolding drama. The invigorating scent of coffee sharpened Jin Shiqi's senses somewhat. He had already received a heads-up from Yongnan, and he brazenly crossed the police line, unfazed by the presence of law enforcement. However, Ji Mingwen found himself obstructed. "Officer Ji, you've been suspended. You're not permitted to enter," insisted the officer blocking his path, deliberately avoiding Ji Mingwen's intense gaze. "Ma Changliang, remember when you were so impoverished you could barely afford a meal? Hiding away on the rooftop in tears? Why are you trying to silence me now? You heartless wretch," Ye Mingwen retorted. "Brother, Wengu, you're my real brother. Please, stop. There are so many people outside. I'm just following the rules," Ma Changliang implored, his face contorted with anxiety. "As his assistant, it is essential for me to remain by his side," Ji Mingwen asserted, pointing at Jin Shiqi's retreating figure. Jin Shiqi, deep in thought, halted and turned to glance at Ji Mingwen, who was making exaggerated facial expressions. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, his tone laced with mockery. "Indeed, that is my assistant. Quite indispensable, I must say. Please let him in at once." Jin Shiqi emphasized the word assistant with great weight. Ji Mingwen approached Jin Shiqi with a scowl, forcing a stiff smile. "Thank you, esteemed master of metaphysics," he uttered through gritted teeth. "No need for thanks. Just remember to treat me to my next coffee," Jin Shiqi replied, unfazed by his tone, striding confidently ahead. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent. Zhou Xian's lifeless body lay like a grotesque figure, blood soaking through the leather seat and seeping into the carpet through the floorboards. A ghastly sight indeed. The wounds were uniform, each with a diameter of 0.5 centimeters, all penetrating injuries. No tools consistent with the crime were found at the scene, yet a plethora of metallic fragments were discovered at the site of the penetrations. He Yongnan appeared quite troubled, as this case was as perplexing as the Mercury incident. With no leads to the perpetrator, Jin Shiqi took the dossier regarding the deceased from him. Zhou Xian, age 41, was a company owner, married. Though his wife had tragically fallen to her death the previous month, and they had no children. Surveillance footage indicated that Zhou Xian had not left his office the night before. Due to his irritable disposition, the cleaning staff had not entered, and the hallway cameras captured everything clearly. The report came from Zhou Xian's secretary, who discovered his body upon entering the office in the morning, estimating the time of death to be between 3 and 5 in the morning. The company was situated in a bustling area, surrounded by cameras, which confirmed that no one could have entered from outside during that time frame. A locked room murder mystery, yet another unsolved case. Chapter 60, Ascension Verse. The sharp-tongued Detective X, the cunning metaphysician 06 Mr. Jin. What is your perspective on this matter? Given the circumstances, He Yongnan could only place his hopes on Jin Shiqi, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Despite years of experience, he could discern no hint of a flaw. Jin Shiqi approached the body, scrutinizing the gaping wound in the abdomen, blood gushing forth. He murmured to himself, with gold as the bones, tribulations are arduous. The essence of gold pervades, scattering the 7 souls. This is the 5 elements killing technique. Then how shall we find the murderer? Ji Mingwen inquired, furrowing his brow. I cannot directly ascertain who the murderer is, Jin Shiqi replied. Then you cannot employ talismans or communicate with spirits. Even a paper spirit would suffice, Ji Mingwen pressed earnestly, meeting Jin Shiqi's incredulous gaze. I'm a metaphysician, not a shaman. I am but an ordinary person. I do not possess such abilities, and besides, a human demon does not equate to a ghost. Officer Jin, have you not fully awoken? Who is truly not awake? I wonder, ungrateful wretch. Recalling the events of the previous night, Ji Mingwen felt a surge of anger. His residence lacked an elevator, and he had carried the slumbering Jin Shiqi up to the 4th floor. With the only bed now occupied, he had to make do beside the computer desk, still feeling a twinge in his back. Yet this individual continued to speak so harshly. There seemed to be no such thing as a decent charlatan. Ji Mingwen let out a cold snort, leaning silently in the corner, knowing that he could not interfere with the case at this moment. Soon, the voice of Jin Shiqi reached his ears, causing Ji Mingwen to instinctively raise his hand, the mint green candy spinning gently in his palm. This particular candy was neither popular nor inexpensive, with limited domestic production. Yet Ji Mingwen had an inexplicable fondness for this brand. Spare me the theatrics. Despite his words, Ji Mingwen's expression softened considerably as he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Meanwhile, Jin Shiqi wandered in Zhou Xian's office, pausing before a bookshelf that held a framed photograph. In the image, Zhou Xian stood beside his wife by the river, her smile appearing somewhat forced, her posture stiff. This was Zhou Xian's wife, rumored to be mentally unstable, who had tragically taken her own life by jumping from a building not long ago. Sighing, He Yongnan noticed Jin Shiqi's intense gaze lingering on the photograph, prompting him to offer an explanation. However, Jin Shiqi's attention was drawn to the wrist of Zhou Xian's wife. Though only a small portion was visible, it bore a striking resemblance to the tattoo he had seen the previous night. Officer we have come to the wrong place. We must return to Zhou Xian's residence, Jin Shiqi stated emphatically. Half an hour later, the police car entered a high-end residential complex. He Yongnan had other matters to attend to, so he instructed the officer who had initially detained Ji Mingwen to accompany him. It is well known that uncovering state secrets is akin to scaling a mountain. Yet discovering the neighborhood's scandals requires nothing more than standing amidst the elderly. Yi Mingwen, alongside Jin Shiqi and Ma Chongliang, soon captured the attention of the neighborhood's elderly ladies. Jin Shiqi, while undeniably handsome, was dressed oddly and appeared rather unwell, leading the ladies to dismiss him from their list of eligible bachelors. On the other hand, Ma Chunliang was quite the dashing figure in his police uniform and tall stature. However, he paled in comparison to Ji Mingwen, who stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. Dressed in a black work jacket with the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, paired with dark jeans and boots, Ji Mingwen exuded a simple yet striking presence. His chiseled features made it difficult for anyone to overlook him. "Young man, how old are you? You look so tall. What do you do for a living? You must be single, right? Here, essay photo of my granddaughter, just back from studying in America. She has a lovely temperament and is still available." The elderly lady's discerning eye quickly settled upon Ji Mingwen as a potential match for her granddaughter. With a gentle nudge from her, she began to surround him with incessant chatter. Ji Mingwen glanced towards Jin Shiqi, who shrugged in exasperation before moving on. He then turned to Ma Chunliang, who wavered between them before resolutely ignoring Ji Mingwen's pleading gaze and hastily following Jin Shiqi. "Senior, my apologies, but I have a task to complete. I must leave you for now." Ji Mingwen watched in disbelief as the two distanced themselves from him. "Ah, the ungrateful ones. I was foolish to think that the fortune teller's candy made him a good person." On the other side, Jin Shiqi had arrived at Zhou Xian's home, donning gloves as he pushed open the door. The interior was tastefully decorated, yet an air of desolation lingered. Jin Shiqi's fingertips brushed across the table, revealing a fine layer of dust. "Mr. Jin, over here," Ma Chunliang exclaimed, his voice somewhat feeble. A faint scent of sandalwood mingled with the acrid odor of burnt animal fat assaulted his senses. Upon stepping into the dimly lit bedroom, Jin Shiqi frowned and retreated a few steps. The room was shrouded in darkness. Even in daylight, it resembled twilight due to the windows being boarded shut. Only a few rays of light struggled through the cracks in the wooden planks, casting slender beams upon the floor. Jin Shiqi attempted to switch on the lights within the room, only to discover the switch was broken. Reluctantly, he requested Ma Chunliang to illuminate the space with his mobile phone's flashlight. The entire western wall had been transformed into an altar, encircled by 7 lotus-shaped oil lamps, with a mat positioned at the center. A thick layer of dust coated the offering table. The incense burner lay toppled, and ash was scattered across the ground, with several half-burnt sticks of incense askew within the pile. The walls on the north and south were plastered with yellow papers adorned with incomprehensible symbols, among which were numerous swastikas. Zhou Xian's wife was indeed linked to that enigmatic organization. Jin Shiqi picked up a manual placed on the mat, which boldly proclaimed the rules of the Mutual Aid Society. The first rule stated that all who enter our door are considered companions on the path. Companions must entrust their lives to one another, blend their blood, and share the essence of life. Only in this manner can one transcend the limitations of mortality and pursue immortality together. The second rule declared that the methods of cultivation are celestial secrets and must not be divulged. Anyone who leaks these secrets shall face the punishment of being struck by 5 thunderbolts. The third rule stipulated that upon encountering opportunities, one must forsake this mortal body to assist a companion in ascending. Those who sacrifice themselves shall attain eternal life. Those who obstruct the path shall fall into reincarnation. All members of our society must bear this in mind. Flipping through the manual swiftly revealed dozens of regulations. Gathering opinions. When do you think will be the most suitable time for daily releases? Furthermore, if there are specific chapters you wish to see, please leave detailed comments in the book circle. The more detailed, the higher the chance of consideration. This is certainly not due to a lack of new ideas. Chapter 61, Ascension Mantra, The Sharp-Tongued Detective X, The Cunning Mystic. This mutual aid society does not appear to be a legitimate establishment. A familiar voice interrupted Jin Shiqi's thoughts, and he felt a weight on his left shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Ji Mingwen, who had arrived unannounced, casually resting his arm upon Jin Shiqi's shoulder. At such a close distance, Jin Shiqi could discern the faint bluish shadows beneath his eyes, suggesting a restless night. A sweet hint of mint wafted through the air, contrasting sharply with Ji Mingwen's rugged demeanor. "You two are quite the escapists," Ji Mingwen remarked through gritted teeth. Fortunately, his charm was disarming, and within moments, he had the elderly ladies in fits of laughter, successfully diverting the conversation from matchmaking to gossip. Situated at the Community Intelligence Center, he swiftly gathered information. Zhou Xian's wife was named Gui Yao. They had a 3-year-old child who tragically fell to his death after climbing out of a window. There were suspicions that Gui Yao had thrown her child, as neighbors often overheard quarrels between her and Zhou Xian, who allegedly exhibited tendencies towards domestic violence. Gui Yao frequently uttered threats to harm the child, and their marital discord was no secret within the community. At this point, Ji Mingwen's voice faltered as he surveyed the room. Zhou Xian's infidelity has led him to frequently accompany various beautiful women in luxury cars. Gui Yao appears to be mentally distressed, spending her days aimlessly within the confines of their home, the scent of sandalwood incense having drawn numerous complaints from neighbors. According to the information gleaned from the manual and Ji Mingwen, approximately 3 years ago, following the tragic fall of their child, Gui Yao's mental state deteriorated significantly, prompting her to join a peculiar organization known as the Mutual Aid Society. The manual is rife with phrases extolling selfless devotion and longevity, which seem to be nothing short of brainwashing. This Mutual Aid Society is connected to the previous 2 cases. However, no items related to this organization were found among the personal belongings of Li Shuijin and Zhou Xian. Ji Mingwen chatters incessantly, while Jin Shiqi remains silent, merely flipping through the booklet in her hands. Compared to all this, I find myself more intrigued by what lies behind it all. Jin Shiqi's gaze shifts to the offering table, where a wooden statue, shrouded in yellow silk, conceals its true form. Ji Mingwen retrieves a flashlight from his backpack, piercing through the dimness of the room. The silk has already begun to mold, its edges tinged with a dark green hue. Jin Shiqi seizes a corner of the silk and abruptly unveils the statue. It is a wooden carving, nearly the height of a person, its surface riddled with fine cracks resembling a parched riverbed, posed in a meditative position with its hands forming peculiar mudras. Most unsettling is the statue's face. Slightly gray from the incense smoke, yet the craftsmanship is remarkably intricate. Even the beard is distinctly defined. However, what draws the most attention are the eyes, each eye socket containing 2 pupils. Ma King Liang gasps in astonishment. "Go, Mr. Jin, why does it suddenly feel so cold in here? Should we cover the statue back up?" Despite the windows being closed, he feels a chilling breeze creeping down his collar. Regarding matters of the supernatural, he tends to lean towards believing in their existence rather than denying them. Yet, Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen pay him no mind. One is already eccentric, while the other is an avowed atheist. Ji Mingwen's flashlight gradually descends, revealing that the statue's body is entwined with red threads, each adorned with copper coins. A mere touch of one thread could set the entire assembly into motion. Quite intriguing, worshipping the living instead of deities, wrapping the deceased in yellow silk. Dual pupils observing the paths of life and death, blood-stained coins extending the threads of life. The mastermind behind this Mutual Aid Society may very well be the target we seek, Jin Shiqi asserts confidently, and from what was once a directionless case, a lead has now emerged. The 3 resume their search within the room, yet Ji Mingwen cannot help but fixate on Jin Shiqi. He seems to have never witnessed Jin Shiqi in a state of panic. Regardless of the circumstances, he always maintains an air of knowing, exuding a calmness that borders on the unnatural. Is he truly just an ordinary metaphysician? Has he seen enough? Jin Shiqi turns around, his gaze locking with Ji Mingwen's. "Have you grown eyes in the back of your head?" Despite this, he refuses to relinquish his imposing demeanor. "I am merely contemplating the clues." Perhaps emboldened by the thickness of his skin, Ji Mingwen nonchalantly averts his gaze, lying with an unwavering heart. "Officer Ji, as a representative of the people, you must not lie. As a police officer, the foremost task should be to apprehend the charlatan." "Oh, is that so? Then, as an assistant, am I not an accomplice to such a charlatan?" Their banter continued, Yet their search remained relentless. It seemed that Wenj and Mr. Jin were not in sync. Ma Qingliang, hesitant to mediate, opted to blend into the background, though doubt lingered in his mind. Was their relationship truly so fraught? Regardless, Wenj was the kindest soul in the world. And while Mr. Jin was not as familiar, he was courteous and humble. Yet for some reason, he enjoyed bickering with Wenj. In any case, both were undeniably wonderful individuals. The following day, Ma Chengliang stood in the alley, despondent. Indeed, both were rather unpleasant individuals. The trio was clad in casual attire. Even Jin Shiqi had changed into a light khaki trench coat layered over a white turtleneck, her long hair casually tied back into a ponytail. "Go for it. I believe in you," Jin Shiqi encouraged, coffee in one hand, the other resting on Ma Chengliang's shoulder, her eyes brimming with support. "Be careful not to dislodge the listening device. Act a bit more vividly, just as I taught you. Remember?" Ji Mingwen added, giving him a pat on the other shoulder. Ma Chengliang felt tears welling up. Yesterday, they had uncovered clues regarding the Mutual Assistance Society in Gue Yao's bedroom, and after further investigation, they discovered that this organization was, in fact, a legitimate charitable entity, even hosting regular events. The full name of the Mutual Assistance Society was Huang Yuxian Charitable Mutual Assistance Society. However, from the assistance manual and wooden statue, it was evident that this society was far from ordinary, yet further clues were elusive, compelling them to tread cautiously. Concerned about alarming the snake in the grass, Hyonin refrained from deploying officers for a direct raid, instead granting Ji Mingwen the authority to investigate the matter. Ma Chengliang was chosen as the designated operative to infiltrate the Mutual Assistance Society and gather more intelligence. But why him and not Wenj or Mr. Jin? Having only become a police officer last year, Ma Chengliang was inexperienced, and his trepidation regarding the unknown made him feel as if the weight of the world had come crashing down. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingwen and Jin Shiqi exchanged a glance, their pupils reflecting each other's visage. These two faces would surely stand out amidst the crowd. Ma Chengliang thought to himself, wishing he hadn't spoken. The location of the Mutual Assistance Society was a repurposed, abandoned badminton training facility, transformed into a hall for members to convene after a thorough cleaning and refurbishment. Ji Mingwen learned through his research that the reason the organization could openly conduct gatherings was due to the presence of several affluent individuals from New City among its members, who donated substantial amounts to orphanages and impoverished regions annually. There was even a dedicated official website, though it contained nothing but superficial platitudes. To uncover more, infiltration was necessary. Ma Chengliang concealed a listening device within his clothing, repeatedly reciting the core values to bolster his courage before mustering the resolve to step inside. Unexpectedly, the host of the Mutual Aid Society was exceedingly cordial. Noticing his anxiety, she even poured him a glass of water. "Do not be nervous should you encounter difficulties. We shall undoubtedly assist you. The members of our society are akin to family, and we warmly welcome you to join our little collective." Ma Chengliang's disguise had been meticulously adjusted by Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen, employing makeup techniques to age him slightly. He claimed to have come from the countryside to the new city, without relatives and burdened by a substantial debt. Even the calluses developed from years of training could be easily concealed by his pretense of being a laborer. Should the Mutual Aid Society choose to investigate Ma Chengliang's background, Jin Shiqi had prepared everything to be impeccable. He was not Ma Chengliang, he was Ma Wenliang. Fortunately, although Ma Chengliang appeared fearful, he executed his tasks with unwavering resolve, transmitting all he heard through the concealed listening device to Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen. Coincidentally, today was Sunday, the day of the weekly emotional purification lecture. "Come with me. It will allow you to integrate into the collective," the host suggested. The host was a woman in her 30s, exuding an impressive demeanor. She guided Ma Chengliang through the corridor to the hall, where already over 100 individuals had gathered, each seated on cushions in a meditative posture. In light of the new members' arrival, the society's members did not divert their attention to Ma Chengliang, maintaining their original stances, with no one turning back. After expressing his gratitude to the host, Ma Chengliang casually selected a cushion at the edge to sit upon. The hall was expansive, and upon a cursory glance, one could observe at least 300 attendees, the majority being older individuals. No one dared to speak loudly. Occasionally, whispers could be heard, but even those were subdued. The room was well lit, suffused with a faint scent of incense. Ma Chungliang refrained from making any sudden movements, instead observing his surroundings from the corner of his eye. On the walls hung several large posters emblazoned with phrases like "Purify the soul," "Reconstruct the self," the bold lettering starkly contrasting with the white walls. Nothing appeared amiss. Eventually, Ma Chungliang shifted his gaze to the front, where an elderly man, referred to as the president, donned a robe of platinum hue. He appeared to be around 60, with thinning hair, yet his voice resonated powerfully, imbued with undeniable authority. Life is inherently tainted. Only through purification can one discover their true self. With each pronouncement from the president, the audience nodded in agreement, murmuring their approval. Purify your emotions, cleanse your spirit. Free yourself from worldly troubles and external constraints to glimpse your true essence. The entire emotional purification lecture lasted 2 hours, during which Ma Chungliang's legs grew numb. Yet he dared not change his posture, pretending to listen intently while occasionally nodding along with the crowd. "Did you detect any issues?" Yimingwen inquired, removing his headphones and casting a puzzled glance at Jin Shiqi. This mutual aid society appeared rather normal, merely advising its members not to become overly entangled in trivial matters, lest they become burdened by their own hearts and fall ill. It was a far cry from what was mentioned in Gui Yao's manual. Moreover, after the lecture concluded, each member received a basket of eggs to take home. Perhaps the lecture that Gui Yao attended was different from the one now. Jin Shiqi too appeared lost in thought. Ji Mingwen shifted the topic of conversation, pondering other matters. "I recall you mentioning a book titled The Ascension of Huang Chang, which purportedly details how mortals attain immortality. If this is the case, might we anticipate the next move of the hidden antagonist and preemptively thwart them?" To my surprise, Jin Shiqi shook his head. "Indeed, I possess only a fragment of the text, which solely recounts the 5 hells tribulation, wherein the art of the 5 elements is employed to slay the human fiend, allowing the tribulation master to navigate through the 5 hells. As for the remainder, I am not privy to its contents. Hence, I surmise that the rest lies within this mutual aid society, perhaps in the hands of the puppet master." Regrettably, Gui Yao has uncovered no information regarding this shadowy figure. In certain respects, Jin Shiqi bears a striking resemblance to Ji Mingwen. When discussing serious matters, he refrains from levity. Initially, he dismissed the mastermind, believing them to be merely a fanciful individual aspiring to emulate the immortal Huang. Yet after witnessing 2 instances of the 5 elements killing technique, he gradually recognized the formidable nature of this adversary. His primary mission lacked a defined objective, essentially revolving around advancing the narrative and delivering a conclusion. Thus, it boiled down to a matter of life or death, either he or the unseen antagonist. Jin Shiqi lacked any extraordinary abilities, and indeed bore a debuff, rendering him unable to perceive the entirety of the situation from a divine perspective. Besides the tattered fragment of the ascension of Huang Chang, his starting point was identical to Ji Mingwen's. This was the first time Ji Mingwen encountered the term tribulation master from his lips, and he sensed that Jin Shiqi must be concealing additional information from the authorities. Ji Mingwen opened his mouth, eager to inquire further about the tribulation master, but hesitated, his gaze wavering as he silently donned his headphones once more, his expression taking on a more somber tone. Today's covert operation concluded here. While Ma Chungliang specifically requested to undertake work outside at He Yongnan's behest, for an extended period, he would masquerade as a construction worker, residing in a modest rental, attending lectures at the Mutual Aid Society every Thursday. That night, within the confines of a narrow alleyway, Jin Shiqi reclined in a chair behind the counter, a half-sheet of parchment inscribed with ancient text in one hand, and a glass in the other, from which the milk had been nearly consumed. Outside, rain poured once more, the sound of the downpour disrupting his thoughts. The tribulation master behind him could indeed compel the human fiend to die in his stead. But how had he managed to eliminate those substitute tribulators? He was firmly convinced that no ghosts existed in this world, nor were there malevolent spirits committing murder. However, the deaths of Li Shuizhen and Zhou Xian remained indisputably unsolved mysteries. What could be the reason? Jin Shiqi excelled in resolving issues through force, believing it to be the swiftest means to achieve his goals. Yet this did not imply he lacked contemplation. With closed eyes, the parchment slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. His thoughts began to surge, replaying the events leading to Li Shuigen's demise countless times in his mind. Upon entering the community, Li Shuizhen bore no belongings, and given his status, he could not possibly acquire 50 kilograms of mercury, yet he perished within the confines of the room without a struggle. It was as if he had meticulously set a trap for himself, becoming a substitute tribulator. However, investigations revealed that Li Shuizhen was avaricious and lecherous, not the type to face death with composure. Yet the coroner confirmed that Li Shuizhen had indeed succumbed to mercury poisoning. Otherwise, the phenomenon of water hell would not apply. Thus, it could be ruled out that mercury was administered to his body posthumously. How, then, did the perpetrator accomplish this? Jin Shiqi's fingertips rhythmically tapped against the wrought-tan chair, allowing his thoughts to settle into a more tranquil contemplation. Chapter 63. Ascension Incantation, the sharp-tongued detective and the cunning occultist. Outside, the rain intensified, droplets pattering against the window panes, their trails meandering downwards, distorting the neon lights outside into a hazy glow. The crux of the case remained elusive. With his eyes closed, Jin Shiqi quickened the tempo of his tapping. The sounds of rain, the rhythmic drumming, and the ticking of the antique wall clock interwove within the stillness of the room. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the night sky, causing Jin Shiqi to open his eyes wide, his fingers suspended mid-air. The thunder erupted, sending the red jade beads in his hair swaying gently. This is it. Jin Shiqi sat up straight, the hem of his traditional attire brushing against the edge of the chair, the sound of rain becoming increasingly distinct in his ears. And a deeper smile crept onto his lips. The Mutual Aid Society might possess some form of brainwashing or hallucinatory technique, repeatedly emphasizing certain notions in the ears of Li Shuizhen and Zhou Xian over the years, allowing specific ideas to silently infiltrate their minds. For instance, implanting the notion that Li Shuizhen would succumb to mercury poisoning. If such an order could penetrate the depths of his subconscious, then even if someone forced mercury into his mouth, he would not resist. The same logic applies to Zhou Xian. If a corrosive metal were used, it could similarly penetrate his body, inflicting identical wounds, albeit discovered too late, as that substance had already evaporated. The most challenging aspect is to ensure that the victim accepts death without resistance. The Mutual Aid Society comprised many affluent individuals, both local and national, making it relatively easy to acquire substantial amounts of mercury and rare metals. Jin Shiqi recalled the neighbor of Li Shuizhen, who indeed had ample time to administer mercury into Li Shuigen's body and subsequently erase all traces of his presence. If he were the murderer, although the motive for his initial report remains unclear, the likelihood is significant. Officer G, it seems you owe me a meal now, Jin Shiqi murmured to himself, his mood suddenly brightening. Should he share this conjecture with others, they would likely deem him mad. Yet, with both the man-beast and the ascension phenomenon having emerged, what remains impossible? If he is not mistaken, Gui Yao also served as a substitute for the perpetrator, plummeting from a high building, her body shattered and merging with the earth. A simple burial would transform her into a denizen of the underworld. Consequently, her child's fall from the building might also be a form of subconscious conditioning, akin to Pavlov's classical conditioning experiment. By embedding specific language or actions into the subconscious as nodes, one could trigger repetitive behaviors upon recollection, gaining internal validation. This implies that the orchestrator began laying the groundwork years ago, subtly influencing several substitutes for the perpetrator. On ordinary days, Jin Shiqi appeared calm and unruffled, yet he had contemplated this matter for an extended period. Perhaps it was a peculiar quirk, but but he derived immense pleasure from the exhilaration of unraveling a complex conundrum. Upon retrieving the fallen parchment from the ground, Jin Shiqi straightened his posture, intending to return the empty milk glass to the counter. However, his fingers faltered slightly, causing the glass to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the floor. The crisp sound of breaking glass echoed, mirroring the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Something was amiss. He had overlooked a crucial detail. If the neighbor was indeed the murderer, then the individual concealed behind the curtains that day could very well be him. By that time, 5 days had elapsed since Li Shuigen's death. Even if he sought to erase traces, it was too late. The only plausible explanation for his presence there was that a killer, aware of an impending visit, intended to eliminate the guest. He aimed to murder those obstructing his plans, namely, the detectives. His previous failure did not preclude future attempts. Ji Mingwen, He Yongnan, and others could be in grave danger. At that moment, Jin Shiqi regretted not having a mobile phone to contact the police, but fortunately, he remembered Ji Mingwen's home address. Without further hesitation, he swiftly rose, retrieving a sword case from the corner, strapping it to his back, and plunged into the rainy night. Despite being suspended from duty, Ji Mingwen rarely altered his routine. Today was an exception. He pondered incessantly the identity of the perpetrator mentioned by Jin Shiqi. He did not believe in ghosts or the notion of ascension during daylight. To him, it was merely the delusion of an individual who had gleaned knowledge from ancient texts, attempting to emulate it to harm others. Ji Mingwen was inept in culinary skills, and his home was stocked only with instant meals. After resolving his dinner outside, with the rain showing no signs of abating, he decided to return home. The city on this rainy night was shrouded in a grayish hue, the glow of the streetlights diffusing across the damp pavement, blurring the outlines of the streets. With a long-handled umbrella in hand, Ji Mingwen stepped into the downpour. He remained troubled by the thought that if the mastermind sought to eliminate the 5 substitute robbers, then what was the true purpose of the Mutual Assistance Association? Or perhaps the association was merely a pawn in that person's game. With so many individuals in the new city, how would one discern the next target? This sense of aimlessness weighed heavily on him. To make matters worse, he was suspended and unable to intervene significantly. Ji Mingwen had once been the most distinguished detective in the new city, young, accomplished, and guided by the experienced He Yongnan. Within a brief span of 2 years, he had qualified to lead tasks. However, a turn of events transpired 2 months prior when he, along with several other detectives, pursued a major suspect. This suspect was entangled with a vast criminal organization, and the directive from superiors was to maintain surveillance, unearth the mastermind, and avoid alarming the prey. However, an undercover officer's unexpected exposure led to the suspect taking him hostage, coercing Ji Mingwen into procuring escape funds and a helicopter. On the rooftop, the suspect screamed in hysteria, gunpoint aimed at the already battered detective. Should the suspect escape, it would render the months of police efforts futile. The superior's command was to capture this individual alive, to extract further intelligence from him. This put the hostage at risk. The undercover detective had assisted Ji Mingwen immensely before he even graduated from the police academy. Defying the superior's orders, Ji Mingwen fired his weapon, the bullet striking the suspect's arm. The firearm slipped from the suspect's grasp, and the prepared detective lunged forward. In a moment of desperation, the suspect seized the hostage and plunged from the high building, leading to their mutual demise. With the loss of his teammate and the failure of the mission, Ji Mingwen faced indefinite suspension for his disobedience. He was reluctant to fire, knowing the gun contained no bullets. The streets were nearly deserted, and the shadow of an umbrella obscured Ji Mingwen's troubled gaze. Suddenly, he felt a gentle collision on his shoulder, accompanied by a faint whisper, incomprehensible yet urgent. Turning to look, he saw a figure cloaked in a raincoat, the hood concealing most of their face, revealing only a pale chin. Sorry. Ji Mingwen dismissed the encounter, attributing it to his momentary distraction. But the figure quickly faded into the rain, their silhouette becoming indistinct. Some elements of this narrative were derived from my research, while others were purely fictional. I acknowledge the lack of rigor and invite readers to enjoy it without harsh judgment. Chapter 64. The Ascension verse, a sharp-tongued detective and a cunning metaphysicist. The damp night breeze carried the scent of blood, invading Ji Mingwen's nostrils as he stood on the 12th floor rooftop, where distant neon lights flickered on the street below, casting an eerie glow. A chilling sensation enveloped him. His hand, gripping the firearm, was drenched in cold sweat, yet he remained steady. For more minutes. Damn it. Once the time is up, I will end him. The suspect's enraged shouts pierced the night, reverberating in the detective squad's ears. Trembling, Ji Mingwen held the gun firmly, its dark muzzle aimed at a police officer held hostage. Shi Gaoyang lay sprawled on the ground, his once formidable figure reduced to that of a rag doll, dragged backwards on the concrete by the suspect. It was not that he did not wish to move. He simply could not. 7 hours prior, his undercover identity had been exposed, and he found himself outnumbered, his tendons brutally severed. The wound on his wrist cut across the entire area, revealing broken tendons and blood vessels beneath. Similarly, the injury on his ankle was grievous, the gash deep enough to almost reveal the contours of bone. Blood oozed from the severed vessels, trickling down his skin and pooling on the ground, creating a winding trail of crimson. The suspect's accomplices had already perished inside the building, leaving only him to escape with the tormented Shi Gaoyang, who is now cornered by Ji Mingwen and his team on a rooftop. Stay calm. We will meet your demands. The helicopter is on its way, and it carries the money you seek. Please do not act impulsively. The negotiation expert endeavored to soothe the agitated suspect, but the latter fired several rounds, barking orders for everyone to retreat. To hell with you. Don't think I can't see through your attempts to stall. Don't force my hand. In a sudden burst of violence, the suspect struck Shi Gaoyang's jaw with the butt of the gun, the sound of cracking bone resonating sharply in the oppressive silence. Shi Gaoyang swayed like a marionette with severed strings, coughing violently, a sound akin to a deflating balloon. Struggling to open his eyes, smeared with blood, he directed his gaze toward a specific direction, using his remaining strength to form a silent plea. That direction was Ji Mingwen. He understood. Shi Gaoyang was silently imploring him to fire. The suspect holds significant importance, serving as a crucial link and possessing extensive knowledge. Capturing him alive is essential to honor the efforts made thus far. Once Shi Gaoyang is eliminated, the remaining detectives will face no further concerns and can easily subdue the suspect. Yet they find themselves stalled at the standoff. Ji Mingwen's finger rests on the trigger, his breath quickening as the repeated urgings from his earpiece morph into a sharp ringing in his ears. He still carries the mint-flavored candy that Shi Gaoyang once gifted him. During Ji Mingwen's first mission, Shi Gaoyang had shielded him from sulfuric acid thrown by a drug dealer, resulting in significant skin corrosion below his neck. From a rebellious rookie at the police academy to his current position, Shi Gaoyang is the person Ji Mingwen holds the deepest gratitude for, having always regarded him as an older brother. How could he bring himself to take action now? As the captain of this operation, no one dares to fire without his command. There must be a way to save Shi Gaoyang. If only he could disarm the suspect. Having graduated at the top of his class from the police academy, Ji Mingwen now begins to doubt his marksmanship. To him, Shi Gaoyang embodies the essence of a true father, far more than his biological one. Shi Gaoyang slightly tilts his head and smiles in Ji Mingwen's direction, a glimmer of clarity shining through the murkiness of his eyes. His hand, lying in a pool of blood, makes the slightest movement, while his blood-stained lips struggle to form the shape of a gunshot, blood frothing between his teeth. I am now a useless person, even if I manage to survive. I will be nothing but a burden. In my life, just do it. Grant me this release. Are you toying with me? The suspect suddenly erupts, striking Shi Gaoyang's face with the butt of the gun, the sound of his cheekbone cracking reverberating through the air, warm blood splattering onto his soiled collar. Damn it. Why does everyone have it out for me? If I'm caught, my wife and child will die too. There are so many murderers in this world. Why am I the one you want to let go? One last minute. If the helicopter doesn't arrive, I'll kill him and jump. You're all forcing me into this. You're all responsible. The suspect's neck bulges with veins, his bloodshot eyes nearly bursting from their sockets as he screams in hysteria, simultaneously dragging Shi Gaoyang backward. inching closer to the edge of the rooftop. The 12th floor is high enough to shatter bones upon impact. Commands echo through the earpiece, urging Ji Mingwen to act swiftly. His hesitation is tantamount to disobeying orders. His adrenaline surges, and he can almost hear the pulsing of blood in his temples. The aim of his weapon wavers. "You're all forcing me. When I was cornered by the mafia, where were you? When my wife and children were taken, where were you? Speak up. Now that I'm trying to live a good life with my wife, you block my path. It's as if fate itself is blind. If I can't live well, neither will any of you." His voice, strained and raw, echoes through the night, hot tears washing away the grime on his face. In the next moment, a gunshot rings out, the bullet piercing through the suspect's palm, the agony causing the weapon to slip from his grasp as several detectives rush forward, their pupils reflecting the sudden pallor of the suspect's face, like a dying beast unleashing a terrifying force. The suspect cast a quick glance towards the source of gunfire before leaping down with a sense of urgency. "Brother," Ji Mingwen shouted, rushing forward, only to be held back by those behind him, helplessly witnessing that figure dissipate into a mist of crimson at the base of the building. The scene before him began to twist and spiral, and Ji Mingwen's legs faltered, retreating uncontrollably. The shouts of his superiors echoed in his earpiece, yet they felt muffled, as if heard through a glass barrier, indistinct and distant. As he turned, Ji Mingwen's knees suddenly buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. The concrete floor appeared to undulate beneath him. He pushed away the hands that sought to steady him, staggering toward the spot where the gun had fallen. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, and his knees struck the hard ground with a thud, a sharp spasm gripping his stomach. The sensation in his fingertips was alarmingly dull. Trembling, he fumbled as if encountering a firearm for the first time, struggling several times before successfully detaching the magazine. The empty magazine and his fallen tears struck the ground simultaneously. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and instinctively, Ji Mingwen covered his mouth, warm liquid seeping through his fingers. He attempted to swallow, but it only provoked further nausea. Blood surged from his nostrils, every cough bringing forth more crimson froth. Sounds around him fluctuated in and out, as if submerged in water, and as his last ounce of strength ebbed away, his body crashed heavily to the ground. Blood served as an initial lesson for the spirited genius. Darkness enveloped him like viscous tar, and he sank into the abyss of an empty sea, struggling for breath. He thought, "I am a sinner, Ji Mingwen." A familiar voice broke through the watery veil, but he neither wished to respond nor had the strength to do so. His limbs weighed down to the point of being unable to raise a finger. "Yi Mingwen, if you don't run, you're courting death." The voice rang out again, clearer this time, and he felt warmth enveloping his wrist, a tactile reality that pulled him from the depths. As he opened his eyes, thick smoke coiled around dark red sparks, weaving between the remnants of beams. He squinted against the searing heat, gradually regaining full consciousness. The first image reflected in his gaze was a blood-red bead at the end of his hair, just as the orange-red flames devoured the ceiling, swaying with the urgency of hasty steps, and the one carrying him was Jin Shiqi. Jin Shiqi continued to grumble, a stark contrast to his usual cunning demeanor. "How can you sleep like a pig? No matter how loudly I call, you want to wake up. TSK, we can't go this way. Ji Mingwen, you really need to lose some weight, you're heavy as lead." Jin Shiqi's breath was rapid, yet his steps remained steady. His actions were somewhat rough. With his clothing reeking of smoke, his profile illuminated and shadowed by the flickering flames. The fire raged on, and the chandelier above crashed down. Yet Jin Shiqi seemed to have anticipated it, narrowly avoiding disaster while carrying Ji Mingwen. The ceiling of the corridor began to collapse, sparks flying, but Ji Mingwen remained motionless, unable to utter a sound. His chin rested on Jin Shiqi's shoulder, and he could even feel the violent pulse of his carotid artery. "Do take care, for I have only just come to admire this pleasing visage of yours. It would be rather unfortunate should anything happen to you," he coughed, reflecting on the burden of punishment. Randomly drawing the short straw, it seemed he was afflicted with a frail constitution. Otherwise, he would have leapt from the window without hesitation. The sporadic sounds of explosions echoed in the air, Yet Ji Mingwen did not catch the latter part of the sentence, leaving only two words swirling in his mind. What pleasing visage! Chapter 65. The Immortal's Verse. The sharp-tongued detective and the cunning metaphysician Jin Shiqi carried Ji Mingwen out of the burning building, a kind neighbor promptly offering them a bottle of water. Realizing Ji Mingwen had regained consciousness, Jin Shiqi gently placed him on the steps, supporting his head to rest in the crook of his arm. A commanding tone broke the moment. "Speak." With a calloused thumb brushing against his lips, Jin Shiqi lowered his gaze, and the ash clinging to his lashes lent him an unexpected softness. Ji Mingwen felt a sudden warmth creeping to his ears, an odd sensation that could not possibly be attributed to lingering embers. Before he could gather his thoughts, the cool bottle's rim pressed against his lower lip. Water trickled down his cracked mouth, pooling at the hollow of his collarbone. Observing this, Jin Shiqi slowed his pace, guiding the bottle deeper toward Ji Mingwen's lips. Instinctively compliant, Ji Mingwen's throat moved slightly as he weakly swallowed. The shouts and fire alarms intertwined in his ears, and in a dazed state, he looked up at Jin Shiqi, obediently parting his lips to receive more water. Despite his face being smeared with dirt, the heat made his eyes glisten with an unexpected brilliance, rendering him more captivating than in his usual lofty demeanor. Ji Mingwen dared not dwell on this thought. It had been merely a fleeting moment of confusion, soon dissipating without leaving a trace. The water cascaded down his throat, soothing the smoke-choked passage that felt as though it were on the verge of igniting. He gulped down the liquid, his brow slightly furrowing as the lingering anxiety and pain in his lungs gradually eased. After consuming more than half the bottle, he finally regained control over his body. Fortunately, Jin Shiqi had arrived just in time. Ji Mingwen had merely fainted from the smoke inhalation, and his physical state was not severely compromised. Numerous residents remained trapped within the building, and after establishing his identity, Ji Mingwen, equipped with tools, re-entered the precarious structure alongside Jin Shiqi to rescue those still inside. An hour later, the blaze was extinguished, and the injured were swiftly transported to ambulances. Jin Shiqi, wait, Ji Mingwen called out as he approached to block his path. Grasping his wrist, Jin Shiqi turned back, a few strands of hair falling loosely, his usual dignified aura somewhat diminished by the incident, though he should have appeared disheveled. The side of his face, still dusted with ash, radiated an unexpected brilliance. Ji Mingwen's gaze caught in his eyes. He longed to inquire about the meaning of those words. Did Jin Shiqi find favor in his appearance? Before he could voice his curiosity, Jin Shiqi, upon seeing his face, could not help but laugh. "Officer Ji, are you aware of how disheveled you look right now?" Ji Mingwen was momentarily taken aback, belatedly realizing the warmth in his cheeks. He hurriedly borrowed a small mirror from someone nearby, only to discover that his cheeks were slightly swollen, as though someone had pinched him fiercely. There was no other choice. As you remained oblivious, I could only resort to certain unconventional methods. Surely, this cannot be deemed an assault on an officer, can it? Ji Mingwen's expression darkened as he cast a speechless glance at the grinning Jin Shiqi. Very well, it must be my muddled mind that led me to misinterpret. How could this charlatan possibly fancy my appearance? Clearly, it is mockery. With a sigh of resignation, Ji Mingwen returned the mirror, intending to express his gratitude. But his body suddenly froze as he noticed the woman behind Jin Shiqi. Sister-in-law. The tranquility within him was once again stirred. "You child, ignore my calls. Are you trying to make me worried to death?" Kong Lin had evidently rushed over, her hair disheveled from her hurried pace. As she took a step forward, Ji Mingwen instinctively retreated several steps, his face betraying anxiety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kong Lin's eyes reddened, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment as she carefully chose her words. "Mingwen, your home has burned down. Come stay with your sister-in-law for a few days. Yuan has been missing you terribly." "No, Aunt Gung." Ji Mingwen's voice trembled uncontrollably. "I have a place to stay tonight. You need not worry about me." With that, he grasped Jin Shiqi's arm and hurriedly moved in the opposite direction, fearful that the woman might pursue him. "Why is it that after I saved you, You repay my kindness by seeking refuge at my home. Jin Shiqi leaned against the doorframe, feeling a throbbing in his temples. Inside the narrow alleyway, Ji Mingwen shamelessly prepared a makeshift bed for himself. At this moment, he had reverted to his usual demeanor, betraying no hint of sorrow. Since you have taken the step, you might as well see it through. Besides, I have already consumed all your provisions that day. Do you intend to expel me now? Oh, I had no idea my appetite could deplete Officer G's resources. But is it not true that you harbor disdain for my kind? Are you not afraid of attracting misfortune by sleeping here? You are my savior. I cannot repay you adequately. With that, Ji Mingwen casually lay on the makeshift bed, turned to prop his head up with his arm, patting the space beside him. Come sleep here too. Aren't you tired? Do you plan to spend the night in that chair? It's not good for your neck. The pajamas Ji Mingwen had originally worn were now tainted with the scent of smoke. After freshening up, he changed into Jin Shiqi's clothes. Standing at a height of 187 meters, Jin Shiqi was slightly taller than Ji Mingwen, and the clothes fit reasonably well. At that moment, he smiled, his short black hair slightly tousled. The tips still damp from the bathroom's humidity, the collar askew revealing a hint of his collarbone. An irresistible allure for someone like Jin Shiqi, who had a penchant for beauty. No matter how one looked at it, that face was perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. The absurdity of Ji Mingwen lying on the makeshift bed, propping his head with his hand, exuded an air of absurdly gentle submission. Jin Shiqi's grip on his coffee cup tightened abruptly, his gaze shifting away, filled with complexity. Ji Mingwen, has anyone ever told you that you exude a certain husbandly charm? Are you not coming over? I made it quite comfortable. Ji Mingwen patted the space beside him once more, inviting Jin Shiqi with enthusiasm, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. His usual speech had never been so voluminous. Jin Shiqi could sense that Ji Mingwen was desperately attempting to conceal his unease through this mannerism. Upon encountering the woman named Sister Kong, he exhibited clear signs of distraction, which was rather unusual for him. Ji Mingwen was not a person adept in cunning schemes. His emotions were plainly reflected on his face, making it odd that Jin Shiqi couldn't discern them. However, Jin Shiqi was not one to possess profound empathy. He lacked the time to delve deeply into Ji Mingwen's thoughts. He harbored suspicions that Ji Mingwen was a substitute for the fire's victims. What were you doing before the fire broke out? Jin Shiqi questioned directly, not overlooking the brief moment of tension in Ji Mingwen's demeanor. The origin of the fire was conveniently located beneath Ji Mingwen's residence, and by the time Jin Shiqi arrived, flames had already reached Ji Mingwen's floor. He forcefully broke down the door, yet Ji Mingwen remained asleep on the bed. Though his breaths were rapid and beads of sweat adorned his forehead, no matter how loudly he called, there was no awakening. As the flames encroached upon their escape route, Jin Shiqi reluctantly carried Ji Mingwen to safety. There was something peculiar about the situation. Just as he had suspected, Li Shuijin and Zhou Xan had also perished silently, without resistance. Perhaps Ji Mingwen's response could elucidate his conjecture. I was asleep, dreaming of past events. Ji Mingwen ceased his jesting, his expression turning serious, his voice hoarse. Since that incident, it was the first time he had dreamed again, the dream pulling him back to the rooftop of his past, where guilt and regret entwined him. Refusing to let go, he even felt as though he were on the brink of death. After a day of unconsciousness in the hospital, he awoke to receive a notice of suspension. Had it been any other time, his prideful nature would have compelled him to create a scene. Yet that day, Ji Mingwen calmly gathered his belongings to discharge himself from a hospital. Jin Shiqi chose not to press further. Instead, he stepped closer, removed his outer garment, and lay down on the makeshift bed Ji Mingwen had prepared, merely an arm's length apart. This matter had long been buried in his heart, yet he had previously been unwilling to share it with anyone. Perhaps it was due to the near brush with death and Jin Shiqi's selfless act of saving him. Or perhaps it was because Jin Shiqi was entirely outside his usual circle that Ji Mingwen finally attempted to confide in someone he had known for a short time. The lights in the room had been extinguished, leaving only the glow from the window illuminating the makeshift bed. Ji Mingwen stared intently at the ceiling, his tone unusually calm. His words whispered softly as if fearing to disturb the tranquil atmosphere. His fingertips unconsciously brushed the edge of the blanket. He had never been fond of metaphysical beliefs. Stemming from his childhood, his parents' divorce meant he had not seen his father since he could remember, having been raised solely by his mother. His mother was a well-known fortune teller, capable of everything from warding off evil to divining fortunes, skilled in all manner of mystical practices. Thus, at a tender age, instead of attending kindergarten, Ji Mingwen accompanied his mother as they traveled from village to village, witnessing her apply makeup and transform herself into peculiar appearances. Ji Mingwen was uncertain whether his mother truly invoked spirits or whether the hastily scribbled characters on those talismans held any genuine power. Occasionally, Ji Mingwen found himself entangled in this farce, adorned with an unpleasant painted visage, playing the role of a scapegoat, proclaiming the tranquility of heaven and earth, the clarity of sun and moon, and the invulnerability to malevolent spirits, free from all taboos. Behind the scenes, his mother would frequently grasp Ji Mingwen's arm, correcting his gestures and words, urging him to embody the image of a favored scapegoat. Yet, alas, Ji Mingwen's acting skills were woefully inadequate, attracting the disdain of passers-by, who could not refrain from reprimanding him. In essence, the young Ji Mingwen had already grasped that this was the means to earn a living. Although he was perceptive, it did not imply that others would treat him with kindness. Whenever the village children encountered him, they would hurl stones at him as if they were driving away wild dogs. With a mother steeped in superstition, it was only natural that Ji Mingwen would be regarded as a little charlatan, with mud-encrusted stones thrown his way, taunting him with claims that the little charlatan's eyes concealed curses capable of ensnaring wandering souls and malevolent spirits. However, at the tender age of 7, tragedy struck as his mother passed away. In a quarrel with a guest, a scuffle ensued, culminating in an accidental overturning of a brazier, igniting the house and claiming lives. Ji Mingwen personally oversaw the funeral, and on that day, he incinerated all the treasures his mother had once stored in a box, the flames soaring high into the sky. Thereafter, Ji Mingwen became an orphan. He bore no resentment towards his mother for her deceitful ways. Instead, he harbored anger towards the damned spirits that had taken her life. Following this, Ji Mingwen found himself wandering until he was taken to an orphanage, where fortune smiled upon him as a benevolent benefactor supported his education until he entered the police academy. That benefactor was none other than Shi Gaoyang, a figure of destiny in Ji Mingwen's life. Ironically, the first time Ji Mingwen laid eyes on the one who had aided him was within the confines of the police academy. The woman he had just encountered, Aunt Kong, was indeed Shi Gaoyang's wife. During his breaks, Ji Mingwen would often be pulled by Shi Gaoyang to share meals, and Kong Lin treated him with exceptional kindness, nearly as if he were her own son. As the cold weather approached, she would go out of her way to purchase warm clothing and express concern for Ji Mingwen's safety during training. After the unfortunate incident involving Shi Gaoyang, Ji Mingwen transferred all his savings to Kong Lin's account, moved houses, and changed his phone number, baffled by how she managed to discover his new address. Hence, when Ji Mingwen remarked that his money had been entirely depleted, it was not an exaggeration. At that time, he had only 300 yuan on him, of which he spent over 200 on Jin Shiqi. Ji Mingwen slowly recounted his past, speaking even in the absence of a response from Jin Shiqi, his voice gradually diminishing. As he reached the conclusion, he let out a gentle sigh. Deep down, he felt an undeniable unease, yet after calming himself, he began to regret sharing these thoughts with Jin Shiqi. He was not one to willingly unveil his scars for others to see, uncertain whether the response would be a gentle caress or a stone hurled in his direction. The events of the dream and his thoughts of Kong Lin had indeed unsettled him. Realizing that Jin Shiqi had not spoken for quite some time, he slightly turned his head, only to find Jin Shiqi's eyes closed, his breathing steady, clearly deep in slumber. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft halo upon his face, reminiscent of a cat shedding all defenses, blissfully unaware of when he had fallen asleep. Perhaps this was for the best. Ji Mingwen smiled softly, gradually releasing a breath he didn't realize he was holding, but after a moment his smile faltered. Why do I feel that the slumbering Jin Shiqi resembles a cat? As his body shifted, the quilt emitted a barely perceptible rustling sound. After gazing at the ceiling for a few moments, Ji Mingwen resolved to cease pondering this dilemma. Once articulated, the burden within him seemed to lighten somewhat. As his breathing gradually steadied, the seemingly deep-sleeping Jin Shiqi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Ji Mingwen's face, his expression enigmatic, as if deliberating. He did not disclose to Ji Mingwen that there was a loft in the room, which was the place he typically slumbered. After a brief silence, a sound emerged within the room, faint enough for only him to hear. The world was serene, the sun and moon bright, free from malevolence, and devoid of taboos. Chapter 67, Ascension Mantra. Sharp-tongued Detective X, cunning occultist. The cause of the fire had been made public by the police. It was attributed to circuit aging, exacerbated by the recent rain-soaked conditions in the new city, which led to the blaze. Upon Jin Shiqi's arrival at the residential building, the torrential rain had ceased, replaced by fierce flames. It seemed suspicious from every angle. How fortuitous was the timing of this rain cessation? Jin Shiqi shared his suspicions with Ji Mingwen. I suspect that the victims in the previous two cases, like you, were dreaming, and that the murderer employs a method of killing within dreams. Yet, I still did not comprehend how they achieved this. Even Jin Shiqi was uncertain whether the mastermind could genuinely ascend in daylight or was merely perpetrating a hoax. He lacked omniscient insight. Ji Mingwen's home had been consumed by flames, and lacking funds, he could only impose upon Jin Shiqi to temporarily reside in his home. But this arrangement was perhaps fortuitous, preventing him from falling into an eternal slumber at an unknown time. The investigation remained incomplete. Concerning the matters of the Mutual Aid Society, Ma Chongliang still attended lectures every Sunday, yet progress was scant. However, he had noted that after each lecture, the attendant who initially welcomed them would discreetly escort several individuals to a certain room, from which the members of the Mutual Aid Society would emerge with an air of mystery. Jin Shiqi speculated that a distinct hierarchy might exist within the Mutual Aid Society, requiring one to ascend in order to uncover more secrets. This could also elucidate why Zhou Xian's wife possessed an exceedingly peculiar manual. Perhaps he was an internal member. Yet, the criteria for advancement remained elusive to Jin Shiqi. Regrettably, time was the most precious commodity in the present. Another Sunday arrived, and Ma Chongliang had been undercover within a mutual aid society for a month, though he remained patient. During this time, Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen had spent nearly every day together. Although they still exchanged banter, to outsiders, it appeared as though they were inseparable. In a private room on the second floor, merely 100 meters from the Mutual Aid Society, Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen occupied a corner. Their eyes never straying from the window. Through the glass, their gaze traversed the bustling crowd on the street, landing upon the auditorium of the Mutual Aid Society. "Why are we here today?" Ji Mingwen inquired, puzzled. While the view was splendid, it was overly conspicuous. They had not been idle during the past month. Through methods such as monitoring surveillance and discreet observation, they had been investigating the profiles of potential internal members. The deeper one delves, the more astonishing the revelations become. The internal members of the Mutual Aid Association encompass individuals from various fields, including renowned philanthropists and entrepreneurs who have frequented the hall. However, this is merely the surface. There is undoubtedly a desire to propel our own individuals further. Faced with Ji Mingwen's puzzled expression, Jin Shiqi refrained from speaking directly, instead opting for a cryptic remark. Once again shifting his gaze to the outside, the hall was suddenly pierced by the sound of gunfire. Ji Mingwen instinctively rose, only to be firmly pressed back down by Jin Shiqi, who offered a reassuring glance. It was then that Ji Mingwen hesitantly settled back into his seat. Jin Shiqi was always measured in his actions. There was no need for concern. "Is this your arrangement?" Jin Shiqi nodded. Since Ma Chongliang had no way to ascend, an opportunity must be created for his advancement. Jin Shiqi had already bribed individuals from the underworld to cause chaos in the hall. Whether they could infiltrate the inner circle would depend on Ma Chongliang's capabilities. After hearing this plan, Ji Mingwen furrowed his brow slightly, a faint crease forming between his brows. With his lips pressed together, he seemed poised to speak, yet paused at the moment of articulation, his tone low and tinged with uncertainty. Are you telling me, in my presence, that you have contacted the gang? Ji Mingwen's gaze was fixed intently on Jin Shiqi, as though seeking confirmation of a misheard statement, his rugged visage tightening. Jin Shiqi was certain that had Ji Mingwen been wearing handcuffs, he would have already been restrained. He languidly leaned back in his chair, his long fingers delicately gripping the handle of his coffee cup, causing the liquid within to sway gently, releasing a subtle aroma. Upon hearing Ji Mingwen's inquiry, he took a graceful sip of coffee, the action both elegant and natural, before slowly setting the cup down and meeting Ji Mingwen's gaze. His voice calm and unruffled. I'm currently serving as a consultant for the police, Officer Ji. Logically, you hold no authority to interfere with my decisions. So Captain He, my mentor, is aware of this matter as well? Ji Mingwen's frown deepened, his body instinctively leaning forward, his voice rising slightly. You all know, and I am the only one in the dark? Indeed, Jin Shiqi replied nonchalantly, as if the preceding question were of little consequence, his expression devoid of any disturbance. Not even a furrow in his brow. After hearing this, Ji Mingwen's previously tense shoulders gradually slumped, as if a portion of his strength had been siphoned away. His throat bobbed slightly, his voice lowering as he emitted a soft huff, once again settling firmly in his chair, tilting his head to gaze out the window, attempting to salvage his dignity. Forget it, as though I never spoke. Jin Shiqi was a police consultant, and given Ji Mingwen's current suspension, it was reasonable that he was unaware of certain matters. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. The commotion within the hall was transmitted through the listening device on Ma Chungliang, and after approximately half an hour, the chaotic noises ceased. Listening to Ma Chungliang's breathless voice on the device, Ji Mingwen felt a sense of reflection. He had not anticipated this young man's acting skills to be so proficient. The sound conveyed an impression of genuine turmoil, revealing a nascent talent for performance. Jin Shiqi gently placed his coffee cup on the table, his smile radiating with delight. He too was unaware. Half an hour ago, Ma Chungliang found himself drowsily seated in the auditorium. After a month, he had yet to perceive any brainwashing. Rather, he felt the hypnotic effect was quite remarkable. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire jolted him awake, and instinctively, he reached for the place where his firearm usually rested, yet he restrained himself. A gang burst in, wreaking havoc within the hall, causing many to flee in terror. Only Ma Chungliang managed to overcome his yearning for second-class merit and rush forward to shield the president, who was delivering a speech. Now, the troublemakers have been apprehended by the police, leaving behind a handful of bewildered mutual aid members huddled in the corners, fervently calling for divine protection. Meanwhile, Ma Chungliang was led away by the president, somewhat bewildered, through a small door. Be sharp. A significant figure wishes to meet you. Do not speak out of turn. However, consider yourself fortunate to have caught the attention of Master Huang. The president's voice dropped noticeably upon mentioning Master Huang. Master Huang? Ma Qingliang hesitated. The full name of this mutual aid association seemed to be the Huang Yuxian Charitable Mutual Aid Association. Recalling the wooden statue he had seen at Zhou Xian's home, a bold speculation emerged in his mind. This Huang Yuxian could not possibly be a descendant of Huang Chong. Could he? Chapter 68, Immortal Ascension Mantra. Sharp-tongued detective X, cunning metaphysician, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Ma Chungliang steeled his resolve at the prospect of first-class merit and followed the president inside. The room was dimly lit, filled with the heavy aroma of sandalwood, mingling with a faint hint of leather. His footsteps hesitated at the threshold as he surveyed the interior, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. The modest space was filled with kneeling figures, clad in impeccably tailored suits, adorned with luxurious watches, clearly representing the elite of modern society. Among them, Ma Chungliang recognized several familiar faces. Prior to this, Jin Shiqi had shown him the portraits of some internal members. The middle-aged man kneeling in the front row was the president of a renowned technology group in New City, frequently appearing in financial magazines. Beside him was a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a prominent philanthropist whose foundation donated hundreds of millions annually, her visage often gracing the news. Further back were several high-ranking political figures, now bowing their heads in reverence, kneeling on meditation cushions with a posture bordering on humility. The room was eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional soft crackle of burning sandalwood. The walls were adorned with several portraits, the most striking of which depicted Huang Chong slaying the monster, showcasing Huang Chong wielding a bloodied sword, standing atop a fearsome creature with bulging eyes. "What are you dawdling for? Come here." The president gently tugged at Ma Chungyang's sleeve, guiding him to kneel at the back. Ma Chungyang fought to suppress the shock induced by the scene before him, bending forward. Yet his peripheral vision was irresistibly drawn to the center of the room. Behind a veil, an elderly man sat regally in a chair, draped in a dark yellow silk robe intricately embroidered with elaborate patterns. His long hair was a mix of gray and white, carelessly tied into a messy bun, with a few strands cascading over his forehead. The veil and the flickering candlelight obscured details, prompting Ma Chungyang to concentrate intently on the figure. Suddenly, the elder lifted his gaze, peering through a veil. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a smile played upon his lips, vaguely resembling the figure depicted in the portrait upon the wall. Ma Chungyang's heart raced, cold sweat beading on his palms as he attempted to avert his gaze, only to find his body unnaturally rigid, immobilized, and his breathing increasingly labored. The elder's gaze remained fixed upon him, the smile deepening with an enigmatic quality. After a prolonged moment, he uttered a simple greeting, gradually shifting his attention away, while Ma Chungyang's back was already drenched in cold sweat. The fragrant incense curled through the room, forming a thin mist that enveloped everything in a hazy and uncanny atmosphere. Was this yellow-clad sage truly a descendant of Huang Shang? Had he indeed orchestrated those peculiar incidents, aspiring to follow in his ancestors' footsteps toward ascension? It was only when the chairman led Ma Chungyang out of the Mutual Aid Society that he felt somewhat dazed. "Haha, quite normal. When I first encountered the yellow sage, I was equally startled," the chairman remarked. A man in his 50s, perhaps grateful for Ma Chungyang's prior assistance, he exhibited an unusual warmth and friendliness, even inviting Ma Chungyang to his home for a visit. After discreetly checking the listening device concealed beneath his clothing, Ma Chungyang hesitated momentarily before accepting the chairman's invitation, recognizing it as an opportune moment to understand the Mutual Aid Society better. Throughout the journey, the chairman was rather loquacious. He recounted that he had previously been a musician in a funeral band, and after losing his job, he fortuitously joined the Mutual Aid Society, diligently laboring for over 20 years until he became the acting chairman. Subsequently, he relocated with his wife and children to the new city, experiencing a significant improvement in his standard of living. Is a yellow sage truly adept in the arts of immortality? Ma Chungyang cautiously inquired during the ride, his expression tinged with anxiety, yet also laced with a sense of anticipation and admiration. In response, the chairman chuckled lightly and handed him a manual. This manual bore similarities to the one discovered at Zhou Xian's residence, but was far more comprehensive. The first page chronicled the tale of Huang Shang from the Song dynasty, detailing how he vanquished a man-like demon and ascended to immortality in broad daylight. Ma Chungyang skimmed through it briefly, finding it consistent with what Jin Shiqi had previously mentioned. However, unlike Jin Shiqi's abruptly halted narrative, this manual detailed the events following Huang Shang's ascension. In times of old, Huang Shang was a remarkable talent among mortals who, through fate, entered the path, slaying the man-like demon and attaining enlightenment in daylight. Gazing at the celestial phenomena, he suddenly perceived the heavenly mysteries his spirit stirred, and upon calculation, he foresaw a great calamity befalling him a millennium hence. Should he fail to navigate this tribulation, his soul would scatter, and his descendants would suffer dire consequences, for this calamity stemmed from the cause and effect of slaying the man-like demon. Only through the grand way could he find resolution and remain unscathed. To confront this calamity, Huang Shang resigned from his official post, retreating into seclusion within the deep mountains to establish the Yellow Garment sect, symbolized by the yellow attire, embodying the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, safeguarding the populace, authoring texts for future generations, and appointing his descendants as leaders, ensuring the teachings were passed down through the ages to protect the sect. Thereafter, Huangshang transformed into golden light and ascended to the heavens, achieving enlightenment and immortality. Ma Changliang swallowed hard, his fingers flipping to the next page. As time flows swiftly, a millennium passes in the blink of an eye. The secret teachings of the Yellow Robe sect, though followed by few, are upheld with unwavering loyalty. Today, the sect leader, Huang Yuxian, has a dream in which an ethereal elder stands upon a cloud, wielding a sword with dual pupils. The elder proclaims, "I am Huangshang. The calamity of 1,000 years approaches. Only by enduring 3 tribulations can one ascend to immortality." Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat trickle down Ma Chengliang's forehead as he continues to peruse the records, only to discover that they have come to an abrupt end. 3 tribulations, thus the title of Tribulation Master? Yet, Mr. Jin only knows that the first tribulation pertains to the 5 hells, beyond which there lie 2 more. Curiously, the manual lacks any mention of these additional tribulations. It is imperative that he informs Mr. Jin promptly. However, his eagerness might betray him. Ma Changliang takes a deep breath to steady his racing heart. So, is the revered Huang Zhenren indeed a descendant of the immortal Huang Chang? Ma Changliang swallows hard, hesitantly inquiring, for he is yet to comprehend the character of the chairman. Nevertheless, he perceives the chairman's admiration and reverence for Huang Yuxian. Thus he must choose his words with utmost care. The chairman smiles mysteriously. Perhaps Huang Chang has entered Huang Zhenren's being to transcend the tribulations. But who can say for certain? Those prominent figures, clad in fine suits, must surely be exceptional in nature. Given the chairman's vague remarks regarding Huang Yuxian, Ma Changliang resolves to glean information from the inner circle of members. As for those distinguished individuals, I cannot disclose. The chairman's expression is conflicted. Yet he acknowledges Ma Changliang's curiosity as reasonable, revealing that he does possess some knowledge. Lowering his voice after ensuring the surroundings are clear, the chairman recounts. Do you see the man who knelt at the forefront? He is said to be over 80 years old now. 80. Ma Changliang's mouth is promptly covered by the chairman. Lower your voice. If you wish to be in close proximity to Huang Zhenren, you must not be so disrespectful. Ma Changliang nods fervently before the chairman finally removes his hand. The man, once frail and nearing death, sought the immortal's presence before passing. The following day, he appeared rejuvenated by decades, striding with vigor as if touched by celestial arts. The chairman's tone bears the weight of sincerity, and during a certain period, news outlets frequently reported on this wealthy individual, whose youthful visage sparked rumors of overseas surgery. Little did they know, he had come to the Yellow Robe sect. Chapter 69. The Sutra of Ascension. A sharp-tongued detective meets a cunning mystic. Ma Changliang yearns to inquire further, but the enthusiastic chairman ushers him into his home, compelling him to suppress his myriad questions while praying that Jin Shiqi has recorded their conversation in full. Although he wishes to revisit the manual to memorize its contents for recounting to Jin Shiqi, it is too late. The chairman has reclaimed the manual. To avoid alarming anyone, he must maintain his facade. Unexpectedly, despite being the acting chairman of the Mutual Aid Association, the chairman resides not in opulence, but in a modest household, one of the most ordinary in the new city, appearing quite unremarkable. The chairman's wife is a pleasantly plump woman, her round face adorned with a faint blush, her eyes lifting at the corners when she smiles. They have a daughter who, when faced with strangers, is shy yet obedient. A daughter in one's later years. A harmonious family. How blissful you are, Chairman, Ma Changliang exclaimed sincerely. At the dinner table, upon learning that Ma Changliang had come to Xinqing for work and was living alone in a rented room, the couple decided to extend their hospitality by inviting him to stay the night. Reflecting on the manual he had yet to finish, Ma Changliang hesitated momentarily, but under the influence of alcohol, he acquiesced to this somewhat reckless decision. That night, Ma Changliang exhaled deeply as he lay on the bed. Unfortunately, the entirety of the evening was consumed by the president's obsession with watching a football match, leaving no opportunity to inquire further. Mr. Jin, brother one, please forgive me for my lack of accomplishments tonight, but the president's family truly are wonderful people. After a quiet prayer for himself, Ma Chungliang finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he beheld the wallpaper melting away, transforming into yellow silk, from which a viscous substance exuded the scent of sawdust. His hand, gripping the knife's handle, felt the rhythm of his pulsating veins. With each blink, a piece of wall paint would flake off. The brass incense burner toppled, sending ash swirling upward like silver threads, while the veins on the back of his hand bulged in a deep violet hue. The knife's handle sprouted tendrils, entwining around his palm's lines. As something beneath his skin coursed through his veins toward his heart, the blade encountered the texture of some gelatinous matter, releasing a thick, tar-like substance. Mingled with tiny wood shavings, as a wooden statue tumbled from the altar. The entire wall of yellow silk began to swell, the fabric's creases forming countless carved eyes, yet possessing twin pupils. These twin pupils rotated in unison, fixating on him, each gaze searing fissures into his skin. As he lowered his head, the fallen wooden statue cracked open, revealing a fetus swathed in eyes within its chest cavity. Please do not kill me. I beg you, save me. I do not wish to harm you. The yellow silk wrapped around the knife's handle, entwining with wood shavings and aged ash. He lifted his gaze, only to find himself staring into the mirror in the living room. Within the mirror, Ma Chungliang's pupils had split into twin sets. A heavy, labored breath echoed, and the sticky sensation in his palm was not sweat, but a warm liquid. Ma Chungliang jolted awake, his eyelids seemingly glued shut, requiring immense effort to open. He felt the tangible resistance of the knife's tip, a warm, pliant object vibrating rhythmically beneath him. Looking down, he saw the president lying on his back. Fear etched across his face, his throat convulsing with incoherent whimpers, while his right hand twitched desperately, grasping Ma Chungliang's sleeve. With each word the president uttered, the knife's handle trembled in Ma Chungliang's palm. Save me. As if electrified, he released his grip, only then realizing his palm was stained with dark red blood. As he stumbled backward, his lower back collided with the bedside table, causing him to fall clumsily to the ground, his temples pounding. He scrambled to retreat, but encountered an obstacle. When he turned in confusion, he was met with the shattered body of the president's wife, and the president's daughter lay lifeless in the living room. Did I kill someone? Recalling the dream's details, Ma Chungliang forced himself to rise and assess the president's condition, yet his legs felt leaden. Each step as if he were treading on cotton. What transpired last night? How'd I end up here? Memories felt like torn fragments, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. And he could not recall when he had connected with Ji Mingwen's call. Chungliang? Chungliang, what happened to you? The anxious inquiry came from the other end. In a moment of desperation, he confessed, I have committed murder. Please call an ambulance and the police. His voice, hoarse and alien, mechanically recited the address. Unable to comprehend the questions posed by Ji Mingwen, who could only repeat the chilling admission. The phone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. As the metallic scent of blood thickened in the room, Ma Chungliang felt as though something was constricting his chest. A life had been extinguished, as if it had vanished into water. By the time the ambulance arrived, Ma Chungliang had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the president's wife and daughter were declared dead at the scene. Fortunately, the knife had not plunged directly into the president's heart. He still exhibited faint signs of life, though his condition was critical, necessitating immediate transport to the emergency room. Ji Mingwen and Jin Shiqi followed the ambulance, witnessing Ma Chungliang and the president being carried away in succession. Even in his unconscious state, Ma Chungliang murmured about the true essence of dual pupils. The pawn embedded within the mutual aid society had been exposed, and upon awakening, Ma Chungliang would face the grim prospect of incarceration. No, it was a death sentence. This outcome was unforeseen by Ji Mingwen and Jin Shiqi. The forces orchestrating this event were far more formidable than they had anticipated. How could Chungliang possibly be the perpetrator? Master, You know he is timid and incapable of murder. He lacks the audacity, Ji Mingwen implored, chasing after He Yongnan for an explanation. Yet the master, who usually doted on him, dismissed his pleas, shaking off his hand and walking away. In the face of irrefutable evidence, no amount of eloquent argumentation could alter the reality of the situation. Should all heinous criminals wear their malevolence upon their faces? The police had discovered hair samples linking Ma Changliang to the deceased, rendering a reversal of fate nearly impossible in the absence of conclusive evidence. However, with no surveillance in the room and Ma Changliang in a state of unconsciousness, the motives behind the murder remained shrouded in mystery. Could it have been a case of sleepwalking? It was plausible, considering Ma Changliang was a rigorously trained detective. With his skills, he could easily subdue a sleeping person. Even if the victim resisted, he was capable of overpowering them. Yet prior to this incident, Ma Changliang had only visited the enigmatic room of the Mutual Aid Society and encountered the legendary Huang Zhenren. According to the timestamps from the listening device, he had only spent an hour inside. Was it a form of psychological suggestion? The following day, Ma Changliang had yet to awaken, while the president remained on the precipice of life and death after a night of intensive care. In this dire situation, no information could be gleaned from either individual. Ji Mingwen had speculated whether Ma Changliang had unknowingly ingested a hallucinogen, but tests on their hair samples revealed no trace of such substances. Undeterred, Ji Mingwen enlisted Jin Shiqi to use portable detection equipment to scour the scene of the crime within the president's residence. Yet no hallucinogenic materials were found. Thus, only one possibility remained. There might have been something peculiar in that initial room. Did Huang Yuxian discover Ma Changliang's true identity and seek to eliminate him? But why resort to the extreme of murdering the entire family of the president? The deaths of his wife and daughter did not align with the criteria of the Five Hells Calamity. The police not only failed to gather any information regarding the cult of the Yellow Garment, but they also implicated Ma Changliang in the process. The president appeared to wield little influence among the internal members. He merely held the position of president of the Huang Yuxian Charity Mutual Aid Society and had scant knowledge of the cult's affairs. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of success, as the police discovered a manual at the president's residence and subsequently handed it over to Jin Shiqi. This incident dealt a significant blow to Ji Mingwen and imposed considerable pressure on Jin Shiqi. As a police consultant, Jin Shiqi had yet to uncover any leads on the cult, and his involvement had inadvertently led to Ma Changliang being implicated in a murder case. However, for him, increased pressure often resulted in heightened composure, and the adversary he faced was indeed formidable. 037. Is this Yellow Zhenren truly a descendant of Huang Chang? Jin Shiqi repeatedly perused the Mutual Aid Society manual, his gaze lingering on a particular page. Huang Chang ascended to immortality in broad daylight, foreseeing a calamity a millennium hence, thus founding the cult of the Yellow Garment. He imparted the method of ascension through prophetic dreams to his descendants, hoping to evade the impending thunderous tribulation. Apart from the Five Hells Calamity, there were two additional steps. I apologize, host, but I cannot provide information regarding this world. S-037 declined. What sin did I commit in my previous world to incur such divine retribution? Jin Shiqi's words were laced with curiosity rather than accusation. He was well aware of his own temperament, recognizing that yielding to it could contravene the system's rules, leading to frequent penalties. He merely pondered what transgression he had committed. S-037 remained silent. Inquiring was futile. Jin Shiqi raised an eyebrow and continued to scrutinize the manual. Although he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, internally he felt quite discontent. The sensation of being outmaneuvered was undeniably unpleasant. He had succumbed to a disparity in information. The enemy operated in secrecy while he remained exposed. It appeared that every move he made was observed by the adversary, who seemed to know the steps of the Five Hells Calamity without requiring the half-sheet of parchment in his possession, and even possessed disciples wielding formidable bronze staffs. Yet, in the absence of evidence, he could not mobilize the police. The internal police force was currently skeptical of Jin Shiqi, and due to the Ma Changliang incident, they held an aversion towards him. With a snap, he closed the manual, his expression impassive. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its den. The provocation from his adversary could not go unanswered. Thus resolved, Jin Shiqi rose, retrieved the sword case beside him, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped outside. A veil of mist cloaked the glass, and the air was thick with a damp, slightly metallic scent, enveloping the world in a profound silence. However, this silence was not tranquil. Rather, it bore an oppressive weight. It was the prelude to rain. The autumn in the new city was particularly rainy, and a storm was likely on the horizon. Just as Jin Shiqi lifted his foot to take the first step, a low voice emerged from behind him. "Where are you going?" His steps faltered slightly as he turned to find Ji Mingwen unexpectedly standing at the doorway. Due to the Ma Changliang incident, Ji Mingwen had vanished for a day. This was their first encounter since the incident. "Officer Ji, I presume I need not report my whereabouts to you." As Jin Shiqi spoke, his languid tone was still laced with a palpable tension. Ordinarily, Ji Mingwen would have retorted with a few sharp words. Yet this time, he remained silent. The sound of footsteps approached, steady and forceful, as Ji Mingwen positioned himself beside him, his towering figure casting an imposing shadow in the dim alley. Surprisingly, his voice was calm. "Do you believe I would allow you to venture alone?" Jin Shiqi furrowed his brow, a peculiar sensation brewing within him, leaving him inexplicably unsettled. "This is my mission. You need not interfere." He had always preferred to rely solely on himself, especially since he regarded himself as a mere passerby in this world. Even though his abilities had been diminished to varying degrees, Ji Mingwen did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, narrowing the distance between them, the air thickening with an unspoken tension. "Jin Shiqi, it seems you do not trust me." Jin Shiqi offered no response, remaining silent and statuesque, as if he were carved from stone. The silence between them loomed like an invisible wall. "You never voice it, but I can sense it. You would risk your life to save me, yet you do not trust me. Jin Shiqi, what are you truly guarding against?" Yemingvenis Brett Kwitskenet, his chest rising and falling more pronouncedly. He was no coward. He would not lay the blame for Ma Changliang's predicament entirely at Jin Shiqi's feet. Yet his understanding of Jin Shiqi was minimal, knowing only that he was a practitioner of metaphysics. "But you are already aware of so much about me. It is unfair." Jin Shiqi had always preferred solitude, viewing this as his undertaking, naturally disconnected from Ji Mingwen. For reasons unknown, his heart tightened slightly. Just as he contemplated speaking, Ji Mingwen leaned in closer. His body stiffened momentarily, and before he could react, Ji Mingwen's forehead gently rested upon his shoulder, as if shedding all defenses, his form gradually relaxing. The warmth of Ji Mingwen's breath, tinged with a hint of fatigue, brushed against his elongated neck, causing Jin Shiqi's heart to race unexpectedly. His fingers curled slightly, as if to push him away, yet for reasons unknown, he hesitated to act. He was not a perfectionist in matters of the heart, and did not seek an ideal match of souls and habits. Humans are visual creatures, and his affection for Ji Mingwen was initially sparked by physical allure. However, since that fateful night of the fire, when Ji Mingwen laid bare his feelings, an odd sensation had taken root within Jin Shiqi's heart, one he did not relish and thus endeavored to ignore. Now, that feeling began to unfurl within him, uncontrollably spreading like a burgeoning cocoon. After a moment's hesitation, he gently placed a hand upon Ji Mingwen's back, the dim glow of the alley casting their shadows long and intertwined. In the eyes of Shi Gaoyang, Ji Mingwen was an outstanding junior. In He Yongnan's view, he remained an immature disciple. In Ma Changliang's opinion, he was already a reliable and gentle elder brother. But what of Jin Shiqi? What were his thoughts? Instinct told Jin Shiqi that he could trust Ji Mingwen. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "Ji Mingwen, can I place my complete trust in you? Can I entrust my life to you?" Jin Shiqi awaited his response. In the next moment, his fingertips trembled slightly, and a chill coursed through his palm. He lowered his gaze to see the police badge glinting coldly in the moonlight. The edge of the badge pressed against his palm, eliciting a faint sting. This badge was the testament of Ji Mingwen. "You may go alone, but remember to return the badge to me he said, his voice somewhat muffled as he leaned his weight upon Jin Shiqi's shoulder. It was indeed a bit heavy. Jin Shiqi removed the sword case from his back and gently pushed it into Ji Mingwen's embrace, whispering a few words in his ear before departing alone. Chapter 71. The Ascendant's Incantation, a sharp-tongued detective X, a cunning mystic 18 years ago. As the crane's iron arm sliced through the morning mist, old Zhang squatted beside the broken wall, savoring the last remnants of a cigarette. In the July heat, even the dim morning light carried a hint of sweltering warmth. Having endured a sleepless night, old Zhang yawned and wiped the sweat from his brow. This dilapidated temple must be at least 2 centuries old, he mused, wondering when it had been constructed, as no one had cared for it, leaving it in such disrepair in this desolate wilderness. A new worker kicked at the scattered green bricks, revealing soil that resembled vermilion powder. Local lore spoke of a Taoist priest in this area who had ascended during the day. What nonsense! Old Zhang scoffed, rising to shake the walkie-talkie clipped to his waist. They're building a financial district here, regardless of any deities. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, he'd have to vacate. Hey, no time for breaks. Keep going. Once we finish this job, we'll get paid. In their line of work, the most taboo thing to utter was such superstitions, especially when they were so close to completing the task. How inauspicious. As the steel cables suddenly tightened with a resonant hum, dust billowed up, and the entire gray wall emitted a mournful wail akin to a startled cat. For reasons unknown, despite the sultry day, a chill suddenly enveloped old Zhang. Creeping up from the ground, in the morning mist of the dog days of summer, the breath he exhaled formed frost flowers at the edge of his safety helmet. A gasp echoed through the air. What's all the fuss about? Old Zhang cursed, yet an inexplicable dread began to rise within him. He hurried a few steps forward, only to come face to face with a pair of hollow eye sockets embedded in the green bricks, his steps freezing in place. Within the hollowed recess of the wall, a jade-white skeleton sat cross-legged, its flesh long decayed. Its waist-length black hair shimmered like satin amid the dust, and beneath the tattered dark blue robe, its finger bones intertwined in a lotus position. Old Zhang was jolted back to reality when the burning cigarette but seared his finger. What in the world is this? He gasped, involuntarily retreating a few steps, swallowing hard. None of those present dared to approach. Temple demolition reveals mysterious meditating skeleton. Experts investigate. Recently, during the demolition of an old temple in a new urban area, construction workers discovered a skeleton in a meditative position within the wall. The skeleton, devoid of flesh yet with long hair, appeared serene, causing a stir at the scene. The construction team immediately halted work and notified the Cultural Heritage Department and the police. Cultural experts initially speculated that it might be a Taoist priest who had practiced here, but due to the age of the remains, its identity and era remain uncertain. The skeleton has since been preserved, with plans for subsequent carbon-14 dating and analysis of its gender and age. Mysterious skeleton appears and vanishes at Taoist temple. Investigation sparks new controversy. Previously, our publication reported the discovery of a mysterious seated skeleton during the demolition of an old Taoist temple in Xinjiang. However, the situation has recently taken a perplexing turn as the much-discussed skeleton has mysteriously disappeared. According to staff from the Relic Preservation Unit, during a routine inspection, they found the lock on the storage room where the skeleton was kept intact, yet the skeleton was nowhere to be found. No signs of forced entry or struggle were evident at the scene, and the police have since launched an investigation. Currently, the inquiry is proceeding diligently, and relevant authorities urge the public to promptly relay any information to the police. Setting down the newspaper, Jin Shiqi skillfully pried open the window of the Mutual Aid Association and climbed inside. He had become quite adept at such illicit activities. Over the previous month, Jin Shiqi had not been idle. Under the guise of a police consultant, he visited the public library to sift through nearly 2 decades' worth of old newspapers, meticulously reviewing their contents, a considerable undertaking. Fortunately, he eventually stumbled upon a report from 18 years prior. It detailed the appearance of a seated skeleton within the demolished temple, with its flesh decayed while its clothing and long hair remained intact. At that time, the internet was not as developed, and newspapers had not yet faded into obsolescence. However, to avoid inciting public panic, this particular edition was never published. Jin Shiqi had already investigated the identities of the workers involved, discovering that over the past 18 years, they had either succumbed to illness or met with accidents, an exceedingly peculiar circumstance. Due to the deaths of these workers, the matter was suppressed by higher authorities. Yet this newspaper inadvertently slipped through the cracks, allowing Jin Shiqi to uncover it. The Mutual Aid Association was situated precisely above the site of the dismantled temple. To uncover the truth, one must venture into peril. The rhythmic sound of a wooden fish reverberated from the end of the corridor, each beat coinciding perfectly with Jin Shiqi's footsteps. The atmosphere of the Mutual Aid Association at night felt markedly different. The first floor, once a badminton court, was part of a 9-story building. Following the sound of the wooden fish, Jin Shiqi ascended the staircase swiftly, reaching the 9th floor. The mournful song that drifted through the air gave him a headache. The phosphorescent lantern illuminates the night voyage. The deceased navigate the boat selling Mengtang. Paper money buys the tears of the living. Soul banners carry away the undeparted. Without warning, the dark red doorframe descended, and the gilded characters of Jiuxian Temple were visibly peeling. The altar stood bare, devoid of candles. To his astonishment, the 9th floor of this building concealed a vast Taoist temple, identical to the illustrations in the newspaper, lifting the faded yellow satin curtain. Countless prayer flags hung down from the wooden beams, and a chilling breeze emanated from within. Jin Shiqi stepped inside. The footsteps echoed in the deserted temple. Despite the eerie scene, he remained composed. The skeleton indeed had the potential to be real, but deities? Such beings could not possibly exist in this world. Frost formed at the tips of his long hair, glistening like cold stars. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the diagram of the yellow garment ascension gradually taking shape at the pinnacle. Among the depicted rainbow light and auspicious clouds, the flesh that was shedding was distinctly bound by chains at the 7 orifices. The one who ascends in daylight must leave behind their remnants in the mortal realm. A voice, aged and resonant, suddenly pierced the air. Jin Shiqi turned around. His senses, forcefully dulled, failed to notice the figure concealed behind the prayer flags. "Please, have some tea." Jin Shiqi's gaze shifted to the table, where a celadon teacup had mysteriously appeared, the amber liquid within gently swaying, clearly freshly brewed. His fingertips brushed against the rim of the cup, the warmth radiating through him. Was this a mirage or a reality? Had he awakened from a dream, or was he still ensnared within it? Chapter 72, The Ascendant's Verse. A sharp-tongued detective meets a cunning metaphysician. Jin Shiqi was certain that upon entering this Taoist temple, this cup of hot tea had not existed. Was it truly an illusion? When had he slipped into this phantasm? And how had he been drawn into it? As he inhaled the fragrant steam of the tea, he merely cast a fleeting glance at it, refraining from drinking, while his fingers, concealed beneath his sleeve, pinched the soft flesh at his waist. The sensation of pain was palpable. Jin Shiqi was no stranger to illusions. Typically, they contained illogical elements, and discovering one falsehood would easily unravel the entire deception. Yet, he felt ensnared between reality and illusion, acutely aware of the dissonance of his current state, yet unable to discern a path to escape. Had Ma Changliang also succumbed to such an illusion? It seemed that his young acquaintance had invested considerable effort for the sake of this 9 Immortals temple. Jin Shiqi did not drink the tea, and the elder, whose face remained obscured by the prayer flags, showed no sign of anger, instead emitting a low, amused chuckle. Jin Shiqi glanced down, noticing a corner of a newspaper peeking from his pocket, despite having thought it concealed. However, he also noted the significance of the elder's words. "Are you the master of this 9 Immortals temple?" Jin Shiqi slowly inquired, his voice as cold and clear as shattered jade. If the elder affirmed, then there must be a connection to that alabaster skull, and he had witnessed skeletal forms returning to humanity before. "Are you the true man Huang, or Huang Chang?" The elder did not directly respond to his question. "Today, we are fated to meet, my young friend. Why must we be so adversarial? Let us engage in discourse." and you may call me fellow Taoist. A meditation cushion appeared before Jin Shiqi. He glanced at it, made no protest, and sat down. From the outset, the true man Huang had held the reins of conversation firmly in his grasp, directing the discourse's course. Engage in discourse? I risk my humble self. He added, however, should I emerge victorious, I would ask for clarification on a matter. Sitting upright upon the cushion, Jin Shiqi's figure was as straight as a pine tree. His inky black hair cascading loosely. His fingers rested gently on his knees, their tips slightly curled. Let this object be the wager. With that, he produced half a sheet of parchment. Raising his gaze slightly, the strands of hair from his forehead parted gracefully as his pupils shifted under the dim light. The original pitch-black hue gradually fading, replaced by a profound dark gold, reminiscent of molten metal. The true man Huang fell into rare silence, and after a moment, retrieved the other half of the parchment. As anticipated, he had guessed correctly. Jin Shiqi lowered his eyelids, the dark golden glow gradually receding, and a faint smile graced his lips, subtle yet suggestive of deeper amusement. Whether it is the intricate methods of murder employed in the five hells or the seemingly flawless illusions before us, they appear to adhere to an exceptionally complex framework of causality. The act of murder by Li Shuizhen is the cause, while being filled with mercury is the effect. Domestic violence inflicted by Zhou Xin serves as the cause, while being pierced by metal is the effect. Gui Yao's act of causing her child's demise is the cause, and falling from a great height is the effect. All things must possess a cause and effect to ensure that the calamity's master remains untainted by the dust of the world, free from worldly ties. To obtain the half-piece of parchment in Jin Shiqi's possession, one must offer an equivalent price, establishing balance upon the scales, allowing him to stand firm without faltering. It appears I have surmised the second rule of ascension. Jin Shiqi remains seated upon the cushion, his cascading black hair resembling unwound pine, soot ink, exuding an air of composure, the tranquility imbued with an ancient chill, as if the momentary aggression and peril were mere illusions. Separated by countless prayer flags, the two engage in discourse. As the ancients proclaimed, one who achieves the dissolution of the body should resemble a cicada leaving its shell. The dissolution of the body signifies the transformation of form, the true refinement of essence, the transcendence of corporeal existence. I wonder how my young friend perceives the immortal of body dissolution. The immortal of body dissolution refers to the Taoist who, upon attaining enlightenment, abandons the corporeal form to ascend, or merely adopts an object to leave the world and ascend to the heavens, precisely echoing the white jade skeleton featured in the newspaper. Huang Zhenren's voice slithers like a chilling serpent along the patterns of the prayer flags. Before his words conclude, the prayer flags within the temple flutter without wind, and the shadow cast upon the wall begins to twist and contort, resembling a shedding snake in struggle. In my humble opinion, the cicada's emergence from its cocoon must occur in the hour of the ugly, clinging to its form like summer cicadas enduring winter, defying the cyclical change of seasons. A true immortal of body dissolution should, like the cicada's molt, depart in silence. Jin Shiqi gazes into the tea, recognizing his own reflection, which retains its former visage yet bears a pallor of death. Unbeknownst to him, the teacup has developed a web of cracks, and the cold shimmer at the tips of his long hair deepens, reminiscent of the chill exuding from ancient jade. Indeed, youthful exuberance and eloquence abound. How does my young friend perceive the white jade skeleton from 18 years past? Though the body may perish, its spirit endures, both compassionate and majestic. At some point, the shadow on the wall transforms from serpent to dragon, distorting as it opens its gaping maw, gradually consuming the shadow. The sage's dissolution may hold some truth, yet what remains of the discarded flesh? Merely the burdens of malevolence, insatiable desires, and the entanglements of greed, anger, and ignorance. As the final wisp of tea smoke dissipates, only half a cup of cold tea remains upon the table, and the distorted shadow on the wall shatters, reshaping itself into a human silhouette. The outcome has been determined. Even as the pressure within the temple suddenly diminishes, Jin Shiqi remains unfazed. He understands that the calamity's master does not possess boundless powers, where there are limitations. There lies a path to survival. A gust of chilling wind sweeps through, and the parchment behind the prayer flags floats gently into Jin Shiqi's hands. Merging with the other half, he quickly scans the intricate patterns upon it, furrowing his brow slightly. It consists of a multitude of complex runes and twisted symbols, lacking the direct articulation of the three requirements for ascension. Earlier, my young friend spoke of elucidation. I kindly request you to elaborate. The elder's voice remained devoid of sorrow or joy, betraying no hint of anger at having lost half of the parchment. Your illusion is indeed masterful, devoid of flaws, and strikingly authentic. Initially, I presumed you had forcibly implanted a directive into someone's consciousness in a manner akin to an anchor. However, I am curious. I'm certain that no one or nothing has invaded my mind. By what means have you ensnared me within this illusion? Even Jin Shiqi remains oblivious to when he entered this realm of dreams, unable to find an escape. At this moment, his curiosity surpasses that of the main quest. As he ponders the nature of your method, the laughter of the old man resonates in Jin Shiqi's ears. Initially faint like the rustling of dry leaves stirred by the wind, yet imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. The laughter gradually amplifies, seeming to emanate from a great distance, yet also echoing in his very ears, causing his eardrums to tingle and his heart to race uncontrollably. How can you be certain that you have not fallen into a trap? As the final word escapes, Jin Shiqi's body suddenly stiffens. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his lips, droplets staining the parchment before him, blooming into a sinister red lotus. He glances down at his chest, where, unbeknownst to him, a hand has pierced his heart, adorned with a familiar symbol. He recognizes this hand. It belongs to the man they encountered when he and Ji Mingwen visited Li Shuigen's residence, the one wielding a copper staff. After Ji Mingwen had forced him back, Jin Shiqi severed the man's arm. Now, this severed hand has found its way into his body. Karma. Jin Shiqi's act of severing the arm was the cause, and he must now bear the multiplied consequences. It is a realization he comprehended far too late. As the severed hand withdraws, Jin Shiqi's body sways uncontrollably, helplessly watching as the parchment, now fully mended, is lifted by a blood-stained hand. Just as his body is about to hit the ground, an eerie sound of operatic singing suddenly fills the temple, the lyrics indistinct yet imbued with an indescribable sorrow. The voice gradually clarifies, resembling someone singing in a high-pitched falsetto, each note elongated and accompanied by a strange tremor. Within the temple, the divine altar and prayer flags begin to sway, as if in response to the haunting melody. Jin Shiqi feels his breath becoming labored. He attempts to cover his ears, only to discover that his hands are visibly transforming into skeletal white bones, resembling that of a jade-white skull. His arms grow thin, the skin taut against the bones, veins starkly visible. His body gradually collapses, clothing hanging loosely from his frame, akin to that of a marionette. The lyrics finally become clear, delivered in a voice indistinguishable between male and female, each word seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, carrying a sharp, decayed essence. Through the eyes, glimpse the secrets of the heavens, plucking stars as they fall from the Kunlun. Prophecies devour the embers of midnight. The cypress coffin entombs the solitary soul. At this juncture, the wood disaster manifests in the form of a calamity bearer. Chapter 73, Ascension Mantra, the sharp-tongued detective and the scheming metaphysician. Rain pounds against the window, producing a rhythmic drumming sound. Ji Mingwen stands within the room, clutching an ancient sword case, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His heart beats restlessly in his chest as he anxiously gazes out at the curtain of rain, regretting the decisions he had made earlier. Perhaps he should accompany Jin Shiqi? Yet, recalling Jin Shiqi's words before his departure, Ji Mingwen shook his head once more, his brow furrowing deeper. There is a significant likelihood that I will face danger on this trip. You cannot accompany me, nor can you divulge my whereabouts to anyone else. If anything were to happen to me, I will find a way to contact you and implore you to rescue me. Although Ji Mingwen could not fathom why Jin Shiqi was so certain of impending peril, he had no intention of acting on his own accord. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved through the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that resonated above him. Ji Mingwen's hand trembled, causing the sword case to slip from his grasp and crash heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. An inexplicable unease surged within him, an ominous premonition permeating the air. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, the sound of rain muffled outside, leaving only the weighty rhythm of his own breathing. It seemed that something had gone awry with Jin Shiqi. As the rain outside gradually ceased, it was replaced by the morning's melodic birdsong. Standing in the center of the room, Ji Mingwen had set aside the sword case, yet his posture remained almost unchanged, his gaze fixated on a point outside the window. The night quietly retreated behind him, and the soft light of dawn streamed through the window, casting a hazy glow upon the floor, elongating Ji Mingwen's shadow as it intertwined with the morning light. His face bore no extraneous expression, only a hint of weariness discernible in his eyes. Daylight had arrived, yet Jin Shiqi had not returned. Ji Mingwen's fingers absent-mindedly grazed the edge of the sword case, his heart engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. His body remained rigid, though his shoulders had slightly slumped. In the past, during missions, Shi Gaoyang had taught him to harness his anger to press forward. However, Yongnan had cautioned him to maintain composure after his suspension. Jin Shiqi had mentioned last night that without communication from him, he must not seek him out, and Ji Mingwen had resolutely stood in his shop throughout the night. His lips began to tremble slightly, as if compelled by some instinct. Initially, his voice was barely audible, only fragmented syllables escaping his lips, akin to whispers in the wind, elusive and faint. The fatigue and struggle in his eyes became increasingly evident, his murmurs gradually waning until they culminated in an almost inaudible sigh. The world was tranquil, the sun and moon radiated brightly, and no evil could intrude, allowing for a realm without taboo. One who despised the tales of spirits began to mechanically recite a prayer his mother had once whispered in his childhood. The final syllables caught between his teeth, resembling rusted gears reluctantly turning, startling even him with the sound. No evil can intrude, a realm without taboo, transcending all suffering. The world is tranquil, the sun and moon shine bright. Repeating this numbly for the 11th time, the communicator emitted a familiar voice, the static interspersed with words colliding with the unformed syllables of a realm without taboo that lingered in the air. Yimingven's pupils suddenly brigatenet, infused with the morning light filtering through the window. It was Jin Shiqi's voice. He almost lunged forward in desperation, oblivious to the collision of his knee against the low table. However, unlike before, as the communicator was pressed against Ji Mingwen's ear, the first sound that flooded in was a breath as delicate as a gossamer thread, so faint it resembled the whisper of wind stirred by a butterfly's wings. Yimingven, save me. Jin Shiqi was jolted awake by a blood clot lodged in his throat. His long hair, slick with cold sweat, clung to his collarbone, trembling slightly with the rise and fall of his chest. The damp scent of cedar mingled with the earthy aroma penetrated his nostrils, carrying a hint of decay. Pain. Jin Shiqi's heavy breaths echoed in the constricted space. His consciousness struggled to surface from the haze, yet the agony radiating from his body caused him to gasp in shock. Where am I? He attempted to move his limbs, but encountered the roughness of wooden planks, producing a dull thud. A coffin. He was entombed alive within a coffin. He was the substitute for the wood prison's retribution. Jin Shiqi, tall and imposing, found his movements restricted within the confines of the coffin, so he cautiously raised a hand to touch his chest. The moment his fingertips grazed the sunken sternum, his breath hitched for a brief moment, and as he probed the wound, fresh blood gushed forth from the gaps between his ribs. It was the penetrating injury. He clenched his fingers against the laceration, the splintered shards of broken ribs piercing his palm, cold sweat trickling down his nape into his collar. If this were reality, he would have perished by now, indicating that he had yet to escape the illusion. Jin Shiqi chuckled softly, tasting the metallic tang of rust between his teeth, seemingly carefree, yet as he laughed, He coughed up blood. It turned out that his reckless venture was indeed fruitful. The clues that had eluded him before now began to take shape. He had not encountered such a formidable predicament in a long time, which stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. In the pitch-black environment, a faint glow began to emanate from Jin Shiqi's pupils, resembling the dark golden ring at the edge of a lunar eclipse. The golden hue within his gaze deepened, akin to molten gold igniting, enveloping the entire space in a cocoon-like aura. Retrieving a small flashlight hidden within the layers of his clothing, he clamped it between his teeth, illuminating the coffin lid. Yet, with his slender fingers dipped in blood, he meticulously inscribed the runes from the parchment he had briefly glimpsed, precise to the finest detail. He was eager to witness the tricks of this yellow master. Dear readers, grant me 3 advertisements. Please, clinging to your legs. Chapter 74, Ascension Mantra. A sharp-tongued Detective X, a cunning metaphysicist, the renowned American psychologist Martin Gallad, conducted an experiment wherein death row inmates were blindfolded, bound to a bed, and informed they would be subjected to bloodletting as part of their execution. An assistant would make a small cut on their wrist with a wooden stick, then turn on the faucet, letting water drip into a basin to mimic the sound of blood falling. Ultimately, the inmates succumbed to death due to overwhelming fear, and this experiment became known as the psychological suggestion death experiment. Jin Shiqi speculated that the old man had employed this method to ensnare his consciousness in an illusion while his body remained isolated from reality, thus enabling him to draw upon the coffin lid despite his mortal wound. Yet, there were differences. Even if he was aware that this was an illusion, leaving was not a simple task. The key to escaping this place lay within the medium that facilitated his entrance into the illusion. Upon reflection, Jin Shiqi realized that he could indeed shatter the illusion, yet this fatal wound could instantaneously claim his life. Paradoxically, the illusion served as a means of protection. Consequently, he must regulate the timing of his awakening. The temperature within the coffin hovered around 13 degrees Celsius, compounded by the torrential rain of the previous night, suggesting a burial depth of approximately 1 to 2 meters. The scent of sawdust intensified within the confined space, the wood grain beneath his fingertips coarse and patterned. Oxygen deprivation caused his temples to throb, yet the traces of blood left upon the coffin lid became increasingly vivid in his consciousness. Jin Shiqi endeavored to press his forehead against the raised interior of the lid, striving to maintain lucidity, while the pain in his ribs intensified with each breath. He was uncertain how long he had been in a stupor due to his somnolence, but the oxygen within the coffin could sustain him for only half an hour, necessitating careful rationing. As his fingertips traced the surface, the symbols from the original parchment finally re-emerged upon the lid, perfectly replicated. Jin Shiqi's attention was drawn to these symbols. They were not linear, but rather curved and interwoven lines. He boldly placed his entire palm upon the coffin lid, and what appeared chaotic began to crystallize in his mind. These curves and intersections were not arbitrary. They followed a discernible pattern. Rotate 325 degrees, Jin Shiqi silently intoned amidst the suffocating headache, his fingertips snagging on a particular symbol, which he meticulously dissected and reassembled at a specific angle. A thought flashed through his mind. These symbols were not two-dimensional, but rather three-dimensional projections of some structure. He compelled himself to concentrate on these symbols, attempting to transform them from flat images into three-dimensional forms in his mind. The thin air rendered each breath akin to slicing through lung tissue with a dull blade. The stench of the coffin was overwhelmingly nauseating, mingled with the damp aroma of earth, akin to a heavy cotton layer choking his throat. As he calculated, he also had to regulate his breathing frequency to prolong his survival. If these symbols were indeed three-dimensional, then their intersections would be pivotal. His bloodied fingertips swiftly glided over the coffin lid, attempting to recombine the symbols, the bloodstains diffusing along the wood's grain. Suddenly, those symbols unfurled in his mind, coalescing into a complete three-dimensional structure, distinctly revealing the geographical layout of the new city. But what are the intersection points? This revelation quickened his pulse. Jin Shiqi glanced over and saw that the 5 intersection points corresponded precisely with the locations of the 5 hells, while the central circle represented the ascension of the sun. Excluding the 3 points already known, only the fire hell and the wood hell remained. However, one of these locations lay within a bustling urban area, which Jin Shiqi promptly dismissed without hesitation. Having unraveled all of this, Jin Shiqi struggled to retrieve the police badge, now experiencing some difficulty in breathing. Concealed behind this badge was the miniature communicator installed by Ji Mingwen, yet the underground signal was poor. After several attempts, he finally managed to transmit his voice. Yi Mingwen, help me. Jin Shiqi, where are you now? For reasons unknown, upon hearing Ji Mingwen's voice, Jin Shiqi felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, reminiscent of their conversation before his departure. Can I trust you completely? Can I entrust my life to you? The signal became intermittent, and as Jin Shiqi momentarily relaxed, the once taut nerves began to numb. Damn debuff, I'm so tired. I'm trapped in a coffin in the west of the city. Help me. My exact location is. Ji Mingwen, listening to the fragmented voice, felt his heart leap. A coffin? He did not doubt that Jin Shiqi was playing a prank. With just a few words, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Time was of the essence. There was no room for hesitation. As dawn broke through the clouds, the tires glided over the waterlogged road, creating a silver arc, the dashboard needle trembling towards 160 km/h. Ji Mingwen pressed the accelerator to the floor, the roar of the modified engine tearing through the morning mist. He was intimately familiar with every corner of the new city. To reach the west in the shortest time possible, he had to take a shortcut. The morning breeze, laced with chill, seeped into his cuffs, yet his back was drenched in cold sweat. The communicator hung from his collar, emitting intermittent static. The wind howled past his ears, but could not drown out the faint, weakening breaths from the device. A suppressed cough crackled through the communicator, followed by Jin Shiqi's indistinct murmurs. Yi Mingwen, his heart clenched, he pushed the accelerator even harder. The vehicle almost hugging the ground as it sped forward, tires screeching as they turned. Jin Shiqi, stay awake, don't fall asleep, I've called for help. Ji Mingwen's voice was hoarse, unrecognizable even to himself. The motorcycle squeezed between two trucks, the rearview mirror scraping against the vehicle's side, creating sparks. The temperature gauge on the fuel tank displayed overheating, warning lights flashing incessantly on the dashboard, when suddenly a voice came through the communicator, light as a wisp of smoke. Ji Mingwen, you're so loud. He felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or speak, and could not help but curse. Loud is good, otherwise. What do you think this is, a kiddie ride in front of a supermarket? Time is of the essence. Stop focusing on the trivial. 10 minutes later, Ji Mingwen abruptly pressed down the clutch, quickly downshifting, the rear wheel skidding slightly on the slick road. Before the motorcycle had even come to a stop, he had already leaped off, his long boots sinking deep into the soft earth, cradling the sword case in his arms. He concentrated solely on the increasingly faint voice emanating from the communicator. Unfortunately, the rain from the previous night had left the ground damp, making it nearly impossible to discern any signs of disturbance. Even with Jin Shiqi's detailed location, it was challenging to find him in such a short time. Confirming the map's accuracy, Ji Mingwen gasped for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. Jin Shiqi. There was no echo, only suffocating silence. It seemed ages since a sound had emerged from the communicator. Jin Shiqi. Ji Mingwen shouted into the desolate expanse, his voice dissipating in the morning breeze. Even though the location Jin Shiqi provided was quite specific, the land stretched endlessly before him. Jin Shiqi, aren't you supposed to be the oracle? Wake up. You usually play the mystic, running off on your own, leaving me to wait all night. Cheng Liang has already awakened at dawn, if you don't come. How can we turn this around? He just graduated and doesn't he even have a girlfriend yet? Jin Shiqi, speak. Otherwise, I shall cast your sword aside. Do you believe it? Ji Mingwen, in his desperate state, hastily searched while cursing into the communicator. Suddenly, his voice faltered as his ears caught a faint sound, akin to a barely audible click. He promptly directed his inquiry towards the communicator, yet received no further response. Another click resonated, and he realized the sound did not emanate from the device, but from nearby. He held his breath, kneeling on the ground with his ear pressed against the damp earth. Top, top. The two consecutive knocks resonated like the rhythm of a heartbeat. The noise seemed to be right beside him. Chapter 75, Ascension Incantation. Sharp-tongued Detective X Cunning Mystic I am here. Stumbling toward the source of the sound, Ji Mingwen shouted at the ground, then frantically began to dig through the soil with his hands. He could almost envision Jin Shiqi curled in the darkness, exerting his last ounce of strength to strike the coffin lid. Hold on, I'll be there shortly. Despite knowing that Jin Shiqi might not hear him, Ji Mingwen continued to shout into the communicator as he dug, feeling no pain from his torn nails. The earth mixed with gravel toward his palms, blood trickling through his fingers and staining the soil. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes, stinging painfully, and each handful of dirt he grasped was laden with roots and stones, landing on the ground behind him with a muted thud. With every strike, the knocking sound grew clearer. At last, Ji Mingwen unsheathed his sword. Even if Jin Shiqi would scold him later, he had to be alive to do so. The long sword sliced through resistance effortlessly, allowing Ji Mingwen to quicken his pace. Finally, his fingertips brushed against a hard wooden board, the icy sensation sending a shiver through him. Elated, Ji Mingwen continued to dig in one direction. The outline of the coffin was fully revealed. Grasping the edge of the latch, he pried it open, and at that moment, a wave of damp, chilling air rushed forth. Morning light filtered through the gap, illuminating the interior of the coffin, where Jin Shiqi lay curled in the confined space like a broken-winged butterfly. His long black hair lay in disarray, the tips smeared with dirt and cold sweat, some strands clinging to his pale cheeks, accentuating his nearly translucent complexion. Jin Shiqi's lips had turned purple, his fingers still frozen in the motion of knocking, a blood-stained badge slipping to the side. Jin Shiqi? Ji Mingwen called out, his voice trembling. The bloodstains on Jin Shiqi's chest had already dried, presenting a dark brown hue, the fabric clinging to his skin, outlining his frail torso, with each feeble breath causing the bloodstain to rise and fall slightly. Ji Mingwen reached out to clear the debris from Jin Shiqi's face, his fingertips brushing against the cold skin. There was no breath, no warmth, nothing at all. No, it cannot be. The sound caught in his throat, as if someone had tightened a grip around his neck. He could vaguely hear the sirens of the ambulance approaching, his palm pressed against the icy chest, each compression causing Jin Shiqi's body to tremble slightly. Wake up! Ji Mingwen gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. Sweat cascading from his forehead, mingling with the dark brown blood. Yet, Jin Shiqi still offered no response. Desperate, Ji Mingwen's fingers had grown numb, yet he dared not cease his efforts. At last, he halted his pressing, trembling fingers cradling his face, his thumb brushing against the bruised lips. The lips were cold and soft, devoid of warmth. Ji Mingwen inhaled deeply, leaning down to breathe life into him. Once, twice, thrice. Wake up, please. He was the only person Jin Shiqi could reach out to in this moment of despair. He could not bear to watch Jin Shiqi perish as a result of his actions. Was the burden of guilt he carried not heavy enough? Suddenly, Jin Shiqi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Ji Mingwen held his breath, his fingers frozen in midair. Again, the flutter was more pronounced this time. Jin Shiqi's chest rose and fell gently, as if struggling to awaken. Ji Mingwen promptly leaned down again, imparting more air into his mouth. Ji Mingwen, you are indeed slow. Jin Shiqi suddenly smiled, his voice weak, yet bringing immense joy to Ji Mingwen. Be quiet. Say less. The ambulance will arrive shortly. It's fine. Jin Shiqi waved his hand. And to Ji Mingwen's astonishment, a severely injured man who had danced with death casually emerged from his coffin. What remarkable physical resilience. His thoughts momentarily disoriented. Ji Mingwen had no time to ponder Jin Shiqi's physiological makeup. He quickly draped his clothing over Jin Shiqi's shoulders, allowing him to lean against his chest. Fortuitously, it had rained the day before, providing ample oxygen. Otherwise, he might have truly perished. After regaining consciousness, Jin Shiqi displayed a nonchalant demeanor, entirely disregarding Ji Mingwen's warnings. The clothing concealed the wound on his abdomen, Had Ji Mingwen glimpsed it, he would have been startled. This mission indeed bore a debilitating weakness. Yet his consciousness remained ensnared in a dreamlike state, unawakened. Ji Mingwen frowned, wishing he would speak even less, when he suddenly witnessed Jin Shiqi's body stiffen. Rain, yes, rain. Rain was the medium. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the ground. Just before Jin Shiqi lost consciousness, he seemed to curse himself quietly, only for Ji Mingwen to swiftly scoop him up and dash toward the ambulance. 99 coffins lay arranged in an orderly fashion around the valley, forming a vast circle, their surfaces as dark as night, the lids partially ajar, revealing the shadows of those within. All were members of the Huangyi sect. Had Ma Chongliang been present, he might have recognized a few familiar faces among them. People from various walks of life, different strata and statuses, gathered here this night. No one dared utter a sound, nor question the proceedings. They lay peacefully within the coffins, hands folded upon their chests, palms pressing against the dagger. The moonlight slanted through the gaps in the coffins, illuminating the pale faces. Though their eyelids were tightly shut, their eyeballs trembled violently beneath the thin skin. The hilts of their daggers creaked under the pressure of their grips, knuckles whitening as if they sought to embed the metal into the flesh of their palms. Long life, long life. After this night, they would eternally enjoy longevity under the grace of the living. The mountain wind swept through, carrying a biting chill, rustling the dry leaves as they were lifted into the air, producing a soft, whispering sound. In the heart of the valley, an elder sat cross-legged, his fingers arranged in the shape of a lotus. His visage was shrouded in shadow, revealing only his slightly raised right hand, as frail as a withered branch. The sound of Ji Mingwen crushing the fallen leaves stirred the elder from his reverie. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze devoid of pity or anger, embodying a near-indifferent tranquility, as if all that transpired was anticipated. Ji Mingwen cast several copper rods at his feet. The titles that he Yongnan had once bestowed upon Ji Mingwen when introducing him to Jin Shiqi were devoid of any embellishment. Chapter 76, The Ascension Verse. The acid-tongued detective X, the cunning esotericist 18 years prior, a dilapidated and deserted Taoist temple, was dismantled, revealing within its walls a corporeal bodhisattva. Thus, the wheel of causation began to turn. The workers who tore down the temple unwittingly brought the skeleton back into the world, a consequence of the myriad accidents and illnesses that had claimed lives. The skeleton, after a series of twists and turns, found its way to the Yellow Robe sect. Huang Yuxian, while asleep, was graced with a dream from an immortal, receiving the method of ascension. Upon waking, he discovered half a piece of sheepskin parchment had materialized in the skeleton's grasp, detailing the ascension process far more intricately than in his dream. The crux of the matter lay with this very skeleton, exchanging cause for the fruit of immortality. There are 3 pathways to ascension, all of which must be fulfilled for success. First, 5 individuals with extremely aimed destinies must be gathered to endure the 5 tribulations on behalf of the Tribulation Master, known as the Slayer of Human Demons. These demons must have incurred karmic debt during their lives to qualify as substitutes. Second, a sufficient number of people must willingly end their lives within a coffin for the Tribulation Master. Third, one must leave no debts or karmic entanglements, maintaining a pure existence. To ascend as an immortal, before the Tribulation Master ascends, they must sever all ties with friends and family, free from any lingering attachments or karmic influences. Once these conditions are met, placing oneself in a sealed chamber with the skeleton, thus isolating one's body and soul from the external world, allows for ascension in broad daylight. Though complex, this is the simplest method available in the modern world. To achieve ascension, one must adhere to the principles of cause and effect. As one gains, so too must one sacrifice. In the act of ascending, one simultaneously embraces death. The myriad entities of the world operate on the foundation of causation. For this reason, Huang Yuxian embarked on an 18-year plan, not only finding several skilled youths to serve as protectors, but also discreetly leaking news of immortality. He established a charitable mutual aid society to seek out targets who could fulfill his second requirement. Those who could join such a society were often at their wits' end or engulfed in despair, precisely the individuals Huang Yuxian desired. When it comes to causation, how significant must the cause be to compel an individual to willingly offer their life? Should he provide them with wealth or social status? No, for without a substantial cause, one risks being devoured by the consequences. Such trivial gifts are insufficient to inspire a willing sacrifice. Huang Yuxian aspired to become an immortal, but what of the others? Did they yearn for longevity? A turning point finally arrived when a wealthy merchant, facing imminent demise, sought out the yellow-robe sect. Such a person could truly bear the weight of causation. Huang Yuxian presented the merchant with water steeped in the essence of the skeleton. The following day, the merchant appeared revitalized, showing no trace of the afflictions that had previously tormented him. He became the first devout believer, surrounding himself with the future immortals. Possessing a fate that should not have been his, he would eventually reclaim it one day. Following this, an increasing number of people sought the threshold of Huang Yuxian, who only dispensed a bowl of divine medicine once a month. If the divine medicine were to become overly abundant, would it not lose some of its mystique? It is the intangible that stirs the deepest yearning. Over the course of 18 years, Huang Yuxian amassed a loyal following. These devotees would assist him in achieving divinity. Meanwhile, those lying in their coffins continued to fantasize about ascending to immortality alongside Huang Yuxian, sharing in sublime bliss. Such fortune is rare in this world, is it not? Huang Yuxian chuckled softly, his frail form trembling beneath his yellow robe, reminiscent of a skeleton swaying. As Jin Shiqi once remarked, once a transcendent passes, the remaining shell is merely a repository of their earthly desires and attachments. With no virtuous thoughts, how could one avoid malevolence? Unable to taint the cycle of cause and effect, unable to wield the knife directly, yet capable of using another's hand to commit the deed, using the fruit to slay the cause, rendering the calamities of the five realms entirely unrelated to him. Reality and illusion intertwine. In a certain sense, Jin Shiqi had already died once, but due to his extraordinary physical constitution, he survived. Huang Yuxian paid little heed to this. In any case, the ritual was merely missing one participant, the sacrificial pawn for the fire realm. And now, Ji Mingwen had arrived uninvited. Huang Yuxian slowly raised his right hand. His movements so delicate, they seemed to merely brush away a speck of dust. His fingers, withered like twigs, clung tightly to his bones, nearly revealing the path of each sinew. The yellow robe billowed, its sleeves fluttering in the breeze, exposing his emaciated wrists as if time had drained away his flesh, leaving only a thin layer of skin to encase his skeletal frame. As he gently lifted his finger, a deep, resonant hum suddenly reverberated through the air. Flames surged forth from the crevices of the stones, akin to molten lava erupting from the depths of the earth, swiftly forming a perfect circle. The flames danced and crackled, illuminating the old man's visage, rendering it increasingly uncanny. His face flickered in the firelight, with high cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, skin taut against bone, resembling a living skeleton. Whether through deliberately dispatching guardians to disrupt the investigation or through the clues Jin Shiqi had deduced, it was all by his design, ensuring that the fruit would unwittingly step into the trap he had meticulously prepared. Huang Yuxian sat at the heart of the flames, his robe gently billowing in the heat, his gaze penetrating the flickering fire, landing squarely on Ji Mingwen's face. Ji Mingwen met his gaze with tranquility, neither sorrowful nor joyful. The heat waves distorted the air, rendering Huang Yuxian's form increasingly indistinct amidst the blaze, as if he might dissolve into the searing heat at any moment, transcending to immortality. I am not the sacrificial pawn for the fire realm, am I? Ji Mingwen calmly posed his query, stepping forward slowly, gun in hand. Jin Shiqi, having lost a significant amount of blood, was rushed for emergency care, leaving Ji Mingwen in a state of bewilderment when he noticed the patterns etched on the coffin board left by Jin Shiqi. 5 points corresponded to the 5 realms of tribulation. The point decisively eliminated by Jin Shiqi was that of the fire tribulation. He was unclear what that point represented, but Ji Mingwen understood. even committing it to memory. Shi Gaoyang met his demise in that very place. Ji Mingwen never even caught a final glimpse of Shi Gaoyang. For out of guilt, he maintained a distant vigil throughout the funeral, observing from afar for an entire day and night. But what fault lay with him? What transgression had Jin Shiqi committed? Even if they were steeped in heinous deeds, who were you to pass judgment upon them? His lips were pressed tightly together, the muscles of his jaw twitching slightly from the strain of his clenched teeth, as if suppressing a tempestuous emotion on the verge of eruption. Maintain your fury. The figure of Huang Yuxian appeared increasingly indistinct amid the flames, yet Ji Mingwen's gaze remained resolutely fixed upon him. His breathing grew rapid, his chest heaving violently, as though each inhalation were a reservoir of burgeoning strength. His fingers rested upon the trigger, applying a gentle pressure, only to hesitate at the last moment. Ignoring the licking flames, Ji Mingwen advanced step by step, the soles of his boots scraping against the ground, a dull sound that proclaimed his resolve. It is all because of you. Ji Mingwen's voice was low and hoarse, as if it had been wrenched from the depths of his throat, imbued with an anger that was suffocating in its intensity. He had already lost Shi Gaoyang, and today he had nearly lost Jin Shiqi as well. All of this was solely due to the deluded individual before him. Why do you not take their place in death? Beneath his disheveled black hair, Ji Mingwen's pupils were suffused with crimson veins. As the saying goes, anger burns like a crimson flame, consuming the karma of endless tribulations. Intricate schemes eventually lead to the path, while regrets linger endlessly in the coffin. Chapter 77, The Ascension Verse, the sharp-tongued detective and the cunning metaphysician. All human monsters deserve their fate. Do you think the infernal realm extends its assistance with benevolent intentions, aiding you in gaining admission to the most prestigious police academy? How could you know that he bears no debts of karma? Huang Yuxian's smile grew increasingly pronounced amidst the flames, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit clawing its way out of a decayed coffin. His grin was not ostentatious, yet it carried a chilling mockery, as though he were observing an ant struggling in vain. Silence. Ji Mingwen barked, his silhouette appearing remarkably isolated within the blaze. Yet Huang Yuxian did not relent, his voice emerging slowly, akin to rusted gears turning. His wife, his child, was it not a debt of karma that he could scarcely see them even once within a year? And what of his first child, lost to neglect? Was that not also a debt of karma? Be silent. Ji Mingwen's pupils contracted suddenly, the fury in his eyes threatening to erupt. In his youth, Shi Gaoyang had departed home for an urgent mission late at night. When he returned, their residence was engulfed in flames. Kong Lin had succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning and was ultimately rescued by firefighters. Yet their 3-year-old child perished in the inferno. Shi Gaoyang had once remarked that Ji Mingwen's resemblance to that child was striking, prompting him to take special care of him. He often lamented that perhaps it was his own retribution that led to their second child suffering from autism, retreating in his solitude and refusing to venture outside. Everyone was aware of Shi Gaoyang's past, yet no one dared to broach the subject of this sorrowful matter. However, Huang Yuxian's voice slithered into his ears like a venomous serpent, tearing at his nerves. That metaphysician? It must be acknowledged that he is indeed capable, a worthy adversary deserving of my respect. Silence. Ji Mingwen's voice suddenly escalated to a near scream as he stepped forward, forcefully kicking Huang Yuxian to the ground. The barrel of his gun aimed at the latter's head. No amount of repetition could adequately express his fury. Is that metaphysician your friend? If so, what about the young detective who infiltrated my sect? Was it not he who caused the detective to bear the weight of a murder charge? Why do you only show compassion for him? Is the detective not deserving of pity, having been led to such a dire fate by the two of you? Or perhaps your feelings for that metaphysician are somewhat exceptional. Ah, love, indeed, is the most destructive force. Those in lofty positions bow their heads for love, while beggars, mired in the muck, yearn to reach for the stars. The old man's voice remained calm, yet laced with a chilling mockery, his laughter reaching a pinnacle at that moment. His eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a cruel anticipation as flames danced wildly around them, the heat threatening to consume everything. Let me see just how profound your hatred truly is. Ji Mingwen felt as though his heart was constricted, breath escaping him, his arm clutching the gun, slowly transforming into a skeletal form. No more words, be silent. At last, his finger pulled the trigger, two identical bullets firing in opposite directions. As the gunshot rang out, it marked a moment of transcendence. In the single patient room, the president, previously on the brink of death, suddenly opened his eyes, clarity replacing the previous haze and confusion. Having just received a terminal diagnosis from the doctors, he now calmly removed the foredrip and stood up from his bed, unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, he tightly gripped a pale phalanx bone in his hand. Barefoot on the floor, a chilling sensation surged up from his feet, yet he did not falter. He took his first step. With each footfall, his complexion began to change, the pallor of his cheeks gradually giving way to a hint of flush. With the second and third steps, his gait grew steadier, the coldness beneath his feet replaced by a comforting warmth. With every step he took, the president's complexion became increasingly vibrant, betraying no sign of weakness. By the ninth step, his muscles had tensed, his skin no longer withered, and he radiated an almost eerie vitality. At the 10th step, he paused. Standing in the center of the room, the president's complexion had fully regained its rosy hue, even more robust than in health. With a satisfied smile, he held the phalanx bone in his mouth, slowly extending his arms and gazing upward at the ceiling. His eyes brimmed with fervor and anticipation, as if a radiant light would descend from above at any moment, heralding his ascension. In that instant of raising his gaze, the once rounded pupils appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force, splitting slowly down the middle. Yet, as seconds ticked by, silence enveloped the room. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the floor, and no miraculous event transpired. How could this be? The president furrowed his brow, cradling the phalanx bone in his palm. Was there something amiss? Before he had time to comprehend the situation, the light suddenly flickered on with a sharp crack, flooding the room with blinding white illumination. The president instinctively squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes. As his vision gradually adjusted, he discerned the unexpected visitor standing at the doorway. It was a young man with long hair, dark strands cascading loosely over his shoulders, with a few rebellious locks lazily falling across his forehead, accentuating his exceptionally fair complexion. The youth was clad in a loose hospital gown, the collar slightly ajar, revealing a delicate collarbone. His features were strikingly exquisite, almost surreal, with eyes that seemed to be painted. "Ah, President, why are you up at this late hour, indulging in such ghostly antics?" Jin Shiqi leaned against the doorframe, his body slightly tilted, a cane carelessly propped at his feet, exuding an air of languidness. His gaze settled on the president, a faint smirk gracing his lips, embodying a playful mockery. Upon seeing Jin Shiqi, the president could not help but frown, though it was a fleeting expression. "It's nothing. I merely wish to take a stroll." "Oh, is that so?" Jin Shiqi unceremoniously dismantled the pretense, casually holding a file in his hand, his long fingers gently resting upon its pages. "Should I refer to you as Huang Yuxian or Huang Guanyuan?" As Jin Shiqi began to speak, the smile on the president's face vanished entirely, replaced by a cold glare as he listened to Jin Shiqi recite the details of his life. 21 years ago, Huang Guanyuan, namely you, divorced your wife, abandoning your family to come to the new city, where by chance you became an employee of the Cultural Relics Preservation Unit. 20 years ago, you met your second wife in the new city and quickly married her. 18 years ago, you committed theft under the guise of safeguarding, seizing the opportunity during a shift change to smash and steal a skeleton, profiting immensely in the process. Concurrently, the Huang Yi sect and the Mutual Aid Society were established, with the founder claiming to be a descendant of Huang Chong, the immortal. Yet, in truth, the real Huang Yuxian is the president who delivers weekly lectures. Jin Shiqi forcefully closed the file, his voice rising in pitch. "You delude yourself into believing you are Huang Chong, seeking to ascend by utilizing the remains of the deceased to eliminate your karmic ties through the hands of others. Thus, you incited your wife and daughter to commit suicide, framing Ma Changliang for their deaths, while presenting yourself as the perfect victim, manipulating the entire police force. All the while, you concealed the fourth rule of ascension. To attain immortality, one must relinquish the physical form, allowing the spirit to linger on the brink of death for enlightenment. To this end, you intentionally ensured that Ma Changliang's blade did not take your life instantly, leaving you in a critical state to fulfill the fourth requirement. Jin Shiqi's tone grew increasingly icy. Indeed, you would kill your own wife and daughter without a second thought. What of your ex-wife's child? He challenged. Chapter 78, The Ascension Mantra. A sharp-tongued detective a cunning metaphysician Huang Guanyin, a native of Qiushan village in New City, endowed with heterochromia, engaged in the trade of mysticism with his wife and fathered a son. One fateful night, Huang Guanyin dreamt he was Huang Chang, an immortal ascending to heaven during the Song dynasty. Upon waking, he resolved to divorce his wife, and his son took her surname. Henceforth, as Jin Shiqi had articulated, Huang Guanyin adopted the name Huang Yuxian and firmly believed himself to be a descendant of Huang Shang. He even considered himself the reincarnation of Huang Shang, returning to endure trials a millennium later, with a jade-white skull as his remnant. Yuxian signifies having immortals. In pursuit of this, he embarked on a decades-long scheme. With each causal connection achieved, the skull would diminish, until only a fragment of a fingerbone remained, still capable of leading him to immortality and conjuring illusions. The sole flaw in his intricate plan might be Jin Shiqi. Although he lost the debate, fortunately, Jin Shiqi had not swiftly discerned the vulnerabilities of the illusion. Thus, the five hells tribulation was complete. Should he inflict harm upon himself, he would bear the consequences, framing Ma Changliang in the process, compelling him to aid in fulfilling the fourth requirement while simultaneously fulfilling Jin Shiqi's causation. The wood hell, standing in for the tribulation bearer, unjustly implicated innocent souls in capital punishment. All potential consequences were deftly shifted away from Huang Yuxian. Everything was in readiness, save for the favorable winds. He sought to eradicate future enmities in his quest for ascension. He had a child named Ji Mingwen. Originally, he intended for his protector to bear the consequence of Ji Mingwen's death, but unexpectedly, Jin Shiqi intervened, rescuing Ji Mingwen from the flames. Even mistakenly believing him to be the tribulation bearer, he decided to exploit this error, using the impostor to deliberately provoke Ji Mingwen, inciting him to fire his gun. Thus, the bullet would veer in divergent directions within the illusion and reality. He believed he had slain the impostor, yet to an outsider, it appeared he aimed at himself. Should he perish, the causation would not taint Huang Yuxian in the slightest. Henceforth, with 100 coffins, devoid of enmities, ascension to immortality would be attainable. He had indeed felt the power of ascension. Why were there no visions from his dreams? How could one like you ever aspire to be Huang Shang? Jin Shiqi chuckled, unabashedly revealing the sarcasm in his tone. Prior to Ji Mingwen's entry into the mountains, he had divulged the means to unravel the illusion. Yet how to find it remained solely known to the individual. This step was imperative for Ji Mingwen. Otherwise, he would never escape the illusion. Presently, it appears your ascension ritual has faltered. Jin Shiqi discarded the file to the ground and retrieved a badge from the pocket of his hospital gown. Pressing the button atop it, a cacophony erupted from the other end. It seemed Yi Yongnin had dispatched detectives to subdue those with fanciful notions. Jin Shiqi. Upon hearing Ji Mingwen's voice, Huang Yuxian's pupils widened in shock. Not dead. How could this be? But the next moment, the voice emanating from the badge left Jin Shiqi momentarily stunned. Jin Shiqi, I love you. The words were soft and sincere. Accompanying his heavy breaths was an unmasked affection. His medium was the gun. In that instant of firing, Ji Mingwen grasped this truth, causing the bullet to deviate from its intended path. A single shot unraveled the predicament. However, the present circumstance seemed ill-suited for a declaration of love. Jin Shiqi's fingers hesitated briefly, then a smile crept upon his lips, his narrowed eyes glimmering with uncontainable mirth. Carefully stowing away the badge, he turned his gaze back to the incredulous Huang Yuxian. By the way, it seems you still owe me a causation. His voice remained languid, yet now carried a hint of buoyancy, as if the recent confession had illuminated him. Upon recalling the cause and effect, Huang Yuxian suddenly became alert, his palm tightening around the last remnant of his fingerbone. During our earlier discourse, I had stated that should I emerge victorious, I would seek your enlightenment, yet the queries I posed remained unanswered. Grasping this realization, Huang Yuxian's hurried voice intertwined with Jin Shiqi's response. It is raining. Jin Shiqi's gaze slowly drifted to the palm of Huang Yuxian, where the remaining fingerbone was swiftly turning to dust. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Thus, he would sever the chains of causality. What a pity. I had already discerned that my victory was the cause, yet you failed to provide the answer in advance. This question remains unsolvable. Henceforth, there shall be no more beguiling skeletons in the world, and ascension has become a mere fantasy. Huang Yuxian's countenance suddenly contorted, his dilated pupils gleaming with madness. His breath quickened, his chest heaving violently, as if all his fury and despair erupted in that instant. You know nothing. You know nothing. Clearly, I was but a step away from ascension. The final step. Huang Yuxian tore away his facade, becoming utterly hysterical, charging towards Jin Shiqi, who leaned against the doorframe of the hospital room, wild-eyed as if he yearned to tear him limb from limb. However, Jin Shiqi remained unmoved, his expression languid and composed, even tinged with a faint smile, as if the man before him was merely a barking dog, unworthy of his concern. Even if you were the master of the Nine Immortals Temple, I have never feared you, let alone now. Just as Huang Yuxian's hand was about to make contact, a shadow suddenly emerged from behind Jin Shiqi. A gun was steadily aimed at Huang Yuxian's forehead. Ma Chengliang's gaze cold and piercing. Don't move. Following him were dozens of police officers. Huang Yuxian's movements abruptly halted, as if doused in icy water from head to toe. His hands froze mid-air, his dilated pupils flickering with confusion and fear, as if all his strength had been siphoned away in that moment. He slowly sank to his knees, his expression vacant and numb. 18 years of painstaking effort, just a step away from success. Jin Shiqi, disinterested, did not spare him another glance, disdainfully kicking his recorded files away with his cane. This matter must be kept from Officer G. Having said that, he leaned on his cane and hobbled away. Chapter 79, The Ascension Mantra, The Sharp-Tongued Detective X the Cunning Metaphysician. A few days later, in the VIP double room, Jin Shiqi lay on the hospital bed, exuding an air of despondency, nearly mummified in bandages, with his hand encased in plaster. Ji Mingwen fared little better. Though the bullet had missed, it grazed his ear, compounded by minor burns, and he was dragged into the hospital by Hyong Nan, equally swathed in bandages, his handsome face barely visible, save for his pair of eyes. In this light, it seemed they shared a sense of mutual pity. On the television, Ma Chengliang, now recovered and discharged, was being awarded an honorary medal. At a tender age, Ma Chengliang has already been honored with a second-class merit. His smile, so wide it seems it could not be contained. Psychological shadows? What shadows? In my eyes, there exists only the second-class merit and the medal. Additionally, due to Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen's inability to attend, Ma Chengliang also accepted their honorary medals on their behalf, tears streaming down his face, genuinely expressing his gratitude for Jin Shiqi's recognition of his talents. It appears that this young man still faces some challenges in winning over the affections of the fairer sex. He lacks the steadiness that I possess. Yi Mingwen, with burns on his neck and chin, can only speak in a muffled manner, but fortunately, Jin Shiqi can still comprehend him. Under these circumstances, he even finds the time to gesture animatedly at Ma Chengliang's camera. Moreover, why is it your recognition and not mine? Ji Mingwen grumbled, feeling indignant. If not for his current inability to use his phone, he would have called to voice his objections. Although Ma Chengliang expressed his gratitude, why is his name listed after Jin Shiqi's? How ungrateful of you! Of course, it is mine. My vision surpasses yours. In response to Ji Mingwen's inquiry, Jin Shiqi, surprisingly juvenile, engaged in banter. After that fiery confession, Jin Shiqi found himself at a loss for words, while Ji Mingwen suddenly became shy. The two had been awkwardly cohabiting in the hospital room for several days, resorting to teasing Ma Chengliang to ease the tension. Speaking of vision, Ji Mingwen's eyes sparkled brightly. Even with only his eyes visible, it did not detract from his playful demeanor. Though his fingers were tightly bandaged, they still moved restlessly. He raised one hand, clumsily gesturing, attempting to articulate his words with clarity. Jin Shiqi, on the day of the fire, you mentioned that you were quite fond of my romantic visage. Hearing the slightly amusing pronunciation, Jin Shiqi had no time to be astonished that Ji Mingwen had indeed heard that remark, merely responding with an affirmative hum. To his surprise, Ji Mingwen became excited, his bandaged hands flailing about. So, now that I look like this, you no longer fancy me? No, you truly do not like me anymore. I mean, I do not dislike you. So, you do like me? Yes. I don't believe you. Swear it. All right. I will remain silent, you heartless man. I swear I like you. Who do you like? I like you. Really? Ji Mingwen, if you speak again, I shall pierce you with my sword. Your sword? I left it at the police station after digging. Ji Mingwen, you used my sword to dig? The situation is urgent. Why are you pressing the nurse's bell? Hey. Ultimately, they were scolded by Hyung Nan, who came to offer condolences, and were forcibly separated from the hospital room. The police had apprehended all members of the Yellow Robe sect, while Huang Yuxian openly confessed to his actions in court. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Huang Yuxian was sentenced to death, to be executed by firing squad 2 months later. Due to the successful eradication of the Yellow Robe sect, Ji Mingwen was reinstated to his original position, with promotion prospects on the horizon, while Jin Shiqi became a lifetime honorary advisor to the police. In the aftermath, Ma Chunliang once inquired of Jin Shiqi, Mr. Jin, does a path to immortality truly exist in this world? Jin Shiqi's response, which Ma Chunliang could no longer recall, was but a smile followed by the vague conclusion, who knows? The clouds hung low, enveloping the sky in a shroud of gray mist, casting a somber hue over the air. Ji Mingwen, clad in a well-tailored black suit that accentuated his straight shoulders and erect posture, resembled a drawn sword, cold and sharp. In his hands, he cradled a bouquet of pristine white chrysanthemums, their petals glistening with droplets of water, appearing particularly stark against the dim light. The crisp sound of his polished shoes echoed against the stone path. This marked his first visit to the cemetery since the incident concerning Shi Gaoyang. As he approached a gravestone, Ji Mingwen halted, his gaze drawn to the powerful, calligraphic characters inscribed upon it, accompanied by a succinct line indicating the dates of birth and death. He lowered his head, his eyes momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling distant memories. Slowly, he bent down, placing the flowers gently before the gravestone, his movements cautious. With this gesture, the burn scar on his neck became visible, extending from behind his ear to the depths of his collar, the skin slightly wrinkled and darker than the surrounding flesh. Additionally, the edge of his right ear bore a small notch, as if a sharp object had taken a bite out of it, creating an incongruous yet not jarring detail. These scars did not lend him a fearsome appearance. Rather, they imbued him with a mature elegance reminiscent of a Greek statue, revealing an inner depth. Ji Mingwen's lips were pressed together, the corners hinting an elusive smile, embodying both mirth and the restraint of unspoken emotions. Upon rising, he exhibited a touch of awkwardness. His hands instinctively clasped together, fingers tightening slightly, knuckles paling. His throat moved as if he intended to speak, yet he struggled to find the right words. After a few seconds of silence, Ji Mingwen finally spoke, his voice low and husky, tinged with a barely perceptible choke. "Brother, I've come to see you." His words echoed clearly in the vast cemetery, swiftly carried away by the wind. Pausing, he instinctively reached for his right earlobe, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Before continuing, "I suppose I'm doing all right. Haven't brought you shame, have I? Do you remember Ma Chunliang? You should. The first time he came, he clumsily spilled water all over you. He's now a competent detective in his own right. Quite remarkable. I assent it. Sister Kong and Yuan are well. I will take good care of them, ensuring no one dares to bully them. Recently, I've met someone. Let us call him a mystic. He is quite extraordinary, even more so than I am, though he has a penchant for napping, often dozing off while standing. I really like him now. I love him, and I wish to marry him, to protect him for the rest of my days. Perhaps it sounds too direct, but you understand my feelings, don't you? Can you see the injury on my ear? It was an accident while trying to subdue a madman. It was my first and last time missing my mark as a detective. The wind began to pick up, tousling Ji Mingwen's hair, strands falling across his forehead and obscuring part of his vision. He raised his hand to tuck his hair behind his ear, his gaze never wavering from the gravestone. As he spoke for an extended period, the autumn breeze grew increasingly chilly, prompting Ji Mingwen to contemplate his departure. If the opportunity arises, I shall bring my beloved along. You will surely adore him, for he is the most exquisite man I have ever encountered. As he spoke, a fleeting smile graced Ji Mingwen's lips, as if recalling a cherished memory. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes upon him from behind. He halted, tilting his head slightly, and caught a glimpse of a figure in his peripheral vision. Slowly, he turned around, his gaze landing on a familiar sight. Kong Lin was appearing at the entrance of a cemetery, holding a young girl's hand. The girl shyly peeked from behind her, softly calling out, "Brother Mingwen, do come over for dinner tomorrow," Kong Lin suggested, refraining from mentioning anything else. A lump formed in Ji Mingwen's throat, and silence stretched his figure into an elongated silhouette. All right. Chapter 80, Ascension Mantra. Sharp-tongued Detective X, cunning occultist. The afternoon sun streamed through the velvet curtains, casting a mosaic of light on the marble floor of the cloakroom. Jin Shiqi walked barefoot across the plush carpet, his dark hair loosely pinned behind his ear, revealing a graceful neck. The robe slipped off his shoulder with each turn, creating languid folds at his collarbone. His fingertips grazed a row of haute couture garments, landing upon a double-breasted velvet suit, leaving him momentarily at a loss. 037. How does this ensemble fare for today? Host, you would look splendid in anything you wear. Based on my observations when you last donned this outfit. The target's pupil diameter expanded by 0.2 millimeters for a duration of 13 seconds, and their left eyebrow rose by 0.15 centimeters while the right ascended by 0.12 centimeters for 0.5 seconds. The overall fondness for your attire was rated at 95/10, as 037 provided meticulously detailed suggestions. The cold, neutral electronic voice devoid of any emotional inflection. Finally, the system added, should you choose this attire, your anticipated satisfaction rating would be 89/10, with an adaptability score of 99/10. It is recommended to pair it with the silver brooch found in box 03. Jin Shiqi gently rested his fingers on his chin, casting a glance at the silk-covered buttons of the suit, seemingly satisfied as he nodded. Just as he reached for it, his peripheral vision caught sight of a charcoal gray wool coat in the corner, impeccably tailored yet retaining an air of elegance. He retrieved the coat, striking a pose before the full-length mirror. His dark hair, cascading over his shoulders, created a satin-like sheen against the deep fabric, accentuating the vermilion birthmark at his collarbone. Last winter, he had worn this very coat during his first official kiss with Ji Mingwen. TSK. Jin Shiqi placed both garments side by side on the chaise lounge, his brow furrowing deeply, indicating he faced a rather formidable dilemma. The velvet suit felt excessively formal, while the charcoal coat seemed to carry an implicit suggestion. No, it would not do. Neither seemed appropriate for this particular day. Perhaps he should feign ignorance and opt for a more casual appearance. Maintaining his stance, Jin Shiqi lingered in the cloakroom for an additional 3 minutes, as the clock slowly ticked towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He had been here for half an hour. Typically decisive, he found himself in an unusual quandary. Perhaps it would be worth experimenting with an untried style of clothing, which could yield a refreshing effect. Yet, it seemed a tad informal. His phone vibrated thrice upon the table, interrupting Jin Shiqi's continuous stream of thoughts. Ji Mingwen, I just finished training. We'll embark on a mission in 10 minutes. See you at 7. Ji Mingwen, I left the tickets on the hallway cabinet yesterday. Remember to take them. Ji Mingwen, although we just met yesterday, I already find myself missing you. His fingers glided across the phone screen, revealing a lock-screen photo of Ji Mingwen, who, while shaving, had inadvertently smeared foam across most of his face. Despite Ji Mingwen's diligent efforts to delete this image, he had been met with repeated failure and ultimately resigned to its existence. Responding quickly, he texted, "If you keep being this cheesy, I'll block you." before setting his phone aside, his gaze shifting toward the velvet ring box nearby. Since their relationship was confirmed 2 years ago, Ji Mingwen's remarkable achievements had propelled him rapidly through the ranks to become the captain of the criminal investigation team. They should have been spending little time together. Yet Jin Shiqi also worked for the police now, occasionally moonlighting as a shooting instructor, allowing them ample time together. With the completion of the main mission, the debuff naturally dissipated. Jin Shiqi regained his original superhuman strength and was no longer plagued by excessive sleepiness, relying instead on copious amounts of coffee for stimulation. Following the mission's conclusion, the host was not forcibly removed from the world by the system. After deducting a certain number of points, he could remain for a while. In a sense, as long as the points were abundant, there was no need to worry about overstaying. Even if he lingered for decades, the time would only equate to mere minutes or seconds in the critical space, thus not interfering with his duties. Jin Shiqi was stringent with himself in training, but never harsh in his daily life. He did not perceive the host as merely a tool for missions. Rather, he preferred to view it as a journey, with each world offering unique vistas. When it came to matters of the heart, he embraced whatever came his way. Thus, the two had become an acknowledged couple within the precinct. The phone screen lit up once more, revealing Ji Mingwen sending a smiling emoji. His fingertips gently caressed the velvet ring box as Jin Shiqi rose to assemble a new outfit. A month prior, Jin Shiqi had noticed something amiss with Ji Mingwen. Direct and straightforward, Ji Mingwen had a face that betrayed his thoughts. Since bringing Jin Shiqi to the cemetery, he had grown increasingly enigmatic, often whispering to Ma Chongliang in secret and deliberately engaging with several female detectives. Yet, whenever Jin Shiqi appeared, Ji Mingwen would hastily take his leave, only to repeat the cycle the next day. After they had dined at Kong Lin's home together, matters grew even more peculiar. Ji Mingwen had scarcely returned to their newly purchased home this month, always citing busyness, and when questioned about what occupied him, he would only evade with a fleeting glance. Simultaneously, Ji Mingwen enlisted Kong Lin's child, Xiwan, to subtly inquire about Jin Shiqi's preferences with innocent curiosity. Ji Mingwen believed he was maintaining an impeccable facade, yet in reality, his ruse was riddled with flaws. After 2 years together, the only thought occupying Jin Shiqi's mind was the proposal. However, in order to preserve Ji Mingwen's enthusiasm, he had to feign ignorance. He quickly donned his attire and stepped out. As the two had agreed to meet at the amusement park today, when circumstances seem unusual, something is amiss. To ensure he was well prepared, Jin Shiqi had also acquired a ring, discreetly hidden on his person. As dusk settled, the neon lights of the amusement park began to flicker to life, casting vibrant reflections upon Ji Mingwen's black leather jacket. He leaned casually against the wrought iron railing next to the ticket booth, the cuffs of his work pants tucked into his Martin boots, the motorcycle key spinning rhythmically between his fingers. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted the hands pointing to their agreed-upon time. Yet, rather than displaying any irritation, his face radiated a palpable sense of eager anticipation. Just as Jin Shiqi had observed, he indeed struggled to conceal his innermost thoughts. A familiar scent of deep water wafted through the air, prompting Ji Mingwen to look up sharply, locking eyes with Jin Shiqi. In that instant, his gaze brightened, as if the entire kaleidoscope of the amusement park's lights had been captured within his eyes. Jin Shiqi had somehow appeared behind him, his light apricot cashmere sweater glowing softly in the twilight. His dark hair, styled into gentle waves, framed his face, with a few stray strands brushing against his ears. The cream-colored casual pants accentuated the length of his legs, slightly rolled at the cuffs to reveal a delicate ankle. Compared to his usual demeanor, he appeared more approachable. The warmth in the corners of his eyes could melt the dusk, and Ji Mingwen skillfully grasped his hand, gesturing towards the amusement park as he took a step forward. "Let us head inside quickly. How come Captain Ji has the time to accompany me today?" Jin Shiqi's voice was light and airy, as if it could dissolve into the breeze at any moment, carrying a hint of teasing, yet also an alluring undertone. Mingwen momentarily halted. His expression flustered for a fleeting second, though he endeavored to maintain his composure. "I was busy last month, But now that I've finally wrapped things up, of course, I want to spend time with you. Jin Shiqi nodded, choosing not to press further. Noticing this, Ji Mingwen secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, and his demeanor relaxed a bit. Throughout their time together, Jin Shiqi pondered when Ji Mingwen would finally propose, until they had experienced all the amusement rides, culminating in their turn on the Ferris wheel. The cabin of the Ferris wheel began its slow ascent, and the night breeze slipped through the cabin's crevices. Jin Shiqi's eyelashes fluttered delicately, reminiscent of butterfly wings disturbed by the wind. He pretended to adjust his scarf while methodically reviewing key points of a case they had worked on, contemplating what expression he should reveal when the moment arrived. Should he appear surprised? Or perhaps a bit shocked before culminating in delight? At the very least, he should smile, while being mindful of his performance. Are you feeling unwell today? You don't seem to have good color. Ji Mingwen's brow furrowed slightly, and in the next moment, the back of his hand gently brushed against Jin Shiqi's forehead. The touch was slightly cool, yet subtly radiated an unusual warmth. His fingers tightened slightly, his gaze darkening, imbued with a hint of concern. What is wrong? You don't seem to have a cold or a fever. It's nothing. Perhaps just the cabin feels a bit stuffy. Finding an excuse to deflect the situation, Jin Shiqi's peripheral vision was fixed on Ji Mingwen's subtle movements, counting his breaths. A faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, only to be swiftly obscured by the night. 1, 2, 3. As fatigue began to settle in Jin Shiqi, he started to doubt whether Ji Mingwen actually intended to propose here. Finally, he slowly spoke. I have something for you. A gift I chose after much deliberation. You will surely adore it. With that, Ji Mingwen reached into his pocket, a smile on his face that was impossible to conceal. Perhaps it was the abruptness of the moment. But Jin Shiqi failed to notice certain words in that sentence as his right hand swiftly sought the box that contained the ring. The next moment, several thin sheets of paper were extracted, their edges slightly frayed. Boldly inscribed on them were the words Café Transfer Agreement. Café. Jin Shiqi's voice wavered, his previously prepared expression frozen in place. Indeed, a cafe. You adore coffee, don't you? I've purchased this establishment. All that is required is your signature, and it will be yours. What do you think? Do you like it? Ji Mingwen's expression radiated pride, as if seeking praise for his deed. So, last month when you met with Ma, Changliang, and the others, it was about this? Yeah. When did you find out? I was so careful. Was it that Changliang fellow who let slip? I specifically instructed them to keep it a secret to surprise you. Ji Mingwen's voice rose, suspicion brewing that his plan had been compromised, frustration evident. How else could Jin Shiqi be so unperturbed? Was that what kept you so busy last month? Jin Shiqi felt a hint of exasperation creeping into his tone. Exactly. You have always loved coffee, and now you own this cafe. Whether you wish to run it or keep it for yourself, the choice is yours. Am I not considerate? He leaned in closer, his nose nearly brushing against Jin Shiqi's face. Is there no reward for my thoughtfulness? Ji Mingwen tilted his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, a childlike pride evident in his expression. His eyes sparkled like a large dog awaiting praise, even playfully blinking, casting delicate shadows with his lashes under the light. Noti worth. Jin Shiqi turned his head slightly, one hand pressed to his forehead as he sighed softly, feeling foolish for having spent the day selecting clothes. Really none? Ji Mingwen, unfazed, leaned forward slightly, seemingly ready to insist on that reward. Just as he prepared to persist, his gaze caught the velvet box that had slipped from Jin Shiqi's pants onto the floor, letting out a curious hum. What is this? Ji Mingwen bent down to pick it up, and Jin Shiqi, in that moment, was too late to intervene. The next instant, a wail echoed within the cabin. Ji Mingwen was momentarily unable to report to the police station, not due to being suspended again, but because Jin Shiqi had forcibly confined him to the hospital for 3 days of rest, publicly claiming he was ill. What kind of ailment required a 3-day hospital stay with no communication? Confounded by the situation, the group dispatched Ma Changliang as their representative to offer condolences. Upon his arrival at the hospital room, bearing flowers and a fruit basket, he discovered that Jin Shiqi was also present. Sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, casting a gentle halo upon the pristine white bed linens. Jin Shiqi sat gracefully on a chair by the bedside, his slender fingers delicately grasping a porcelain spoon filled with warm porridge, which emitted a subtle fragrance. He opened his mouth slightly. The silk sleeves of his shirt casually rolled up, revealing a fair wrist, his movements both elegant and composed as he gently brought the spoon to Ji Mingwen's lips. Despite the plaster and splints binding Ji Mingwen's arms, a contented smile adorned his face. He obediently parted his lips, swallowing the nourishing porridge, his tongue lightly grazing the corners of his mouth, deepening his smile. Sensing the delightful taste, he eagerly awaited the next spoonful. Jin Shiqi leisurely blew on the porridge before offering it once more, creating a harmonious exchange between them. Upon noticing Ma Chongliang's arrival, Ji Mingwen greeted him warmly. The playful banter between Jin Shiqi and Ji Mingwen resembled flirtation to an outsider's eyes. Ma Chongliang, surprised to witness Jin Shiqi feeding Ji Mingwen, couldn't help but cast several curious glances their way. "Brother, what has come over you?" he wondered, a hint of concern creeping in. In the wake of his reckless youth, Ji Mingwen had established himself as one of the top criminal investigators in the nation. Should they engage, he would undoubtedly succumb within 3 moves. Moreover, Jin Shiqi was equally formidable. How could he allow Ji Mingwen to sustain such injuries? When Ma Chongliang broached the subject, Jin Shiqi discreetly averted his gaze. That night, in an effort to prevent any misunderstanding from Ji Mingwen, Jin Shiqi had attempted to snatch the box containing the ring before Ji Mingwen could. However, his strength faltered, causing Ji Mingwen's arm to collide with an iron railing nearby. By all accounts, the incident was entirely Jin Shiqi's fault. Feeling guilty, he found himself here, serving Ji Mingwen his meal amidst playful repartee. As Ma Chongliang's questioning lingered, Ji Mingwen slowly turned his gaze towards Jin Shiqi, his eyes focused yet laced with mirth. It was only when Ma Chongliang's attention drifted between them that Ji Mingwen spoke softly. "It was an accidental fall." "Accidental? Perhaps a slip in the bathroom?" Ma Chongliang scratched his head in confusion, sensing something was amiss, but wisely choosing to remain silent. Burdened with his own responsibilities, he could not linger for long, especially with Ji Mingwen subtly signaling him, prompting his prudent departure. Once again, the room was left to the two of them. Ji Mingwen opened his mouth wide, exclaiming, and leaned toward Jin Shiqi, despite one arm being immobile. "Captain Ji, duty's call, I must take my leave." Having not tasted the anticipated porridge, Ji Mingwen instead observed as Jin Shiqi donned his coat, preparing to leave. "You claimed just this morning that you had no pressing work." Ji Mingwen retorted. "That was this morning, not now," Jin Shiqi replied stubbornly, determined to depart. Yet, seeing Jin Shiqi resolute in his decision, Ji Mingwen found himself oddly unperturbed, leisurely reclining against the pillows as Jin Shiqi slipped into his coat. "My dear, what did the box you dropped contain?" Without waiting for a response, Ji Mingwen continued. "It wouldn't happen to be a ring, would it? My dear, are you going to propose to me? That day in the cabin, did you hit your head? You scolded me, which indicates I was right. If you propose now, I shall accept. I am off to inform the doctor that your fatal injury lies within your head. Indeed, there's a ring inside, is there not? Consultant Jin is about to propose to me. How peculiar. I must discuss the matter of wedding leave with my master." Ji Mingwen urged, Hey, don't walk away. Are you certain you want to propose now? Miss this opportunity, and you may never have another. I would undoubtedly accept your proposal." Ji Mingwen, in earnest distress, emphasized this, only to lift his gaze and discover Jin Shiqi standing at the door, arms crossed, watching him with an amused demeanor. "This is what you said. Dear, do you have compassion for me? I knew it. Consultant Jin still loves me." Ji Mingwen smiled, squinting. But after a moment, he sensed something amiss. He gradually subdued his smile and lowered his gaze, only to find a masculine ring adorning his left ring finger. Its presence a mystery. "When I put this on, was it while I was drinking kanji?" Ji Mingwen, usually one to speak freely, found himself at a loss in this moment. Jin Shiqi turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Ji Mingwen, abandoning pretense, tossed aside the obstructive support and attempted to follow, faintly hearing Jin Shiqi's voice from outside. To seek officer, he for wedding leave. The world has concluded. I am truly inept at writing about love. The next world will have an ancient backdrop. Chapter 82, Profaning the Divine. The fallen mountain god X the young general in a dilapidated thatch cottage. Jin Shiqi squatted by the stove, adding kindling, as flames licked the bottom of a ceramic pot, the scent of medicine wafting through the air. He was slender, a 13-year-old boy but of only 10 years' stature, clad in a faded blue cloth shirt with frayed cuffs. As the fire intensified, black smoke billowed from the stove, catching Jin Shiqi off guard, and his small face turned ashen. Cough, cough, mother, please wait a moment. The medicine will soon be ready. His tender voice resonated, imbued with a maturity that tugged at one's heartstrings. Jin Shiqi expertly brewed the medicine, his expression earnest, appearing more like a seasoned practitioner than a mere child. His dark hair was haphazardly tied with a grass rope, a few strands falling over his forehead. His features were striking, with slightly upturned eyes and a prominent nose. Yet years of insufficient nourishment rendered his cheeks sunken, accentuating the size of his eyes. The one he referred to as mother lay pallid upon a bed of straw, her expression tinged with pain. A few days prior, Jin Shiqi had accompanied villagers to hunt in the mountains but inadvertently fell. Fortunately, she survived the fall onto a tree. Yet the injury lingered, rendering her incapable of moving freely for at least a month. Medicine? In this wretched place, Qingjin village, there isn't even a doctor. Even if there were, Jin Shiqi could not afford one. Thus, she resorted to boiling a haphazard assortment of herbs gathered from the mountains, hoping for a miraculous recovery. In the 17th year of the Great Shang, a severe drought afflicted the land, turning it barren, leaving the populace to suffer in silence. Let us not even speak of the eunuchs wielding power and the oppressive taxes. Mere bandits were sufficient to instill terror in the hearts of the villagers of Qingjin. Jin Shiqi, with a frail demeanor, turned her head slightly to gaze at Jin Shiqi, her eyes reflecting a deep affection that could not conceal the pain she felt. From the moment of his birth, Jin Shiqi was unlike other children. He did not cry, but instead remained remarkably quiet, nearly mistaken for a stillborn by the midwife. As he grew, it became evident that he was exceptionally intelligent, outpacing his peers in both walking and speaking, earning him the title of a prodigy in Qingjin village. He possessed the innocence typical of childhood, yet exhibited a maturity and calmness beyond his years. Perhaps it was the harshness of the times that hastened his growth into maturity. Jin Shiqi sighed softly, her eyes filled with guilt. It pained her to have her child care for her. With a sudden crash, the door swung open, and the firewood in Jin Shiqi's hands fell into the ashes as a group burst in. The leader was someone Jin Shiqi recognized. Wang Hu, the son of the village chief. His gaze swept quickly over Jin Shiqi before settling on Jin Shiqi. Sister Jin, the red slips have been drawn. We must take Shiqi to offer to the mountain god. Praying for rain, he stated. Jin Shiqi staggered to her feet, pulling the young Jin Shiqi behind her, her bloodshot eyes trembling. Hooer, I watched you grow up. Shiqi is practically your brother. You cannot take him away. Her emaciated arms clung to the doorframe, her eyes brimming with tears. Though Wang Hu's name sounded domineering, he was not a cruel man. The villagers of Qingjin were all gaunt and emaciated, and even the village chief's son could not escape this fate. Unable to bear the sorrow in Jin Shiqi's eyes, he averted his gaze, listening to the crackling of the flames in the hearth. Sister, if it does not rain soon, all of Qingjin's efforts this year will be in vain. Who knows how many will starve then? The bandits outside the village are approaching. If we cannot provide, lives will truly be at stake. The entire village depends on this rain. Tell me, is the life of one child more precious than the sustenance of the entire village? As Wang Hu spoke, his throat felt parched, his voice growing softer. He once had a sister, pure and lovely, who was taken to the mountains. Thus, he understood Jin Shiqi's despair. If there were enough food, why would they resort to such measures to beseech the mountain god? For 3 consecutive years of drought, Qingjin village had offered young boys and girls to the mountain god every 6 months in hopes of favorable weather. To ensure fairness, the selection of offerings was determined by a lottery, overseen by the village's eldest elder, ensuring no deceit. This time, Jin Shiqi's name had also been drawn. No, it cannot be my child. How could this happen? Shiqi is all I have left. He is my only companion. Jin Shiqi trembled, her back quaking as her fingers left white marks on the doorframe. Finally, the tears that had lingered in her eyes fell, splattering onto the ground. Sister, I know that Jin Shiqi had an accident in the mountains a few years ago, and I understand that you have been struggling as a widow with a child. But this is the village's rule. It cannot be changed. Wang Hu produced a cloth pouch from his pocket. This contains some money, enough to sustain you until the autumn harvest. Though it is not much, it is a token of my goodwill. The pouch landed on the stove, stirring up a cloud of dust. Who among us does not suffer? Yet if the heavens do not bestow rain, they shall all perish from hunger. Even if they miraculously survive, the ruthless mountain bandits will not show them mercy. Moreover, the tributes selected for sacrifice, regardless of the commotion at home, will inevitably be sent up the mountain, without exception. One cannot disrupt the established order under Jin Shiqi. Otherwise, the future shall only grow more arduous. Wang Hu felt an ache for Jin Shiqi, yet he bore his own responsibilities. As his words fell, he reached to grasp Jin Shiqi's sleeve, but unexpectedly, Jin Shiqi pivoted and enveloped the child in her embrace. Though her body trembled, her voice was as resolute as tempered steel. He is my life. None shall take my Shiqi away. Seeing this, Wang Hu let out a sigh and gestured behind him. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Lingering any longer risked missing the critical moment. Two villagers advanced. One seized Jin Shiqi's arm, while the other reached for Jin Shiqi. Jin Shiqi struggled fiercely, her nails drawing blood on the villager's arm. In the ensuing chaos, the prepared medicinal broth was knocked to the ground, releasing an indescribable bitterness that filled the room. Mother! No! Jin Shiqi cried out in a panic, attempting to assist the fallen Jin Shiqi, only to be seized by Wang Hu, who dragged him outside. As he stumbled over the threshold, he caught sight of shards of pottery slicing Jin Shiqi's arm, the faint scent of blood wafting through the air. In response, a wailing local accent filled the space. Run! Shiqi, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Jin Shiqi suddenly bent low, sinking his teeth into Wang Hu's wrist, the metallic taste of blood bursting forth between his lips. Though frail, his bite was fierce enough to compel Wang Hu to instinctively release his grip. The coppery sweetness lingered in his throat, yet Jin Shiqi swiftly twisted away, darting toward the gap in the fence, his movements agile. However, he had not anticipated the presence of guards outside the courtyard. As his sleeves fluttered, a damp, musty sack was thrown over his head, and he struggled within. His knees colliding painfully against the exterior, faint groans audible from beyond the sack. Yet the air inside was thin, and Jin Shiqi quickly lost strength, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 83, Profaning the Divine. A fallen mountain deity, ex-young General 02 in times of famine. Some resorted to cannibalism, yet for certain families, their children were their lifeblood. Seizing the opportunity, while Jin Shiqi had also succumbed, Wang Hu had already led a group of villagers up the mountain. The mountain wind howled, and dry branches crunched beneath their feet. Jin Shiqi's hands were painfully bound by the coarse rope, blood seeping from the constriction. He staggered in the midst of the procession, followed closely by 4 similarly aged children. The youngest, barely 7 or 8, wept softly, tears carving 2 clean paths down his grimy face. Wang Hu marched at the forefront, clutching a length of rope. His posture appeared more hunched than usual, and he frequently glanced back, his lips pressed together, pale and silent. These children were pitiable, yet in the grander scheme, the entire village was of greater importance. The mountain path was treacherous. Even an adult man found it challenging, let alone these children. Uncle Hu, piped a little girl with pigtails timidly. My feet hurt. Wang Hu paused, his shoulders visibly trembling. He crouched down, using his rough hands to brush off the dust from the little girl's skirt, his voice hoarse and strained. Just hold on a little longer. We are almost there. In the past, he would have lifted the girl into his arms, and indeed, he had done so before. But circumstances had changed. The girl, named Su Qiao, was sweet and did not cry or fuss excessively. Her eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. As she spoke, her tender voice echoed through the mountains. "Where are we going now?" "To see the mountain deity, to ask for rain." "Can a mountain deity really control the rain?" "Yes, the mountain deity is all-powerful." "That's amazing. If I give the mountain deity the pouch my mother made for me, will they be happy and bring rain?" Wang Hu remained silent for a long time, offering no reply to Su Qiao's questions, feeling a heaviness in his chest as his pace slowed. Compared to the fear and anxiety reflected in the eyes of the other children, Jin Shiqi's calm demeanor seemed out of place. Although fear gripped his heart, he concealed it behind a stoic facade. From a young age, he sensed that he was different from others, always feeling that he had forgotten something significant, yet he could never recall what it was. Over time, Jin Shiqi chose not to dwell on it, due to his precocious nature. He had absorbed many things from the adults around him. This journey, as a tribute to the mountain deity, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet, Jin Shiqi could not submit to such a fate. He was not ready to die. His father was a hunter who ventured into the mountains for game when Jin Shiqi was still too young to remember. Villagers always hunted in groups to protect themselves from wild beasts, but they had to return before sunset. Jin Shiqi's father, in pursuit of a rabbit, ventured deep in the mountains and did not return that night. The next day, villagers found only signs of a struggle in a clearing and a piece of bloodstained cloth. After his death, only Jin Shiqi was left to care for the still young child. Fortunately, Jin Shiqi was mature for his age and had learned to fend for himself early on. But now, with Jin Shiqi injured, what would happen if Jin Shiqi were to perish? He cared little for the lofty words about the village. Jin Shiqi had his own selfish motives and was unwilling to embrace death so easily. If others were willing to sacrifice themselves, then let them. He certainly would not. What kind of deity feasted on the flesh of innocent children? Bah! As he walked, appearing obedient, he secretly memorized the route. The path up the mountain was treacherous, and without the guidance of the village's old hunters, one would surely get lost. Jin Shiqi discreetly observed the current situation from the corner of his eye. Wang Hu and the old hunter led the way, while several villagers from Qingjin village followed closely behind, making it nearly impossible to escape under their watchful gaze. Even to relieve himself, he could not untie the ropes. Wang Hu was particularly strict about this tribute and would never allow the children to flee, lest they anger the mountain deity. Clearly, fleeing was not a prudent choice, and Jin Shiqi would not waste his efforts. The atmosphere along the way was oppressive. These villagers from Qingjin knew precisely what they were doing, yet for the sake of themselves and their families, they had no choice but to comply. Their children may have already been offered as tributes or may one day become so. In troubled times, fate is not in one's hands. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the hoarse sound of arrival reached Jin Shiqi, who slowly raised his gaze to survey the mountain temple described by the villagers. The dilapidated structure stood precariously at the edge of a cliff, its crumbling walls entwined with withered vines. A half-ajar temple door swayed in the wind, emitting a creaking lament. The stone steps lay in ruins, with patches of yellowed wild grass sprouting through the cracks, trembling in the breeze. Wang Hu pushed open the rickety door, and a musty odor mingled with dust rushed forth. Inside, the temple was dim and damp, with collapsed beams haphazardly strewn about. The once majestic statue of the mountain deity was reduced to a mere torso, its clay arms severed and resting on the ground, fingers still frozen in a gesture of blessing. The offering table was thick with dust, and a few dried leaves clung to the faded red cloth, resembling desiccated bloodstains. "This is the place. We can rest here." Wang Hu's voice seemed constricted, as if something lodged in his throat. He turned away, unable to meet the children's eyes, yet his hands continued to move relentlessly. Loosening the hemp rope momentarily, he stationed several villagers at the sole entrance to prevent any chance of the children escaping. Jin Shiqi sat quietly, observing Wang Hu's trembling fingers. This man, capable of lifting him effortlessly with one hand, now struggled with even the simplest knot. The temple's interior felt oppressive, with dust particles swirling in the slanting light. Wang Hu's Adam's apple bobbed a few times before he finally retrieved an oil paper package from his bosom. Releasing a fragrant aroma of lard and scallions into the air, meat pies. The white dough enveloped a mixture of fatty and lean meat, grease saturating the paper, glistening enticingly in the dimness of the temple. The children fell silent, their sobs abruptly ceasing as their small heads turned in unison towards the package of meat pies, their dirty little faces wide-eyed with anticipation. Even Jin Shiqi found himself swallowing involuntarily, a soft gulp echoing in his throat. In these times, surviving without succumbing to hunger was already a feat, let alone indulging in meat. Many had resorted to selling their children for the sake of a meal, only to later hang themselves with the money they earned. Having walked for 2 hours, the sun was nearing the horizon, and the children were already famished, their eyes fixated on the meat pie. "Go ahead and eat." Wang Hu's voice was rough, as if warmed by sandpaper. He broke the pie open, golden juices immediately oozing from the split, dripping onto the dusty floor of the crumbling temple. The youngest girl reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the dough before retracting, nervously glancing up at Wang Hu. "Don't be afraid." Wang Hu placed the glistening meat pie into the girl's hands. "Eat it while it's hot." Before he could finish, the other children gathered around, each craning their necks like eager little chicks. Ultimately, Jin Shiqi was just a child himself. He reassured his heart that being full would give him the strength to escape, and thus he took a piece of the meat pie. It was still warm, the mingling aromas of scallions and meat wafting enticingly to his nose. He clutched the edge of the pie with his mouth, grease splattering onto his tattered collar, instantly staining it with dark spots. In Chapter 84, Desecration of the Divine, the mingling scent of the meat pie enveloped the dilapidated temple, and the children's eyes glazed over with longing. They had not encountered such richness in ages. Even the act of swallowing seemed charged with urgency and greed. The smallest girl was the first to take a bite, the oil dribbling down her chin as she extended her tongue to lick it clean, yet it remained stubbornly uncleaned. Beside her, a boy's cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, and despite his gagging, he refused to spit it out. Wang Hu wished to remind them to eat slowly, but found himself at a loss for words. It was their last meal. There was no need for admonishments. Jin Shiqi took a hearty bite, the sweet aroma of the white dough mingling with the savory meat juices exploding on her tongue, her teeth gnawing uncontrollably, even collecting the crumbs that fell onto her clothes and stuffing them into her mouth. Delicious. If only they could meet the mountain deity every week. No, every month. Su Qiao's cheeks were puffed up as she mumbled, her carefree spirit oblivious to the irreversible path they had taken, internally thanking the mountain deity for the chance to savor the meat pie. Perhaps it was the taste of meat that filled their bellies, causing even the previously weeping children to cease their tears. Su Qiao opened her mouth, and the other children chattered along. "Can we eat meat pies whenever we come to visit the mountain deity? Then I want to come every day." That's wishful thinking, at most. We could come once every half month. Well, after that half month, I still want to return. The oil cakes were given to us by Uncle Huzi, not by the mountain deity. We should thank Uncle Huzi. Shu, you mustn't speak ill of the mountain deity. I once said something, and my mother heard it. She nearly beat me with a bamboo stick. Halfway through, the pie was so delicious, yet I couldn't bear to finish it. I wanted to take some home to my mother. She has been lying in bed for several days now, and no matter how much I call, "She won't wake up?" She must be hungry. Su Qiao cautiously picked up the piece of oiled paper, gazing at the remaining fist-sized oil cake in her hand, swallowing hard before wrapping it up again. Upon hearing Su Qiao's words, Jin Shiqi, who was seated in the corner enjoying his pie, paused slightly, his expression becoming more complex. Wang Hu, with his back to the children, knelt before the dilapidated statue, his rough palms pressed together, eyes closed. It had always been the village head of Qingjin village, his father, who performed such rituals, with Wang Hu trailing behind. But now that his father was aging, the weight of responsibility fell upon his shoulders. Mountain deity, his voice was barely a whisper, completely drowned out by the children's chatter, yet Jin Shiqi heard it. These children were the village's offerings. He implored for mercy and rain. His forehead rested against the dust-laden altar, his shoulders trembling slightly. Jin Shiqi swallowed the last bite of pie, his tongue unconsciously licking the lingering meat flavor from his teeth. He saw Wang Hu furtively wipe his face with his sleeve, then straighten up, turning around with an affectedly indifferent expression. "Once you're done eating, behave and don't think about escaping," Wang Hu gruffly stated, readying the 5 children with coarse rope, unable to meet any of their gazes. He strode toward the temple door, as if lingering even a moment longer would undermine his resolve. Outside, dusk was deepening. "Uncle Huzi, where are you going? Aren't you taking us back with you?" "Sukyu in Guit, you all stay here quietly for the night. Don't leave the temple. Tomorrow, I will bring you new meat pies." Is it truly larger than today's meat pie? The mere mention of the meat pie piqued the children's interest, sparking a lively chatter among them, the tantalizing aroma dispelling their fears. Although they were uncertain as to why they were bound, the prospect of consuming the meat pie made them willing to endure the restraints day after day. "Indeed, tomorrow morning I shall bring each of you an entire meat pie, ensuring you feast to your heart's content." Observing that Su Qiao and the others were already lost in visions of the grand pie, Wang Hu steeled himself and exited the temple. Would this plan succeed, or would they flee? Outside, a villager craned his neck to glance into the temple, shaking his head at Wang Hu. The individuals accompanying him up the mountain were villagers who had previously followed the village chief to prevent the offerings from escaping. They would often resort to extreme measures, such as breaking the children's legs. Angering the mountain deity could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the child from the Jin family was unlike any ordinary child. Should something untoward occur, the ramifications would be grave. Wang Hu's gaze followed the villager's words, resting on Jin Shiqi, the eldest and most conspicuous among the 5 children. He rarely engaged in the children's discussions, his dark eyes filled with vigilance, distinctly different from typical children. "Fear not. I have infused the meat pie with a sedative, ample enough for a deep slumber until morning." Upon hearing this, the other villagers ceased their chatter and began gathering their belongings in preparation for their descent. The journey was long, and to return before sunset, they needed to hasten their pace. With a countenance of mixed emotions, Wang Hu cast one final glance at the mountain temple, silently murmuring an apology before departing briskly. Inside the temple, the children continued to chatter excitedly about the meat pie they would soon savor, their eyes shining with anticipation. Aside from Jin Shiqi and Su Qiao, there was another child, somewhat dazed, named Du Anha, aged 11. While not as taciturn as Jin Shiqi, he was particularly introverted. The youngest child, along with another, were siblings named Meng Hai and Meng Shenzong. "What about you? Why are you not speaking?" Su Qiao inquired, turning to Jin Shiqi. Though they were all children from the same village and shared a modicum of familiarity, Jin Shiqi was different. Before the Great Drought, Qingjin village enjoyed a period of tranquility, and Jin Shiqi was undeniably the epitome of the exemplary child. At that time, there were private schools, and while the other children were still learning to read, Jin Shiqi had already memorized the 3-character classic and could even transcribe the 1,000-character classic. This was a staggering blow to the other children. Moreover, his stern demeanor often made him appear intimidating, resulting in other children seldom initiating conversations with him. Jin Shiqi disregarded Su Qiao's inquiry. As he heard the footsteps outside gradually fading, he began to contemplate his escape. Yet, the heaviness of sleep began to envelop him. The savory scent of the meat pie lingered in his mouth, and within the temple, children were sprawled in disarray, succumbing to slumber, while the small flame ignited by Wang Hu crackled softly on the offering altar. At the stroke of midnight, a thunderclap rent the night sky, causing Su Qiao to abruptly awaken. The dilapidated temple was engulfed in thick darkness. Even the moonlight was barred by the decayed beams. Su Qiao lay on the ground, instinctively shivering, hearing the chattering of his own teeth. Is it raining outside? The mountain deity is indeed powerful, for it rains just as predicted. It is so very cold. Curling her small figure into a tight ball, Su Qiao peered at the others under the moonlight, all soundly asleep. She hadn't consumed the entirety of the meat pie allotted to her. Instead, she preserved half, intending to wrap it up for her mother, who would awaken first. Her adorable little face crinkled in discomfort. She felt the urge to relieve herself, yet the coarse rope binding her made it impossible to leave alone. And she couldn't afford to wet her trousers. Perhaps she should endure a little longer? Outside, the raging wind hurled sand and stones against the window, akin to a multitude of skeletal hands clawing at the walls. In her indecision, a sudden flash of blinding white lightning struck, illuminating the dilapidated temple in an instant. Su Qiao's tiny body froze as a sinuous shadow danced across the shattered window. The shadow, thick as a barrel, shimmered with a greenish hue under the lightning's glare. It slithered along the temple wall, the sound of its scales scraping against the bricks merging with the thunder. It was a great serpent, with tears welling in her eyes. Su Qiao bit down hard on her fist, afraid to glance at the shadow on the wall. The serpent would devour them all. Fear gripped her heart as she thought of her mother. Her hands and feet were bound by the rope, leaving her as vulnerable as a lamb in a den of wolves. With a flash of lightning, she turned her head and caught sight of Jin Shiqi, who lay beside her, crumbs from the pie still clinging to the corner of his mouth, his breathing alarmingly heavy. "Wake up, please wake up." As the eldest and seemingly most composed, all her hopes rested upon him. She strained to twist her wrists, the rough rope tearing at her skin. Yet the young man beside her remained in deep slumber. The torrential rain poured down, and amidst the stark white light of the lightning, Su Qiao could no longer resist the urge to look back. It was the scales, dark green and black, each scale the size of a coin, flickering in and out of sight with the serpent's undulating body through the gaps in the crumbling roof. Su Qiao's heart raced wildly within her chest, pounding as if it might burst, the sound of her blood rushing deafening in her ears. "Wake up, Jin Shiqi!" In desperation, Su Qiao rolled over and bit at the knot binding his wrists. The coarse rope tore at her lips, blood mingling with the rain as it dripped onto his pale skin. Finally, as she severed the last knot, she lunged forward, aiming to bite down on Jin Shiqi's forearm. The metallic taste of rust flooded her mouth just as half of the roof collapsed with a thunderous crash, startling Su Qiao into a gasp, only to be swiftly silenced by a pair of hands covering her mouth. Don't move, be quiet." Jin Shiqi managed to whisper hoarsely, his breaths labored. Though Su Qiao's body trembled, she shut her eyes, striving to avoid the direction from which the raindrops fell, hot tears splattering onto Jin Shiqi's hand. "Are we going to die?" The snake's shadow on the crumbling wall suddenly froze, its amber vertical pupils glowing in the darkness like two flickering ghostly flames. The hissing of its forked tongue echoed near her ear, carrying the stench of rotting flesh into the temple. One side of the ruined wall swayed precariously in the night rain. Jin Shiqi pressed against his cramping lower abdomen, a burning pain searing through his stomach, cold sweat dripping from his chin onto the ground. His mother had once warned him that those who went hungry for too long and suddenly indulged in greasy food could perish from vomiting. Yet, it was too late to lament his earlier cravings. His gaze was fixated on the gaping hole in the roof, where a serpentine form of a deep, dark hue slithered between the splintered beams, each scale glistening with a swampy luminescence. At this juncture, Jin Shiqi comprehended the grim reality. The offering of young boys and girls to the mountain god was merely a ruse. It was this enormous serpent that craved human flesh. It was scenting its prey. Su Qiao trembled like a leaf, her nails digging into Jin Shiqi's arm. Another clap of thunder startled him, causing him to shudder as a precarious section of the crumbling wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering debris mixed with rainwater over the altar. The decayed offering table creaked ominously in the deluge, and the fragmented statue of the mountain god finally succumbed to the elements, its clay head rolling to Jin Shiqi's feet, the hollow eye sockets brimming with rainwater. He could not afford to wait idly. His mother was still at home, waiting for him, without uttering a word. Jin Shiqi's bloodied fingers grazed the severed arm of the mountain god statue. The clay fingers retained the posture of a seal, the break exposing sharp bamboo bones. Though he was uncertain of the mountain god's existence, he felt a pang of remorse. As he forcefully snapped the bamboo piece, the slithering sound from the rafters abruptly ceased. Enduring the agonizing cramps in his abdomen, Jin Shiqi swiftly cut the rope binding his legs and then untied Su Qiao. A tremendous crash echoed through the storm as trees fell. The serpent's shadow surged closer, its amber vertical pupils locking onto Jin Shiqi through the gaps in the wall. Those eyes were as large as a human's fist, the pupils narrowed to a thin line, reflecting the trembling children huddled in the corner. The dilapidated temple was shrouded in darkness, and the serpent bore scars at the corners of its eyes, likely inflicted by a hunter's arrow, which meant he immediately discerned Jin Shiqi's movements. The cramping in his abdomen obscured his vision and dulled his focus, his breathing growing more labored. He had to be exceedingly cautious. He understood that the serpent's weakness lay at its midsection. While he dared not fantasize about vanquishing the creature, he knew that buying time could offer a glimmer of hope. A monster! The commotion in the temple roused the other 3 children, who, being so young, had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. They immediately began to wail. This is bad. The serpent's pupils constricted to a fine line, a foul wind enveloping him. Jin Shiqi suddenly rolled beneath the offering table. The serpent's fangs grazed his ear as they sank into the wooden pillar, splintering debris that cut across his cheek. He retaliated by thrusting the bamboo shard towards the serpent's eye. But the serpent's head merely shifted, and the fragment only sparked against its scales. Jin Shiqi! Su Qiao's terrified voice pierced through the thunder. In the next moment, the offering table shattered, igniting burning oil that splattered across the area, transforming the straw into a towering wall of flames. The serpent's vertical pupils rapidly constricted, and the burning offering twisted in the air. Jin Shiqi stumbled backward, gripping the sharply pointed base of the copper lamp, which glimmered coldly in the lightning. Meanwhile, Su Qiao had already freed Du En and the others from their bindings and was leading them out of the blazing mountain temple. Perhaps it was Jin Shiqi who provoked the great serpent, for it disregarded the other children and fixated its gaze solely upon him. The flames illuminated the serpent's scales, revealing bizarre patterns akin to countless distorted human eyes. As the thick tail of the serpent swept towards him, Jin Shiqi crouched and rolled several times, the burning embers grazing his back as he narrowly avoided being struck. The heat singed the tips of his hair, and the acrid smoke choked his throat with a metallic sweetness. The serpent hissed, thrashing wildly within the ring of fire, causing the beams to tilt precariously. A burning rafter crashed down beside Jin Shiqi's feet, sending sparks flying onto his hands. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the charred wood. As the serpent's head reared once more, he summoned all his strength to thrust the torch towards its vulnerable spot.